Up to the crack. Hey, who y'all rap with me? Up to the top. Shoot up your way. Up to the top. Who y'all rap with? More Kingston, Jamaica. Hey, get gunshot. Get me. Who y'all rap with? What was crazy? When the war start, who the mother run? Them get top of death like them blood. Get gunshot. Get it easy. Who y'all rap with? Tell them it's crazy. When the war start, who the mother run? Them get top of death like them blood. With them black card, them go get back. Fight black blood. That a feed the food and the tongue for your cancer. Two more tongue for the BKK and the pussy man the fancy. Saddam send me gun from Baghdad. That rifle no more by gunpowder. Who the one is? What the hustle man? Easy not no more closure. Get good shot. Easy easy. Who you run with? KG squeezy. When the war start, who the mother run? Them get top of death and them bloody. Get good shot. Easy easy. Who you run with? Catches get squeezy. When the war start, who the mother run? Them get black blood. You can't fight and shot. Like me and shoots in a tree. Outside tell us the catches get easy. Make we murder. We free free. Grab spend the gun on the street. If your friend got big like baby G. How are you go? I sing like baby G. You come to some Bruce Lee. Then see the one rise up on me. I sing like Lucky D. That's good. Easy easy. Who you run with? What more squeezy? When the war start, who the mother run? Them get top of death like them bloody. Get gunshot. Easy easy. Who you run with? Tell them it's squeezy. When the war start, who the mother run? Them get top of death like them bloody. With them black card, them go get back. Fight black blood. That a feed the food and the tongue for your cancer. Two more tongue for the BKK and the pussy man the fancy. Saddam send me gun from Baghdad. That rifle no more by gunpowder. Who the one is? What the hustle man? Easy not no more closure. Get gunshot. Easy easy. Who you rap with? KG squeezy. When the war start, who the mother run? Them get top of death like them bloody. Get gunshot. Easy easy. Who you rap with? Catches get squeezy. When the war start, who the mother run? Them get black blood. You can't fight and shot. Like me and shoots in a tree. Outside tell us the catches get easy. Make we murder. Free free. Grab spend the gun on the street. If your friend got big like baby G. How are you go? I sing like baby G. You come kick like Bruce Lee. Then see that one rise up on me. I sing like Lucky D. Robert, G block up this bitch, everything. Yeah, man. Come on, this G City for life. That's what I'm saying. You got me. You telling me, man? You telling me? What you telling me? All right, yeah, man. So, we got man like Funky in the building, old type man like Red Poltro. I ain't even big you still. You have to change your name, you know, fam. Yeah. You know them ones that slightly dissing the man them, yeah. You don't want them ones still. So, I raised that big up. Yeah, big up the people them in the chat room. Yeah, I guess we tell you something. We tell you something, boy. This is the last day of janky reception, B. Oh my days. Upgrade mode activated. Jeez. Let's go. Yeah. So, alright, from tomorrow, reception clean. You get me? Clean. Clean to the bone like skeleton. I know you're sitting on. You get me? Jeez. Let me rewind that one. Clean to the bone like skeleton. Higher than a pelican. I know you're sitting on. Jeez. Yeah, J-Mix. I'm literally just fucking picking up my phone now, man. I got me. Spaghetti. Yeah. All right, give me a sec here. I'm trying to drive here. I'll put the link in the chat. But the link is in the description. The PayPal for any support is in the description. Also, yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, the channel's not monetized yet, man. So, yeah.
every little counts, you hear me? Every little helps, you hear me? Jeez. So, yeah, man, we're carrying on this. We say the week of how to deal with Passa. This is like being a how to deal with Passa week. Yeah. Passa week. We started off with Monday. About not getting triggered by certain reactions. Yesterday, how not to get drawn out by certain things. Today, should we ever use violence in an argument? Should we ever use violence in an argument? Yeah. You know, obviously, some man piss you off, innit? Yeah, like, happens to be too. Yeah. I can't lie. I would love to bust your butt, yeah. Does it mean you win the argument? If I bust your face? Not really, it means I bust your face. Oh, so we want to find out if violence ever justified in an argument. Slap the link in the chat, in the chatteries. Come on. Yeah, man. So I'll type the people them in the chat. I'll type Mr. P. Yeah, big up yourself, cuz. Yeah. I'll type with the silent listeners. They just a pre from the side, is it? So them a pre. People things them a pre. Yeah. All right then. One sec here. Listen, I need to go on mute. Yeah. I just need to collect my. Oh, I'm Dread. You saying, King? You there? Yeah. Yeah, still here. You got me. Got the man them in the chat. One sec, yeah. Come on. Welcome, man, like Ultra. What you saying, my brother?
Yo.
Good, yeah. Big up, man, like Freddy.
Come on.
Yeah, one sec, yeah.
Yeah,
I just need to.
Big up the
I need to go
brothers.
on mute one sec, yeah. Yeah. They're gonna bait up my government and all that still. So 2 secs, yeah. They're gonna bait me up.
Mute up. Ultra, come back, man.
Yo, bro, I'm here, man.
Yo, gang.
Right.
Come on.
God,
We in the
God,
building,
God.
you get me?
God.
Well,
Yeah,
go
man.
on, brother.
Yeah, man. I went to see my mum's a little bit earlier today, you get me?
Big up Mumsy
Yeah.
Belly, come on.
Big up
Mama
mum, man,
Belly.
every time.
Get me? Slap me up with a
nice
with a
breakfast,
chicken
yeah?
wrap and bun and cheese, you get me?
Right, big up Mama Belly. I listen,
Yes,
yo,
mum.
mama, the hookup, man. Trust me.
Trust me.
Fucking
Yes,
hell.
mum. Yeah, shit.
Yo, Belly, I had to change my screen name, you know.
Say that again, cuz.
Nah, go on, Ultra.
No, I was saying I had to change my screen name because I thought, let me reflect the facts with my screen name. Because like a lot more people should be like Ultra, right? Because man, them are just out here just getting triggered left, right, and center. When you start to feel yourself getting wound up, go mute, take a deep breath, count to 10, and then come back again. And then you will become untriggerable. Be like Ultra. Hashtag.
Hey, let me shout out Raheem in the chat. Yeah, he is gassed with his exclamation mark. Yes, Raheem. You got yourself, cuz. I read everything, boy. Yo, hey, anytime any book Schiffer was coming up with, Raheem's read that. That was bloody cool. Let me read everything, boy. That's it.
Trust me. Oh.
Yeah, man. So obviously we're talking about, is violence ever justified in that argument? Or basically, I was going to go with, is violence just ever justified, yeah? But then
of course it is, bro. If someone breaks into your home,
violence is justified, isn't it? But then let's make it harder angles to arts for a minute. Because if it was just, is violence ever justified, we can all come on and say, yeah, because of this, that, and the other. But if we make it so in a position where it's probably never really justified, like in argument settings or in a debate or whatever, let's discuss that. You get me? Is violence ever justified in an argument settings or in a debate settings? Like, see this online chattings and all that.
Nah, it's never justified in the online world. I tell you that. You know the reason why, Vel? Because you know fucking 90% of these bods ain't chatting to you in real life.
That's right. That's right.
What's next though?
Just ignoring. Like, if you notice how I deal with idiots, I just jump off or ignore them.
Man, them still there, yeah?
Yeah, fam. I was saying that how you deal with an idiot or how you deal with somebody like without violence is just probably getting to ignore them, innit? Just know yourself and ignore them, innit?
Yeah.
Like certain people I don't want to chat to online, I would never ever make a conversation. You could say, "Can I ask you a question, Freddie?" And then I'll be like, "Yeah, go on." And then you never get an answer because I'm ignoring you. Do you know what I'm trying to show you? Yeah, it's like that. I know it's a bit childish, but obviously, you get what I'm saying? It's a quick way to just diffuse a situation, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Yeah, but you know, it's saying like saying that it might not be childish. What might be childish is like hitting someone for saying something you don't like. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, most definitely. But I think the government hit people all the time. So obviously, like, you know what I'm saying, hitting people is really what's gonna get, like, I don't know. I got a different view on violence, innit? Because obviously, I can only go off of what the government show us, innit? And the government, they hit hard, innit?
Yeah. Well, there is situations where violence is probably justifiable, innit? Yeah. But like we're saying, we're trying to.
I say no, Velly.
There's never a situation where violence is justifiable.
Oh no! I meant in debate settings.
Yeah, that's what I see. Yeah. But Freddie, we're talking about debate settings. You're just talking in general, innit?
See. No. Listen, bro. Normally, 9 times out of 10, I'm not really on the violence thing. I'm not really on it. I don't like it. I don't worship it. I don't glorify it. Like, and the type of violence I'm into is choreographed violence, like WWF, WWE. That's the kind of shit I like, yeah. But if somebody breaks into your home, violence. Sorry. If someone tries to violate your wife or your kids, violence. But other than that, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not really
even to defend yourself. Like, right, when someone's trying to
Yeah,
attack
yeah.
you, like,
But obviously, it depends though on the
Yeah,
levels because
that's the only time I'll use it for defense. I never use it for attacking nobody. Like I just use it to defend myself, innit? You touch a button and you're gonna find out, innit?
and that's the thing, Freddie. Imagine, yeah, like if someone breaks into your home where your wife and your kids live and your mum lives or whatever, bro, that's a nah. See, no. But and this is the problem. That kind of violation there for me is the ultimate viol. I'm messing you up. I'm gonna mess you up. Like the reason why
But you
the reason
know,
why I have to mess you up is because I need you to understand that you made the biggest mistake of your days. Do you understand what I'm saying? That kind of viol there. Mm-mm.
yeah,
Mm-mm.
the law will be on your side as well, Ouch, man. Even if you get into it and he brown bread and he ends up brown bread, you still all right. You get me? Because it's in your home. So that's the ultimate violence. I mean, that's the ultimate defense. That's like, you know
Do you know
what I'm
what,
saying?
Freddie? Do you know what's funny? I'm not sure if that's true, you know, because I remember reading a story a few years ago where some burglar broke in, right? He got his head bust, and now the burglar is suing the people whose house he broke into because they bust his head.
Yeah, nah, that probably some cases like that. There's definite some cases
I
like
think
that,
it's
but
if you use excessive violence, innit?
there's cases where the farmers blaze, man. Like you tried to run
Oh
from the
yeah,
shot,
and he blazed.
and you got one in your back,
Yeah,
and
I remember.
obviously there ain't nothing come out of it. So they like home killings, like they you know what I'm saying? They don't mind them, like the British government. Do you get what I'm saying?
All right, guys, give me 1 second, yeah.
Right, so like I was saying, yeah, violence. Um, if someone breaks into your house and you attack them, you could get arrested for the attack on the outside of the property. You know what I'm saying? So you sort of need to be careful on them ones.
Yeah, you can still. You can, but yeah, no, you can still. But obviously, it's more easier to. All right, it's much more easier to. All right, there, mate. Yeah. It's much more easier to explain it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, I hear you. But listen, just to circle back real quick, yeah. Like for me personally, violence in debate settings, I'm struggling to foresee a way where violence could be justified. Like unless somebody violates you physically. Yeah.
No, go on, finish your sentence, bro.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say if you're debating someone and it's getting heated, like that happens, innit? Because we're human beings, we're exchanging ideas, and sometimes you're gonna hear shit you don't like or don't want to hear, and that's just downright offensive. But to take it into the physical sphere, I'm a bit like, how do you justify that without like understanding that you're the loser? Like I feel like I feel like you're losing, and that's the only thing you can resort to where you think you might be able to get the upper hand. Like for me, I think like that violence thing, in a sense, is for me, it's cowardice. It's cowardice.
I was going to ask you next that the person that sort of draws for violence first in an argument or debate setting, is that usually the person that is seen to be on the losing side of the debate?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, most def. Because online, what are you gonna do to people online? Realistically, there ain't much. Like you can spaz out on man and say, "Watch if I ever see you." But apart from that don't even really make much sense, bro.
It doesn't.
You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't. And not even that. You have to understand. That means, you've given this motherfucker power over you.
Your energy.
Like, you've allowed this person to control your emotions and make you react in such a way where, like, you're acting the fool. Babe, I just gave him fruits, you know. He finished them.
No, I hear you, man. I hear you.
Yeah, man.
No, I hear you, man. I don't know. I doubt it. Still, there ain't no explanation in it. Even man's tried to tell me suck my mum in it. They nearly said it. They said suck your, and then the mum bit didn't come out. You got what I'm trying to show you.
No, but Freddie, all right, let me ask you a question.
But I was going to spaz
face?
out. But then I said, nah, you know what? I ain't got to spaz out. Because I know you're known for all of that. You're known for all this.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
With this suck your mum thing, yeah, it's like, it's empty words out of certain man's mouth here, but it's this is where it's subjective meanings in it. So because you understand the actual meaning and the connotations of it, yeah, you're gonna get in your feelings more than say walla walla. You don't even know what it means. You just heard it over here, innit? You know what I'm saying? That
course. It's got no bearings to him. It's got no
it's got no
bearings.
All right, then. So and then that's the it's the annoying thing about the subjectiveness of the things that are going to get each person angry and result to what they're going to result to, innit?
And you know what, Vel, you can't even tell a person how to feel or how to react in it. That's not what we're trying to do. You get me? Man's not trying to ever say to anybody, don't spaz out, don't get mad, don't. You get what I'm saying? Don't. You get me? Resort to violence, because at the end of the day, we're living in a violent world, bro.
One thing about this saying though, Freddie, that even though the person has made their choice to try to piss you off, like, it's your choice to let them piss you off, sort of thing.
Most definitely, family, man. Most definitely. Like, my overall thing is, like, touch me, innit? That's my overall thing, innit? Everything else, you're gonna stop me from making my money. Do you know what I'm saying? But if you touch me, like, you know what I'm saying? It's cool.
Yeah. You see, Freddie, if I'm honest with you, I agree with that, bro.
I was going to say, sorry, I got that the wrong way around. I was going to say, obviously, everything else, you're not stopping me from doing shit. But if you touch me, you're stopping me, innit? You're going to make me take my time out my day to deal with you, innit?
Yeah, that's long. That's long. And imagine, I'm not going to lie to you, Freddie, yeah? I'm not going to lie. For me to beat up everyone that tells me to suck my mum, like, I don't have enough time in the year for that. Like, I've got a wife and almost like 3.5 children at the moment. I've got one cooking.
Ultra, I haven't even got time to argue. I've got a 300-mile round trip to do today. I've not got no time to argue.
You see what I'm saying, Freddie? But Freddie, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying about this online thing, Freddie. It don't make no sense, bro. If you take time out of your life, bro, to lick down or dish or get into a problem with everyone that tells you to suck your mum on this online thing, right? You ain't gonna, there's no time for anything else, bro. I need to make money. I've got a wife. I've got kids. Tell me anything you want online. And do you know what the funny thing is, Freddie?
Blood, I love Villy, I love Ultra, I love all the G Block, man, all the sisters. But you think I can listen to this and I ain't making no bread?
Trust me.
How the fuck does that work? Like,
no, bro, that's the thing, brother. It doesn't, Freddie. I'm telling you. This is what I'm saying. Like, look, for me, and I know I keep repeating myself and I'm sounding like a broken record, right? But like, the line between real world and online, people are blurring it. That's why people are like getting all up in their feelings and wanted to bruck up, man. I'm like, listen, guys, this ain't real. Obviously, we're real people, but listen, nobody really knows who the other person is. Yeah, like unless you're like the big personalities, like your Raspects, your Jedis, your Makus, the Velis, the COEs, the big personalities who are in the park. They're tangible guys where 9 times out of 10, you go Speaker's Corner, you can like interact with these guys. Yeah? But I'm saying that the rest of it is just literally online. it's online, and don't get me wrong. There's obviously
I don't think everyone's grasped that though yet, man. Not everyone's grasped it still, and you can't. You know what I'm saying? Force man to grasp shit. You get me?
But it is still real, even though the person's unknown.
It's not. But Vel, it's not
but
real.
Wait.
Disrespect
But listen,
and effects of violence is not real.
No. But the person
that
that's
makes
saying,
sense.
the person that's making the statement is still a real person on the other side of the line, isn't it?
No, not really. Not to me. Not to me, Vel. I tell you that. You're only real when you're in my face and you're saying what you're saying and you disrespect. If we're having a building reason, man, that's different, isn't it? But if you're trying to diss me
I
now,
agree with Vulture, yeah, and that's usually my point, yeah. But then a few times I've heard the other points where it's saying that, yeah, but it is still real people that's making comments and they're saying something. So you get me, like,
yeah, but really, that's online
I'd
though.
have to know you for it to be real.
That's
you know, that guess my
online,
cousin
though.
jumped on and said, "You know what, Freddie? You're a pussy, old Freddie. This and that, like rare. I'd say, cuz, jump off a line and chat to me, innit? Come on, man. Let's get into real life and do this. Do you know what I'm saying? If I don't know you, how the fuck are you real to me? You're an avatar.
Right. Yeah, that's right. And not even that. This is the thing, Freddie. I can't stress this enough. Yeah, if somebody's in your face, Freddie, and rare, then that's different, bro. It's real life. Yeah, you can look whatever's whatever, right? But online, the internet is full of crazy wankers, right? Who 9 times out of 10 have just got an axe to grind. Yeah, so they're gonna come on your platform and tell you to suck your mum. I hate niggers and rare. But listen, their opinions are just that. It's their opinion, and shouting at them ain't gonna change them. All you can do as a mature human being is understand that that person's problems is their problems, and it can't affect me. If that same person was in my face saying the same things, that for me is when it's different.
Hey, but big man, I'm immature sometimes, you know.
No, we all are, especially me, bro. You listen, I'm the king of immaturity, bro. Come on.
Like, when it comes to maturity, sometimes I'm not really too great at it. You get what I'm trying to show you? That's why I'd rather ignore you. Do you know what I'm saying? I'd rather just ignore you. You're not there. Big up, JJ. Walk one.
Yo.
Come on.
Wait. Hold on. Let me make the special announcement. You know,
big up
that it's a rare sight. It's a rare sight that you see the unholy trinity in the same place at the same damn time.
Oh, shit.
The unholy Father.
Got the general.
You man all believe in God, man. You man all believe in God.
Unholy Son, you get me?
This is all 3 generals on deck. What's going on?
All right, Veli, if something happened to you, the first thing you're going to say is God Almighty. Don't fucking chat shit.
Say Golden Bennett. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say Golden
you're
Bennett.
Gonna say, fucking oh my God, what's happened there?
Oh my God.
Yeah, you believe, mate.
Veli, I'm about to jump off. When you got all 3 of the generals, all 3 of y'all on here, I got to jump off.
Yo, everything blessed God of Jacob, man. You don't know, man.
Nah, they got all 3 of the generals out. I gotta go.
Nah, listen, I ain't scared of these, man. I ain't scared of these. These. You know what these are? These are God-fearing people in disguise, yo.
Freddie's crazy.
Crazy. Because you know what, God of Jacob, guess what? When these men start gassing, they make me believe more. Like they don't give me the belief, especially when they're celebrating Christmas and Valentine's and all that.
Hey, Freddie, when it come at you, they don't let up.
Put it all over his balls,
Yeah, but you know what? My faith is unshakable. My faith is unshakable, Jacob, man. These ain't come across a faith stronger than mine.
Hey, Freddie, you seen how Ultra had my man Mordecai up in the corner, wouldn't let him out?
Yeah, nah.
I'm telling you.
Jacob, you saw him up. I was like, man, get off throwing the towel, man. Leave him alone.
He threw the damn towel.
That's it, man. I know everyone's got a hypothesis on your whole life and that. I hear you, but trust me, man.
Got the meanest technique,
you know.
Ultra's got the kill them with niceness technique.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
Mordecai fell for it. He fell for it. Got
Dangerous.
TKO.
Dangerous.
Yeah, but guess
Killed him
what,
with
man?
nice
Them, it's not.
technique.
Guess what, Vel? It's not what you think, you know. Guess what? It's what you know, innit? So about me, you can know a lot about Christian or Christianity, or you can think you know a lot about Rasta, or you can think you know a lot about, but you don't know nothing about me. You know what I'm trying to show you?
Yeah.
So,
But you know what,
if
Freddie?
you
That's the
follow-
thing. That's an important point, though, Freddie. That's an important point. Like, even the thing is, what I realized, right? And I realized this when I went to Jedi's party the other day. Yeah. When we're online and we're conversing and we get into arguments and we have jokes and we have banter and you love this one and you hate this one and you like that one and you don't like that one and you can't stand this one but you can stand that one and this one's racist and this one ain't racist. What happens is, right, even on a subconscious level, you build up a rapport, right, with these online characters. So then when you meet up, right, you feel like you almost know them. But this is the thing where it gets fucking like complicated. You don't
know them.
Yes, and that's the thing, bro. I'm telling you, psychology is real.
Full sense of security. I call that.
I'm telling you,
sense of security.
And this is the thing, brother. And I'm telling you, if you're not careful, bro, you can fall down and slip and start behaving away. Yo,
listen, I've had this conversation with Sarah and with Respect and Jedi, even about the way that people might, obviously, because you man are online talking in Speaker's Corner in front every week here, some people feel like they actually know you can't. So
yes,
you gotta take it easy with people when they come up to you, sort of thing. You get me? Because man walk up to you feeling like they actually know you, cuz like, and see you say this and that. Yeah, man, that represents what I feel. And you get me? And it's like, right. Yeah, you just have to.
But do you know what's funny? Do you know what's funny, Benny? That's one of the reasons why I tried to get Ansar Tawheed on it, right? Because I know ideologically I'm opposed to this guy, right? But I wanted to find out what was beneath all of that fuckery. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I don't know him. I've only seen him on video say stupid shit that I just can't agree with, right?
But he's playing up. It's like he's playing up to the role, though.
Yeah, that's how it kind of feels a little bit.
Like, you're not really like this super mad bad guy that's on some evil shit. You get me? You're just playing up to the role that the people them have tried to lay out for you. You get me? And then that's a dangerous thing.
Once you're in the public eye, people are gonna feel like they know you, bro. That's just facts, bro. Man, obviously, man's dealt with people, innit? Like MCs, this, that, the other. Man used to deal with Ricky and all that from EastEnders. You get what I'm trying to show you? So man, know once you're on the telly, man feel like man used to call him Ricky and all that. And that's not his name.
Daniela and all that bad there,
yeah, that's not his name, bro. Ricky's not his name, it's just a character, innit? But man can't get out of the habit, innit? Because man think man know you, innit?
Yeah, it's true.
It's true. If you see any of them man in East London, them man is getting called their screen name straight.
Right, listen, you see that Ansar, that's the little brother, innit, from
Suleiman,
yeah. But them lot, like all of them, the young ones on here, like the young little jihadis that be talking about Syria and talking about what's right and wrong. Like most of them weren't even bad in their school, but they're ready to go to war. You know what I'm saying? In another country. Huh?
I said you're bad. You're bad.
No, but that's just probably the reality, you know. That's just probably the reality.
Come on, man. I remember back in the day when I was not back in the day, but like on Hangouts one time, man were talking about if they didn't have a job, like the right wing lot, the white lot, they were like, "Oh, if I didn't have a job, I would go fight ISIS in Syria." And I was like, "Bro, stop chatting shit, bro. You're gonna go risk your life. You don't even know what the conflict's about, bro. But you're talking about you want to go fight ISIS because it sounds like something cool, or if you're going to fight for ISIS because it sounds cool." But you're not even really on violence every day of your life. Like you're not one of those people that takes no disrespect, and you know what I'm saying. You'll fight for every little scrap in the UK. where it's safe, where worst case scenario, you probably won't die after you fight, but you're gonna go there, or you might catch a bullet. Shut up, bro. That's nonsense, bro. Bear those, like, you could tell, and obviously my man, I don't know him. Obviously, he could be a proper wicked man, but he seems timid, innit? But it's easy to like hide behind Bear your brothers, in one of those.
Hey, brother, you see on here, Jay, I can be super Fred. Does that make sense?
That super bad.
So I
man
can have a Ferrari. I can live in. My house is 5 bedrooms, but I can say it's 10, and I've got a golden bathroom. Do you know what I'm saying? Because it's on air, innit? You get me? The only real ones that's really gonna get to see me fucking ass probably is Vel. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the rest, I don't know when you're gonna see me in real life.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Or I might go to that fucking thing in Dalston what you man went to. But when you ever gonna see me other than that? Unless you're on the gang thing or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying, fam? So people make up fucking crazy characters on here. You know that's not really them probably. But it's on here, innit? And like people want to show their best light on here, innit? So they want to get into arguments and feel like they're right all the time. Because they want to be right on here.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, really and truly, yeah. It's like this is how you can tell sometimes, yeah, where some man don't care about the truth really. Man just care about being right. You get me? Because it's not a thing like, right, man are talking like you're right and not willing to listen to another person's opinion and to concede when the other person is right, when the other person says anything right, and it's like
Veli, that's right. That's why I ain't say too much yesterday, Veli, when your Junior was on there. You know what I'm saying? Because even the Raheem was showing them scriptures and stuff, right? And I was like, okay, bam, okay, that's an easy point. Concede that. You get what I'm saying? So I was like, you know what?
That's a hard.
Will I show you something or not? You know, it ain't gonna. You know, why even go on? If I show you something, then you still, you know. So it was.
But even Black Tolek does it. You get what I'm saying? Like Black Tolek does it all the time. Like a lot of people do it on here. Like Robot Rob does it. Like, you know what I mean? Like even like they basically just don't want to concede.
That's Rob. That's Rob, guys. Huh? You know Rob don't do that, bro. If you try something,
me said the man do it, man. You can't tell me when I listen to Rasta.
You know what?
Yes, Rob too.
Veli, I have to agree with Freddie, yeah, on one thing, yeah. Like, I think it's like
Rob.
2 times I've showed Rob.
Robert Strong, yeah, one of them was.
Yes, brother.
I said 2 times I've shown him something. Like he tries to. You know he's actually. You know what? Rob's a bit of a fussy. You know, I just remembered that. Because he said he tried to say to me that if science proved that incest was okay or pedophilia was okay, would I accept it? And I said no. And he said, "Oh, you're being disingenuous." But then he said he doesn't know if the bell curve's true. And I was like, all right, I outlined it for him. I said, how can it be true if X? How can it be true if Y? And he said, I still don't know. I'd have to look at the research myself.
You see what I'm saying? In denial. In denial.
I'll give you that then, Freddie.
Bruv, I ain't as educated as them, man, you know. I'm definitely not as educated as JJ or Robot Rob or whatever, or even Black Toe. Black Toe's got more than me, innit? You get what I'm saying when it comes to education, yeah? But I'm telling you, fam, they will never say anything and I have to say pardon. What did you say? Excuse me and all that. I'm straight back at you. I might not have the vernacular and the fucking language to give you, but I'm straight back at you with the point. And I don't want to hear bullshit. I'm coming with your point. You know, I'm trying to show you what you said, and I'm telling you my version of what you said. You know, I'm trying to show you, and that's it, bro. I'm not. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm sorry, innit? You get me? The whole internet, I'm sorry for being wrong, innit? It's nothing.
Do you know what, Freddie? This is another problem as well, bro. In arguments, what I'm noticing, yeah, is that bare man won't concede when they're wrong. It's just an ego thing. And if a point's made and you know it's gonna mash you up, rather than concede the point, man, just get angry. I start licking out. It's mad.
Yeah, that's why religion is bad, yeah, because my brother Raspect, yeah,
Shit.
see my brother Raspect, yeah, he's when it comes to anything outside of religion, he's a normal human being. When it comes to religion, bro, you can tell the guy he would argue that the sky was red if it said it in some scripture, or the sky was
Yeah, but that's not idiosyncratic to respect, bro. That's most religious folk.
yeah,
Bro,
no, I know, but
yesterday I had a guy, I had a religious guy.
I remember
I showed him the
Respect's
lot
God
story.
body,
He
you
wouldn't
know.
call it rape.
He's that type of guy that lives what he talks still. So he's like that God body, like, you know what I'm saying? That, oh, don't do that around me. Like, he really tell you don't do that around him.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
I
trying
only
to
use it as an example because when it comes to other discussions, he'll almost defer to me. Like, he'll ask me a question, I'll tell him an answer. He'll be like, okay, like I know that. You get me? He's humble with his knowledge outside of that. But when it comes to religion, you can prove something wrong and he won't accept it. He'll argue for
Yeah,
the
no, bro. Listen. Yesterday, James. Yesterday, there was a guy called Mordecai on the panel, and
yeah, I saw a bit.
And then I was going through. I said to him, if he put something in a woman's drink, intoxicated her, had sex with her without her consent, what is that called, right? And I said, he wouldn't answer the question. I said, bro, is it rape? But he wouldn't answer. And then I said, all right, look, fuck it. I don't know why he wouldn't answer the question. I took him to the Lot story where the daughters like banged up the dad, didn't it? And then they moved up the dad. And then I said, bro, what is that? If you intoxicate someone to the point where they didn't know you was there and couldn't give consent, what is that? He couldn't answer the question. And it was just like, it's mad.
Yeah, all he had to do was say yeah, and that would have ended the whole.
And that would have ended the thing. Thank you.
And I was like, myself, I'm sitting back. Won't he just say yeah, and then, you know,
just be over and done with. Just be over and done with. Tell it how it is. Bam.
But he went on to the whole thing. When I just hope my ancestors started, I was like, dude, stop.
You know what had me dying one night, yeah? Ezra was arguing with Respect, yeah. And he was like, he brought up some hadith. I think you might be there, right? He brought up some hadith or something where the Prophet traded one slave for two or some shit. And he was like,
the cognitive dissonance on display was mad.
Does that make him a slave trader? I was like, oh, and Russ was like, you know, that's what I mean. Like, when it comes to them things there, yeah, Russ will never concede. And like, as soon as he knows what you're trying to do, he'll just stop. Like, he won't be logical anymore. You get me?
Yeah, because you know what? That's called you know what you know. And you know when you know what you know, and you're not letting no one tell you nothing. Because I'm the same. When I know what I know, I don't give a fuck what anyone says because it's been working for me. It's my life. So I know what I know. If that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what about no man?
To answer your question. Oh, sorry, go on, Belly.
Well, sorry, finish your sentence and then let me introduce Faz and Brother Jacob still.
Jay, that's just like me saying, yo, you don't love your mum, innit? You don't love her, innit? Like, I can find evidence to show that you don't love her, innit? But you know differently, so you're never going to hear what I'm saying.
No, but you can say this. Hold on, Belly wants to talk, so just the last sentence.
But that's the relationship we got with God. It's like loving your mum. Do you know what I'm saying?
You can say, objectively, if someone does this, do they love that thing? Do you get what I mean? Or
no, 100. You can probably prove that I may not have loved my mum on one occasion or two occasions.
Do you get what I mean?
didn't show the right amount of love according to what's going on. I didn't show her the right amount of love on day one or day two. But overall, I love her. And there's nothing you can say that's going to tell me that I don't love my mum. No evidence you're going to bring forth to make me know that I don't love her.
It's a funny example still. I have to think about that one still.
Well, that's a real one. That's a real one, bro.
Yeah, no, yeah.
So what's the man them saying there? Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, no. I tried to chat to Faz yesterday, fam. What happened to you, Faz?
Yeah, Faz. Hey, yo, Faz. What about G? What you saying?
Yeah, man. I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, I've got a life outside Hangouts, by the way. Yeah, bro. So
you got what?
After 10 o'clock, I kind of don't talk on the panels.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I just don't know. Good. Anyway, how are you, James?
I'm alright, man.
You good? You good?
Yeah, that's two. Yeah, I'm good. But that's 2 times though, man. I've jumped on your panel.
Listen, jump on my panel. Start a topic. Don't worry about it. No one's gonna say nothing.
No, I can't. I'm not gonna lie, man.
Come on.
Like, it's not personal, but that's 2 times I've jumped on and 2 times people have muted me. And both times you've invited me on.
Listen, James. Listen. When I'm there, no problem. Yeah, I'll sort it out next time. Yeah, jump on when I'm there. I'll make sure it'll be sorted. Yeah.
But you know what? You know what I wanted to ask you, anyway, innit?
Huh?
I said, you know what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You know what?
I asked him that anyway, man.
You know what I wanted to ask you.
Good man. Yeah, make an appointment. Yeah, with me. Yeah, and then we'll talk about it. Yeah? I'm here. I'm to show my support to Veli because I've not been around for a while. It's been a bloody hectic thing myself, man. So I just thought I'd come and jump in the morning, and I'm just traveling, so I thought I might as well jump on and see how Veli and Ultra are. Says Ultra doesn't come around anymore. Are we scaring you, Ultra, to come around? Ultra. Yeah, Ultra.
I think he's with his baby still. It's his little one.
Oh, is he with his baby? Okay.
Yeah, his baby's on. I don't know.
So, Veli, how's things anyway, man? Was it a good result for us yesterday? Was it?
He's managing right now.
What are you talking about anyway? I hear are you talking about something in the Bible or what? That's all I got in the last bit, man.
No, I think the question is violence ever justified?
Sir Faz. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Yo, Sir Faz, can you hear me? Yeah, you there, yeah? He's cutting out, cuz.
Yeah, he said he could hear you and you asked him still.
Okay, yeah, man. So, bruv, what one for this rumor that Rasmus taking his shahada? That you took it for him or whatever. You took it for him. Is that true?
Yo, first,
like, when Ras come on, he said he never took his shahada. That's what he said, innit, when he jumped on there?
Yeah.
Well, if he took his shahada, God bless him, man. Fucking hell. You know what I mean?
You know what though, yeah?
Anything to make you a better person, you know what I mean?
You see last night, yeah? I tried jump on Faz's to ask him that, yeah? And when I jumped on, he jumped off. And their little Facios were like, this guy's a kafir, man. This guy's a kafir. They're muting me, and this time asking for Faz. And these lot are muting me. Second time this happened. I've only ever been on this channel twice, yeah.
Yo. Sorry, guys. Listen, just quickly, Faz. Listen, sorry. I heard you, but I couldn't get to the phone. Right? I purposefully don't go on Sir Faz's channel anymore, right? Because it's played. Your Faz, your panel's played by. What's the polite? Yeah, what's the? No, I'm gonna try and word it politely, but moronic zombies who are habitual snowflakes and incels and virgins and like zero life experience. And the problem with people like that, is like you can't really have an adult conversation with someone that's a moronic zombie.
But, Ultra. Forget the personal because I agree with everything you just said, yeah. However, Veli asked the question before he cut out.
Oh, sorry. Listen, I don't agree with everything because obviously the people have got their opinion in it, and I could say the godless block. Remember when I heard godless block, I was like, huh? What the fuck?
But Freddie, what did you do though, Freddie? Did you shy away, or did you come in? Did you come in and question the thing?
Yeah, no, I kept it in my mind, Ultra. I just had a little laugh. I just turned it into a laugh and a joke.
Yeah, because that's the thing, Freddie. You're not a moronic zombie.
Ultra, listen. What I'll do, mate, next time you come on, I will what on, yeah? Because he's the one that exactly what you described. Virgin,
No, Rod,
zombie, everything. I'll let him. What? Come on, man.
Comes on round there, though, you know.
The only person I'd respect on your panel was Celts, but should we let? And he's a bit of a funny one himself. But should we let? You want to answer Veli's question first?
What, mate?
Yeah,
well,
so obviously Ras come on and said, yo, can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me now, yeah. So obviously we went. Ras come on here and he cleared up the thing, saying obviously man is spreading rumors about him taking a shahada, innit? Like, so can you just clear that up for us so we can, because obviously he said that he never took it in it, yeah, and you never done it with you. But can you just explain to everyone that you was given a hypothetical scenario to the thing of, or can you let us know that he has taken the shahada or whatever? What, man? Because obviously Respect's my bro, you know, and obviously
definitely. He's your brother.
I thought you would have. I don't think it's like. I thought you would have just said it like if he would have done it like and differently. Like I don't really care if he's a Muslim or not, man. It don't really even matter to me. It's his life, innit? But like it's like just to clear up all these rumors, everyone keeps jumping on. Like Raj keeps jumping on, chatting shit about him, fucking every 2 seconds. Yesterday, he fucking trolled the end of my show. Yeah, I couldn't even hear him, fam. You get me? Yeah, he's all fucking singing. He's singing tunes about you.
Leave them in suspense. Hey, leave them in suspense, man. Trust me, blood. Don't even bother tell nobody what you're about, man. Just leave them to guess, bro. I'm trying to show you.
Fred.
If I was Ras, I would leave them to guess for years. I wouldn't even say nothing.
Fred.
It's my personal business. I wouldn't say nothing to nobody.
No, but he is saying something.
I wouldn't even say Assalamu alaikum in the chats. I'll just keep it all to myself and do my 5 prayers. I wouldn't even say nothing to nobody because it's all private to me. You got what I'm trying to show you. That's like me asking about your girl who you lied down with last night. I would never do that.
Freddie, hold on. But Fuzz, you want to answer that then?
Yeah. Just give me 1 second. I'm getting off the train, bro. Yeah, carry on. I will answer it. Just give me 1 second. Let me jump off the train. Go on, carry on.
I don't know why it's so long, but I was doing this last night with you, Faz, as well, brother. I was messing with you. Like, I tried to jump on and speak to you, wherever, you jumped off, and then little pussies did what they did. And then I'm messaging you, and I asked you the question about 7 different ways, and you kept saying, what do you think? What do you think? It's up to you. It's up to you. Think what you like. Think what you like. I don't know why it's so hard.
Think what you like.
Think what you like. Don't trust me. Hold on. Fred, hold on.
At the end of the day, Russ is going to make, man.
Fred,
go on.
Why would you tell? Why would you tell? You're cool enough to tell Respect, I guess, for lack of a better word, his pagans. Yeah, you're cool to tell his op a secret truth about him, but he's saying it's not true. That's not the case. You're confident to tell them, but you wouldn't tell anybody else to ask you a question that don't hate Ras, that don't fucking make songs about Respect and hate on him all online.
Who are you on about? Are you on about the pigeon? Go and have a look, yeah. No, listen, James, listen. Let me tell you. If you're on about the pigeon, yeah, at the moment, the pigeon is making me and Ras famous, yeah. Don't worry. Like, we don't give a shit about we don't give a shit about him anyway, yeah. But he can't live without the Muslims, and he can't live without Respect. Simple. That's the pigeon story. Forget him.
Yeah,
okay. And listen. And I'm going to tell you this now, yeah. Respect, yeah. He's a brother. I've been with him from day one, yeah. Remember back in the days, Veli, you know, innit? Veli, look, I even look at you as a, okay, you're not my Muslim brother, but you're my brother in humanity.
Well, I've been there from the start. You've been there from the start.
Yeah. Innit? So to question me, if Ras says something, if he's your brother, don't question him. Yeah? Don't. If he says it, believe him. Me, I've got my own opinion. You don't have to believe me. Yeah, and I don't have to justify it to anybody. Okay? Simple.
Why are you telling Wallahi he took his shahada then? Why you don't have to justify it to me, but you have to justify it to him?
Well, listen. Do you believe me? Yes or no?
I'm gonna no disrespect.
You're an atheist. You're an atheist. You can't believe that.
Word. I'm gonna take Ras because I spoke to him far more than I've spoken.
Okay, no problem. Then take Ras's word. Leave it at that. Leave it at that then, innit? Then I'm a liar. Simple. Leave it. Then drop. End the story and the conversation. There you go, James. I know.
Why would you say
that? I know a lot of people.
That's what I'm saying. Faz, you're moving sketchy.
There's speculation about it because there's always been loads of speculation, and everyone keeps going, "Oh, Russell, he's really a Muslim." Like, why would you use that? As
But that's been the talk, really. That's been going on for about 2 years now.
That's what I'm saying. Bruv, Freddie, that's what I'm saying.
That's not new, you know, Veli. It's not new talk.
Bruv, listen to what I'm saying, though. But is it not going to cause even more people to start getting on fucking...
It doesn't matter.
Hang on, Veli, listen. I'm a nobody. How can you take my word for it? I'm a nobody, innit? So don't worry, don't take my word for it.
But why? But you know what the wickedest thing is? I don't mind. Yeah, it's fine. It's done. Yeah, but man said it with passion. Like from what I've heard a recording. Man said it with passion.
Okay.
But what is it? No. But if it don't matter what we think, what does it matter what they think when they don't even like Respect?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That why do you have to prove anything?
What they think either.
Why do you need to prove anything big to Zabida and fucking Waleed? Who the fuck are they?
Well, okay. So what did you lot do? Yeah, when your brother was getting slated by next person day in day out on making live streams. Yeah, what did you lot do? Did you sit there and watch? Well, I couldn't handle it, bro, because both parties are mine, both ways. I respect, and Waleed and Zubaydah, they're Muslims. So for me, if it means that I've got to lie about something and make it an end, so be it, man. No problem.
Hey, you see, Respect, fam. One thing about Respect, can I tell you, because he's my little brethren still, innit? No, he's not my little brethren, he's my brethren. One thing I can tell you, yeah, about this youth here, he's been Muslim. You don't even know what you're talking about. My man's been a Muslim, but he's just, obviously, he ain't officially whatever, but trust me, blood, man, the circles we got, we live with Somalians. That's what I'm saying, fam. We live with them. Like, man's been a Muslim, fam. If that makes any sense.
Sorry,
why
bro,
do you think he goes so hard for them?
Is it
he
Fred?
goes so hard for them because he's one of them. We're all one of them, if that makes sense.
No, Freddie, you got to be clear, man. Like, man,
Freddie. Yo, Freddie, listen.
Go on.
You know, these man, yeah, like, look, the thing is, every person, yeah, I can't look in somebody's heart, can I? I can't, neither can you. Yeah? So I look at people and apparent how they are. Simple. Yeah. If he thinks what he thinks, if he believes what he wants, that's up to him. I don't know what he believes inside him. That's it. So just leave him, man.
That's what I think as well, bro. I think he's been a Muslim from ever since, because we haven't had a choice, because we love every black person, and a lot of the black people that we love are Muslim. We love every person in general, so a lot of the man them that we hang around with are Turks, Muslim, this one, Ethiopian, fucking, I don't know, Congolese, I don't know. You get what I'm saying? I'm just making up names because obviously we love everybody.
I don't even think Respect is a Muslim, yeah. I just think that man's playing that. Man loves to play that media game, innit, man? Just leave them guessing, and then, like you're saying, it makes stuff like this where man are asking questions, saying, "Oh, is Respect a Muslim? Is Respect not a Muslim?"
Nah, you know what it is.
But Veli, listen. But Veli, then, bro, listen, Veli. Then you don't know your true friend, then, innit? If you think that's what he's doing, go and go find out what he's doing. Yeah, you don't know him. I know him better than you, then, innit? I know him better than you.
Well, I don't live in Respect yard. I live in my own yard.
I'm saying no, it's not a media thing.
Differently,
it's not a media thing. The reason why it's not a media thing, because
wait. If he is or he ain't, yeah, like I don't give a shit anyway, man. Like I'm saying, true stories. I've never cared about religion anyway. So you know, it's really about the actual person.
No, but I'm not talking about religion, right? Look, Veli, I'm not talking about religion. I'm on about he's your brethren, isn't he? You know him, so you should know him better than anybody.
Yeah, but bruv,
that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying go live with him.
Wait, nah, man. He's not my brother or my missus. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like
what?
Like you know what I'm saying? Like I don't live with him like that.
Nah, man. This is a different way, guys. You don't get what I'm saying.
We're friends that we can call each other in if we need to or whatever. Like, right, I've kept the Respect on the phone. Respect's been to my yard. I've been to his yard or whatever. So it's, do you know what I'm saying? Like, but it ain't that rough. I know fucking how much hairs he's got in his body, and I know fucking.
Hey, Vel, you see your personal life. What has it got to do with man, realistically?
Yeah,
I've ever asked you about your personal business from the time I've known you, Family Tree.
No, you not really. No, I ain't gonna. You know making it so emotional, bruv.
You know what it is, though. Yeah,
you're letting man slide.
Not really, or not.
Yeah, man, trying to slide still. But listen, listen.
Vel, not really, or not at all.
Wait. No, not at all, bruv. Yeah, because listen to what it is, yeah. All right, because
Ultra, have I ever asked you personal business since I've known
No,
you?
but wait, Freddie, hold on, man. Hold on.
No. I'm just
just hold
clearing
on,
up.
bruv. Let me say
Personals
something,
don't
bro.
mean shit.
Let me say something, bro. Let me say something, because it's like the way Sir Faz is describing man's relationship with Respect. It's like, bro, you better kind of deep, cause like obviously
you be listening to Raj too much, haven't you? You haven't you?
About what?
I'm not about like that, man. I'm not about like that, man. Nah, bro, I'm only joking, man. Really, man, chill, man. I'm just saying, yeah, he's your brother, isn't he? Okay, so you know sometimes. No, but he's doing it.
Funky, man.
Like you've known him a lot. You should know by the way he talks, the way he acts. Yeah, I don't think he's a
But you just said you're lying.
If you think yeah, exactly. There you go then. So you're right then, isn't it? I'm okay. If you think I'm lying, okay.
You better punish them, man.
No, that's
according to you guys in the G block, yeah, whether I lie or not, it makes no difference.
Just get him,
I'm not gonna get punished according to the G block.
All right, James, listen.
Big up.
Get him now, innit, bro? Because like, I was trying to be cool with man, innit? Yeah, trying to take it easy with man, innit? But I'm gonna let you get him now, still.
But you said you're lying a minute ago, Faz. You literally just said that. You said they're both my brothers. If I had to lie to protect my brother, I'll do it. Are you saying that or not? Are you changing your mind now? Or
Yo, Veli, listen, I'm going to jump back in 1 second, yeah, brother. I'm just at the bank. Give me 1 second. I'll be back in a minute, yeah? 1 second, I'll be back.
All right, cool. Freddie, yeah, bro. Fred, don't let him shift the focus and make it something emotional. It's not emotional.
Nah, I'm not. Yes, obviously, question him down. Do what you got to do. Give him that question time, innit? But what I'm saying to you is, it doesn't. When you get down to the last question, it ain't gonna matter anyway. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying.
Man, get grilled on here for all type of idiot stuff. Like nothing really matters. All of it, like you said a minute ago.
Yeah, you're right.
More than all of this.
You're right.
But we're saying Ras 26 or 27 times online and said, no, I'm not a Muslim. When people are, I think I've asked him for banter, but I've never asked him like seriously. And he always says no to people. This one's saying he has done it, and he's saying it to man's ops. Yeah, for example, not real ops, but you know, this online bullshit. Why wouldn't you tell us then? So if you're gonna tell them with bare passion, yeah, bare whatever in your chest. So we're just saying, oh, are you telling the truth then?
Why can't you tell the man them like that? I know what you man are saying.
They keep typing in the chat, yeah, arts respect, yeah. But when Ras jumped on, what was the first thing we did? We said, oh, Ras, well, go on for this. You're supposed to take your shahada with Sir Faz. And then he was like, he just said, he just said, rah. I'm going to load up the cannon now. I'm loading up the cannon now and blah, 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 blah. You get me? So he didn't say, yeah, I'll take my shahada or not. No, he just didn't say he was a Muslim, fam. And
If Faz is true, if Faz is telling the truth, oh my God, I'm trolling Respect for the foreseeable future.
Like, at the end of the day, fucking, if he was to take his shahada, it wouldn't be nothing like new, innit? It wouldn't be no fucking revelation or that you never saw coming. You know what I mean? Because the fucking man is virtually a Muslim anyway. Because we live with them. We live with Somalians, innit? And they're on their deen, innit? You get what I'm trying to show you. Like, man's just, you get me, normal with it, innit? Man ain't trying to, you know what I mean, fam? Like, man's rest, obviously, but man's just, you get me? I don't know what he's on. I can't speak for him, innit? I don't know.
He's a wrestler, man. I'm not really business.
I'm just saying, man, live with so much different people, fam. Like, live with them. Like, man can just come to Ras's house and you don't have to leave. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh shit, Cosmo, oh God.
Oh yo, I really quickly though. What last?
What's that? He's recorded the call. What's that?
I lie.
Hey, you ain't never gonna get away with that, you know, fam.
I know.
Recorded ass. What are you saying, Cos? What are you telling me, man?
Yeah, I mean, I asked him directly, innit? I asked Ras directly. I didn't get an answer, so I was just following up on Sir Faz's kind of statement that he made, innit? So he put it out there, so people are asking, innit? So.
Yeah, good luck to them, man. Good luck.
Listen to the point that I was going to make, though. Yeah, listen to the point that I was going to make, though.
Because I swear,
the main point.
No, but
wait, Freddie, listen. Right, it's like you're not even going to let me make the point. But listen to the point. The reason why I'm making this point, yeah, is because on numerous occasions, yeah, like man will ask Ras stuff on WhatsApp and behind closed doors, innit? Yeah. But on numerous occasions, my man says, bruv, I don't care if you ask me personal questions in public on my YouTube channel or put it out on YouTube so I've got something to answer back to reply for, to load at the cannon for the next day or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, that's it. It's really and truly, yeah, man would only ask man in private, innit, if it was a thing that say Ras was
most definitely
about it and then be touchy and shit like right.
Yeah, no, most really definitely.
Man's my actual friend, innit? Like it's not like a friend of me.
I just think he come on there the other day, innit? And man said if he was gonna take his shahada, it's definitely not no online thing, because obviously I know Ras, innit? We know imams in real life, innit? So why the fuck would man go and do some online bollocks with Sir Faz? That don't make no sense. Who is he? Like, no disrespect to him, obviously, but
Freddie, that's what I was just saying. Before when Mo come on, I was like, of all the people, yeah, that's why I not again, no disrespect to Faz, but I doubted it because why man saying at some weird opportune moment, like from what I heard in the video, I don't know what actually that's a good point. I don't know what time period it's from, but there was that Walla Walla guy, and the Walla Walla guy was saying whatever. And Faz was like, you can't do that. He's your Muslim brother. A man said about Muslim, he's a kafir, bro. And the man said, no, whatever I told you, wallahi, he's taking his shahada with me. It just seemed like some weird. I was like, bro, if that's the case, yeah, why would you say at that time? Why wouldn't you like? Because I feel like you're sabotaging a man. Because if it is true, and come on, bro, I ain't got no problem with it. Same way, like Ras defends Islam anyway, so it's not like no problem.
See, religion's like racism anyway, though, because listen to did you hear what you just said in that thing? Yeah, if man weren't a Muslim, yeah, it didn't get, man was like, so what if I diss him? Rah. Now man's a Muslim. It's oh shit, sorry, he's my Muslim brother. I can't diss him. I have to be friends with him. I have to love him and hug him and kiss him.
Yeah, it's a good point, man.
Squeeze him and all them sort of things. Then we're gonna pray feet to feet and back to back, and we're brothers. And blah blah blah.
Why do you think I'm not involved? Why do you think I'm not involved?
It's bullshit, bro.
These are reasons why I don't go church.
I'll never sign up for that. I'll never sign up for that.
These are reasons why I don't go church.
That's the main reason I'll never sign up for. Because I'm like,
why do you think I don't go church and I'm not involved? Why do you think if I want to speak to James Jones, I'm not going to his son.
Man hard, yeah.
I'm not going.
The next thing you know, man can say a couple words, yeah. Put on a suit that looks like your suit, and now we're best friends. What?
Brother, it's hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy at the highest level. But what I'm saying though is, if I'm going to check you, Vel, I'm not going to check your son. I'm not going to your advisor or the person that thinks he knows you the best. I'm going straight to you. If that makes sense. You get what I'm saying? And that's the relationship I got with God. So I don't need a middleman or no third parties.
Can I
I go straight to the big man himself. You get what I'm saying? And get all my answers.
James, may I say to you, bro, like, if you listen carefully, like if you listen to Ras carefully, I think you get your answer. Like me, like I listen to what a man says, innit? And to me, like
he's always says he's a Rasta, innit? The only thing Rasta always talks about that is a Rasta, innit? So,
that's good.
Whatever, but carry on anyway. Carry on.
That's the thing though, because man was asking the person who was confident to say it to someone that, like, for example, if you tell anybody that I don't like, if me and you are right, and you tell anybody I don't like something personal, about me, I've got a problem with you. You're chatty. Why are you talking about business to someone I blatantly don't like? I don't like that person. Why are you telling something personal about me? If my brethren asks you a question, not in my brethren, let's say assume Veli and Freddie are definitely his brethren and maybe not me, for example. But let's say them man have asked him a question because it was Veli that asked him a question, and you're like, bear stuttering and
why are
you saying they're enemies then?
James, I was saying why. It wasn't even like I was saying why did you say that? It wasn't even like did he take his shahada or whatever. I was saying like why did you say that in like to Walla Walla and Zabida, like obviously everyone knows that it's part of the divisive label. This is what I was. This is the I swear down here. This is what I was trying to ask. Is that why did you say that if you already know that everyone's trying to make up rumors about man being a Muslim or so and so, this, that, and the other. Why would you lie and make up a thing saying that you took his shahada with him just to fucking stop more people who are arguing? Ain't that going to cause even more shit? Like,
Yeah,
man's
I agree with that.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I
I
agree.
think
even,
But I'm
cause
saying,
even more,
I know what Sir Faz means, you know. Hey, Phil, I know what Sir Faz means, you know, because it's the same way how enough of our brethren feel, innit? I don't even want to put no names in the mix, innit? But I'm telling you, I got a brethren called Mo, and there's nothing that there's nothing in his mind that says Ras ain't a Muslim, innit?
no, he's talking about harder though, Freddie. He's saying
So I'm not. No, I'm just saying, Sir Faz. I'm not trying to make excuses for Sir Faz, innit? Because he can come on and say what he's saying, innit? But I'm saying sometimes I've met like a guy, and I know that he would be a good Rasta, innit? I know, like he's got all the traits of a Rasta, innit? Like the way he moves and the way he's dealing with himself and self-reliance and all this. You get what I'm saying? He's got the real traits of a Rasta. You get me? In my hearts of hearts, I know he'd be a good Rasta. That's what basically Sir Faz is saying, innit?
Yeah, man.
Like what a lot of other people are saying, probably. You get me?
I think to throw it out there at that time as well, I think it's a bit wrong to throw it out there at that time, especially.
This rumor's been going for 2 years, so we don't even know where that clip's come from. It could have come from
No,
2
but
years
Freddie,
ago.
it's not a rumor, bro. He said to somebody whose respect's up that he's taken his shahada. That's not a rumor. He made a positive claim.
To them, good luck to them all. God bless them all.
Yeah, I guess that's why he's on the run, innit? And that's why it's hard to pin him down on it, because I think he might have realised his mistake, because it just found something that's a bit negative. Because like it's better to go to the man, or it's better the man himself comes and says, you know, what he is.
Yeah, but it's not like we were talking about it, bro. Faz just jumped on. Yeah. I tried to speak to him about it last night. He started moving bare sketch. Then I messaged him and I was like, yo, what going? What's this? Like, I literally had to end it with, he kept saying, what does it matter? What does it matter? I was like, cool, one of you is gonna look like a liar then. Cool, say no more. Yeah, like whatever. It's not that deep.
Yeah, that's why for me it's quite funny, like chasing Faz around, trying to get the answer. It's funny just to see how
James, in my mind, I know you'll be a good management. Like you'll be good at management in my mind. I know, like I've got a position in my just the way you speak, innit? I could maybe get you to obviously be a bit more assertive on the staff and that. You get what I'm trying to show you? Like, no, just in my mind. Like the way I could picture it all panning out. You get me? You'd be a fucking good manager. And I think you've took your manager shahada with me in my business somewhere. If I get a bit more money to pay you. Do you know what I'm trying to show you? So that's all what's happened. That's all what's happened. You get what I mean?
Yeah, but I think what Veli just said is very important. Like everyone can pretend like, oh, bro, it's internet world, man. Man does still with the real world. But the reality is, you know, everything that's been going on with Ras, yeah, that's like everyone tries to stick it on him. Like, oh, you apologize for Sunnis, fam. You're this, you're that.
The man himself is here, isn't it? Salam alaikum, Sir Faz.
Huh?
Salam alaikum. You want to clear up this? Go
on, Faz.
Understanding that we have here.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off. Peace to the brothers, man. Love to everybody in the house, man.
Yo, big up Freddie, man. Every time, bro.
Every time, my brothers, man.
James Jones. All I'm gonna say, listen, the man's on a journey. Leave him to be. And if you guys think I lied, then leave it at that, innit? Okay? That's the best way to look at it.
You're moving sketchy, bro. What's with all these sketchy movements, bro? What is this?
Yeah, well, listen, okay. Listen. You don't need to give me no opportunity, man. I'm in the G block, man. I don't need opportunities, do I? I say how it is. All I'm saying is, yeah, by me lying, if it brings peace to two people, so be it. Okay?
No. Yo, this is an English channel, bro. This is an English only channel, bro.
Listen, I just told you, innit? Yeah?
That's the thing. You didn't actually tell us anything.
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Hey, Mohib, are you allowed to say wallahi if you're lying?
You know me. I don't use the word wallahi, because wallahi, you're swearing by God, innit? And if you lie in the wallahi, it's like you sold your faith, innit? And the amount of people I've seen like sell their faith like on that, I don't think people take it too seriously, and that's a problem. To me, that's a
So
problem.
what do you think about what's going on here then? Do you think someone sold their faith, or you think someone's taking a shahada?
Like regardless of what Sir Faz says, like I look at like what the man says in it, and it's quite clear to me like that. Look, man, you can call yourself an apple, it don't make you an apple, does it? So like I look at the fruits of a person, like what they're really trying to kind of convey, and I label people the way I see it. So there's a lot of people that I'll label Muslim, you know. Like even you, bro, you got a lot of characteristics, bro.
Oh, I'm done. This is stupid now. No, cool. Say no.
You're not gonna get the answer out of me, mate. You get me?
You know what? Yeah, fuck this, man. Let's get off Raspberry nuts, man.
Yeah, this is
long. Man, they just come on this like in some easier business, still, man. So yeah, man. Funny, man. Man.
But yeah, violence, man. Of course it is, man. Of course it's justified to be used in anger. I say all the time, yeah. Like you see a lot of these arguments, yeah. What Ultra was saying, like the ones where people take L's, like where they lose and that. In real life, yeah. In real life, bare of these, like when it gets heated, or someone introduces violence, or someone says something personal and then goes, huh, "Why are you getting triggered?" Bro, you'll be asking why, like someone's getting triggered with a black eye, bro, and a broken nose more time. Like all this trigger stuff isn't funny in real life. Saying stuff to hurt people's feelings isn't always funny in real life. And also on the flip side, some people that are your intellectual superior is harsh, yeah. They can also beat you up. So
yeah,
don't think
but
you're dumb.
Because someone can beat you up, yeah. Is it justified that obviously we're talking like some fucking high and mighty righteous and all that sort of bullshit, yeah. But if you're that obviously this goes with what I always say, innit? Like might is right, innit? Yeah, because that's sort of how the world is running it. Yeah,
realism.
But like yeah, how's it? And then people have just made pretty laws and rules on top of the might is right, just to justify them being in the mighty positions and being able to do whatever they can do in it. So,
do you know that tune? 24 Hours to Live with it's like some all-star thing. It's got like Mace, Jada Kiss.
If you got 24 hours to live, just think, where would you go? What would you do? Who would you screw? And who would you want to notify? Or would you act deny that your ass about to die?
Big fucking tune. I think Mace's verse was the best still. Mace killed the track. But DMX said something like, geez, I can have to know the whole chorus. What savage. Yeah, no, DMX got a verse about like before he, like everyone's talking about bare fun shit to do, yeah, like, you know, this one, loved ones or whatever. And DMX's verses, I'll go to City Hall and take everybody with me or something, like, you know, to kill all the judges or something, like some crazy stuff like that, yeah. And now
your cameras on.
My mum was yeah.
Yeah, no, she was in the backtrack still, but carry on.
Yeah, no, but it's mad because I was saying that basically if you had 24 hours to live, no more laws apply to you. So you know when you think about it, it's like you see the law, it's not there to actually protect everybody, you know that, innit? It's to protect some people from other people. Yeah. But it's not like not everybody puts their trust in the law, or not everybody requires it. Like if everything was I said this to Ralph one time when he was trying to explain what real power is, and he was saying that people like you, I don't know, he's talking to me, would defer to like we need the police to keep us safe, like, you know, him on the far right. It's mad because the reality is if the law, if it's going to be you that's going to call the police, yeah, like if not, or if you was in a jail cell with me, like you'd work for me. If you was myself, you'd work for me. Like I'll tell you to do bad shit. Like if we didn't have a remote, I'll tell you to change the channel. Get up and change the channel, innit? Yeah, get off the top bunk and go change the channel. Shit, get off the top bunk and change it. Yeah, arsehole shit. Yeah, because might is right, innit? Because at that moment when there's no one to protect you, yeah, everything will be the threat of me beating you up. Like I'll beat you up if you don't do that. You don't do this and that. So of course it is, bro. Like I ain't trying to hear that. The only reason it's not like that is because people have a few safety measures and a few safety nets. So if me and you're like having a discussion or argument and no one else is around to protect you, and you know what I'm saying, you trigger me in air quotes, it's probably gonna end worse for you. Like you're not gonna win that discussion by triggering.
I wonder if violence.
But that's only a small battle though. Like still in the, and that's like if you're able to get away with no sort of details being exchanged, then you might be able to win with the might is right in that situation. But then the might is right can come back onto you, where they can go and get someone else who's got more strength than you, like the police, to come to you. You get me? To come and
that's what I'm saying, bro. Listen, in a debate setting, bro, violence is an idiot thing. It's an idiot thing.
No, but what Billy was saying earlier, like, suck your mum don't mean, like, what does suck your mum mean other than I want to fight you?
Yeah, but how, James, all right, if someone says suck your mum on YouTube, right, and someone says suck your mum in your face, are you telling me there's not a clear distinction there?
Yeah, but you keep talking about YouTube. Like, I literally said, I said you could trigger me on YouTube, it means nothing. But
no, wait, I missed the real life bit. Sorry.
No, I'm saying in real life, it doesn't pay to trigger people. That's not you don't win that discussion with them. If you really do, what are they gonna do? They're not just gonna go, oh, because you said this, I'm gonna say no. If you
wait, is it to suck your mum, or is it if somebody said, excuse me, sir, I'd like you to perform an oral sex act on your mother? Is that the same as saying suck your mum?
No, but for me, for example, it's like saying, say that again and I'll knock you out. Or, but you've had that, you know, when you're young and you're joking, you're ready to say, I'll knock you out for that. And you say, what? No, you won't. And then from it turns into a real fight. And then afterwards, you're like, how the fuck did I fight my brethren over nothing? But you're like, no, in that moment, it's like, that's a trigger. Like, everyone just heard you say you'll knock me out, but you won't knock me out. You know what I mean? It's like, so it's one of the ones where it's not the actual, it's like the intention behind the word. Or even you know, like the last time I actually clearly remember having a physical conflict, which has been years now, was some drunk guy talking mad shit to me, but I felt like he was gonna attack me. So you could argue that the words is what made whatever happen, yeah. But reality was what he said made me think, oh, if I don't do something, he's gonna do something. So it's like if someone said suck your mum and they're walking towards you, what do you think is gonna happen next? So if you knock them out, someone's like, "Oh, you get triggered so easily." When he said was suck your mum, but not really. Like
it's also the vulgarity, right? Vulgarity of the word, right? Because it's like me saying to you, like, "You've pleased me enough." That's the same as saying "fuck you," innit?
Say again.
It's like me saying to you, like, "You've pleased me enough," in a conversation. That's the same as me saying to you, "Fuck you," right? So I think the vulgarness of the comment, like
fuck, like sex, you fucking. I was thinking what he's talking about.
Yeah, you please me enough, like I've had enough. You get me? That's like saying "f you," like to me, anyway.
I guess.
So for me, yeah, like violence as a response is never like it's never called for, unless it's your original stance. If that makes sense. Because if it's as a response, then it's like if somebody's actually triggered you to be angry.
Yeah, I think violence. I think what's that phrase, like the highest form of resolution or something? I think violence is definitely. There's things sometimes that you cannot sort out unless
like when Shahid said, "I'll fight you at 3 o'clock," and it's already the next day.
100%.
No one can't see Shahid.
I'm gonna beat him up for that.
You know what? Yeah, I tell you what happened though, Ultra. Yeah, it's like every time you duck off though, Shahid tried to jump on like he was actually about on and there and shit. You get me? I'm like, what?
Huh?
You know?
Wait. No, I saw your message, and I jumped straight on, and when I got there, he was gone.
Yeah, no.
And then
he's pantsing.
Yeah, no, he's pantsing still, bro. But like, he jumped back on again when you went the second time. I didn't bother messaging you.
He's the cat, isn't it? He's crafty.
Oh, fuck's sake. No, to be fair, there was meant to be violence yesterday, but Shahid didn't want none, and therefore there was none. I mean,
Shahid
rest in peace, Shahid.
Inverted murderer, bro. He moves like an inverted murderer, bro. Tell ya.
You inverted.
Yeah, Shahid, rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. Rest in kitty litter. Just rest.
Oh yeah, hey,
Yeah,
Ultra, I want
imagine,
to ask you
no.
something, yeah. I said to you,
Yeah.
I said, sorry, you big up the Metropolitan Police, Ultra?
Did I?
No, I said, do you?
I don't big them up. However, because of the work I do, I do have to work. I do have to work closely with them.
How do you mean? Why?
Yeah, because like I do like safety seminars and they're sponsored by the Met, MI5, and Fire Brigade and TFL. Like, you know, when we had that spat of acid attacks and like, yeah, and all that stuff, I had to give fucking safety seminars to bus drivers around London and stuff like that. Yeah. Also,
Listen,
if there's
I
like
gotta jump off though,
like,
still quickly.
all right, cool.
Yeah, sorry,
If there's like suspicious packages left on the buses, like certain protocols, when I'm at work, mean I have to call the police. Also, if my home is burgled, I also have to call the police for insurance purposes. However, yeah, that's for all legal reasons, isn't it? Like,
no, yeah, but the insurance thing, I don't think that requires you to have.
No, you do. You need crime reference numbers and Of course, you do.
No, I'm saying I don't think it requires you to have some like affinity with them, like, you know.
I don't have an affinity with them.
Okay.
Yeah, but like I said, because of my work, I do sometimes have to work quite closely with them.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
I've reported many things stolen, so I don't think anyone has an issue with that. But for example, if you, well, I guess you would, innit? I guess if something something that you didn't have insurance on or that you didn't need to make a claim or get a crime reference number for, would you still call the police, like, just something?
I'll answer your question like this, James. Good sir. It depends entirely on what the grievance is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's logical, I guess.
Mm.
Depends, yeah. Like if it happened, for example, if I would always advocate though, if like your mom or your girlfriend or your wife or whatever,
or my nan,
them to call the police, if something like ever they felt,
yeah, of course,
told them, yo, call the fucking police.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, it makes sense, man. Do you know what I would say though? The only reason I'd even ever argue, like, when people say cops are the ops or whatever it is there are many good police officers, yeah, like good people that become police officers. The only way I can actually judge how good you are is if you see another police officer do something wrong and you report it or make sure that they're not a police officer no more. But the second you hide behind your badge, yeah, and you're a good person, but you condone the stupidness of other police officers, then you're scum too, and that's why man will call all of you lot ops. Do you know what I mean? And he's gone.
We gotta find a swine. Yo, jeez.
Hey, blessings, everybody. Big up, big up.
Yeah, yo, you lot feel free to get to have at the question of the day.
Hello there. How's everybody feeling today then?
Oh, Veli, Ultra wants in again. Ultra cut out. I'm great. Finest yourself.
Yes, I'm good. I'm good.
Hey, little Mohib.
Mohib, how are you?
How are you?
Mohib.
This topic is right up your street, I think.
Whose street?
Your street.
Oh, he's mugging it.
The energy is weird online today. What's up with you people?
Well, what? Can you not hear us?
No, I can hear you very clearly. I said the energy online's weird today. What's up with you people? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Why? What's wrong? What's in the John?
No, it's just
in,
my opinion.
No, but like what have you heard that's like made it weird? If I
Nothing, man. It's the morning. Everyone do what they feel is best for them, man. Serious.
Fair enough. You want to answer the question? What do you think about that?
No, you not go first, innit?
No, I literally, that last segment was me just waffling about it. So I've gone through. I think violence is okay as a response. What about you?
Violence, really and truly, you shouldn't use violence. If you can refrain from being violent, that's obviously great for you. 250 billion gold stars. But some people, unfortunately, they do use violence. That is their way. That is how they justify dealing with whatever situation that makes them angry, to use violence. Belly, we know you got your earphones, bro. You told me yesterday.
So Islamically, right? Anger is depicted as like the kind of the redness or the blood that runs in your veins. So when you get angry, you know, you're advised to do wudu, i.e., kind of use water, sit down, lay down. So like, I guess that's why the devil sometimes is depicted as like a little red man. So like for me, like anger as a response is never suitable, because it's something that's caused, as opposed to something that's. I do agree with you, James. I think anger, like I think violence is necessary sometimes, but not as a result of somebody causing that in you. If that makes sense. So if somebody kind of initiates it, then that for me is wrong. It should more be a kind of a controlled sort of. Sometimes, you know, violence is inevitable, isn't it? So, and it's unavoidable. But that's kind of best kind of figured out when you're not in that state of kind of rage or anger, you know.
Big up everyone, yeah. Like for me, in it, yeah, on the question, like I think when you say justified, it's about perspective, right? Because it might be justified to the person, but not to you, or to you and not to the person next to you, innit? So like it may not be justified to everyone, but like I think violence can be justified with or without anger, right? Like you being angry doesn't mean that you're gonna now make the wrong decision on how, like you're not, you know. So just because you're angry, you still might be able to do the right thing, but obviously, you know, being calmer is gonna help you get a better decision. But being angry might make you more effective in your violence.
Yo, is that man like E Black?
Yo, big up, bro.
I agree. Kind of the anger can add to maybe a more effective form of violence. However, like I'm a true believer that like it clouds your clarity. You know, like 9 times out of 10, you probably would have done that if you weren't angry. If that makes sense.
I guess I'll chime in while I'm here. Is violence justified? I say yes in some situations. You get what I'm saying? Because I can remember way back when, this is years ago, when I was kind of locked up in juvie or whatever. I saw a guy who just kept picking with a guy, taking his mail, taking everything. Guy was little, and he got tired of it and just gave him everything he was looking for. And I think he was justified in that. You get what I'm saying? And this guy was huge.
Sorry. That's what I wanted to ask. Even though we can all agree that you shouldn't resort to violence when you're angry or any type of situation, do we understand that there are some times that maybe you resort to violence, even though you know it's not right, but it's like this is the only form that this person is going to understand violence?
I think most people on a day-to-day, they affect non-physical violence on people, you know, because that's much less frowned upon. But yeah, I think it's happening all the time, really, on different levels.
Yeah, people should be mindful. You see, the people that make the people angry, yeah, they should be mindful of what they say, and they should be more mindful. And I think, because I do think it's always the person that incites the violence that is the worse off. But what about what the person did beforehand to get that person to that stage?
Yeah, temperament is big. You don't know the next man's temperament or what's gonna push him. You get what I'm saying?
That's right.
Some people have a tolerance, like, oh, whatever. But everybody is built different. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it is what it is sometimes. So
yeah, some people just gonna get their ass whooped.
Yeah, that's the only way you gonna,
That's the only language some people understand. Ass whooping.
Exactly. And
don't make it right.
It don't, but it can get somebody up off of you real quick in certain situations.
Yeah.
It's like back in the day, somebody told me there's 3 types of people in the world, right? They said there's people that you can talk to, people that you have to hit, and people that you have to kill.
Yeah, most definitely. I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's how I've been running with that ever since.
Because there's some people in this world, right? You could literally knock them the hell out. They still don't learn their lesson. There's some sick, crazy people out here that they could be beaten up. They could go to prison. They're still going to come out the exact same. They're never going to change. They're still going to be ignorant. They're still going to be antagonizing and all of the above. Like, can we all say that we know of that can be true, or we know of people that can be like that?
Yeah, I think that remains true, like, regardless of who you are. But like, I think, like, in the heat of the moment, like, it's probably more easier to react and be violent. But when you kind of step away and, as you said, like, overstand, like that takes a form of kind of reflection and thinking. And then when you come back with a violent response, I think that's a lot more justified in many ways, because you've taken time to cool off. You realize that this person can't be spoken to in a normal way, or they're not budging, and then a violent response is, I think it's more justifiable.
But me being one of the biggest people online that has spoke of violence and putting violence on other people, I still can honestly say it's not justifiable. Some people might say, oh my God, that's so hypocritical of her considering, yeah. But I generally don't think it's justifiable. But if that's the way the person chooses to deal with their situation and they feel it's justifiable to them, then so be it. No one isn't out here to be casting judgment on other people's views and actions. Do you know what I mean? Even though people do that, we don't have the right to do that. It's not our place to do that. However, go on, James. What are you going to say?
No. Well, I wasn't directly responding to you, so you might as well finish what you were saying.
My trail of thought.
Yeah, like for me, when you were talking, I was thinking, because there's a battle, right? Sometimes between like the self, like being one, and like the self part of the collective, right? So for me, it's a situation. If I go somewhere where I don't identify myself as part of something, then I don't obey any rules that I have to. Like, I don't have to. You see what I'm saying? Or like, it's not in my best interest to obey in it. I just live by my own thing. But I think when you're moving as a collective, like, you kind of got social responsibility to, change certain things and not do certain things. So I think in that settings, it's a little bit different. So it depends also on the situation of the violence, and like, if it's within the community, or if it's just like everyone is for themselves and then you're acting it. Do you get what I'm saying?
I was gonna say though, obviously I don't know how much you heard, lady, but we me, Ultra and Belly kind of agreed.
Do you mind?
I said me. Sorry, what I me, Ultra and Veli.
No, you said lady.
Sorry, I meant to say finest. I've been fucking reading Lady D's comments. So, you know what I'm saying? She's been trolling me. But yeah, sorry, finest. Yeah, me, Ultra and Veli, we kind of agreed that. I don't think what I've said at least extends to online. Yeah, so online, I don't think anything should make like there shouldn't be violence because it's essentially just an avatar. But in real life, I think the term I use is triggered, right? And that means different things for different people. So some people are attempting to communicate in the language of violence, like it's basically threatening you. So of course violence is justified there. You can call it self-defense, but if you feel threatened in any kind of way and you hit someone first, some people might argue it's not self-defense, but I would argue that it's justified in my opinion, because that person has allowed it to get to that level. But what God, Jacob was talking about and that bullying, so bullying someone, so someone that doesn't want any kind of violent altercation and is not attempting to cause some kind of violent altercation, I don't think it's justified using violence. And what's the word, like someone who is not prepared to fight back and is trying to get you to be violent, but essentially to make you take the fall, I'd also say it probably isn't smart to be violent. But there are genuine situations in life where, I don't know, be it pride or clash of characters or whatever, where I do think just where violence will provide a resolution to that issue, innit? Or whether it's letting someone know can't do that, someone who's threatened you can't threaten me again, or like two mates that at this point it's not really about conversation anymore. It's just both frustrated with each other. You get me? You fight, you get off your chest, and then you're cool afterwards. There are situations where violence provides a resolution, but not online. Online is all just stupidness.
I think the brother E touched on something quite interesting. Like he spoke about like we have more sense of responsibility when we are representing ourselves as part of a group, and I wonder what that says about us as individuals. Does it mean like we're a lot more selfless, i.e., quicker to throw ourselves into kind of altercations when it comes to violence? Or I think that's quite interesting to examine.
Yeah, that's true. Even as a parent, right? Because now you got more responsibility. So certain madness that before you'd be like whatever, now you're like, it's not really necessary. Like I should just boom, 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 you know, and do that, and everything will be patterned, and you know you're gonna go home to your kids 100%. So yeah, there's that as well, I suppose. And obviously on the other side, like there's potential kids on that side, because when you got drummers, you're affecting the whole family.
So the less sense of responsibility we have, the more easier we are, or the more prone we are to reacting in a violent way. Then.
Man said violence never provides a solution. That's what I'm saying. We're talking micro level violence, yeah. But macro level violence, of course it does. Well, or of course it has historically, innit? Of course it's led to resolutions, it's led to treaties, it's led to armistices, it's led to alliances. You see what I'm saying? So it's led to prevailing ideologies that have served humanity better than their predecessors. So it has, but so I'm saying, I think oftentimes when it's misused, we focus more on the misuse of violence than we do when it's had some kind of positive effect, because we attribute the positive success to things outside of the conflict. But the reality is, like, human beings by nature are hierarchical creatures. But how do we establish hierarchy? You see what I'm saying? We have to establish hierarchy some way, and oftentimes, unfortunately, violence is the best currency and the best method of establishing the top dog, for lack of a better word.
But as civilized human beings, especially online, and who, you know, we do encourage discourse, obviously. Like, isn't that anti to what we're trying to do here?
But why?
I think. Go on, sis. But yeah, Max, something mad so. But yeah, on what you're saying, yeah,
Go ahead.
I think it would be good to highlight some of the situations that you're talking about where violence has been has led to solutions. Then that would be more the other side to what you're saying.
I just believe at this stage in my life, bro, you would have to do something really to get me to that point, because as you get older, man, a little bit older, you got to think about what you got to lose. Is it really worth it? Now, some of the options off the table, like if you mess with my daughters or something like that, then yes, that's.
But what if you
off the table.
that God of Jacob, yeah? Like you said, your initial opening was you've got so much to lose, yeah? So you should
Right.
think twice. So now put yourself in a situation when you've got so much to lose, but somebody messing with your daughters. Would you say you're in a catch-22?
No,
So
it's
what are
just
you
lost.
in?
It's gonna be lost then.
Simple.
Again, I didn't hear you.
I said not really, because if you do something to my children, I got 2 daughters in their 20s. If you do something to them, then whatever I had or whatever I think I got is just gonna be a loss.
So can I just quickly say, yeah, I mean, so I imagine most Europeans would argue that the defeat in the Nazis, World War II, was a positive use of violence, and that it shaped the world for the better. That would be their argument. I guess for Black people, any sort of slave rebellion, any sort of revolution, any sort of military struggle for independence for a nation, all of those are examples of when violence can or has been beneficial, or if successful would have been beneficial. And on the opposite, for any of these supremacist movements, quelling any rebellion, the use of extreme force and violence has been beneficial for them, both financially, ideologically, to promote their hegemony. We look at like religious or theocratic revolutions. So if you're a Shia, or if you're, you know what I'm saying, or if you're anti-religious, then any kind of religions or any government-assisted religions. If you're a communist, any kind of insurrection or any kind of revolution is beneficial. Bolsheviks, so on and so forth. So yeah, I mean, depending on your ideological persuasion, of course, violence and conflict is beneficial, and has been, and people would argue has been, and people venerate and idealize and lionize those people that have took part, the combatants, if you like, the war heroes, for that very reason, because the stand has been beneficial to them.
Great point.
Yeah, but like history has its own kind of view of things. Like liberation war is one thing, and fighting for the captivity of another human being is like, I think history has its view on things, doesn't it? So although there are two sides to a coin, there's always like an oppressor and an oppressed, surely.
Precisely, man. Precisely. And as we know in the world wars, sometimes you just want to test your weapons, isn't it? It's a good way just to know who's in charge, who's got the best guns. But
one is right and one's wrong. That's like the moral of it, surely. So
yeah, but it's human nature though. We're all doing the exact same thing in all of these conflicts. We're just establishing a hierarchy. And then ultimately the sad thing is it will be challenged again. That's why we can almost bet there will be a World War III. You know what I'm saying? We can almost guarantee it, because it will be challenged.
That's like a grim view on like peace, isn't it?
Like, yeah, but I'm not clouded with religion, and I'm not clouded by this idea that the universe is inherently governed by a good, like a positive force. Like, you know what I mean? I believe some people's good is bad, and vice versa. So the reality is it's an inevitability, because it's our nature. Because there will be a realigning of the power structure at some stage, and whoever maintains the power structure currently will be reluctant to let it go. So you will get some kind of pushback. That is just the case, unfortunately.
You're saying that harmony exists, although like it's the animal kingdom, isn't it?
Well, it depends what you say is harmony, because there's people being raped and murdered right now, just in another part of the world that we're not privy to, or probably in this part of the world that we're not witnessing. So You know what I mean? It's harming to us.
See, like systemic oppression, yeah? Would you consider that violence?
Yeah, manifests in forms of violence, isn't it? But when you say it, do you see it as violence? Like you mean like literally violence, or do you mean like is that like a method? Like, could you argue that's like a
That's
like,
yeah, like it's an attack, right?
It's definitely an attack. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
People are dying.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, I'd agree.
So, like, you know, I'm thinking in that terms because, like, yeah, some people, like, if you're dealing with violent people, sometimes violence is the only way to get rid of them. Like, obviously, you have to use intelligence, strategy, tactics, and all of that. But in the end, like, sometimes, yeah, it's like the guy said in the third person.
Yeah.
So if we run with that, then in many ways, what you're saying is that, like, some of the smaller battles can kind of be overlooked because whether you like to be or not want to be a part of, there's always a struggle.
What do you mean the smaller battles can be overlooked?
Like, for example, me having an argument online is unnecessary if you consider the bigger picture, which is I'm a part of a struggle, whether I like it or not.
But because I'm very and it's interesting.
It just can't hear you know.
So you have difficulties, technical.
Yeah, maybe I don't know if your mic is moving or something.
You guys hear me?
No.
Can you hear me? Now, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what happened there. So now I was saying, I'm listening to you guys. It's very interesting. However, the question of the day, which I haven't really heard anyone elaborate on properly, is using violence justifiable? Can you justify using violence?
I think where the conversation's gone, it's gone to a place where it's inevitable. Violence is inevitable. You know, like whether you know that you're in a struggle or oppression or require emancipation, you know, you're part of something. You're part of a violent struggle, which is human nature.
And I say yes, it's to a certain degree. It's always for me situation driven. Again, I think it was Ultra gave an example where somebody's breaking in his house. It's anything else. It is what it is, pretty much, to summarize kind of what he said. So he's going to exercise strength to the best of his ability to make sure you won't ever come in his house again. So he's justified to me.
Yeah, there's levels, right? And it's all about what people feel comfortable with, right? Because say somebody steps on your shoe, are you justified to be violent towards them? No.
Yeah, if your shoes are £300, yeah.
Some people will say yeah, some people will say no, and then say, okay, you ask them now to clean it, and they say no. Now are you justified? Does it change it? Like, you see what I'm saying?
So can we agree that seeking out violence is probably not sensible?
Like sometimes it is. Like, you know, like you always want you.
I will say this: if you step on somebody's Jordans over here, you might get fucked up.
You know what? You know what's important in that, yeah? You know what's important in that, yeah? I remember, you know the rapper, Frisco.
Always in a fucking rush.
Yo, Finest, you're not on mute, babe.
The dreams weren't like that. Let me show you how they were. I'll show you how they were. I haven't even touched them.
Yo, Finest, you're not on mute, babe.
Stop just saying that I've done something.
Finest, finest. You need to go mute, babe.
You check your hangouts there.
No, I'm not.
Don't tobacco online.
James.
Yo.
I sent you the thing for the book club, yeah?
Hold on.
Well, Ultra, are you in or not?
What? Say it again, brother.
For the book club, are you in or not?
Ultra, me to shut up.
Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Hey,
Make sure
Evan, give me 2 minutes, yeah? Give me 2 minutes. Look at this, bro. He's got fucking
make sure
everywhere. It's killing me. Hold on, one sec.
Another one.
Yeah, I'm off mute. Good. At least you can hear what's going on in my house this morning.
Yeah, I've got the little one in the headlock right now. I'm about to do a suplex.
Oh yeah, I see it. E.
Yeah, so boom. Getting ready to get that.
Okay, so what is that? Like a website, yeah?
No, it's an app. Boom. You download the app and then you're in.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm on my laptop now, so when I'm gonna grab my phone.
But it's a website as well still. Like basically they got a lot of documents on there, right? So if you download the documents in the app, it will be in the app. But if you download the documents on your laptop, it will be like PDF or whatever type of document it is.
Oh yeah. No, it's to be honest, I downloaded a few books onto my phone. Yeah, it's a bit hard to read on your phone. I ain't got a Plus. I got like a regular iPhone, but it's a bit hard. But it's sick. Like the convenience is sick. Like whenever you got a little couple minutes and you're out and about, you can just get me. It's when it's on your phone. It's hard still.
And this one's got enough audiobooks as well.
Yeah, audio. Do you know what it is? I don't think I've ever listened to audiobook in my life. So it'd be good to try.
It's popular, man. But the only thing is, if you try to listen to it while you're doing enough things, retention is going to be low.
100%. That happens when I listen to podcasts and that, and I'll go for a whole half an hour in my own thoughts doing whatever, and I haven't listened to a word of whatever's on the fucking thing.
Yeah, man. So like taking notes, it's definitely helpful in it, because over time, and especially if you're going through a lot of information, like you want to be able to go back over it. But yeah, so boom, that's what we're gonna be.
All right, I'm gonna download that today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was what I was gonna say. Do you know what it is though? It's how people react in it. If someone steps on your shoes, I don't think that's a reason to beat them up. But if someone steps on your shoes and you look for an apology, and let's say some madness ensues with like them being disrespectful on top of that, I do think there is a justification. Obviously, depending on the nature of the discussion you have after, and I'll contrast that with. I remember one time, someone famous spilled. I mean, obviously, you could argue they have money, right? But I don't know if they actually do have money. It's not like real famous. Spilled a drink on me, and my initial reaction was going to be a bad one because, you know how it is, man. I guess I was young. I guess you call it clout chasing now, and the how nice that person was in response to spilling a drink on me. Let me not let me know, but in the future, if it sort of set the tone for how I feel I should deal with people if I make a mistake, if you know what I'm saying, or if I accidentally spill a drink on someone, if I step on their shoes or whatever, right? So if someone doesn't.
Don't you think those examples are very almost like, I can't think, I got a memory block, but like a silly example, basically, like someone stepping on your shoes, like that's just like low level. Like if you're gonna knock someone out for stepping on your shoe, that's just isn't that?
Yeah, no, yeah, but if someone done, like for example, if someone did that accident, like yeah, like if someone
stepped on your shoe, yeah, and they didn't care about it,
yeah.
Yeah, but you're gonna hit them.
Not necessarily me, innit? Yeah, but I say back in the days, innit, when I was like in school days, maybe, innit? Like you see what I'm saying? Yeah, obviously
I'll definitely cuss them. I'll be like, "Can't you effing see, or don't you know you stepped on my shoe or something?" But to say you're actually gonna put your hand on somebody for something as trivial as that, I just
But
feel
like now
like
we're grown, right? But when like school days, like putting your hands on someone, like or fighting, that was normal. Like it wasn't a thing like wow, putting your like man puts hands on me. It's like man, what do you mean? Are you mad?
I.E. Have you got Utes? You got Utes in it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine. It's your mother, yeah.
mm.
I don't
Well, you
always.
just heard me shouting because she's not
Yeah,
folding the
yes.
clothes properly. I'm pissed off every fucking time. Do what you're meant to do. Fold it properly. Stop fucking rushing. What are you rushing for? Simple.
You see, when I was younger, yeah, when the times when I first got my license, I must have been like 19 or something, 18, and I had a Megane, yeah, and and it like after like a month or two of having it, or maybe a bit longer, the lights were like super dim. My headlights, they were like super dim. So one time I was parked up on a road, and I pulled out like really slowly, and a car, like must have been like a Polo or something. A car came like kind of. They were kind of quick, man. They came kind of fast, yeah. And obviously because my lights were dim, they didn't see me, and they hit me head on, innit? Like so, whatever crashed. So it's some youth driving, and his baby mum, and the baby was in the back. So they've jumped out, and they're like switching that my lights were low, but where they've hit the front of my car, it's like they kind of bust both my headlights, so no one would actually know that like, both my headlights got bust in it. So I've apologized. He's like, "But where was your fucking headlights?" And I'm going, "I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry." He's like, "I've got my fucking baby in the back." Well, he was grown. I don't know, 20 in his late 20s or maybe early 30s, something. And his missus is bugging out. She was just weak. "I got my fucking baby in the car." And I'm saying, "I'm sorry, yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. Like I've apologized 100 times." And then and then he's called the insurance company, yeah. And the insurance company, and he's gone, yeah, the youth's admitting the mistake. And he was like, "You're admitting the mistake, I lie?" And I was like,
if you apologize at the scene of an accident, you're admitting fault.
All right.
Never apologize.
Yeah, listen. So then he's gone, "You're admitting fault, right?" And I was like, "Nah." And he was like, "Bruv, well, your headlights not dim." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" Bruv, this guy hung up the phone. He was going to fucking kill me. He was going to actually kill me, yeah. Now, in hindsight, he was definitely justified in his violent attempts.
30 minutes time.
Hang on a second. I noticed you said the word attempt. That has connotations to the story. What are we saying? He didn't succeed, no?
Forget the last part of the story. I just now when I used to tell the story, I used to tell it like, "Oh, this little pussy will try to snitch on me." But in adult life, now I tell the story out like I would kill someone if they technically like I didn't. He was going fast as well, innit? But technically, yeah, I did what I did was wrong, innit? And it's not the fact, because if I had apologized for my mistake, which was an accident, but my lights are dim, innit? I didn't intend to hit you or endanger anyone's life. But if you don't react accordingly, so for the example of a shoe or whatever, if you don't accept it's an accident and you're like, "I'm sorry about that, yeah, my bad, sorry," then I do think someone's justified in being angry with you, innit?
Not hitting. But where's the mindset
but
of
violence,
people that are like
bro,
that?
you can be angry. Anger doesn't always mean violence.
Yes, babe.
Like pregnant women, which you're gonna find out soon, James. Pregnant women are the most annoying creatures on the planet, and it makes you angry. It doesn't make you violent, though.
It makes you violent as well. Come on, bruv.
No, you can't be violent to a pregnant woman. Are you dumb?
No, not to the woman, bruv. The punch bag, innit?
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like you're talking about a woman. I don't know. I'm just saying, look. Pregnant women are the worst. Yeah, and it makes you angry, but you can't be violent. That's what I'm saying. So anger doesn't necessarily equal violence. Some people have cold rage. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Listen, it's them man there with the cold rage is the ones you have to look out for, bro. Yeah, trust me. They're the ones that will come and shoot up the church, man.
Oh.
Like, you get me?
That violence, yeah, definition in Google, yeah. The first one is behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. The second one, strength of emotion or of a destructive natural force. The violence of our own feelings. So, like, what I'm saying is, yeah, it's not always physical. Like, there's a lot of violence in people's households that's not physical.
So you're saying if it translates into, like, let's say psychological kind of abuse, that's a form of...
Yes. If it's destructive, I think it's like it's violent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I said I'd agree. It's actually the definition still now.
But I've seen a guy in a club, yeah, like he was like laid out in the middle of the club, Watford Destinies, and somebody walked up to him with a bottle, a champagne bottle, and went boom on his head, yeah, and it didn't even smash. It went boom off his head, and it was just because he stepped on someone's shoe. So like,
no, but that's do you know what? People try to do that, yeah. Some people are like that, but a lot of times it is exactly that. Though. It's the reaction, like it's the reaction, man. Like bare times I've gone like I've thought about things I did when I was drunk and I'm sober, and I'm like, blood, that is disrespectful. Like, how you gonna do that to someone? But because you're just out of it, it's shut up, fuck off. But in reality, you can't do that.
What about people? What about the people, yeah, that antagonize the violence?
Yeah, so that club was
antagonize.
Like, yeah, club was a good example, but that's where bravado is, isn't it? So that's where you're there with your mans or the pride to show. I guess.
Well,
when you got the time to think, then
no, you mean the person like is in finest, like someone's like trying to make
like egging you on, like basically like come on then, come here or meet me here or. Like, you know, you step on their, say for instance, you're the person that stepped on their shoe and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Because that's me. If I step on someone or knock them, straight away, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. It just naturally slips off my tongue. Quick time. What if they're like, what are you saying? What? Come on. Like, what if they're the one egging you on, antagonizing you? What about those people? And those people doing the egging on deep down in their heart, they're not on violence. They couldn't even barely stand up for them, like fight for themselves. They're more like going to call the police. What would you say about those type of people?
Yeah, I think even the police will allow you to I think even I remember my brother got de-arrested one time because he knocked out 2 crackheads that were like literally following him, chatting shit, and then he knocked them both out.
What did you say? De-arrested?
So he got nicked. He got nicked, and the fed who nicked him told him from he nicked him. He's like, mate, I'm just gonna do the search and all that. And he's like, I'm gonna tell these because obviously like I think he was like in a bully van or something. He's like, I'm gonna tell all of these what happened because like one fed must have witnessed it, seen exactly and seen them following him, and then but obviously my mate's not even like that, so it was just one of them things where it got on top and but obviously they were crackheads. It wasn't like a great achievement. But long story longer. He got like the Fed said, no, I seen them following you and harassing you. You get what I'm saying? So that is the law, even essentially justifying violence when someone's egging it on. Like, there's only so many times you're gonna say, go on, hit me then, and then you're gonna get hit in it. So that the responsibility is sort of in that instance more times than not falls on the person egging on the violence. Because why, like.
But on many occasions, have you seen like women who egg on men, like whether it's their partner or just people that know they can get away with it? Have you seen that before? Like women who kind of egg on, like me and my friend always used to say, like, see them women there, yeah, like sometimes in certain circumstances they might get a thump in it, and like my friend was always like, yeah, they deserved it because they're egging on in it. Like, how do you feel about that though?
Fine. Wait, are you talking about your male brethren's boxing up girls?
No, I'm saying, have you never witnessed like a woman carrying on extra because she can get away with it, and like egging on?
Yeah. But hear what I'm saying. You don't like. I'm not gonna lie in it. Like, I've got a thing against pedophiles and woman beaters. I call them wife beaters because I think that just sounds better.
Is that why you can't be a Muslim ultra?
Oh,
sorry,
Gee, Jay, you're going to hell.
Ultra.
Yo.
Say like there was this like 5'10" MMA chick, yeah. She punched you in your face, yeah.
Yeah. But how do I know she's MMA or not?
Because she's
got the gear on, yeah, everything.
Wait, I'm not gonna lie. This is the thing, yeah. Hold on. Wait, one sec. Oh, this boy. E, hold on one second.
Hey, you know why you're a pro, yeah? Because that's what I always say when these bitch ass niggas try white knight and be like, oh, never hit a woman. Like, bruv, there's women that will beat you up, bro. Stop chatting bad, bro. There's women that will knock you the fuck out, bro.
Bro, I'm not saying I can't have my ass handed back to me by a woman, but like my natural urge is not to physically assault a female. But oh fuck's it, James, hold on 1 second.
Obviously.
Yeah, I agree, man. Like me personally, no, like it's definitely not my thing, innit? Like I would never do that unless they was being violent towards man, and not even like okay, like man would just prefer to trip them up or something. You know, the ones there or get them in a hold. Like I'm not gonna like, you know, hit them or like slap them or anything like that. That's not my thing. Definitely not.
I think if they pose no physical threat to you, yeah, I don't think you should ever use violence. But if there's something that like if you need to if restraining won't work in that situation, then yeah, I feel like you should be able to, because it's not about man or woman. It's about it's about stopping physical harm coming to you. But that should be for men and women, like, or like for example, a male child. If there's a child that can't harm you, you shouldn't hit the. It's not about male or female. It's about if the person poses any kind of physical threat, innit?
I had the madness happen to me back in the days, yeah. When I say back in the days, I'm like, when man was about 13, 14. Like, there was one tomboy chick, yeah. For some reason, she was chatting shit to me, like, there, like, in front of their man and that. And I was just taking it, because I didn't want to do nothing, you get me, yeah? But it just didn't make sense that I was taking it. Anyway, next time, boom, man somewhere. And, like, everyone's getting a bit tipsy and da-da-da-da-da. And imagine she tries to come over and swing for me, blood. You get me? So from there, innit, I just start countered, hit her in the bush, and then laid out two of her bridges and kept her moving.
you know, I see what I'm just saying though, like, you know, even though you know, like, when shit's justifiable, it still sounds fucking hilarious, isn't it? When you're like, yes, it's knocked her out, like, yeah, fuck it, innit? Just.
And afterwards, we were cool. Like, you know, she showed me nothing but respect, and man was cool with her, innit? And all the other two as well was cool.
Respect, bro.
Yeah, I think you get away with it a lot more in your younger days because there's more instances. But when you're older, actually, I say that though. But I remember one time, some fucking, but like, not there weren't a fight, but some white chicks were just fucking ripping my brethren outside some kebab shop. And he was just so waved, he was just letting them chat shit. And there are instances in adult life, but it's generally surrounding alcohol and drugs, innit, when that happens. But generally speaking, when you're an adult, you don't really get into conflict with females you don't know, unless there's like drugs or alcohol involved, innit? And then you're probably not going to be that responsible yourself.
I think as you get older, innit, like for me personally, stuff like the Art of War, that kind of made me less into violence in a brutal form. Like, you know, obviously, like I'm saying, violence is happening on many levels. But in terms of, like, you know, fighting, like, and physically, that's dead.
Yo, I can remember when my sister, she was getting jumped by a whole bunch of girls, and I came outside and just started knocking them out. You know what I mean? I think that was justified.
Knocking them out, yo, fucking. But I feel you.
I said everything for me is situation driven. She was out there about 4 or 5 of them, giving her that work. And I was like, hold up.
Giving her that work.
Yeah, they was giving her that business. I was like, whoa, this ain't right. And that's my twin sister, so I was like, nah, this ain't even happening. So I went out there and evened some things up. Sometimes situations drive anger.
Yeah, I've been in a situation like where my neighbor, yeah, she has a daughter, right? Or not my neighbor now, but my old neighbor, yeah, and she was going to school, and she was just a little bit younger than me. But like she had some beef, like where bare of her school people came to her yard, innit? She's my neighbor, like so they basically came to my yard, innit? You get me? And fucking man had to go out there. In the end, it got resolved, but yeah, it could have been a situation where bare girls was trying to attack her, and then obviously man would have had to get them off and whatever would have happened, isn't it?
The worst one is, yeah, I always tell chicks, like, if ever something happens to me, don't help me. Like, if I'm fighting a man, or if I'm being rushed by men, do not help me at all, because that's the most violence I've seen against women in my life. Is when women try to assist in male conflicts, because you know what I'm saying, when people see red mist or whatever, like if someone's in the middle of a fight and you're helping, so you're essentially rushing that person, you ain't a man or a woman, bro. You're just an enemy combatant. You get me? So you get knocked out. And if obviously your chick is gonna want to help you, innit? More time.
You're bugging, bro.
Huh?
No, not me. No, like I'm saying, no. In the moment, I'll be able to differentiate in it, and like, unless there's some kind of like weapon that needs to be disabled or something, like man would really like refrain from that. But really,
you're getting wrapped up, yeah, by the man, just yeah. So just the man is doing a good job. Just the man is doing a good job, yeah. And then not only that, you got some chick kicking or punching you in your head. Then you get up, and she's like in the way of that you and that guy. We saying you're not clearing house.
Oh yeah, but you're talking about a different situation now, isn't it? Like you're talking about I'm being rushed by these two people. Like then yeah, man's gonna have to take them both out, isn't it? Like, but if man's able to take him out, though, I would prefer to just disable her, innit?
All right, but listen, but now you're snuffing him, yeah. You're the one, and your chick is just trying to help you. Imagine he gets the upper hand. He might just knock out your girl. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll just find a way to just kill him in that moment.
That's all right. So it's I always say like it's best for to advise like females, don't get involved at all. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If anything,
but at the same time, innit, if you're with your female, like you need to be able to diffuse that kind of situation.
100.
Can't be getting into madness and you're with your missus. That's mad.
100%. But the only reason we even gone into this is to respond to like it's never okay to hit a woman. No, there is bare times where a female, you could be justified in hitting a female. I don't think you can ever really be justified in hitting your wife or your girlfriend. No, that's a bit of
like there has to be like proper like conflict, like beef in it.
Yeah,
beef situation where they're fully in it, and no one's there. And even then, personally, like I'm saying, I would still try and exercise the most restraint that I can, but at the same time be effective.
If Amanda Nunes stepped on my trainer, yeah, even if she apologized, I'd still knock her out, just because if I did, that makes me the champion of the world.
I don't even know who that is, but I'm guessing.
It's not funny. It's not funny at all. She's like the greatest female UFC fighter of all time.
Hold on, James. If somebody was out there jumping on your sister, about 4 or 5 girls jumping on your sister, you wouldn't go out there and put in some work?
Hey, God of Jacob, I would knock every one of them out.
Oh, okay. Boy,
I don't have a sister.
Okay. No, I was just using hypothetical. I'm like,
yeah. I'm not
kind of making me feel bad.
Yeah, no. I'll knock every single one and I'll take pleasure. Sorry, what's it? With extreme prejudice.
My dog.
So what if you're with 3 girl brethren, and there's a man who's moving anti, and they pounce on him and they're beating him up? What do you do in that situation?
I help them up.
You don't have to help them out though.
What do you mean though? Like we're free.
They're dealing with him.
Hey, can I fight? Hold on. Ultra sent me something this morning. Yeah. Carry on, sir. I'm gonna read it to you when I find it, Mohib.
I have to leave him alone, isn't it?
But when is that?
So.
The guy who got beaten up was content over everything, by the way. Just letting you know.
Man got
reading his comments, you know.
He said, really let him get it, yeah?
Yeah, bro.
He was talking about, right, like the smaller stuff, right? Like whether that is now justified because there's much bigger violent levels, right? And that's something that personally I've like had to readjust how I move, right? Because before I used to be on like any act of violence, like in terms of once I feel it against me, then I feel like I need to react. Like, say for example, I could be sitting somewhere and then someone comes, sits next to me and they're making noise. Like, I would see that as an act of violence. Do you see what I'm saying? So like, say I'm on the train and someone's next to me on the phone and they're talking a bit loud, that's interrupted. Maybe I'm reading, like now I can't focus. I feel like that's an act of violence. You see what I'm saying? But
what if that person is protesting against higher powers? Like would you still see that as violent?
Yeah, the moment you're affecting what I'm trying to do, so that's like, you know, that's violence.
Do you remember when you obviously you're not allowed to now, but you remember when like everyone used to smoke on the back of the bus? Like people used to smoke on the bus.
Like I don't remember that stuff.
Huh?
No, I don't even remember that. I can't
no, like obviously it was illegal. You weren't allowed to smoke on the bus, but it's like bare people did it. Like adults did it as well. It's like it's one of the ones where if you wanted to smoke, you just move more to the back or whatever. And I remember man was smoking one time, and some fucking guy just lost it, bro. Like he's obviously stressed out anyway. There was a bag of us, and he just lost it and just literally just went on the maddest one. So I hear that still. It's sometimes it's not just youths, like, you know, sometimes you're just angry, or like, you know, people that I've never seen violence from that, but you know, like when you, I don't know, if when you're young you used to like play music on the bus, you know, and you put your phone where like in between the rubber and the window, so to make it louder, and some people are like, turn that fucking music off, stop playing music, you know. Sometimes when you just impinge upon into someone's personal space somehow, be it with music or whatever, sometimes I could just say it off in it instantly. Like,
yeah, it depends what your levels are. Or like, you know, you could be waiting for the train and then someone just comes and cuts right in front of you and you're like, what? Like, you get me? And then other people are just like, that's cool. Like, there was no real queue. Like, you can just go where you want. Like, and then that person might get the last seat, and now you're standing. Now your fatigue is going to be higher. That's violence. But now, like I'm saying, I don't really react to such low levels of violence because it's not really in my interest. But obviously, you need to just be able to maneuver in a better way, or even like to not like just to be able to communicate in a non-violent way. Before, like, you know, man would just be like, okay, you know, let it get to a point where it's just going to be a mad thing. But now man would just be like, yo, there's a queue there, you know, bro.
Yeah, I think honestly, yeah, I think I'm 100% with you. Like, that's exactly how I am. Like, to be honest, I don't feel like I've been too differently. I've never been like some violent person or whatever, but I will say that I can articulate well before and after the violence. And you see, after the violence, it may or during the violence, for example, it may appear that I've been the aggressor at times, but if I'm allowed to explain, and this is like literally what the whole thing is based on, is there's triggers leading up to violence. Like, it doesn't really benefit you to get hit in the face first to know that you're in a fight. You might know that you're in a fight before you're in the actual fight. Someone's pacing towards you with their with their clenched fists, fucking lip shaking, trembling like they're fucking full of adrenaline. I think you know what's gonna happen. So if you hit them there, someone can't argue, oh, well, you're violent first. Like, it's not about the first punch, if you like, or whatever, the first violent act. It's kind of about whatever the precursor, whatever leads up to it. So in an intelligent debate or in an intellectual debate, I don't think you should resort to violence. But if someone attempts to quote unquote trigger you, then and you react violently, I don't think you're always at fault. In exactly the same way, if someone was to like step on your shoe, that example you gave, and they were still acting aggressively afterwards, as opposed to claiming it was an accident or apologizing, I don't think it's not. I think it's justified if. I think it's justified if you take measures, yeah, that you believe as like protecting yourself in the long term or in your best self interest in that moment, innit? Like someone's, I don't know, man. Like I used the example of suck your mum, but suck your mum means more than actually the physical, like the literal interpretation of it, innit? Oftentimes, at least when I was young, it meant like that's the last. After that, it's we're gonna fight or whatever, or that I'm not gonna insult you. That's the worst insult I can give you because I want a specific reaction. So it's like if someone said he said something to my mom and to someone that wasn't from that culture, it may seem like that's a bit of an overreaction, but not always.
But even still, yeah, because it's just words. Like even if he said the worst thing possible, unless he's like able to actually manifest that into physical actions, then you're in a position to ignore it.
Yeah, 100. Veli, can you let Rob on?
And I think that's what happens, right? Selective, like basically choosing your battles. In some situations, it's not best to do that. You get me? So, like, say for example, someone says something to you in Speaker's Corner. It's different to if they say something to you around the corner. You get what I'm saying? Because around the corner, there's not loads of, cameras.
Yeah, 100.
So, like, everything was different. Like,
sorry, can I? Oh, sorry, go on.
So yeah, but have you read The Art of War?
Have I read The Art of War?
Yeah.
I think I've got it knocking about somewhere. I think I tried to read it once, and as you see like educational books or not basically fucking non-fiction, yeah. I found them impossible to read when I was younger. All I could read was like random fiction novels and stuff.
Yeah, because like in The Art of War, it talks about like when you're trying to capture a city, right? And it's basically talking about like laying siege and then like destroying the city is the worst way in it. It's best to keep it intact. So even with a person, right, it's the best not to, if you can get them on side without injuring them and having them being able to be fully useful, then it's best to do that instead of being violent and then injuring and then hampering the level of interaction you can have in the future.
100. Quickly, I just want to imagine man said Caroline Flack's man should have knocked her out. Maybe she'd still be alive today. That's a mistake. That's a mistake, yo.
Morning, lads. How's things?
Morning, Mr. Schmurder. How's your morning been?
Great.
Yeah, all good, man. How are you keeping?
Still alive.
The panel.
Still alive.
Yeah, greetings.
Using violence ever justified? Depends what you mean by justified, right? One is a legal justification. The other is a moral justification. In anger, right? I don't think it would ever be justified in anger from a moral position, but I could see how, and as far as I can tell, somebody in the chat was saying it wouldn't be justified in law purely on anger. But I could see how, and I heard you guys arguing that, hey, in certain circumstances, violence is justified, and I agree there are certain circumstances where violence would be justified, but it wouldn't be purely out of anger, right? And where it would be justified, it seems to me, is when there's imminent threat of violence to you or another. Then you would be justified in doing so. But I often hear, like, it seems to me at least, a conflation, and you guys can tell me what you think. One thing is what should be the case, i.e., what's the moral principle that we should adhere to. So is it morally good to ever strike out in violence based on anger? And then the other point that is often, seems to my ear at least, conflated is, hey, well, it's going to happen. but that's a trivial statement, right? To say that, yeah, there'll be certain situations where there's, I would say, low consciousness people or lower evolved psychological people acting in that state is a trivial statement. Of course, that's the case, but that doesn't bear on whether it's ever justified either morally or legally to use violence. And I don't know, I guess people are just saying that because they're aware that those things happen, but it's got no bearing on the moral question, at least. I guess we would all agree that a morally principled position is not to strike out in anger, unless people say, no, actually, you should be morally justified to strike out because you have some sort of anger, especially if it's words, right? You could understand somebody trying to strike out if there was some violence either upon themselves or somebody else, and that would invoke probably an angry state. But that's very different from anger, particularly with words or just on anger itself. And most anger is not violence related, in the sense that somebody, quote unquote, makes you angry, or you choose to feel angry rather. It's mostly words, right? We don't see in a civilized society most anger being generated from the threat of violence. So I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, but I think firstly, like the words part and the choice is very important in what you're saying, isn't it? Because everything is perspective, right? Like, you could be upset that your girlfriend left you, or you could be happy, right? Like, depends on what you wanna get from it. So in terms of the violence and how you perceive it beforehand and afterwards is important. Like for me, when I get in a situation that could trigger violence, or what I know could trigger violence, I think about the result that I want to get at that time. You get what I'm saying? And I think that's...
The other thing is, of course, and if you haven't read it, it's worth a read, right? Because as I hear some of the guys speak here, you guys, or some of you at least, are more used to violence in that sense, or you certainly were growing up. I had a few fights, but not many. And most of my adult life I've avoided. Not to say that I wouldn't do it, but I also realize I'm not an expert in hand-to-hand combat or whatever the case is. So it's all very well being quite macho online and saying how you'll take out 50 guys. But even if you read, for example, I got a great book, I could share it actually, PDF. If you've read something like Watch Your Back, right, by Jeff Thompson. He was a doorman, and he's got the story that's, just looking here, it's like over 400 pages, right, of the psychology and everything. He was kind of a scared guy growing up in Coventry. I ended up being a doorman and had 300 fights. He never lost a fight, but it wasn't because he was the best fighter, right? He had various reasons as to why that is. And if you read the book, it's an interesting read on psychology. But to take on somebody, right, you don't know how good they are. They could be a world-class UFC fighter, or they could be just a hard guy with a jaw of steel that no matter how well you hit them, they don't go down. And you don't know, unless you've been in a lot of fights, how good you are. So I think and he says, and maybe you guys will disagree, he says with every one of his 300 fights, there was a level of adrenaline. There was like nervousness involved. It wasn't like, this is easy, I got this handled, right? You just never know who you're going to come up with. So anybody saying, I'll take out 5 guys, in your mind, you'd want to, if they were like manhandling a family member, and so would I. But your chances are, very slim, unless you've got some weapon or you are a world-class fighter of some sort. So, that's the other side. People often think they're going to get to violence in the sense that the other person is likely to succumb to them. And they often don't think that it would be the other way around. Now, maybe it's the case in your experience that whenever you've been in violence, we have been on the lucky side of it, where the other person isn't good enough, or we're more lucky, or whatever the case is. But I think that's also a bit of a dangerous thing, because you just need to come up against somebody who's better, who's got a jaw of steel, and you'll take a severe beating, if not worse.
It depends, right? Like, it's about awareness, because if you can see that you're going to have a problem with someone early, or even potentially before them, or like, you're able to maneuver into a certain situation, you can be like, David with the sling versus Goliath with the dodgy eye.
And a lot of these guys, right, especially like the doormen and the professional fighters, they do this for a living, right? If you're going to do something, especially that's pretty dangerous, you need to be good, or you will be shown up. It's not like you can make a mistake at work, right, and you get corrected by your boss. You'll get corrected in a severe way. So people like this, and this guy's just an example, right? But he sort of he had the guy there called him Awesome Anderson that sort of taught him the lessons, right? He just thought this guy was amazing. And somebody once asked him, because his name is Jeff Thompson, it's called Watch My Back. It's the book he wrote about being a doorman and all the fights he had. And somebody asked him, well, what happens if you and Anderson were to have a fight? And he said, I'd run the 100 meters in less than 10 seconds. So you can be this, you can be an incredibly successful doorman, know how to fight, know how to handle yourself.
Speaking, can you let Veli, we got some people in the back. Brother Shifters wants to get on, so just calling out for Veli with your earphones. Sorry about that.
No worries.
But yeah, I agree.
Somebody asked him, and he said, "Hey, I'll run 100 meters." Because also, the better you are at something, the quicker you can see the ability of somebody else, right? Especially when they're in actions, right? So, and somebody being a tough guy who says, "I'm not afraid of anything," I'm not sure that's the case. And especially with people who are trained in this, who are experts in this field, and maybe somebody's adrenaline, doesn't actually pump, and that could be the case. But it's very rare that you can go in there thinking you're going to beat the other hell out of the other guy unless you know who it is. And like I say, even a guy like this who was an expert at fighting knew when there was somebody better than him, and he would be running rather than standing his ground.
Adrenaline is there for a reason, right? And in that situation, it can be beneficial. And I totally agree with you, innit? Like I was saying with James earlier, so, like we're able to pick our battle. So if you don't know, like when people are younger, right, who haven't had much more experience with conflict, and not just like in physical, but conflict in terms of arguments or whatever, because some people grow up and they're so unused to conflict that when people raise their voice, they get emotional. You see what I'm saying? So,
and there's ways as well, like this guy goes through the ways that he developed to avoid conflict, right? His thing was not to actually get involved in conflict. Conflict is a last resort even for people who know what they're doing, and especially doormen who are very experienced. They are very likely to beat up your average Joe on the street, right? They practice, they're in the gym, they get involved in fights, they know how to deal with it. But this guy also involved these techniques. One of them was called the fence. And actually, once his book came out and he became more well-known, Chuck Norris invited him over to the US to go and talk about this. It was like he's talking about in the book, like how this is a dream. He used to think of Chuck Norris, and here's this, like nobody from Coventry going over to talk about it. And there'd be the push, the shove, the loud voice. There's all these techniques that these guys, invoke to avoid violence, because violence is the last. Yeah, I mean, there's occasionally, and I saw one guy online who, in a video somewhere in New York, who really wanted to have a fight. That was all he wanted, right? But certainly most doormen that this guy talks about anyway, don't want to have the fight. They're obviously trained to do it, but it's not like the first thing. They're not going to punch somebody the moment somebody does, looks at them, because they deal with people all the time. But you never know, like I say, if you're going to come up against somebody like this, right? And then you run your mouth off. And it's normally the quiet guys, right? Those are the guys to really be aware of. The guy that talks a lot, why would you need to talk, right? Because people who know what they can do don't need to talk. Their fists or whatever will do the talking. So I'm sort of more cautious of people that don't make threats and so forth, that are quiet there, especially if you get in their face, because you never know. That might be the guy that knows how to deal with it. And, suddenly you just, next moment you're, seeing stars.
Well, I think both of them are like, the same. There's quiet guys that are on stuff, and there's loud guys that are on stuff. So I think you got to look at both of them the same in that respect.
I mean, violence should be the last resort. And certainly with regards to the question of the day, right? Is it justified? I see hard to be justified from a moral principle, just out of anger alone.
Not out of anger, but with anger, yeah. Like against oppression, I think then it's cool. Like it's easily justified, isn't it? To break bondage. But then you could talk about levels of bondage, right? In terms of mental and financial, and to what levels people should be going to free themselves from that. But yeah, I'm with you on a low level, on the pavement. I don't think violence is the way forward at all in terms of how we interact.
Yeah, somebody was saying here in the chat, what were they saying here? there's one or two people, somebody was saying here that there's one or two people that do lack fear. It's rare, but they exist and they don't announce it. Yeah, that's probably true. Some people's biological makeup is such that it doesn't, trigger the adrenaline, and you don't feel that. That's definitely can be the case. But again, I think with other people, certainly people I've spoken to that are experts, or some of the books I've read, even those people do fear it, but they fear it less because they've been down that road many times and have taken the knocks and so forth, and are quite confident in their ability against your average person, right? Even Mike Tyson today, right? What is he now? 50s, 60s? I don't think any of us would really go up there. He's much older than all of us. He's probably not as strong. He doesn't go in the gym anymore, but I think you'd be rather foolish to walk up there and say, hey, I'm going to take you on, right? You just don't know.
So Speaker's Corner, do you think violence is justified? Because I haven't heard your narrative on that.
Yeah, I said, no, I don't think violence is justified in anger alone, especially from a moral principle. And somebody in the chat was saying that
do you think
British law...
violence is justified?
Yeah, of course. But the question is in anger, right? But of course, there'd be times.
Why do you say that? What times would you say it's justified?
Most of the time it would be if there's imminent or current physical violence being perpetrated on somebody else. That would likely be the most relevant time to go to violence.
Okay. In retaliation, then you're saying basically.
Yeah, in defense most of the time. I mean, you could probably make a case for offensive violence. It would have to be a very strong case. I wouldn't rule that out, but most of the time it would be in response to some imminent or current violence that's being perpetrated.
Okay.
It depends who you're justifying it to as well, though, right? Because say if you're a nation and you're saying, okay, we want to do violence to this next nation because we want to expand, justifying that to the nation is quite easy. Or not everybody, maybe, depends on what everyone's ideas on it here, but justifying it to other nations might not be so easy. Or
why do you say justifying
it
to other nations be easy though, brother? Where did you get that from?
No, and then I didn't make the correction because they might not all be on the same thing. But if it is a nation that is looking to do that, you see what I'm saying? If it's like, okay, we're going to get this from it, we're going to get that from that, and we're going to grow and we're going to benefit in that terms, and we're going to win, then it's easier to justify it than it may be to a neighbor who may be thinking they might be next.
I think that only works with Western civilizations that are, they're intercolonization. If your civilization is an intercolonization, I don't really think that applies.
No, but it wouldn't be colonization, it would be expansion. Like, we're saying if a country was looking to basically incorporate that into the country. Do you see what I'm saying?
Brother, it's the same thing.
It depends on the methods, right?
Unless you're going to eradicate the people who were there and just, take the place for yourself, that would be even worse than colonization. That would be called eradication then, or purification.
All right, so say, for example, say there was a long war when the neighbors did something terrible to this nation, right? And now this leader's come back and he's basically wanted to do something back now for what happened 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, yeah? So now when he's come to his nation to explain what he wants to do and why he wants to do it, some more people might find that able to justify that than people that can't relate to that.
I got you, man. Some people, they just want to kill. They want to fight. They want to murder. They want revenge and stuff like that. Like, I agree with what Speaker's Corner said, though. I agree, like, in self-defense, I would agree that sometimes, violence may be the only option. If someone's being extremely violent towards you, they're coming at you with all sorts of, offensive activity. And the only way to stop them, you may not be able to physically restrain them. So at that point, violence may actually be your only option. It may be. I'm not saying it will be. I'm just saying maybe. But, in the sense of what you're talking, I think that violence is the option of people who, these people want to kill. You could use the excuse, well, these people done something to us a year ago or 10 years ago, or you could use Donald Trump's argument or one of the, the presidents of the world, or, the British government or any other government's argument. Well, these people, they've got nuclear weapons, they've got this, they've got that. So we need to go and we need to dispose of certain people. But the fact is, these people, they just like murdering. They enjoy it. Why do you think they got armies? You know, these people is in the army, yeah, they train them to kill. They're trained to kill. Yeah, it's like training a boxer. You train a boxer to fight in a ring. Do you really think that boxer doesn't want to get into a ring and fight? I don't think anyone's stupid enough to believe that. So if you're training these people to kill, do you really think they don't want to go out there and use their killing abilities? You know, they're training these people to use drones and, you know, different types of weaponry to kill people. Do you really think they don't want to test the drones out and use them? They're excited. You know, they may act a certain way. They may, like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that some of these soldiers don't get PTSD or whatever, but, you know, to me, that's just another excuse for your behavior. Because if you is mentally weak enough to go out there and kill someone on the behalf of someone else, that's your business. I ain't fighting no one's dirty wars. No, I don't believe in all of this killing people, man. I'm not about that life. I think obviously there are a lot of people who are about that life, and to those people, I feel sorry for you. I'll fight for you, man.
But in some instances, right? So, say for example, yeah, if you believed somebody was gonna harm your family, yeah, but it wasn't like they wasn't in front of them in this moment, but you believe that that was their intention to kill someone very close to you, like your immediate family.
Okay.
Would it be justified for you to then kill them, or you would, or
I don't know. I just explain that, my brother. That's the actions of a weak-minded person. If you can't resolve your disputes by using your intelligence,
sorry,
then
bro. You said some people like to kill, right? And say this person is one of those people.
if they're one of these people who like to kill, like I said, I pray for them. And you know, I've had people that's wanted to kill me. I've had people that's wanted to go at family members. I've been in that position. I don't know if you've ever been in that position, but you know, 9 times out of 10, I'm able to talk to people and get people to understand what they're doing and the wrong path that they're taking. Because not everyone's mentally as strong as I am, you know. So if they're
But what
mentally,
about, brother, when you try to big up yourself and you try to educate that person and they still keep going and they still keep on and they still keep on, what would you suggest then?
at that point, you know, there's many ways of protecting yourself. And like I said about Speaker's Corner, I agree with Speaker's Corner. You know, if we're just going to do everything in retaliation, we just become just as bad, you know. And I said it about myself the other day when I was on here and I'm arguing with the likes of Wanksky and who's the guy, who's that girl, sorry, I can't remember her name. Jupiter. I don't even really care about them like that. So I'm just as bad because I don't even care about them, but I'm here retaliating on them. And what I should be doing is, you know, expressing to them, you know, my opinions on why what they're doing is wrong and showing them that their level of intelligence is beneath mine and giving them a better way of handling things. Now, if I can't convert that person or control that person with my mental abilities, there's many other ways I can protect myself. I can move myself out of the area that they're in, so I don't have to see that person. So you could want to kill me, but you just don't see me. Oh, well, too bad. You know, maybe like 10 years from now, I see you again and you've forgotten about it. Who knows? But the point I'm making is there are many other strategies we can use. You know, we could, like I said, we could move ourselves away. Some people just call the police. The police can deal with them. Then you ain't got to fight them, you know. If you're a nation and you're being attacked by another nation, that's the whole point in us having the United Nations, because now you can do the same thing. You can call in the rest of the nations and, you know, get some backup, get some protection so that if these people do try to attack you, you know, there's a shield in your way, you know. And it's about shielding yourself more than it's about just attacking people, because their non-intelligence will shine through, you know. And once they ostracize themselves, it's like when I was at the park the other day and those 2 Hebrew Israelite brothers, they thought they were winning something by attacking me, attacking my friend, you know, making threats of violence, calling people names and stuff. But what they actually did was just ostracize themselves. So once I had broken down what they were saying and, you know, put them in their place, all I had to do then was just walk away, leave them to it. I don't need to fight with them. The girl that I was with, who they pushed here, she wanted to fight. I'm going to be honest with you. She said herself, I wanted to lick the guy in his face with the umbrella. I wanted to do this, I wanted to do that. But I know you're not really about that life, innit? If we're going to do anything, it ain't going to be on camera anyway. And we're not going to just do it just for the sake of it, just because they're trying to draw us out. So, you know, she's picked up on my energy as well. And she said, no, I'm not going to. We've walked away. We've gone to the other side of the park. When we look around, these two Hebrew Israelites are on their own talking to themselves.
Ostracized. Yeah.
So they did it to themselves.
But I think it's very important what Shifter's saying, yeah, is that me personally, because I'm still on a journey, so yeah, I do speak violence. It's people have heard it. I feel like it's justifiable because
you cut out for a sec, sis.
You not hear me?
We can hear you now, yeah.
Oh yeah. So what I was saying is I agree with what Brother Shifter's saying, in that when you do need to have certain people around you sometimes to bring you back down to that level, because myself, I'll use an example as an example. People have come for my children, so yeah, I've incited violence. Yeah, I feel that's justifiable. However, when I'm on a normal one, I sit there and think to myself, why did I let these people draw me out? Why did I stoop myself down to their disgusting bitter level? Like I'm ashamed of myself, but I still stand by what I stand by, which is the violence, because they've hurt me so much and pissed me off so much. I feel that is the way I should handle my business. But when I'm like now, just being normal and I'm not angry or I'm not pissed off, I do sit there and think, is it really worth it? I've got so much to lose, much more than these people that are talking shit about my child constantly online. I've got so much more to lose. But when you're still on a journey and you still haven't got to that end goal where you are able to just walk away regardless of words, yeah, because sticks and stones, innit? I do feel it's very important to have people around you to make you see clearly and to make you see like, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. But then even saying that, still having those people around you, if you feel passionate about something, it doesn't matter. They can't like stop you, if you understand what I'm trying to say. You'll still be able to recognize their right, but you're always going to go with how you feel.
Yeah, I rate you, sis, because at the end of the day, a lot of people, they like to think they're taking the moral high ground, but they can never admit to their wrongs. And that's why they'll always have the moral low ground, you know? And what we've both done, we've both demonstrated, is that we're not perfect. Like I said, you know, there's times where I will retaliate, and I'm not proud of that. That's not something I see as being good, you know? But in the same respect, you know, I acknowledge that it's something that happens, you know, and I acknowledge that it's not right, and I acknowledge that there's more intelligent ways to go about things. And as long as I acknowledge that and I aspire to that, you know, I can find my way to the moral high ground, where some of these people, they're never going to change. They're always going to be on their low level intellect. So we just got to leave them to it sometimes, man. Like, it's
No,
not
of
even
course.
worth it.
Of course, you got to and you know what I'm going to say with the violence thing, yeah? I'm going to give an example why it may be hard for some people to just walk away, because I think it's based on your environment that you was brought up in, your upbringing, you know, maybe why you might be able to walk away, or maybe why you might not be able to let, because I can walk away in it and I can see like, oh, that's just a waste of time, or oh, that's just that. But then there's certain things, yeah, because I'm still on a journey with myself, I'm holding it. And then when I sit back and reflect and I think, but why are you still holding on to that? Because you know X, Y, and Z are just arseholes. Like, you know that they're beneath you. Deep down, these people are beneath me. The bottom of my shoe is cleaner than these people. That's my honest belief. But because you might be brought up in a certain environment and you might have lived your life a certain way, it's hard to let go, because then some people look at it as, oh, now these people are going to look at me as a so-called idiot, or, you know, people like to say dickhead, because you let that slide. It sometimes when you come from an environment, it's not about what the person's done anymore. It's about the principle on why you still want to react with violence, because of the principle of how they've disrespected you. You're so pissed off, you're just like, nah, I don't care anymore. And that stems from your environment that you were raised and your upbringing. My personal opinion.
I think, yeah, communication is a big key to being able to be less violent in terms of physical. I do think, you know, there's like, as you look to use your intelligence more, there's much more ways to maneuver that could be also acts of violence that are not physical, that are strategical. But yeah, some people are quite destructive in it. So like sometimes you might want the destruction of something destructive, but at the end of the day, yeah, it's best to be constructive and try and not be around the destructive. But when the destructive is growing, then, you know, you're going to cross paths eventually.
Yeah. And that is the honest
times, though,
truth.
my brother, when you say we're going to cross paths eventually, a lot of what you're saying relates to fear. You see someone like myself, the reason I'm able to take the stance that I'm taking is because I've been around violent people all my life, and I've always been able to not necessarily manipulate, but to be able to get people to cooperate with me by using the correct wording. And the people who I couldn't get to cooperate with me, I don't have no fear of anyway. I'm not scared. I know 9 times out of 10, they're probably scared. Just like those 2 Israelites in the park. You know, the guy's acting like he's not scared, but I know his heart was beating, his heart was jumping all up in his chest. He's never had no one come at him the way I came at him, you know? Like, for instance, he's used to pushing his hands in people's face, spit flying from his mouth, and everyone's just there trying to be calm with him. I will slap those hands out of the air. That's self-defense. And like I said, self-defense is fine. Now, he's never seen nothing like that, so it aroused his emotions. And now he's so excited that, you know, he's in fear. He's in fear that I'm going to do something more. So he's trying to push buttons to see what reaction he can get and to see how far it's going to go. But then when he realizes that, you know, I'm not on his level of intelligence, I'm on another level of intelligence. You know, he can ask me a question and he's speaking over me and not giving me a chance to answer it. I'll answer him a question and he can't even answer it. So I shouldn't laugh, you know, because sometimes, you know, by having, you know, by being intelligent and by using your words correctly, that can be a form of bullying. So I don't really want to bully people. I want to educate people. I want to give them the right information, but I don't want to force anyone to change their way of thinking, because I think that that's honestly bullying. You know, I think it's for them to listen and to be able to decipher. If that person's not able to decipher, you know, and other people are, then, you know, it's time for us to walk away from that person, give them some time to reflect. You know, we're not going to force them to change their way of thinking or their way of acting, you know. And then eventually what happened on that day was, you know, the police turned up, and I'm pretty sure the police have turned up because they probably saw on camera you pushing girls. You know, now you haven't hit her, you haven't punched her or anything. So, you know, we don't hate you. we still don't think your behavior is acceptable, but we don't hate you, you know. And I'm sure the police, you know, are not really going to go around arresting people for a push. It's not the biggest crime that was ever committed, but they need to make sure that you can control yourself is the main thing, you know, because we live in a society where, you know, killing is not allowed, you know, hurting and harming people is not allowed. Now, maybe our government, you know, they're allowed to go around hurting people when they go into other countries and bomb them and, you know, whatever else they do. But that's on them. That's not on our heads. So I'm not taking responsibility for them, you know, and I will always protest against it. So that's all I can really say.
Can I ask you, just to flip it, but it's still in regards to the question of the day, right? What do we say to the antagonizers? What do we say to these people which is obviously the person that is not strong enough to not react? Fault, it's their fault. I'm not going to say they shouldn't own it. It's their fault. But what about the antagonizers? What about the people? The antagonizers. What about them? What do we say What
I'm gonna be
method?
honest with this
Yeah,
shit.
please
Like,
tell me.
I always take. I'm like, I don't say I always take, actually. Sorry, but I'm always trying to take the stance of the Most High, you know, and His teachings, and you know, Yahushua or Yeshua, Jesus, and His teachings, and you know, He taught us to show humility. But if you look at some of His followers, like I believe it was Paul, when they came to try and take Jesus, Paul drew his sword and chopped a man's ear off. I should have laughed. But at the end of the day, Jesus told him not to carry on with it. But you could see that he's been around Jesus, and this is the type of action this man would be taking upon himself. He's not taking no talk. He's not taking no attack. He will fight back, literally. He will retaliate every time. So, you know, it's about your heart. Sometimes if you feel that someone is really, you know, if someone's really crossing the line, someone's really going below the belt, and you honestly feel that in your true heart of hearts, I can't say to someone that if someone walked up to you and punched you in the face, don't hit them back. I would never say that to a person. I'm not telling no one to turn the other cheek. I don't believe that Jesus himself even believed in turning the other cheek all the time. On occasion, yeah, like I've turned the other cheek. I've had a friend who, you know, we've fallen out. This friend pulled a knife on me.
Oh.
I've said to the friend, this is what I said to him, we're not friends anymore, but I said to him at the time, I said, I tell you what, this is what you're going to do, because like, I know how to fight. No one's ever been able to stab me. Like, I've said to him, like, it's better you put the knife away, calm yourself down, because that I'm going to give you one opportunity. If you don't put the knife away and you try to use that knife, after that point, you know, it's no holds barred from there on. You know, so really think about what you want to do here, because you know what I'm going to do. And you know what your abilities are. You know what your capabilities are. I don't think you can win here. You put his knife away. You know, I've had another friend who I've got into a conflict with. In fact, not even a friend, just an associate, where the person threw a punch. They punched me right in my face.
Oh.
Now, that punch did not even hurt me in the slightest. It was like getting hit by a child. And I've honestly I've stood there and I thought to myself, you know what? I could clamp this person like down to the floor right now and beat them to within inches of their life. But is that necessary? You know? So do you know what I did? I didn't hit them. I didn't do anything. I started laughing. And as I started laughing, the person started crying. There's tears coming in their eyes. And it's like they're now intimidated. And people have surrounded me. Oh, don't do nothing. Don't do nothing. Allow it. It's not worth it. It's not. And I'm like, of course I'm not going to do nothing. I'm laughing. I found it funny that this person even stood a chance. You know, on another occasion, you know, I've had someone throw a punch and I've blocked the punch. And then you got half the crowd that want you to fight the person. The other half of the crowd that want to look like they're getting involved, they're getting in between everyone, but the people just like the excitement. I'm not giving them the satisfaction, you know, like that. The only person who's going to get the satisfaction out of this situation is going to be me. I'm the one who got punches thrown at them. I'm the one the person's trying to violate. So I'm going to take the satisfaction the way I see fit. So if someone like, for instance, with Jupiter, you know, she wants to go at your child and call your child names and such things, like that's a violation. And I could even consider that to be below the belt, because I would never talk about anyone's children or disrespect children. I don't disrespect parents. I'm not about that life, you know. Even Banksy the other day, I said to Banksy, why don't you bring your mum on the platform so we can tell her what you said? He took it as a disrespect. But then when I've reiterated, he's realized, no, I'm not disrespecting your mum. I'm saying bring your mum so we can tell her what you said, because you being around your mum is a disrespect when you're going around talking these things about children and about your own country, you know. But he would never bring his mother. He wouldn't do that, because he knows what he's going to do is he's going to ostracize himself further. So all of these people like Jupiter, like the Tommy Robinsons of this world, all of these people who promote hate, what's happening is they've been ostracized, and they're realizing that they're ostracizing themselves, and they're angry about it, because they was hoping that everyone was going to stand up and get behind them. The government's going to get behind them and say, yeah, we should get rid of all of the ethnic people. It should only be 20%. It should only be this. It should only be that. They think that Brexit's going to change anything. Brexit ain't closing no borders. It's probably going to open them more.
Yeah, it's, you know,
I'm
like
not
that.
laughing. Like, so all you guys who support their hatred, I'm not laughing because I want to wind you up. Neither. I'm laughing because
Laugh, yes.
it's a joke.
That's
Like,
all you can do is laugh. You have to actually laugh, because there is no, like I said, there is no I don't think you can't justify violence, yeah, unless the only way you can justify violence was within self-defense, and that's it. You can't, otherwise, violence can't be justified. That's just it's not scientific. It's not. It's just not. If somebody does something to you and you react, that's justifiable. But if you, and I'll use myself as an example, Jupiter called my daughter what she called my daughter on that day, and just on Sunday, her and her husband were saying it out of their mouth like a tap running the water, yeah, slanging my daughter, yeah.
Since you've grown and you've risen above it now, so now they realize they can't affect you with their words. What are they going to do now? They're going to just be talking to themselves.
Yeah, they're talking to themselves, because that's why I'll say on Sunday they must have kept saying it and saying it and saying it, because they must have thought the first day when they said it, they were going to get that reaction from me. But you're never going to get that reaction ever again from me. Do you understand? You had that reaction once. I speak once, innit? I'm not a parrot in a fucking pet shop. So these people like Jupiter and her husband will carry on and carry on and carry on and carry on, because they want you to do something. They want you to result to violence, because they got a hidden agenda against you. You got to look at people.
Not see what the agenda is. They can see.
Oh yeah, of course I can see the agenda.
And once they can see how genuine you are in what you're saying and what you're doing, and you're adamant, you know, you're not here just to play. It's not a game to you. Just like Raspect, they can see how genuine Raspect is. So people want to attack him. They want to try and demonize him. But these people don't realize what they're doing, really. Just like, you know, the little Muslim guy who was in the park. He thought he could try and demonize me. He thought he could try and draw me out and ask me questions, and I'm going to stumble. No, you end up stumbling, because he's gone and told the world that Jesus doesn't have commandments. Just like Brother Raheem, like, unfortunately, Brother Raheem, he chose to take up the narrative, and, you know, he just wanted to win an argument with me because he thinks it's going to make him look powerful. But ultimately, by taking up that argument, you need to understand something. When Brother Schiffer says something and he's adamant, just like when Brother Raspect says something and he's adamant, just like when Sister Nine Ether, in fact, not time the Sister Nine Ether, sorry, I said the wrong thing there. When Sister Finest Wine, my bad. Sorry, sis, I don't mean to call you that.
God, of course not, but it's cool.
When Sister Finest Wine says something and she's adamant, yeah, we're not playing games. We know what we're talking about. We know there's a difference between knowing and guessing, or just having an opinion, you know. And you know that woman violated your child. You know it. Like, you're not just guessing. You heard the words. We all heard it. So we know you're right. A lot of us know you're right, and they're not going to back you because they want to see you falter. They're preying on your
downfall. Yeah,
that's what it is. I'm not trying to rise those, sis. This is what confuses a lot of them. I ain't trying to rise. I ain't got no.
That's the problem. They think. Yeah, people that are like that way inclined, they think that you're trying to prove a point or you're trying to rise, but what they don't understand is you're already risen. You're already as tall as you can be. Do you understand what I mean? There's always room for growth. So I'll take that statement back, as tall as you can be, because there's always room for growth. So all you can ever do is grow taller and taller and flourish and get more good and better. And that's what they can't stand. So that's why they will always try.
That's the consciousness. That's how you heighten your consciousness, by defeating your enemies with humility, by understanding, by educating yourself. And a lot of these people like Jupiter, you know, I listen to their narrative, I listen to the things they're saying. How can you call yourself educated off the back of your opinion? That's not educated. That's feelings. That's opinions.
Yeah, that's emotion.
Very emotional and subjective, definitely. It's sad.
Yes, sir. It is very sad. It's very sad. It is actually. It's very sad. But it's the way. I know. There's no. It's like everyone's not talking to us.
Empathetic, boy.
We got Bankboy. Bankboy is usually a big talker still. He likes to talk. Oh, we got Jupiter. Jupiter, what's happening, Jupes? You all right? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just listening to the nonsense coming out of people's mouths when they think they know me and they don't.
Okay, well, if you think it's nonsense, you know, I'm going to pray for you. And I honestly, like I said yesterday, I feel sorry for you and the Tommy Robinson supporters as well, because unfortunately, the way you was defeated yesterday, you didn't even come and defend yourself, Jupiter. I was quite appalled, to be honest. But you know, it's down to you.
Oh, I see. So you thought it was a defeat? You thought it was an argument that came?
It was a major defeat. It wasn't an argument. It was a massacre. Yesterday was a massacre when we proved that you know, indigenous people to this land are black people. Do you know what? I had more information, but because Raheem, one of the brothers, wanted to.
You actually brought a bombshell. You didn't bring anything, mate.
I brought finality to the conversation.
But this is where people like you misunderstand. You think that everything is some sort of like trial or tribulation or competition. You could don't know
what is that supposed to mean? Please explain your sentence, because we don't understand what you just said. What
you
does that
don't
mean?
discuss anything, and you're not interested in the other person's point of view. All you're
we are interested. Tell us your point of view, please. Tell us.
Wait,
let us give us some time to speak. Tell us your point of view. Please tell us. We are interested in your point of view, and we'd love to hear your point of view. But I'm just letting you know you was defeated without even. Like, we've already heard.
Let her speak. Let her go on mute, and everyone mute up and let Jupiter speak.
It doesn't one bit.
Yeah, big up yourself, thank boy.
Don't know. I'm only here for Jupiter, by the way. When I saw her coming on, I had to come on.
As Brother Respect says, let them expose themselves. As Brother Respect says, let them expose themselves and let her talk.
Yeah, because we must go by the cult of respect, mustn't we?
So first, you need to fix your mic.
Respect, and we don't belong to the game.
Sorry, you need to fix your microphone.
I said because we must go by the cult of respect, mustn't we?
Sorry.
Your mic is not fixed, Jupiter, and I'm here just for you.
It's not a mic, it's the reception. It's the reception. Jupiter, I'm not sure if you're using McDonald's Wi-Fi or something, but you need to fix the reception.
Okay, can you hear now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Right, I said, and it must be by the code of respect.
Raw, Jupiter.
Can you go to somewhere else in McDonald's, because McDonald's it's not working your positioning, so we can actually hear what you got to say, because we are all interested in what you got to say. We're going to give you the floor for at least 10 minutes. Go for it. Go to another chair in the booth.
Yeah. Not in McDonald's. Can you see that, darling? You see? In the house. You see? On my nice sofa that you think I got from DFS. You see it? You know, with your little eyes, lovely. You're going to because you can't diss me.
Oh, you're in a bed and breakfast. No, we can't hear you. Can you fix your microphone, please? We can't hear you. Can you fix your microphone, please? Can't hear you.
No. Oh, well. You'll have to wait.
That sounds a bit better now.
You'll have to wait till you can. I'm not really bothered. You think you're going to diss me, love? You can't diss me. You're nobody but small fry to me. All these subliminal little attacks. And then you want to cry, if it wash with the men, it might wash with the men. It don't wash with me. So, you know, when you come on here and you try to play victim and you try to make out that it wasn't after 2001 and 2011, and you know what I mean?
We're still not getting you properly, Jupiter. I think it's definitely your Wi-Fi. I don't know if you're using
no, leave it, man.
I'm not sure what's
jokes, like it's hilarious.
Is it? Is it? It's funny. Yeah. Put your camera on, show us how funny it is. Not you, Shifa. I'm not interested in you, Shifa. Hi. What happened to your eye? Did you have an eye accident?
We are listening to you though, Jupiter, man. We're giving you space to talk, so I don't know if you want to give us your narrative so we can hear you out.
Well, it depends on what narrative narrative you want. What do you want an answer to? All the false accusations that you made? You know, you seem to know me. Do you know me, Chipper?
Now, Jupiter, honestly, all jokes
Have we
aside, we
ever
want to
met?
listen to you. You're going to go and have to go.
No, we've
I
never
can't
met.
hear you. It sounds robotic. You need to leave and come back. So we can't hear you.
Okay, let me come on my phone.
Belly
Better.
will
That's
let you
better
in.
already.
You need.
I don't know if it was your phone. You needed to move the phone, but that sounds better, Jupiter. So can you tell us your stance, Jupiter, on this whole 20%ers thing and the rest of your narrative that you was?
No, let her say what she wants to say.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. What does it? Which one do you want me to answer? Because I'm not frightened of either of you. I mean,
No,
you seem.
there's no questions.
You seem to think that I'm some sort of low intellect and that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm supposed to be some sort of I'm so afraid. Oh, people are going to come kick down my door. God.
Is she okay?
No one's going to kick down your door, Jupiter. We're all cool with you, man. We are all cool with you. You're cool.
Listen, nobody's
No,
going to
I'm
come
not
kick
cool with
down my
Jupiter.
door. You don't have to be cool with me. Yeah, well, the feeling's mutual. That's touche, my nephew. So, what do you want to know? You want to know about what I believe about this 8%? I believe the country should remain 8% predominantly indigenous. You argue with who the indigenous are.
No, honestly, because it's ridiculous. We can't hear you.
Yeah,
it's robotic. Look at
a router.
Leave and come back, man.
If you get closer to your router or wherever the Wi-Fi is coming from,
Ask the manager of the bed and breakfast to restart the router for you.
I only said McDonald's because sometimes I use McDonald's Wi-Fi and it messes up.
Skills this morning, darling. I love the way you talk to Tamia. Everybody here.
Yeah, but you're obviously not in McDonald's, so can you go closer to the router, Jupiter, please?
The router's behind me, so let's go on my phone. Let's see if that works.
Yeah, it might be better to just use the phone directly still.
Yeah. Wagwan, Ultra.
Yo. Yeah, what you saying, man? I'm just wrapped up in my wife's dressing gown because it smells good.
Say nothing. I just want to come and hear Jupiter like make herself look stupid. You feel me?
No, Jupiter's Wi-Fi is just doing bits right now.
I know.
I can't lie.
Wait,
is that Bank Boy? Hey, big up Bank Boy in the building. What's going on?
What's scared with G?
When Jupiter sorts out her microphone and stuff, we do need to give her some space to speak because at the end of the day, she is an elder woman to us. She deserves a bit of respect. And if she really believes something,
that's subjective, Schiffer.
If anyone else in the no, this is what I'm saying. If anyone else in the room really believes something, regardless of their age, regardless of who they are, where they're from, I think we should give everyone a chance because do you know what? Veli's got on to me about not letting people speak. So I'm making a point now of making sure everyone has their chance to speak. Even if I disagree with them, I'm giving them their chance to speak. You're gonna have your day on here. Unfortunately, if you speak and say something ridiculous, I'm gonna have to destroy your narrative when you're done. And I will destroy. I will burn it to the ground. But I will give you your day in court.
Yeah, that's personal growth, man. And that's how you bust people up, bro. Like, personal growth is the best kind of revenge.
Yeah, man.
That's right.
All right, she's back now.
Yeah, right. So what's the problem?
No, there's no problem. We just want to...
And personal growth, bruv, is great because...
Finest, your mic is acting dodgy right now as well.
All right, let me fix mine and give...
That's better.
Everyone go on mute.
All right, cool. Yeah, go on, Jupiter. We just want to hear whatever it is you want to say.
But what do you mean what I want to say? You asked me a question. I can answer it.
Jupiter, we want to know what it is about this
why did you
Britain, keeping Britain British. We want to hear this
come on the
narrative.
show? Shift away. What?
Right, I believe the country should remain 80% predominantly indigenous. And by indigenous, I mean English. British, English, Welsh, Scottish, and Irish.
Okay.
I'm on the
Can I ask why that is?
Yeah, why? Could you let us
Every
know
other
why?
country, yeah, every other country in the world is allowed to do it. I don't understand why Britain can't.
So is that
Listen,
your
fine is
whole?
fine. I can hear you trying to talk, babe, but your Wi-Fi's fucked.
So Jupiter, is that your whole narrative on it, or is there anything else you can add to, you know, to bring us up to speed with, you know, where you're getting your knowledge from, X, Y, Z, and what's brought you to believe in this way?
Okay, the reason I believe it, that's easy. The reason I believe it is because white people are in the minority in the world. And even though for me personally, I have no issue with skin color, I think it's more about mindset. The majority of the country are bothered, and therefore, as a white person, I feel that I should stand with my kin and country.
Okay, but as Lady Divine like pointed out yesterday, yeah, like the population of black people in this country is only 3%. Why do you feel so threatened by that?
I don't feel threatened by black people, not at all.
So who is it that you feel threatened by?
I don't feel threatened by anybody. Why would I feel threatened by anybody?
So why is it necessary to keep the numbers down?
It's necessary because white people, indigenous people of this country are entitled to have their country the way they want it.
All right, so
And if that's
Jupiter, what I'm taking from what you're saying, so Jupiter, you honestly believe that Indians are quote unquote white, because I call you Caucasians, but you like to call yourself white. So I'm going to say if the indigenous people of this country are Caucasian, and you know that's a reference to what you call white. So I just want to use my, because I keep called out by Nynefa all the time. I want to stick to Caucasian, and you know, is that what you honestly believe?
Yeah, I honestly believe that I do, yeah.
So Jupiter, let me ask you, I want to ask you a series of questions, yeah, and I just want to see how much information you actually have about this land that you claim as your own. Okay, so do you know about Stonehenge?
Yes.
Okay, and obviously, do you know who built Stonehenge?
There's no evidence. They don't know who actually built it.
All right, did you know that your people within Britain, or English or Caucasian people, they have no evidence as to who built it? But did you know that dark-skinned people on the continent of Africa, the continent of America, we have proof to show who built it? Did you not? Did you know that?
Right. What proof are you talking of?
Well, did you know that there is an Egyptian Stonehenge? Did you know that? Which is literally the same formation of stones. It's not exactly the same, but Stonehenge is actually an advancement of the Egyptian Stonehenge. Yeah. And how do we know this? Because the Egyptian Stonehenge was built at least 1,000 or more years before it. Yeah. Now the people, hold on, let me finish. The so-called British people, or the so-called Caucasian man, yeah, they couldn't figure out who built Stonehenge, and at one point they was trying to attribute it.
What's the name of the Stonehenge?
Please don't interrupt me, because I'm not going to interrupt you neither. So the so-called Caucasian man couldn't work out who built Stonehenge. They couldn't even understand it, and they tried to attribute it to a people called the Druids, who were actually Celts. But then, when they realized that the Druids had nothing to do with Stonehenge and make no claim to it, they became even more confused. So what they started doing, Jupiter, yeah, I'm going to give you some history about what you call your country, what's actually my country. They started digging up Stonehenge. And you know what they found at Stonehenge, Jupiter? They found Egyptian coinage, yeah, and Egyptian artifacts, which would easily help me relate Stonehenge to the Egyptian Stonehenge. So if we're going to go into, let me just finish, Jupiter. If we're going to go into indigenous people of this land, the indigenous people of this land would have been the ones who built the Stonehenge, just like in America. The indigenous people of the Americas would have been the ones who built their ancient temples. Oh my! So now we've established that the indigenous people of this land,
absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and many of the kings, way before any of you people were calling yourself English, were, like for instance, King Charles II, King Charles I, who were actually Stuarts. And Stuart, the root word for Stuart actually means black in Nordic.
don't even talk to her about the king. Just keep talking about the Egyptian stuff. Like that.
I know, but
that's
like,
you get me?
where's the Stonehenge? Because we deal with information, Jupiter. We are scholars. Now, what we're hearing from you is that, you know, you just believe, but you haven't proven anything. Now, I've proven, I believe unequivocally, that Stonehenge was built by dark-skinned people who came out of Kemet, yeah, which you now like to call Egypt, yeah, but it's actually called Kemet. And how we can relate that is because we can find artifacts and coinage relating to that landmass, which is older than anything you call English, which is older than any of your so-called Romans, your Vikings, your Saxons, your Celtics. It's older than all of you, your Druids. So therefore, the indigenous people to the land look like me. So if you want to get rid of yourselves, you know, and I don't know where you're gonna go though. I don't know what part of the world I don't know if you're gonna go to Norway. Is it Norway you're gonna go back to? I'm not sure. Go on, you can answer. I'll give you some space to answer.
Okay. Number one, can you tell me the name of this so-called Stonehenge that you've got in Egypt?
It's quite easy to find. If you just go on Google, and everyone can do this, everyone else as well, do this as well, because we should all be educating ourselves, not just Jupiter. So just Google Egyptian Stonehenge. That's all you need to do. Don't need to do nothing more. It's on Google. It's not hidden. And your government, they know about these things, which is why I'm trying to say yesterday, they're not going to support this racist narrative, because if we have to make this land the indigenous people, the first people who were here, then indigenous means first. If you didn't know that, it means first. If we're going to do that, then that means all of you Romans, all of you Catholics, all of you Celtics, all of you are going to have to go, unfortunately, according to Jupiter, not according to me. I'm quite happy with it how it is, and I'm happy with the way it's growing and the way it's going. Let's keep it how it is and keep it growing and keep changing and keep, you know, getting rid of hate, you know, and let's keep expressing love for each other and try to understand each other and make the world a better place for all people of all nationalities, of all skin tones. But anyway, Jupiter, I'll give you back the
Jupiter, can I ask you a question, Jupiter?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say there's a hypothetical land. We're going to call this hypothetical land Ingerland. No. We're going to call this hypothetical land White Land. Okay. And in this hypothetical place called White Land, everybody is white.
Right. Yeah.
And let's just say there's 5,000 people in White Land, and then 2 blacks moved to White Land.
Yeah.
Right? There's still 5,000 white people in White Land, yeah? But now there's 2 blacks.
Yeah.
Do you know immediately what happens percentage-wise to 5,000 whites? Do you realize the significant drop?
No.
In the percentage-wise, you got
1%. Yeah.
Right. Hold on a sec. Wait. Hold on.
It would be 0.0 something like that.
Yeah. So we still got 5,000 whites in White Land, and then 2 black people move over. Now, 2 Chinese, 2 Arabs, 2 Somalians, 2 Japanese, and 2 Aboriginals. 2 Aboriginals move over, and all those ethnicities that have moved over, the couples, they all have babies.
Yeah.
You okay, Baba? Yeah, lay down. Good boy. Yeah. So all of those ethnicities have babies. You still got 5,000 white people in White Land, right? And these 5,000 people in White Land are going to continue to have babies, right? You guys are always going to be the majority. So to say like things like we want it to be more white, it's still white. You've just got additions. All right. Shall we have more white people in White Land? Yes. Come, give me a cuddle. Give me a cuddle. Yes. Let's have more white people.
That was a good argument.
Yeah, because the thing is what I don't get.
Yeah,
sure he can bring some knowledge to shed some light on the situation. But Jupiter, I'm going to let you speak. Sorry, I didn't realise I'm cutting you off. Jupiter, I have the floor.
Right, I don't understand what Ultra's point is and what bloody difference that makes, because my whole reasoning is this. The country is so small. It can't take in the rest of the world, even if the rest of the world thinks the country owes it something. It can't take in the rest of the world. It's not physically possible.
What's that got to do with it? Explain
If
yourself.
you put our country into the size of Africa, it wouldn't be able to take all the Africans. It wouldn't be able to. At the end of the day, it's down to numbers, and so we have to prioritize somehow. And the indigenous people should be prioritized first. It's as simple as that.
All right, so Jupiter, what you're saying is that the dark-skinned people should be prioritized first. We can't take in everyone from everywhere across the world, but I agree with you on that. Like, and what I want to say is, Jupiter, sometimes the reason people would say you come across racist is because not all Africans want to come here. You know, maybe the ones who, you know, the British government has gone and destroyed their country and, you know, they're running from wars and stuff like that. Maybe some of those ones want to come, you know, just like not all Asians want to come here. Some people are happy right where they are. Some people, they've got money, got resources, they got riches.
Nigeria. So what are you telling me?
And Jupiter, no, I'm not going to cut you. So please, if you can just let me finish, then you can have the floor again. What you just said well, I keep saying fallacy. Everyone says fallacy. All right, it's spelt with an F-A, so okay, we can do fallacy. What you just done there was a fallacy, and you know, I believe you're actually living in this fantasy world where you believe that everyone wants to come to England to take what England's got. England doesn't have anything. England needs those people to come here because England doesn't have anything. We need these people. We need people from other nations, other ethnicities. We need their Jupiter. I'm not being funny, but I'm not going to talk over you. We need their resources. Same like the Asian man, the Indian man, the Pakistani man. We need those clothes coming from Primark. We need those resources. We need those bananas coming from Jamaica or wherever. We need those things. So without letting some of those people in, they're not going to give us their resources, you know, and we're going to look controversial just taking the resources. So this is the whole narrative behind it, Jupiter. So unfortunately for people like you, Tommy Robinson, and the so-called, you know, white naturalist movement, whatever you want to call yourself, you're not even natural to this place. But, you know, you're claiming a land that's not your own. You want people's things that don't belong to you, that you won't be able to have if we was to cut all of these people off. But then it's like you just want to make it more hard for everyone else. You know, if you voted for Brexit, I believe you've done it for all the wrong reasons. Like, I voted for Brexit just because I don't think we should be paying everyone else's bills. But same speed though, like I still believe that we should be taking in people from other nationalities because we need their resources. Why do you think China? If you look at China now, China's taking in loads of different people from Africa, from like Jamaicans are going there. Like Dubai's taking in loads of different people from all different nationalities.
Let me know.
The resources. So Jupiter, I'm gonna jump off now. I'm gonna not jump off. I'm still here, but I'm gonna mute myself and let you have a go.
Right, going back to the Egyptian thing, because you like to bring up loads of points, just like Raspek likes to do. He likes to talk a lot and then don't want to go back to the points that is brought up. Going back to the Egyptians, even if Stonehenge was built here 1,000 years after the one in Egypt, and I've looked it up, and that's quite correct. Even if it was, that proves absolutely nothing. All it proves is that some Egyptians came here and they built a fucking Stonehenge.
Jupiter, it proves that they were here before your Roman Empire. It proves that.
It could also
for your
prove
Saxon
that
Empire.
people may have gone to Africa, observed it, and decided to put it here. It could also prove in ancient history the white people that live here were once black-skinned, but they could still be indigenous. It doesn't prove. It doesn't prove anything. Also,
Jupiter, what you're doing here, you're building fallacies because you're still living in fantasy. You don't want your dream world to. I've got you now. Do your thing.
Also, right, that you went back and you've said that. I prioritize it this way. It's pretty simple for me. I couldn't care less about ancients. Yeah? What I'm going on about is the people today in the present world that I can see, yeah, who has the longest heritage here in the present day.
Hold on, Jupiter, did you say that you don't care about indigenous no more? Are you taking that narrative out of it now?
I said I don't care about ancient history.
But ancient history is indigenous history, and you said indigenous. You used the word indigenous, did you not? Quote yourself.
Yeah, the most
All right,
indigenous
so
people
do you not
in this
understand what
country
indigenous means?
who have the
You,
longest
do you know,
inheritance.
Jupiter, do you know what indigenous means? Let's get indigenous in the dictionary right now, because we're not. I don't want to have conflict with you, Jupiter. I'm just trying to educate you and make sure that if you've got something to educate with me, I can learn from you also. So what we're not going to do is we're not going to do these swings and roundabouts, back and forth every minute. We're going to get up the word indigenous, yeah. And then once we got out the word indigenous, we're going to discuss what that means. You know, going by dictionary definition. So, originating or occurring naturally in a particular place, native, the indigenous peoples of Siberia. That's what, if we go on Google right now and type in indigenous, that's what their dictionary is going to tell you. So naturally, occurring naturally in a particular place, native. So if we're going to deal with the natives, the natural natives to this place, originally, the original natives would have been dark-skinned people. Yes, we know that they built the Stonehenge because they already built one in Egypt. Yeah, we know that we find their coinage and their things here. We know that, like I said, the Stuarts were black. We know that. So when you go back in time, Jupiter, if you want to talk about, you know, the people who are here, you know, most recently and have got the longest heritage recently, we can go back to the Tudors and the Stuarts. And I'm going to tell you that you're going to find so many black faces that your argument is just going to fall apart. If we go back before the Tudors and the Stuarts, the further we go back, the darker it gets. And, you know, this so-called white thing, it just doesn't exist anymore. So, you know, like, for instance, when the Romans came here, you know, the Romans, remember, like, Dark Magician, at one point, Dark Magician was supporting your narrative, but because of what he heard yesterday and he heard the massacre, he was shocked. He didn't know what to do. So he probably went and done some research and realized when the Romans came here, they were seeing dark-skinned people. Yeah. Now let's get this in perspective. The Romans got here. No, hold on, wait. Ask Dark Magician, because he said, Dark Magician said, he's done his research, and when the Romans got here, they saw dark-skinned people. They weren't seeing light skin or white skin or Caucasian skin. Yeah. Now let's rewind history back. The Vikings got here before the Romans. Yeah. The Romans didn't come before the Vikings. It came the other way around. The Vikings got here before the Romans. Yeah. So if we're gonna put this in perspective, yeah, the Vikings were trying to conquer. When the Vikings got here, they would have been seeing dark-skinned people too. Yeah, and all of these lies that are told in history by your people is, you know, they want to protect you. They want to protect your feelings. I don't think you understand that. Why do you think they made a white Jesus? They want to protect your feelings. They want you to have a feeling of superiority. But once we get past the superiority complex, Jupiter, we have to now deal with the truth. Now, you said, me and Raspet, what we do is we come with 10 points and 10 different arguments, and no, Jupiter, I gave you a chance to answer the argument on, you know, the Stuarts yesterday. I gave you all of the space in the world. I even jumped off. You could have jumped back in at any time. You had numerous amounts of hours to make a point.
Your own voice, like Raspet does. Carry on.
So anyway, like I said, you had hours. You've had a whole day to come on here and clear the air about the Stuarts. You know, just like Brother Raheem tried to defend you. He failed miserably, but, you know, he tried. A couple of other people, some of the brothers were trying to defend you and trying to challenge what I was saying. But in trying to challenge what I was saying, all they've done is got a history lesson and a bit of an education. Now today, I did say to Brother Raheem yesterday,
you're not teaching anyone. You're not teaching.
And Jupiter, I'm not going to talk over you. If you want me to stop, like, I will stop. I'm going to finish what I was saying first. But like I was saying, I said to Brother Raheem yesterday, I'm not talking from just myself or just my opinions, where Raheem was challenging things because of his opinions and his feelings. Now, I've got the facts, I've got the document, or I can tell you where to find the document. You can go and look at it yourself, you know, like that. So like I said to everyone in this conversation today, you know, I dropped you another jewel. I dropped you a jewel that just, there's no way Jupiter can come back to me, because Stonehenge was built by Egyptians or Kemetic people. who lived on the continent of Africa and also lived
They look
on
nothing
the
alike.
continent of Europe. They also lived on the continent of Europe. We've proven that now unequivocally. They built megalithic structures here that the so-called white man has never been able to achieve. And they left traces of themselves behind, not just in coinage, but in things like the castles, the same castles that your queen and your royalty, they live in today. They are rebuilt. They weren't originally looking the way they are. And after the wars between the Moors, loads of them got mashed up and destroyed to some extent, so they had to rebuild them. But they are originally Moorish castles. So out to the Orthodox Moor in the group, I'm pretty sure he's in America. He's with the Moors. He's with the whole.
Have you finished traveling?
He can give us more information, I'm hoping, or he could give us get us connected to
Right.
a
Am
more.
I allowed to respond yet, or you want to carry on for another book?
All right, go on. You can continue, Jupiter. Go on. Let's see if you can educate us with anything you've got to say.
It's not about educating anyone. It's a
No,
disagreement.
Jupiter, it is about educating people, because if you want people to believe in the narrative, you have to educate them. You can't just come with a narrative and say, well, Jupiter feels like this, so the whole world should bow before me. Are you the queen? No, you might be older than me, so I'm going to show you respect. I'm not going to disrespect you, because I wouldn't disrespect my mother, and I wouldn't want anyone disrespecting my mother, but I will say you're not the queen. So please, if you're going to educate the people, we'd be happy to listen to what you've got to say. If you're just going to come with ignorance and be ignorant to the people, we'll let you have your say, but we're going to identify it.
Right. Having a look at the description and the pictures of what's in Egypt, they're built totally different. Number one, so that there doesn't prove any connection. The land masses used to all be connected in megalithic times, so I would imagine there's a possibility.
So what about the Egyptian coinage that's older than your people? Did you miss that part?
Hold on, stop jumping on me because you didn't like it when I did it to you, right? But more importantly, you think that what the British people of this country want, they can't have. Well, breaking news, Boris Johnson has just changed the rules on immigration coming in.
Sorry, one sec. Veli, let Bank Boy on and just put me in the back for a minute.
Jupiter, we've lost
go
you.
ahead. You can't hear
You haven't
me.
lost me. I've just allowed Fineness Wine to take over because she thinks she's the host.
No, she don't. She was just saying to let Bank Boy in, but you can continue, Jupiter, please, if you don't mind.
Right. So, as I was saying, Boris Johnson has already changed the immigration policies today. He's making it tougher to come in. You now have to have 70 points to get into the country. You have to earn a certain amount of money. You have to have a skill and you have to speak English. You have to have a job before you get here. So I would suggest it's not just me. It's not just me that feels this way. Now, when it comes down to the colour of someone's skin, yeah, how do you know that the white people here are not related to the black people that you claim were here? Because there's been race mixing going on for eons, all around the world, eons. But then we had a long period of time where there was no race mixing. It was just mainly white people. And that's why we've got mainly white people in the country now. Now, if we were to take the blood of all the people here who have got ties here that can prove how long their genetics go back with ties to this land, it is those people with the longest history that should be prioritized. Not people that came in yesterday, people that have got a connection to the land.
All right, Jupiter, I'm so glad you said that. So basically, yeah, what you're going to find is if we done the DNA of all the so-called white people, or I call them Caucasian, like I keep saying, but you want to keep going by this white narrative. So I'm going to give you that. But if we done their DNA, you'd find that none of them are related to this land, not even one. And all of them are an amalgamation of DNA from different parts of Europe. So ultimately, unfortunately, what you've done is you just proven me right. In what you just said, and this is the thing, Jupiter, like, this is what I'm saying, you got to educate yourself first. Before you come and educate the people.
Prove you right. I don't believe your narrative.
First. Now, you don't need to believe it, Jupiter. You don't need to believe it. I'm not telling you to believe what I believe, Jupiter. Stick to your belief. But I'm just letting you know that what you've done is You've shown the people how uneducated you are in what you've just said, because you will find that not one so-called white person
Yeah,
has
real talk. Y'all,
related to
yeah,
this.
let me come in after that right quick.
And second,
let me say something.
Let me one second. Secondly to that, Jupiter, what you just did there, you just took a massive L, because you said that what I said about these Egyptians, how do I know that it wasn't the white people was related to them, and you know, some foolishness that you said. Jupiter, the Egyptian coinage has got dark skinned faces on it. It's older than any so-called white things that you got going on here.
I'm white,
we know
my children are black.
We know
so,
that with the let me finish.
you can
Also, Jupiter, do you know what? I'm going to give you one. I'm going to give you one piece of information that can help you.
My
It's such
husband
a
is darker than you.
it's
He's
such a
not going to lighter than you. What are you talking about?
Now you're being offensive.
what are
Making
you
personal
talking
attacks. Don't like being personally attacked. So Jupiter, just pipe down. I said, pipe down. I said,
Because you
pipe
talk a
down.
winner doesn't mean you are a winner. You say that you're a winner. I think you took an L.
You are a grown woman. You have children. You probably have grandchildren. Represent your people better than that. So, like I was saying, you took a massive L. But the one thing I will give you, Jupiter,
more educated than you.
there is such a thing as white people who have lost some of their pigmentation, but they don't look like what you would consider to be white or Caucasian. So unfortunately, you're still going to concede. You've taken too many L's today. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump into the mute button. Yeah, I'm going to give you some space to talk, because I know
the next time you want to jump out again. He's already put himself on mute, isn't he?
Hey Jupiter, what's up? This is the Orthodox Moor. Real quick, you said something the other day that was fascinating to me. You said that you weren't an ethno-nationalist and that you weren't a civic nationalist.
Yeah, I'm between both.
Yeah, can you break that down for me right quick?
Okay, I believe that children that are born on this land have a common law and a birthright to be here. However, I do believe that the majority of the country should stay predominantly white. So I believe there should be a balance found between the two. I believe that the demographics of our population has changed because of the recent wave of mass immigration, and nothing to do with the natural race mixing or the people from the Windrush that are already here. They're not the ones with the high birth rate. So for me, it's finding solutions to the problem that tells the truth and not goes down false narratives.
So how do you determine this 80-20 balance that you were talking about?
At the moment, as of 2011, it was currently 86%. I don't know why people get themselves in a twist up over 80%, because 86% of the country was white as of 2011. So let's imagine that. Let's imagine it's dropped to 80%.
Jupiter, could we not imagine and deal with facts, please? I'm just asking.
Right. Well, the recent census, the next census won't be until 10 years after 2011. Do the math, Schiffer.
Well, then let's not predict things. Let's just deal with the facts, please, Jupiter. I'm just asking. You don't have to, but I'm just asking nicely.
Yeah, and I want to clarify something. So are you saying like 80% white or 80% indigenous, so-called British?
No, English, Irish, Scottish, and Welsh, which by default would be white these days.
How far back? Real quick, how far back do you go back to determine the indigenous people? Like, what's your cutoff point, right quick?
Well, other ethno-nationalists would say pre-1946.
Okay, you know what, Jupiter? I just noticed that you've changed your tone and you're not talking about indigenous people no more. Why is that? Because have you finally realized that if you're talking about indigenous people?
No, I'm talking about indigenous.
Indigenous. All right. So we've clarified what indigenous means, and we know that.
No, you haven't clarified anything. I said even if his fake theory was true, people can change skin color, so that means nothing to me.
Okay, Jupiter, show us how people can change skin color. Can you prove this science to us, please?
Let me say something. Jupiter, wait. Let me say something. Okay, let's use Australia as an example. Come on, we have to use Australia as an example. So if like what you're saying is applied to Australia, what do you think will happen? Indigenous people, that is.
Australia's got nothing to do with me. I'm only concerned with British.
I know,
Britain.
but just like an example, innit? Say we take your
Not my problem. That's not my problem. Australian.
Say we take your premise, yeah, and get rid of everyone who is not indigenous to Australia. What do you think will happen?
I don't know what would happen, but that's not what my premise is.
Well, it means that all the white people. It means that all the white. Stop cutting me, man. Stop cutting me. I'm saying something. Please. All right. It means,
I'll allow you to speak. Go on a monologue.
All right. It means, yeah, that all the white people in Australia would have to leave. So if we've clarified, yeah, that the indigenous people of this land originally, yeah, without you talking about people changing colours and stuff, yeah, are or were dark-skinned people, you would have to leave Jupiter. Come on. And
Hello?
and you realise that. Can you hear me?
Yo, Bang Boy,
Have
let
I
her
lost
clarify what
connection?
she said, though. Let her clarify, because she's obviously a chameleon. She can change color. I don't know. Help us, Jupiter, please.
Hey, but real quick, let me talk to her right quick for a second, because I'm sure y'all talked to her for a few different times. Like, I'm real fascinated on this whole in between civic and ethno thing, right? Like, so I want to understand that right quick. If I can just get a couple minutes right quick, because I got to go after a little bit. If that's cool with y'all.
Mm-hmm. I didn't hear what he said because his mic didn't work. But let me just say something. Where did I say that I want to clear out every single person of colour from the country?
No one said that, Jupiter. We're not misquoting you. You said you want the country to be no more than 20% ethnic minorities, and you want it to be 80% quote unquote white. Now, we have a problem with that, because as far as I'm concerned, anyone should be allowed to be here. And if it ends up being half and half, so be it. Just like if anywhere else in the world ends up being half and half, so be it. If Australia ends up being half and half, so be it. Do you know what? If South Africa ends up being half and half, so be it. You know, we're not trying to get rid of all of those people. You know, if North Africa got conquered by the Arabs, we're not saying all you Arabs get out. We're just saying at least share, at least be fair. That's all we're asking, for a bit of fairness. Now, your narrative is very hateful, but I want to let you.
The likelihood of any of the other countries changing to be half and half is very unlikely. The fact of the matter is that white people are in the minority in the world. Black people own enough countries. Why do they want to own the white one as well?
Because it's not a white one, it's ours originally. You took it from us. We just want some back.
Originally. So where did the white people come from? Are they the albinos who cast out according to you?
They came from, they were cave dwellers. They lived in Nordic country. They lived in the colder regions of the northern parts of Europe. Maybe some of them came from Greenland, Norway, Luxembourg, Sweden. You know, that's your like middle Europe. England is not in the middle of Europe. So if you really want to do your research and, you know, start learning, Jupiter, I've just given you where to start. I'm giving you your history, Charles.
Okay,
Where to
according to you, all white people crawled out of a cave in the middle of
you was mixing with Neanderthal and these types of things, and you know, you have more Neanderthal DNA in your genetics than the so-called what you like to call black. I just call us dark skin, but that's why you're more hairy. You've got certain things in your DNA that make you a little bit different to us. Now, if you honestly believe that people are chameleons and can change colors, you can believe that. I don't believe it. I don't think anyone else in the room believes it, but you know, like, we'll let you have that one if you really might. Like your scientists like to say that everyone evolved from monkeys. We'll let them believe that, but we're just gonna say,
okay, so if you had a child with the white woman that you're dating, or the one that went to the park,
we're gonna say that. We're gonna say you believe you evolved from Jupiter. Listen, I'm not Jupiter. I'm gonna let you.
I thought you didn't believe in skin color at all. What are you even telling me about white people and black people for?
I'm not telling you about white people. You're telling me about them. I'm calling them Caucasians. But like I was saying, if the Caucasian man believes that he is white,
where are the Caucasian mountains? Where are they?
Then cool, we'll let you have that. We can let you.
They're not right in the middle of Europe. What are you talking about, man?
We will happily sit back.
Where do blue eyes come from?
We are not accepting it. We were made perfect in the Most High's image.
You know the Egyptian mummies that they done the DNA tests on. It turned out they were European. What you got to say about that?
Say that again. I can't hear you properly because you're just talking over me. Say it again.
I said the Egyptian mummies that they did the DNA on that turned out to be European. What do you say about that? How do they fit into
I'd say that Alexander the Great, or the Greek or the Macedonian, whatever you want to call him, and many other European nations have invaded that landmass. And if they chose to be mummified when they died, you know, it's possible. I'm not going to say that's impossible. I'm just going to say they're not indigenously from there. They're not, their heritage isn't from there. And if you look on the walls of Egypt, you will not find one Caucasian face. The only thing close to a Caucasian face you'll ever find on the walls of Egypt would be what we now know as the Yiddish or the so-called Jewish man with the small hats. There's pictures of the small hats, and they've got chains around their neck. And there's the narrative of it is that they're being led out of Egypt because they was causing mayhem and destruction within that region. But you know, someone could debunk me on that. Someone has shown me pictures of it.
Technically speaking, there are like the Tamahu in Egypt or whatnot. Like you see them on the walls, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed people who got blue painting.
Wait.
But they came in they came in the first intermediate period and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So they wasn't a part of that.
Right. Predating the Egyptians was the Sumerians, and the Sumerians. Where do they?
Darling.
Hold on. How do we go from England to Samaria?
What color are they?
That was a massive loss right there. The Sumerians.
Can we come back closer to England? Can we
come
back
closer
to England?
Predate the Egyptians, just they do.
No. Go on Google, everyone, right now, because Jupiter, like we said, she's not a scholar. What she does is she's saying things. Maybe she's got someone there telling her things, and they're not very educated. But
Sumerian civilization was built up before the Egyptian civilization.
Predate Egypt. If you go by the so-called white man or the Caucasian man's own scholars, they're going to tell you, no, it does not predate Egypt. Egypt itself can show you that it does not predate it. Egypt predates Samaria, and the Nile Valley continues down into Samaria. I'll give you that much. But the Sumerian civilization came, they are close in age, but it did come after. And I'm going to say that the civilizations of the Americas are even more ancient, which is why when you get to Egypt, the pyramid building becomes more sophisticated. Because what you have to understand about people and civilizations, just like Western civilizations today, you know, for years they've been creating buildings and skyscrapers, and they get better and better at it. So, you know, they started off and, you know, they got to a level of Big Ben, but now they're at the level of Empire State Buildings and Twin Towers, and, you know, that's what happens. Civilization advances and advances. Then it may come to a point where, you know, those people got into war or whatever. Loads of them were wiped out. You know, like the Caucasian man did to the Africans. He did it to the Americas. You know, he did it to a lot of dark-skinned civilizations after we was at war with each other. So, you know, a lot of the information was lost. Some of it they still have. I'm not going to say they don't have the information, but they just couldn't decipher it properly. So that's why they burnt down the libraries at Timbuktu, because they could not allow for us to keep hold of our information and keep our indigenous languages, because it would give us the power to emancipate ourselves and grow above them again. And they couldn't allow that. They were so upset that they've been on the bottom for so long that they needed to be at the top. They needed it. Like, so I'm not going to take that away from them. Like, you know, I've had your time though, innit? Like, just allow it now, innit? Stop lying to people, start telling the truth, because I'm only talking the truth.
I couldn't care less what you're talking, mate. If we was to look at everybody,
I know, you don't care.
today, look, listen.
Everyone just heard you say she doesn't care about the truth. She only cares about her feelings.
Care less what your truth is. I said,
just go on mute now.
To what I believe and what my ideals are, not your ideals, my ideals. I go.
Not my Jupiter. I'm not dealing with my ideals, Jupiter. No feelings have been put into the conversation by me.
I go by the reality of what I see today. I don't look, even my great grandmother, I never knew her. So as far as I know, I can't prove she existed other than fucking paperwork and bones. I don't care. I go by what I see today. And if you're going to start prioritizing the people that are living in this country today, you prioritize the ones that have got the longest, provable, livable ancestors within the last few hundred years.
So hold on, Chef, I beg you, let me get 2 minutes, bro. I beg you, let me get 2 minutes.
Go.
So real quick, do you cut that off at like the Gaelic speaking peoples or what? Like, because when you go back, like the English don't come from Britain, You know what I'm saying? Like you got the Franks and the French who don't come from there. You got the Saxons who don't come from there. You know what I'm saying? Like that's recent history. Like so are you saying in your 80% that you're kicking out the Anglo-Saxons, you're kicking out the people who descend from the Franks, all that type of stuff?
What ethno-nationalists say is that pre-1946, if you've got no link pre-1946, and that isn't that long ago.
Okay, so are you real quick just to clarify?
Pre-1946, then you've got no right to claim any indigenous bloodline.
You say 19 or 1846?
1946.
Are you actually being serious?
Yes.
Jupiter, do you know how many black people have been arriving here since before the 1800s? So all of those people are. Then, yeah,
Right.
is that what you're saying?
And wouldn't they be part of the 20%?
No, they wouldn't be part of the 20%.
They'd be part of the 80%.
According
That's right.
to you, that is.
Yeah.
That's right. She does that, my brothers. Do you know what? Let's let Jupiter. Like, there's no point in talking to her. Jupiter, by what you've said and everything you've said today, yeah, I honestly believe that I would be within my rights to call you a racist. You promote this white race, you know, like it's superior to everything else, and you think you're better than everything. You think you're better than your husband. You think you're better than your children, and you don't think that anyone else has rights other than you because of how you feel. You're the queen of the world. So, do you know what, Queenie? What I'm going to do is I'm not conversating with you anymore because you think you're better than me.
Okay. Sorry that your feelings got butt hurt. But you
No,
just
my
made
feelings aren't hurt. My feelings aren't hurt. My feelings are hurt.
made a load of assumptions.
I honestly believe level of intelligence is beneath me.
Don't talk over me. Don't talk over me. I didn't talk over you. Don't talk over me.
Looking at you, you look like scum. You are beneath me. Everything you say is scum. Everything that comes out of your mouth is scum. I am going to classify you now as scum. You can never, ever come into my presence and ever approach me again. Please don't speak to me again. I'm not entertaining you in no type of way. You are an elder, so I'm not gonna call you swear words or call you anything derogatory, but I will let you know you are scum to me. And anyone who has your narrative, believes what you believe, you are scum to me. You're so beneath me. You're so jealous. You're so jealous of my aspirations. You're so jealous of what my people have become. You're so jealous of darker skinned people outlasting you, out-educating you, everything better than you. You're so jealous that we're better than you that now you want to convince people that you're better. You want to try and convince people that you're better. You are the scum of the earth, racist, not even human. So I'm going to leave you with your white non-human people, and no scum will ever talk to me again. All right? Have a nice day.
Shiva, let me get in.
Fuck off, scum.
Jupiter, though, like, on the real, can you hear me?
Yeah.
On the real though, like we're just trying to like understand really where you're coming from and what you're saying. A lot of the things that you've been saying have been kind of like debunked, like factually. Do you understand that? That's all I'm trying to ask. Do you actually understand that? Like when we go into the history of things, a lot of the things that you are claiming are actually not true.
What am I claiming?
About the indigenous people of this land to begin with.
What I'm claiming is that I want to keep this country 80% of the population indigenous to what formed the core of the British people, which is English, Irish.
Your bank boy, my brother, can I ask you a favor, please? Can you no longer speak to this racist woman? She has so much hate in her heart for you. I don't think it's right that you continue speaking to her. I'd like the Orthodox Moor to please give us some narrative on history, because I know the Orthodox Moor wanted to give us some history. But Orthodox Moor, I'm going to also ask you, my brother, not to do not engage with this racist woman.
No,
all she has is in her heart.
So
I'm not.
I come from a particular part of America, the Pacific Northwest, to where ethno-nationalism is like actually like it's like the hotbed of ethno-nationalism in America, right? Like, so what she's saying is fascinating to me because I've never heard this in between concept, right? Of ethno and supposed civic nationalism. Like, in order to accomplish what she's talking about, it's the most complicated system I've ever heard of in my life. And so I'm trying to figure out. Go ahead.
It's not.
My brother, she is here to antagonize.
Brother Schiffer, I beg you, let me engage right quick.
It's not. Hold on. I don't represent anybody. I represent myself. Okay, it's an individualistic approach. So before anybody says I'm representing somebody or I'm part of any sort of like Ku Klux Klan or any sort of like little group. No, that's not true. I'm on the right.
I never said that she's
I agree with
representing
the
anyone, by the
ethnos
way,
on that.
people. I just said
On
she's a
Yeah,
racist.
I never said that to you either.
Thank you. And what she tries to do, my brother, she's trying to wind you up, which is why I said, let's not talk to her anymore. I'm not even entertaining
She's
her.
not gonna wind me up, bro. I'm dead kid, bro. She's her position doesn't offend me in any way, shape, or form. Right? What I'm saying is hold on, real quick. What I'm saying is her position fascinates me, and I want to understand it because I have to live around it, right? And there's going to be a lot of people saying what she's saying, right? She's obviously sincere in what she believes, right? I'm just trying to understand it.
Yo. Let me say something quickly, yeah.
Veli, what are you saying on this, man?
Yeah, well, go on, G. Yeah, like I'm saying, obviously, man can't sit on the panel and say you can't talk. Can you hear me?
Can anyone else
Can you hear me?
No, my brother, I'm not saying they can't talk to her, you know. I'm saying I'd advise you not to talk to her.
Listen, yeah, but listen to what I'm saying first. This is what I'm saying first.
So I'm not talking. You guys choose to feel free to talk to her, but I am not talking to her anymore.
Can anyone else hear?
Yeah, all right, that's cool, bro. But like I'm saying,
can anyone else hear?
Even if it is that, then man could chill in the comments and let someone else jump on the panel as well. Yo, we can hear you.
Hello,
you
can
can't
people hear me talking?
Yeah, we can hear you talking, but you can't hear me still.
Right,
like, you can't hear me still. But I'm saying, cause you got to let the people talk them and let whoever's talking. You get me? If it's not a question that you don't want to answer, just mute your mic and let someone else answer it or whatever. Innit? Like, or if it's someone you don't want to talk to,
Really, I am letting them. So I think that's unfair to say. I've let everyone speak, including Jupiter.
No, but wait, hold on a sec, because you were just saying, I'm not talking to you, and then you're muting your mic. But then when Bank Boy was gonna answer the question, you're like, I advise you not to talk to her. It's like, bro, man
yeah, but my brother, I can advise someone. My brother, that's not fair for you to say because I'm allowed to.
I'll tell you why though. I'll tell you why I say that, yeah, because obviously it's a panel of people that are gonna ask questions back and forth, innit?
So Billy, are you saying I'm not allowed to offer advice? Is that what you're saying?
You can offer advice, of course you can, but like if you're gonna say, listen to what I'm saying, bruv. Listen to what I'm saying, because you keep doing that, bruv. You don't listen to what anyone says, and then you want to steamroll over what the other person's saying, because you can't really do that. Cause you gotta you gotta let the other person get their whole sentence out. We were chatting about this last night, cause you gotta let the person get their sentence out. If you don't want to answer them, don't answer them. You don't have to chat to anyone. You can give advice to whatever, but remember that it's a platform of people listening from YouTube. Like, I'm trying to listen to the thing as well, innit? So if everyone on the platform says they don't, everyone that comes on says, don't talk, and it's just a platform of silence, that's dead. You get me? That's no good for everyone that's listening. Obviously,
my brother, if you
personally don't want to answer, you don't have to answer it. Like, you don't have to answer.
My brother, but you made the misinterpretation there, just so you know, because I didn't say for no one to talk. I said it's probably better because this person is now just being controversial and has proven that they have no knowledge, nothing to add. They're just here to be controversial and to stir things up and to make ridiculous comments. I did advise these brothers, I said to Orthodox More, please share your information that you've got with us. And I did say to Bank Boy, I'd advise you not to talk to her because what she's trying to do is trying to wind you up, which is not a healthy thing. But if you think that's healthy, Belly, do you know what? I'll let her wind people up. I'm going to let you lot carry on. I won't offer no more advice. Everyone do exactly how you feel. And I'm going to stay on mute for now and let everyone else have their say.
You calm, all right, but like I'm saying, wait, hold on. Like I'm keep trying to say, yeah, it's like, man, you can't work on emotions on this debating or arguing on this platform thing, because all people. But listen to what I'm saying, bro, because you keep cutting before I even get to the end of the sentence, G. Yeah, every time someone, that's all man's gonna do. Then man's just gonna try to trigger you, wind you up, and say stuff that gets on your nerves. That's all man's going to do. And then Schiffer's just going to be there shouting, rah, this, that, and the other. And it's like, bro, man want to hear what you're saying as well, innit? People on the channel come to listen to what you're saying. You've got your own little exclamation mark. You got your little saying and shit. People want to hear what man is saying, but people want to hear what other people on the panel were saying as well. So ask your questions. If someone else don't want to answer, move on to another point. If someone answers a question that you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer it. Right? You get me? But we do need people. We do need everyone on the channel to be able to chat and talk between each other, innit? Because obviously that's what the YouTube thing is running for. So you get me, like, although it might be people that you don't agree with, might even be people that I don't agree with. You think when Banksy was dissing black people, you think I was sitting there smiling and kikiing like, yeah, yeah, this is dope? Of course not, bro. I wanted man them to come with actual answers to the questions and switch up. You see, like what God of Jacob was doing? God of Jacob was asking him questions on, okay, so you're talking about why we're over here doing this, that, and the other, but why are you over here doing this, that, and the other? Because you're doing the exact same thing that you're complaining that other people would do. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we need to try and hear, cuz like we want to hear people talking it. Like, man, don't want to hear.
Reply to that, Veli. Is that okay? Because I just listened to you and I didn't get to the end. Hopefully, I'm hoping I did. I have no emotions pertaining to any of this. Like, no one's triggering anything in me. If anything, I'm the one triggering people. I get where you're coming from, but I think that you've made a misconception here, Vels, because like I said, I've let everyone speak. I've asked you better questions. She refuses to answer them logically. She wants to spill out a load of opinions and, you know, a load of just riffraff, basically. So we've given her a chance to, you know, to have an educated conversation with us, but she just wants to spew out hatred and try to wind people up. It's not working, you know. Everything tactics she's tried, none of it's worked. Like, I'm having a good day. I'm on double pay today. I'm enjoying it. In fact, I'm enjoying the conversation. So, Vels, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to let everyone else speak. If you want to speak to Jupiter, feel free. Everyone's heard my advice. But what I said, this is my honest opinion. I think if someone is only trying to add ignorance, then, you know, we as a community, if Bankboy and the Orthodox Moor and whoever else in the room decides that, you know what, they agree with Schiffer and we should not be entertaining stuff like that, then they should be given the choice of not entertaining it. If she wants to talk and carry on talking, she can feel free. I'm not going to stop anyone from talking, and I'm not going to stop talking to her. I'm not going to stop Bankboy from talking to her. I'm not going to stop anyone from talking to anyone. All I was doing is offering some friendly advice, and if that's not allowed from now on, I won't offer friendly advice. And I'll let you talk. Go on, Bankboy.
I just want to hear what she's got to say, because sometimes you got to give people enough rope to hang themselves with. You feel me? Like, so it's okay. I just want to hear more of what she has to say, because she clearly doesn't understand that this is not a platform just for opinions. If you have an opinion, you got to back it up at least with some sort of like fact. You know,
hey, Bankboy, you're a wicked, you know.
You know, so like, just let her talk, innit? Like, let her say what she wants to say, like, and then it will be addressed.
But Bankboy, can I ask you a question? Can you see that I'm trying to stop this? I'm trying to save her some face. I'm actually trying to save her.
But don't try and save her.
But you don't need to do that though. But let everyone talk for themselves, innit? Yeah. If it's a question that if she's asking you a question, yeah, and you've got the answer to the question, pop off and give the answer, innit? But like, you ain't got to save no one. Let everyone talk for themselves. We're all adults on the panel, and everyone's big enough and bad enough to speak for themselves. They can stand up and they can do. You know what I'm saying? Like, everyone on this panel at this time has at one time spoke about something that they've been unhappy about to a person that they've been unhappy about to it. So you get me? I'll give you everyone will do that. You get me?
I would definitely
everyone Jupiter, the floor.
Don't save her. She want to be saved.
I'll save no one, man. Let everyone save themselves, fam, and then let everyone answer their question for themselves.
Let everyone hang themselves.
Everyone can do themselves for the same thing. Like obviously, Schiffer, check it like this, cuz you're saying a lot of stuff on the panel that I don't agree with, but I don't jump on and say, oh, nah, I don't agree with you. You're chatting shit. Rah rah rah. I just don't agree with it. Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
I'll be honest. That was my intention. I want people to try and refute me. That's what I want.
Then people will do that sooner or later, innit? Like, but yeah. Anyway, let the people them carry on their chat and chattings for go on and them things. That's it. All right, yeah,
big
man.
Up,
so big
Belly.
up everyone.
Big up, Belly.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, come on, yeah, big up, man. Big up, bad boy.
Subscribe button,
big up
people.
Black.
Come on.
Yeah, big up Schiffer, outside Orthodox Moor. Big up Jupiter. Yeah, big up everyone, man. Yeah, like I was saying, man, differently, like, you don't have to be my best friend to come on the panel or nothing like that. Everyone can jump on and have their say. Like, You get like, well, look what Raj done to the fucking thing yesterday. I couldn't hear him, yeah, and he's all singing over my music and fucking trolling me and shit. You get me? Like,
yeah, it's good though.
You know what I'm saying, fam? So, boom, yeah. Anyone can come around there, and everyone's welcome to a say. You get me? So, let the people talk in it, man. And we have the conversation.
I'm still gonna respect her and give her a space to talk.
Let me ask Jupiter a question. Yeah, Jupiter, do you reckon like people can actually live together and get along? Well,
Some people better than others. Yeah.
okay. Do you think white people have the ability to like get along with other people?
Yes, I think that Britain's one of the most tolerant places in the world to live, and people don't appreciate the British for it.
Granted. So in that sense, like, why do you still advocate for this 80-20% thing, man?
Because I don't think it would be right for this country to be overtaken by other beliefs and another ethnicity.
So you believe that the 3% of black people
here to be genocided.
All right, so you believe, yeah, that the 3% of black people in this country are somehow going to take over the 80-something% of the white people that's there.
No.
So if that's the case, why are we even having this conversation about 80-20%?
Because black people are not the only demographics that have made the demographics change.
Okay, what is Indian people? What, like, are they up about 11%, if that, or 9 or something? Yeah, what's mixed race people? 2.5. What is who else
really
is there?
Got more to do with the birth rates and who's having the children.
That's what I'm trying to say. So like the birth rate of the 3% is gonna scare you. Come on, you've already got 86%, like you said, according to the last census of 2011. It's already 86% white. What have you got to be afraid of?
Yo, Bank Boy, it's my fault because I want to take over.
Oh, fucking hell.
All right.
I'm trying. I've been trying, man. Come on, man.
Jupiter, do you understand what I'm saying, though? Like, according to
I
the
understand
census,
what you're
like
saying.
you said,
Every time I try to answer a question, people talk amongst themselves. Then we have half hour of somebody coming on to explain that we don't need to talk over each other, and then you have to argue it for another half hour. And meanwhile, I'm still sitting here patiently trying to answer the fucking question that I was answered. And then I leave, and then you make up your own fucking narrative of what you think I think, and then go and spread it all about. It's the same pattern every time. It's pointless. I can't be dealing with people that are ignorant.
All right, Jupiter. No, seriously. What I'm just saying, yeah. Like, I would like you to answer this question seriously. So, like, according to you, the last census of 2011, concluded that there was 86% more Caucasians, white people in the country. If that's the case, how can black people in the same census was at 2%? Yeah. How can that? Why are we even having the discussion? Like, it doesn't matter how much kids those people have, they're still not going to come close. Do you understand?
No, that's not true. What's happened is that we had Tony Blair that allowed the immigration doors to open up. Yeah. Now, if we go back to 1995, for example, and we look at the proportional representation, you will find that there's a very big jump. But I'm only going back as far as 2011 because that's our last census. In our last census, we were still 86%. However, going by the predictions on the birth rate and the mass immigration of 2015, it's very, very likely that we've actually dropped below 80%. If we carry on going on that gradient, it won't be long before white people would be outbred in the country, which I feel would be unfair to the people that are white in this country.
Okay, in that sense, then, would you like white people everywhere else in the world, like on other people's lands, to come home? To be sent home. To be sent
if they were
home.
refugees, why not? But if the other countries are happy with them there, I don't see what the problem is. And I would argue that they should have a 20-80% ratio as well. But that's up to them. It's their countries.
So South Africa should kick out all the white people and have 80%.
No, I would say that it's not for the South Africans to sort out. It's not for me to make.
No, according to what you're saying, according to your own rhetoric, like South
No,
Africans
I'm,
then
no.
should
What
have.
I'm saying is, I'm only
No, I've not
interested
finished what I'm saying,
in
love.
what's going on in Britain. I
You
believe
know,
every
South.
other country has a right to decide for itself.
Okay, but let's stick to your like way of thinking right now. Yeah, let's use your way of thinking and apply it across the board. Yeah, South
hmm
Africa then should be 80% black and 20% white. Is that what you're saying?
Pre 1946.
What was that got to do with anything? What are you talking about, love?
Well, I just told you that's what most people
Are
would say.
Orthodox more like? Please help me out because I can't understand this woman.
What was the demographics in 1946? Help me understand. What was it looking like? What are you trying to go back to right quick? Just so I can understand.
I think that's just the cut-off point. People saying that if you've got relatives before that time, that's the they're not saying that for definite. That's what they've been mentioning.
I got you. Like so for instance, like in 1776 at the beginning of the United States, like for instance, 20% of the population was black, right? The slave population and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? It's 12% now, 13% now. You know what I'm saying? So in 1946, what was the demographics like then? What was the ethnic demographic? What was the demographic of so-called indigenous people to so-called non?
Yeah, that's a valid question for you to answer, Jupiter. What is it? Because you keep talking about this 1946 stuff, so you must have some concrete fucking answers for us.
I can look it up, just like you can Google it.
Well,
I've been trying to Google it. I can't find it. That's what I'm asking. Like I'm dead curious.
I don't think there was a census taken around that time, but I'll go and look. Let me go and see.
Well, seeing as like I would have thought you knew that already, seeing as you're so adamant about this 1946 stuff, you've been spitting.
No, I'm
it for the
telling you,
last how
that's
long?
the number that gets bandied about by ethno-nationalists. It's nothing to do with me.
Right. That's why I'm confused. You said you weren't an ethno. You said you're in between ethno and civic.
I'm not an ethno-nationalist, but I do agree that could be a possible answer.
So you don't agree with them. You're not an ethno-nationalist or whatever, but you keep.
I don't agree with them because I don't agree in certain other things that they say.
But you use certain. You pick and choose certain things that they use to justify themselves, like 1946.
There's got to be a cut-off point at some time, and they say that time, and that wouldn't bother me.
Jupiter, sorry, I'm not even trying to be rude or funny. Like you do realize that sometimes you actually don't make any sense. Please, you must
makes sense. I'm not here trying to sell you anything. So at the end of the day,
I can't buy anything that you're selling anyway. So that's neither here nor there. You know, no one of a right mind is gonna buy anything you're selling because you're not even really selling anything. You're just spitting and spewing out nonsense. To be honest, No, but it's true. Like I'm asking you things because I actually want to be like informed by you. But you're not able to even give answers to the things that you're coming out with. It doesn't make any sense. So, like, you know, by definition, it's nonsense if it doesn't make sense. You feel me? It's not even a diss.
No, I'm looking up the demographics for you.
Okay. You should have had that by now, but because you're so adamant about 1946. Sorry, but go on, pull it up.
So when the ethno-nationalists say 1946, are they talking about 1946 in Europe altogether, or are they talking about specifically England, or are they talking about specific countries, or what?
Britain.
Okay.
Just Britain. Okay. Ultra, I beg you say something to this woman.
So let's say that while you're looking for the numbers, let's say like the 2011 numbers were the same, just transposed and whatnot. Obviously they're not, but let's just say that they are and whatnot. Are you saying that you would bar immigration from people who weren't from the demographics of 1946? So if people weren't from India or weren't from Morocco or weren't from Jamaica or weren't from where, you know what I'm saying, you would, people who didn't have ties to where you're talking about in 1946, like they wouldn't be allowed to come in, or
For me, I wouldn't want any immigration for at least 5 years if I was in power, but I know that that's unlikely.
Wow, you'd be a horrible politician because you don't even know what you're talking about.
So what would be the purpose of putting the moratorium on immigration for 5 years?
To sort out the problems that we've got within our country.
What problems have you got? What problems have you got? You're talking about people who's 3% of the country having kids.
Hey, my dude, I bet you let her answer right quick because you're jumping in mad quick.
Sorry, man. Go
No,
on.
no, you good. I'm with you, bro. You good. I'm like I said, like I'm curious. Like I'm sure y'all have gone around a few different times, so I ain't mad at you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm dead curious on this.
Right.
Jupiter.
I don't know which question you want me to answer because, like I said, you ask a question, then you have conversations between yourself, and then you want me to come back.
Answer
The
both.
one, the last one he just asked you.
Which was?
I've forgotten at this juncture. I remember that.
Well, I don't expect me to remember when you're talking over each other.
You good? I'm not mad at you. Not mad at you. Hey, chat. What was my question?
So the last thing I said was that if I was in power, I would want to stop immigration for 5 years. Right. The
That was
reason
my
why.
question. Okay. Go ahead.
Right. So the reason that I would want to do that is because you say, what problems have we got in Britain? Okay. We've got a population that are not being adequately looked after. And what I mean by that is there's not enough for adequate housing, there's not enough for adequate school places, there's not enough for adequate.
Well, for white people, yeah?
Doctors, no, for everybody. For doctor surgeries, we don't have loads of stuff really. But we have homeless sleeping on the streets. We have people that are coming in more and more and more, and they're claiming benefits, and they're not going into work. There are people that haven't paid into the system but want to take out, and everything needs to be reset, readjusted, and rebalanced before we can start opening the door and letting people in again. However, realistically, I know that probably wouldn't happen, so therefore it's got to be greatly reduced. That's why I'm quite happy with what Boris Johnson's done today, although I don't think it goes far enough. But he has made it a bit harder. So at the moment we are only going to be taking highly skilled.
I want to know your ideal situation. Like, so after 5 years, when you reintroduced immigration, how would you reintroduce it?
Right. For me personally, I would want to change the immigration system so that we had two consecutive routes into the UK, not just for the skilled, but for those that were underskilled, but that within an age range that could be trained up to do jobs that we might need, that are manual or something like that, that we might have a shortfall in from our own population. So unskilled. So I believe there should be two lists, skilled and unskilled, but I do believe that there would be two criteria as well.
So
can I ask one question? Jupiter, are you just angry because you look like a cross between Keith Lemon and the Joker from Batman? Are you just angry for that? Seriously?
No, I'm quite happy with my looks. Are you angry because you've had an accident or a car crash and your eyes droopy? I mean, reasonable question.
So with
the immigration, no, angry. I've not had a car crash, and no, my eyes ain't droopy. My eyes are fine. Look at them. My eyes are sexy. Girls love my eyes, man. They go crazy.
Well, I fucking don't.
Girl, I gone mad.
You know, when someone goes to someone's looks, straight away you know that they're just immature. Because you can't talk on ideals. What you're doing is you're just trying to be rude for no reason.
I'll be honest, I don't see how there's any maturity in this conversation. I'm taking you with that. I think this is a joke, and I'm entitled to my opinion. I think this is a farce. But like I said, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, so I'm entitled to mine. I think this is beyond the joke.
Hey, bro, I'm here to tell you that the ethno-nationalists are not joking in any way, shape, or form, bro. They are dead serious.
No, my brother. Let's get this right. I don't think they're joking. I think they are a joke. I think they're losing. They're losing on so many fronts. They're afraid. Be scared. Be scared.
No, the right are not losing.
There will be more black babies.
But the right are not losing. The only people that are making any sense or bringing any form of solutions are people on the right. Now, for me,
all right, yeah. Hitler, yeah. All right, yeah.
Rubbish.
So back to the conversation right quick. Like, so when you restart the immigration, would like Polish people and like Russians and people who are like Eastern Europeans, people who are not native to England or whatnot, would they be part of the 80% or 20%?
20%.
Okay. Interesting. So wouldn't that water like so you're saying that the people, help me understand this right quick. So the people who were there from pre-1946, right? They could be from India, they could be from Jamaica, they could be from Morocco, all that, right? They could be all that, right? They can get watered down in Britain, is what you're saying. You're okay with that part. Like, so like the people coming in, whether they're British or whether they're Polish, Russian, whatever, you know what I'm saying, Eastern Europe, they're gonna water down to 20%. You're cool with that.
Sorry, say that again. Who will water down who?
So like the incoming immigrants, right? Who, like, whether they're from Eastern Europe or wherever, right? They would water down the current 20% that you would have in your country.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah.
So
but I would say that they would be watering down ethnic blood if they married the British, because they don't. For me, I'm different. You've got to understand this is a unique point of view. I'm not representing anybody. If you want to speak to a proper ethno-nationalist, then there's plenty of them.
I know plenty. This is what I'm trying to figure out, the civic nationalist part. Because if I'm part of the 20%, right, who were there from who got ties before 1946, I'm trying to figure out how come I get watered down, but the 80% doesn't get watered down. I'm trying to figure out where's the civic nationalism.
But they would do, because the ethnic nationalists believe that you have to be 100% pure.
Right. Like, hold on. So here's what I'm saying. Like, so in your model, you have a preservation of the 80%, right? That are white.
My brother, her model doesn't even work. She's not pure. She's got Jewish and all sorts of things mixed up in her.
Most British people have got at least 2% Jewish in them.
So none of you are pure. Then your narrative doesn't work. I don't understand. Help me. Someone help me understand, because I'm confused.
So here's what I'm trying to understand. Where you're trying to say you're a civic nationalist, right? Because if I'm part of the 20%, let's say I'm Moroccan, right? And I got ties from prior to 1946 and whatnot. I got a bunch of family ties there, etc., going back generations and whatnot. Going back to when the Moors were there in the 1700s, and etc., whatnot, right? You're saying I don't have the same rights to have the same cultural continuity of being like Moroccan British as your people.
Me personally, I would say you have connections to the country. If you've got connections pre-1946, then you've got a connection to the country.
But to clarify, you're saying I'm not part of the 80%. You're saying I'm part of the 20% who gets watered down with the immigration coming in. So I'm saying so on that level, that's 100% ethno-nationalism, but it's not civic nationalism, because like
you would have the same rights as the 80% in my book.
You know what I think?
But hold on. But the same thing you're worried about happening to the 80%, you're guaranteeing happening to the 20%, because the immigration only deals with them. They get watered down. Your 80% stays cool.
Well, I would assume that if you're here if you've got Moroccan blood, but you've been here pre-1946, that you would have ended up indigenously white anyway. You would have ended up white skin anyway.
Jupiter, do you know what I think? Do you want to know what I think, Jupiter? I think, like, because you don't really know much about what's actually happening down here, yeah, I think you're an alien. I think you should go back to Jupiter.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind either.
Yeah,
honestly.
I wouldn't mind that. That really doesn't make sense.
So let's say I come from a mixed family. Let's say I have a white mother and a black father, right?
Yeah.
So I'm the child there. Like, am I part of the 80% or the 20%? I'm 50-50. Both parents are British, right?
Ethnically English, Scottish, Welsh, or Irish. You wouldn't be able to say that because you're not ethnically pure blood, but you would be able to say that you are half ethnic. Therefore, you would have roots and ties to the country, and you would be permitted.
Yeah, Jupiter, you're not ethnically pure blood neither, so you couldn't do that neither.
Okay, so real quick, here's where it gets fuzzy. Like, so I'm mixed, right? Like, so now let's say I get somebody from West Africa, right? Now I got roots and ties to the country. Do my children have birthright citizenship? Do my children by West African women have birthright citizenship?
Sorry, I'm keeping up your accent, sort of like it throws me every now and again. You're from what? You're saying you're from West Africa and what?
Nope, I'm saying like I'm mixed, right? I'm that same mixed person. My mother's white, my father's black. You're saying
Yeah.
I got ties to the land. Cool. So I grow up. I have a child with a woman from West Africa, from Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Do my children have birthright citizenship in the land? Are they part of the 80% or 20%?
Well, they would have rights. They wouldn't be part. They wouldn't be part of the 80%, would they? But they would still be part indigenous because they have
a white
they-
mother.
So Jupiter, are you saying that your kids are beneath you then? Are you saying that your kids who have dual nationality are beneath you? Is that what you're saying?
No,
And they
not-
don't have the rights you have?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Well, did they have the same rights as you then?
My children would have right to be here through my bloodline.
No, I'm asking you because they're not, because you said they have mixed blood, so they're not pure. Does that mean they shouldn't have the same rights as someone who is pure, like yourself, apparently?
They would have the same right but they wouldn't be able to call themselves. They wouldn't be able to call themselves ethnically English. 100%.
Okay, so they don't have the right to call themselves ethnically English. Only
Jupiter,
people
Jupiter, do you have the right to call yourself?
race people have the right to call themselves. All right, cool. So your kids don't have the same rights as you. No, let me finish. Your kids don't have the same rights as you because they cannot call themselves what you call yourself. My kids can call themselves what I call myself. So my kids have the same rights as me. But you think your kids are beneath you. So I'm gonna leave you with that. I don't mind. You've just proven it to the
That's
world.
what I'm talking about, giving her enough rope to hang yourself with. Jupiter, Jupiter, do you?
No, I want to answer. No, because he's just made a statement, right? Then you want to jump in and ask a question. I want to reply
All
to
right,
his,
go on then.
his
Sorry,
statement,
go on.
right? So you're to Schiffer's children. He says that they are the same as him. Are they not the same as their mother then?
Yeah, they're the same as both of us. They have both rights. They have claim to both rights, both nationalities. Wherever we're from, they have. Let me just clarify. Wherever I am from, my children have claim to. Wherever their mother's from, they have claim to. Also, in entirety, not no half business, not no quarter business, in entirety. Because I don't think I'm better than anyone else. And dark-skinned people, we don't think we're better than anyone else. Do you know what? If a Caucasian child was born in a dark-skinned country, we'd give them the same rights and we treat our neighbors and love our neighbors like we love ourselves. But this ethno race that you're talking about, whatever it is, the rubbish that was coming out of your mouth, you people think you're better than everyone else. You think you're better than your own children. You want to look down on them. I hope your children see this video and I hope they can see you for who you are.
They'll be asking you questions, Jupiter.
And my children are actually the ones that help me understand things because they see things from their own unique view. They don't agree with you, actually.
Well,
And
they
my
like being
children are very intelligent, very, very.
Then
Your
children say that they're not from this land as well.
you say yourself, why do you need black only clubs?
Children.
Black only
I feel
clubs.
sorry for your children.
I'm asking you a question. Why do you need black only clubs for women if everybody's the same?
Black only clubs for what? Say that again. I didn't hear you. I didn't understand. I don't even know what you're talking about. Talk to me.
Why do you believe that the sisterhood is for only black only women? Like the other day.
What
are you talking about? What's sisterhood?
Black only women. I never said that.
Oh, you didn't know? So you
No.
didn't say that the sisterhood doesn't include white women the other day, no?
I never said that. No. Someone else may have said it, but
You did,
definitely wasn't me.
You did, mate. You did.
No, I didn't.
Right. So and
Silence,
not Lady Divine and Nyneepa that you talked to, you
Oh,
are
but you know what she did? Look, notice what she just did, people, yeah? She says not Lady Divine because she's scared of Lady Divine, but Lady Divine is the one who clarified.
I've not heard Lady Divine's comment on it.
That the sisterhood, they said the sisterhood
I have
is the
heard
black sisters.
Nyneepa, I have heard Nyneepa and Old Spice tell you that they find it insulting, and Betty actually, to tell them that as pure black women, mixed race children are exactly the same as them. So what do you say to those women?
I say they are confused, and I've told them it myself. I ain't holding no punches back.
Okay. So everyone in the world was confused apart from you that can quite clearly see that the child is mixed.
but you want to
The
tell them
child
that
is not mixed. The child has dual nationality. I am not uneducated like you. Your non-wisdom will not rub off on me. Out to the Orthodox more. Out to Finest Wine. Out to Malik. Out to Bankboy. Out to educated people all across the world. Let's
Oh,
stay
she's gone.
educated.
She's gone.
Let's not let the ignorance affect us.
She's gone.
She's
I wanted to
racist though,
ask-
man.
I
Come
wanted
on,
to
man.
ask her how pure she thought she was if she's mixed herself with Jewish and all sorts.
Can I just say this? Anyone in the comment section, yeah, if you believe Jupiter's a racist, I'm gonna do what I see my brother Aspect do. Can you put a 1 in the comment if you think Jupiter's a racist? If you don't think she's a racist, put a 2. And for people on the panel, like, feel free to answer my question. Does anyone else think that Jupiter is a racist, or am I confused?
I think she doesn't know much about what she's talking about. I think she's self-deluded.
Here's what I think. I think if she took a lie detector test, she would actually pass saying that she's not a racist. I think she believes she's not a racist. You feel me? Like, that's like, you feel me? I think she believes it to the core.
Believing something doesn't necessarily make it true, obviously, but I get where you guys are coming from. But I'm entitled to my opinion, innit? Like, and my opinion
All right,
is
Jupiter, she's back. She's back. She's back.
racist.
She's back. Jupiter.
England.
Do you consider yourself pure blood?
Do I consider myself pure blood? No, no, not 100%, but I would say that I'm English because I've got at least.
But why are you fighting for something that you're not, though? Why would you fight for something that you're not? I don't understand. Help us to understand.
Because I believe that whites are in the minority in the world, and I believe that English people that fought for this country have a right to have their say. And if the majority want that, I stand with the majority. It's as simple as that.
Can I ask you? Sorry. One sec, Shifa. One sec,
The
Shifa.
first time the English fought for the country was an invasion.
If the population of this country got over the 80%, yeah, because you're not one of these purebreds, yeah, would you be prepared to leave too?
Or do you think they will actually come for you?
Yeah, I don't look, for me, it
that's
doesn't
cool.
bother me. I'm not interested in status. I'm not after nicking somebody's status, but I know that I have enough indigenous blood and heritage here. I go back, my heritage goes back many hundreds of years, and I'm quite stable in my identity. So
But mine goes back thousands of years, and you're not pure. You're not
Okay,
pure, so
Let me
therefore,
say this.
most British people have at least 2% Jewish blood in them.
well, then they've all got to leave, then, isn't it? It's a pointless argument. It's a fallacy.
No,
what
they
other
don't.
mix do you have in you, Jupiter?
You leave.
What other mixes do you have in you? Is it just Jewish?
Okay, I'll leave.
One sec,
All right.
Shifa. One sec, Shifa.
Please
Shifa,
do
one
it.
sec.
Make it a lot easier.
Jupiter.
Why don't you
can hear
leave
me?
too? If you leave, I'll leave. We'll do it together.
Shifa, 1 second. Jupiter, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Apart from
If you want to understand what a proper somebody further up the purity scale, England here that you can ask questions if you want to somebody
Jupiter,
that
I want to ask you something directly. Shifa, 1 second, man. 1 second, Shifa. I want to ask you something directly. Other than Jewish, do you have any other mix in you?
not as far as I know, no.
Okay.
Scottish, Irish, and Welsh, Cornish. That's it.
Okay. So the people who classify themselves as purists, yeah, like they feel like they're fully pure. Like, do you think, yeah, with that Jewish blood that you have in you, do you think they would come after you too?
Yeah, there's some further up the scale that would say that they don't want me here. Yes, it's true.
Did you say Cornish? Is Cornish your ethnicity? What is Cornish? Is that people that children of the corn? Help me. What's Cornish? Are you corny? Do you have corns on your toes?
You're one ignorant puppy, you, mate. One ignorant guy.
I like you, England, man. You're a good guy, man. You're a good guy, brother.
Thank you.
England.
Thank you.
Well done.
England, la la.
Good entertainment, Skipper, but he's a bit cancerous after a bit. What's up, Bank Boy?
You got cancer, have you? Unfortunately, that's a very big shame, and I hope that you get over it. Maybe the radiotherapy will work for you, brother.
Thank you, bro. Thanks for the concern. Sorry, what are you saying, Bank Boy?
No, I was just saying, hey man, I've not seen you before, so I'm just saying, what up?
Yeah, what's
He's another racist. He's another racist, just so you know.
Yeah, I'm a racist.
We
Are
know.
you?
We know.
Yeah, of course I'm a racist.
Yeah, we know. We know.
Okay, can I get some of your views then?
Yeah, ask me any question you want.
Why do you consider yourself a racist?
Because from what I've seen as a definition of the dictionary definition is to say you believe that your ethnic group or your culture is more superior to another, and I do believe not all cultures are equal. So I think some cultures are better than other cultures. So that would define me as a racist, wouldn't it? Not that I hate black people, or I hate Chinese people, or I hate Indian, but yeah, I do
You feel
think
you feel that your
others.
culture is superior to theirs. That's what it is, yeah.
To some cultures, yeah.
Okay, but can I ask you another question? Why do you feel the need to be superior in the first place?
It's not a need to be superior; it's an observation.
An observation.
Yeah, it's. I don't feel the need. I don't lord it over anybody, but
let me
But
give you
why
an
is it
example.
that we build superior structures to use superior people? Why is it?
Let me give you an example. Shiva,
Come
1
back
second.
to you shortly. Go on, Bank Boy.
Yeah, so an example would be, say, look at the Germans and the Aryan philosophy, right? And when they
Yeah.
thought they were superior, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and they did not want black people in the Olympics, right? So if we're talking superiority, yeah, in terms of physical strength and physical prowess, yeah. When I can't remember, was it Joe Lewis?
Jesse Owen.
Or
Jesse
Jesse
Owen.
Owen or something, yeah. Came into the Olympics. I think that was pretty, like, you know, he put it down that physically, who would you say was superior then?
Jeez, big question.
Hitler really admired Jesse Owens, didn't he? He even met him personally. So yeah. What's your
England?
No, but we're talking about superiority.
Oh, man. Go to Jeremy Kyle, man. Carry on, Bank Boy.
England. This is Jeremy Kyle. This is Benefits Britain right now. So this is Benefits Britain. Everyone watching. We got England, who's part of Benefits Britain. We got Schiffer, you know, who's the dark-skinned man who works hard. We got Bank Boy, who's the
sitting in your car all day.
who's
another part of Benefits Britain. And you know, these benefits people.
Any more sensible questions before we go, Bank Boy? Are you going to allow the viewers at home conversation?
Schiffer, one sec. So, no, one sec. No. So if we're talking on if we're keeping it on terms of superiority, yeah, like what I'm saying is, that theory.
Let me ask you the question, Bank Boy. 1 sec. Do you think all cultures are equal?
Clearly not, but it's not.
Hold on, right.
I don't see.
Hold on 1 second. Don't give me no buts. So you said no, not all cultures are equal. I'm saying the same thing. Now, according to the dictionary definition, that's racist. So you're a racist as well, Bank Boy.
No, that's not racist.
I wouldn't agree with that because
you're making an interpretation.
No, let me say something. Let me speak for myself.
When we say equal, we may not be equal.
Right,
we may not be equal with you in your language. You might be racist.
Because I can't handle all the fire.
You make
handle all the fire off Schiffer.
In intelligence, we are equal.
I'm going to go because I can't handle the fire. I can't handle all the fire off Schiffer. It's just bunning me out. I'm going to have to go, guys. When you can get somebody easier to speak.
Thank you, Benefits Britain. Thank you, Benefits Britain.
I'd love to have a great conversation with you, bro, and anybody else, but Schiffer's just a waste of time.
I don't like dark-skinned people. Why would you want to talk to us? Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyway, Bank Boy.
That was funny.
Bank Boy. Come on, man. You know we had to run. This
man said Schiffer's just bunning me out and I can't handle it.
Can't handle it like this, you know, like that. He couldn't handle my question as well about the superiority and just
really understand sarcasm. It seems to me that you people are really that.
Jupiter, I don't understand you.
You pretend you don't understand it,
Who's you people? Who's you people?
People on the platform, or you're so insecure that you have to convince yourself that it wasn't sarcasm.
I honestly don't understand what you're talking about. I'm trying to understand, but I don't understand the word that's coming out your mouth. So Like you can
Jupiter,
try and rephrase it if you like.
Shifa, let me say something. Jupiter, you're not allowed to use the word insecure, you know, because like your whole
Why?
theory is based on insecurity.
What's based on insecurity? Say that again.
Your whole theory and your whole premise of everything you say is fully based on insecurity. Do you understand? Do you actually understand?
Yeah, in a way you're right. It's based on making the country secure for the children of the future.
No,
yeah.
insecurity meaning like you are afraid of the rise of something that like you know, people having babies and stuff. Like 20% of people having babies. Do you understand?
Okay,
You
what
are
I'm
afraid.
afraid of, I tell you what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that my country would become so weak that it would allow Sharia law and Islam to take over, and I certainly do not want that in this country.
Do you know what the opposite of fear is? Love, my love.
I could never love Sharia law. That would be ridiculous.
I'm just asking to love people in general. You know, maybe you might change their point of view.
I don't consider people Sharia law. I think Sharia law is an ideology.
I'm just saying I don't give two fucks about Sharia law, Sunni law, like kebab law. I don't know about all those type of laws. Yeah. All I'm saying, I know about people though. I know about people, just people in general. Yeah? And if you
can
show
I ask
people
you,
love,
can I ask you, do you follow any religion?
I'm a Christian.
Right, so you're a Christian. Would you follow the Old Testament or the New Testament?
I follow both testaments. I'm a Christian. I follow both
Well,
books.
then that's why you wouldn't be worried about Sharia law, then, isn't it?
I don't know about it, to be honest. I don't even know about it, so I can't. Can you tell me a bit about Sharia law?
Well, I don't like the Sharia law. I
What is
don't
it?
think it would be right to have 4 witnesses before to be able to sort out being raped.
What is Sharia law? What is Sharia law? Can you explain it to me, please? Because I have no understanding of it.
Okay, it's religious laws that Islamic people can follow. Not there isn't one country that follows it in full as of yet, or as far as I know. But many extreme Islamists would like to see it brought in and follow it in full.
Okay, so it's an extreme.
I would like to see that.
So it's an extremist ideology, basically.
Yeah.
I don't subscribe to any extremism at all. So, yeah, I can't say I'll be down for Sharia law either. Now that I've got an understanding of it. But speaking, I like I said, I don't deal with all of that. Let's just talk about human beings and people, 1-to-1, yeah, and love and fear. You know, if you're afraid of something that you do not understand, yeah, then it's you know, you might want to push that thing away. You might even want to harm that thing. You know, but if you actually get to or try to understand,
I just want to prevent that ever happening to my country.
Yeah, but you can in the same if you try to understand people and you
I
have
want to
a
ensure
basic level of love for them.
I want to ensure or be part of the insurers that the white people are not going to be genocided in the future of mankind. I don't see anything wrong with that.
So you think people are going to kill?
Do you see anything wrong with the white people genociding everyone else?
How can they genocide everyone else when they're in the minority in the world?
Oh my God, they've done it too many times.
Don't say things like that. Come on, man. Like, come on, man. Like the white race is known. They've killed half the world, man. Come on, you can't say stuff like that. That's what makes me think that you're not prepared for this sort of conversations.
So they may have genocided in pockets of the world, which it would be wrong.
They killed.
They haven't killed. Listen, if they genocided, you wouldn't exist.
What did the Spanish do to South America?
Come on.
That's the Spanish. That's not the British.
What, they're not white?
And the British.
And
the
British.
Columbus. Columbus not British.
Okay.
Not British. Get out of here. You're done. Columbus is one of the most evil men who ever lived. He's your granddad. Yeah? Like Winston Churchill, one of the most evilest men who ever lived. Genocided 7 million.
Idi Amin, look at the eye. Look at it.
7 million. Your insults can't hurt. Your insults can't hurt me. Benefits.
What's that one in Liberia?
Finest, can you
What's the
jump
one
on?
in Liberia that
Out to
walked around
benefits Britain.
naked? Hey, what was
Finest,
his
can you
name
jump on,
again?
please?
What was his name? General Butt Naked or something?
Hello, someone calling
That's
me.
your dad, isn't it?
Yes,
Shipper's dad.
Finest.
Out to
She
benefits
Fella.
Britain.
says she doesn't understand how white people have been genocide, like to the world. I've caused genocide to the world. Can you please talk on that subject for us, please, Finest?
I don't wish to talk to Jupiter. That's why I just let you lot give it to her still.
No, say nothing. Yusuf, have you got anything to say about this genocide stuff about white people?
Yeah, hello.
What's going on, Yusuf?
What's going on?
Yeah, man. Jupiter said like the white people of the world has not committed genocide. Like, can you have like, do you have something to say on
No, I
that?
said they didn't genocide the whole world. You said the whole world. This is not gonna happen.
Yeah, I still stand by that. The whole world, like, you know, Yusuf, do you have anything to add to that or not? And then we can move to God of
I've
Jacob.
got,
Background noise is crazy, brother.
yeah, I'm at work, innit? Sorry.
Okay. God of Jacob, what are you saying on this? Okay, God of Jacob is not there. Malik, what are you saying on this?
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon. What was the
How you
question?
doing?
Before I actually go on, I would like for when Yusuf get a chance to kind of introduce himself, and then I think this is his first time on Television. You know, this is a talk show. We come here to, you know, talk, and everyone agrees and disagrees. You know, and then what else do I have to say? If you like the talk show, you know, you could subscribe to the channel, and then you could hit the like
Yeah,
button.
big up
Also.
Television.
Yeah, everyone should you know, say a quick shout out to Velavision.
Done now.
Good job. And you was asking me a question.
Yes, the question. I just wanted to find out if you had
Yeah.
an opinion on this. Jupiter seems to think that you know, white people of the world are, you know, in like they're afraid because they feel like because
Yeah,
they are.
I understand where she's.
Listen, let me
sorry to
finish. Let me
cut-
finish, bro. Let me finish, bro. She feels afraid. She feels threatened because she feels as they are the minority of the world, that they do not want to be like, you know, they don't want genocide happening to the white people. And then I said, you know, I rebutted with, what about the genocide that the white race itself has
Right.
caused on the world? And she said, like the white people didn't commit no genocide in the world. What do you have to say about that?
Right. I think that you know, they should be afraid because, you know, it's normal when you hurt somebody, you feel happy and you feel proud, but when the person gets a chance to hurt you, you know, you don't want to deal with it. So if the white people are kind of afraid of, you know, getting out of how they say it, extinction, it's something normal, but they have to remember also they have contributed in the downfall of certain people. So if it's your turn to get it's only natural for you to take the L.
Okay. No, but do you believe that white people have not done anything?
What kind of people are you to say such a thing? That's funny.
Are you okay, Jupiter? Like, Jupiter, be quiet for a minute. Like, the guy's
So you
talking.
think people are just going to sit there and go, oh, yeah, well, you know, I did something bad before. I'm going to let you come kill me. No, don't work like that.
But Jupiter, you have to understand that your race has done a lot of evil to this world, to this planet,
Right.
against the people.
I don't care what my race has done. I didn't do it.
So if you don't care, so
you're
why do
fighting
you
for your
care
race,
about
yeah,
going
on
in
one hand, but
extinction?
you don't want to take
All
responsibility for
fair
some of the
enough in
things that
war, mate.
your
You
race
can't
was doing.
change the results of a war.
Sorry?
You can't change the results of a war.
Of a war? Who was fighting with you?
Huh?
Who was fighting with you?
You're telling me that people in past, my ancestors, allegedly, according to you.
Allegedly. Are you okay? Look around, woman.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Do you actually know any history? Because I'm starting to wonder. Do you actually know any sort of history?
Your mic is breaking up. Jupiter. Are you there, Jupiter? Jupiter.
Yeah, she's probably breaking up.
Okay, go on, Millie.
Yeah, but you know, like I said, it's only natural for them to come up with such laws, you know, trying to defend their territory. What they don't remember is they started all this bullshit at first. So every empire, they say, you know, falls on itself. So if your empire is crumbling, you don't. I know you should be scared, and it's normal, but you just have to accept the natural reconstruction of what is right, of what is about to happen to your country or your region. So you're going back and forth with people on the panel. Yeah.
The thing is, even if like the structures of their societies are crumbling and they're losing that power now, I don't believe that other people, other races are as wicked as them and actually want to annihilate them the way they want to annihilate everyone else.
Right, I agree with you. You know, some race, like their race, everyone knows is more aggressive towards other people, like you said. So like I said, it's like you're pointing your fingers at the mirror, and now it's pointing back at you. So you don't want to take the L, which is really, I think, is really bad. Other people have suffered the consequences of your oppression.
Their wrath.
Right. So and it's even worse from your angle. I'm not saying every other race is not, you know, having their own enjoyment in history, but theirs is like it's very bold and clear, and every other race knows that they are the most dangerous people on the earth. I'm not saying every white people. Yeah, I'm not saying all of them, but when you look at their
race as a whole,
their agenda, yes, that is planning all this evil and genocide or whatever is worse than company else.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, it's not just like human beings that they attack. They attack the whole planet, bro.
Right, they do.
Animals, like the seas, everything. They attack every rascal thing on the planet, bro.
Right, because they're trying to stay on top and they don't want to leave. You know, they feel they want to be there forever, which is not supposed to be like that. Everyone should have their own how they say it, period of suffering and period of enjoyment. So why would you want to stay enjoying and keeping everybody else under the food chain? It's not going to work like that.
It's not natural because there's a natural ebb and flow of things, right?
Right.
Go to Jacob. Are you there? Finest. What you got to say about this? Finest. Where's everyone gone?
They probably busy. I've been listening to this conversation kind of back and forth since yesterday.
Okay.
And you know, at the end of the day, they have a point, but you know that like Finest or Lady something said, you had caused wars and struggles for other people, and now they're coming into your country trying to seek refuge and whatnot, and then you're still trying to kick them out while you was the cause of them their downfall, and you're still trying to, you know, implement laws that would not favor them, that will favor more of you and wouldn't favor them. And if you look at it, it's you know, it's, I'm not saying it's not something good, but at the end of the day, you can't just, like they say, you can't eat your cake and have it or whatever.
Yep.
You know,
Your man can bank boy.
Exactly. So
yeah, like if we're gonna get into this narrative of us and them and different races and stuff, I honestly believe what will end up happening is we'll become just as bad as them, which is why I say there's one race, the human race, and we have to treat them as equals, treat them as brothers and sisters. But, you know, it's like, say like your brother, yeah, you and your brother, you both have this, live in the same house, you got the same parents, but your brother believes that he's got more birthright than you because he was born first, or whatever his narrative is. It's about you educating your brother and letting him know that, brother, I just want us to be equals. You know, I just want you to balance out the power. Don't take everything for yourself. Don't eat all the Cheerios, brother. Share, please. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like, I'm
That's
done.
what,
You guys.
that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to say. Also, you know,
I
you
agree
can't
with that.
be too. And that's why I said, you know, you see all these laws being implemented because they know everyone could see the future. Everyone knows, you know, it's going to come to a time where it's more of the other people than them. So that's why they're trying to, you know, come up with, oh, let's do this, let's do that, and that's why she's scared also.
Yeah, I totally agree. But it's not about fear. That's what I was trying to say before. Like, it's about understanding and love. You know, once you actually try to understand another person, you might just end up seeing things that you actually love about them. And then once you
Right.
get to that stage, you know, you start to share things, you know, and there's no envy, there's no jealousy anymore. You feel me? You actually want to help each other become the best that you can be, which is what I think my
Right.
brother Schiffer is alluding to at the same time.
Yeah, I believe that. That's how we're supposed to, you know, regulate the world. But unfortunately, certain people just feel like, you know, it's not gonna work that way. It's gonna work their way, and that one to the human race. You know, Schiffer, I'm not disagreeing with you that we have how you say it, mankind, one race, but at the same time, you know, we are all split it up into different tribes and different colors. So
Different branches of the tree.
Exactly. But as long as we understand, just like, you know, coming back to the same point, we understand that, you know, we are still part of a tree.
Yep.
We should learn to come together to protect ourselves from a wind that's coming. Because if we don't, and everyone wants to separate,
yep,
the
tree
wind is
fall.
just gonna come and exactly, it's gonna fall off its roots.
Yep. The tree will be
My
uprooted.
brothers, I'm hearing what you're saying, yeah, and all I'm gonna say is this: at the end of the day, just because someone else promotes hatred, or because somebody else is afraid and cannot deal with, you know, love and, you know, live and let live and share and, you know, equality, that doesn't mean I can't. So I'm not trying to speak for the rest of us and say that everyone has to take up my narrative, as I always say, but that's just honestly what I believe. I believe until we can love each other properly and look at each other on equal playing fields, you know, the world will never really change. It will just be someone else on top lording it over someone else, and I'm not about that life.
That's true. Going back to Jupiter though. Going back to Jupiter though, like, does anyone else see that she doesn't really understand history? She doesn't really do homework either. She just got ideas of, you know, things that she's heard or seen somewhere, and she feels like, okay, that's what it is, so I'm gonna go with it. And then she comes on here and spews those type of shit. And then when those things are rebutted, you know, she still doesn't understand. Like she's not right. Does anyone else see that, or is it just me?
Yeah,
my brother, by the way, I don't think she knows what the word rebuttal means. I don't think she's ever read a dictionary. I think she's one of these people who are benefits Britain. You know, they just believe that they should be privileged for no reason, no apparent reason. I think they just want everything. And it's quite disgusting, actually. It's quite unnerving. You know, I believe that if she had the power, she would push a button and try and kill us and eradicate us all, you know. I don't think she cares about her own children, if I'm going to be honest.
Okay.
That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's my opinion. I'm entitled.
Malik, what you say?
Just another day. Good job. Well, I don't know what that is, but I think it's always. I could give you one example. There are two that I know about, which is the incident of the South Africans who had a problem with Nigerians over there, and they supported in kicking the Nigerians out, even though they was coming in to get something to eat. And then also in my country, Nigeria, I read the Ife and the clash, which was due to the
Sorry,
people,
your mic is breaking up
the
a bit,
indigenous
bro.
people.
Yeah, your mic is
Okay.
cutting off a bit, bro, Malik.
Okay, so the second example I was given is the people who was the indigenous people who was, you know, welcoming the Modakeke people to settle in their land, and they found out that these people were hardworking and they was, you know, flourishing more than them. So it had to be a struggle for resources and political power, which led to you know, their conflict. So that's So it's like it's something that I noticed that had happened in history, and that's the fear. That's the fear I see in Jupiter, why she's, you know, bringing up the topic and saying, you know, I think, because at the end of the day, no matter how you look at it, it's always going to be like that. That's why I said it's only natural when you infiltrate people and you distort their history and culture. It wouldn't take long before your empire will, you know, crumble on itself also. Veli, I have Reggie backstage is trying to come on. I think we have one space.
Yeah. No, I fully hear you, Malik, man. I fully hear you. Shifa, what you saying? Shifa Don, are you there?
Sorry, lads, I was trying to unmute. It wasn't working for a second there. Like, I agree with what you guys said, and like I've always said, you know, I'm just not about the hatred. And just because someone else is promoting hatred, I don't even hate Jupiter. You know, I just think she's got a lot of hate in her heart, and she's doing a lot of damage to this world. She's going to do a lot of damage to her own children. You know, she's just damaging people all around the world. Just like her ancestors, that's all they know how to do is create destruction and hurt people. You know, like people like England, you know, that's why he jumped out the group, because all he knows how to do is hurt other people. When he's hurt, you know, we're supposed to be, you know, apologetic, but he will never apologize for the damage and the hurt that he's caused. So, you know, I've got no sympathy for them.
Yo, people.
So 1 second, it goes back to the topic of the day. G Block Wednesday is using violence ever justified in anger? Is using violence ever?
No, sir.
It depends, I would say.
Yo,
no,
yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
So, what going, Reggie?
We'll go back to the topic of the day. I wanted to touch on you guys' encounter with Jupiter. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah. Yes, we hear you. We can hear you.
What did Jupiter say this time that was controversial? I mean,
Jupiter, no, my brother, she didn't even get into controversial today, because Jupiter basically she got obliterated today. You know, like when you take a piece of paper and you put a lighter to it and the paper starts to it sets on fire and there's no more paper. Like, she didn't know what to do. She was cornered. She started changing her narrative. She was so confused that, you know, she started throwing in a load of ridiculous opinions that didn't make sense. Then she tried to refute history with opinions. Then she tried to change to, oh, well, only people from 1946 are indigenous British. And she just said so many ridiculous things today that the world can now see that she's just part of Benefits Britain. She doesn't know anything. So maybe we should stop entertaining. When she's she ain't winding me up anyway. She's wound anyone up. Don't entertain being wound up by her. You know, let her talk, let her say her thing, but don't get wound up, because she don't even know what she's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, but do you guys think there's a problem with her stance on immigration?
100%. We all said this. You know, we've told her she's being racist. We've told her that by her stance on immigration, she would have to leave too. And in fact, every single British person would have to leave. She doesn't understand. So what she does is she throws her toys out the pram and just starts spewing out more nonsense. But unfortunately for her, like, there's educated people in the room. The nonsense will not work here. We will clarify. You know, England tried to jump in and defend.
Do you feel that there shouldn't be controlled immigration?
I'll be honest with you, they can't control immigration, because like I tried to explain to her, the more they try to control immigration, the more this country realizes just how much it needs other nations, it needs other people, it needs our resources. They don't grow anything here. None of the food they like eating grows here. Oh, she's back. I'm gonna let Jupiter defend benefits Britain, and I'm gonna just go on mute for a while. Reggie, if you like, maybe you can put some sense into it.
Well,
Defend Benefits Britain, aren't you part of that? You're sitting in a car all day long.
let's try and
You're one
He's
of
at
those
work, love. He's
that
at
break
work
too
in
much,
that car.
so you wait till night time.
He's at work in that car, Jupiter.
let's try and resolve from that. I'm gonna use that one, yeah. You know what? Yeah, I disagree. Maybe recollection of it, maybe understanding of it. I would say I disagree with that. But if she's got a, what do you call it, an opinion on what the immigration policy should be in England, and it's not built around race, I don't see why it's so controversial to a lot of people. I mean, every country doesn't have immigration policy.
So what are you saying, Reggie? Do you agree with her or not?
I haven't heard her total opinion, but from what she was saying earlier, I mean, the little part that she did say on immigration, I don't think it's immigration, man. Unless I missed something.
She said, like, if you were not here from 1946, like, you need to go back to wherever you came from. That's what she said, basically.
What's the bit that's offending you? What is it you think I'm saying?
Huh?
What's the bit that's offending you? What is it you think I'm saying?
Out to benefits Britain, smart, not hard.
Shiva, one sec. Let me answer this. I'm not really offended by much of what you're saying because much of what you're saying doesn't really carry any weight. You don't seem to understand much of what you're saying anyway. You know, when you talked about 1946, you still haven't pulled up the you know what you actually mean. You know. So Reggie, she said, anyone who's not here from 1946, you need to go back to wherever you came from.
So if you're not here,
if you came after 1946,
in other words, in other words, before the end of the war, if you haven't got relatives before the end of the war.
Okay, and you wasn't. So what about people that came here and had children here? So the children should go.
These are my policies, by the way. These are what I've heard of some of the examples of what might happen.
Okay.
For me personally, I would look towards policies that would allow. I don't know. For a start, I think that what they should do is first of all, we need to find out what the figures are for the actual population. They don't get released until next year after the census. I think we can start by stopping immigration completely or completely reducing it right down, which is what Boris Johnson's already doing. But we'll see how successful that is because it might not be that successful still. And get rid of all the illegals. Once we get rid of all the illegals, then we see what we're really dealing with. And then.
So are you saying that you don't agree with the 1946, or you?
The 1946, I don't know how necessary that would be for me personally, until I see.
You're the one who brought it up.
Numbers.
You're the one who brought it up. You're the one who brought up 1946.
Yeah, I did. I said that's what the ethnos. I've heard some of the ethno nationalists saying.
So you just like to talk about what you hear and what other people say, and then just leave it out there for the masses. Is that what you're saying?
So to be fair, I mean everybody's got an interpretation, but we're all just like we have to go by what we want to happen rather than what we've heard some people. You know what I'm saying? But I would disagree with that.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that I'm not actually an ethno nationalist because I'm somewhere in between. There's some of them I agree with, some I don't.
What are you then? What is it you're really saying?
I would say I'm just a nationalist, to be honest.
Okay, like BNP, NF.
No, because I don't discriminate on colour.
Nationalist doesn't always mean that you have to be like BNP or NF. It's not always a negative thing, I don't think.
True.
Well, what do you think? Do you think it's always negative, or is it only negative because it's, or the white interpretation of nationalist is racist or is negative, or is it?
Well, from what I've seen of the British nationalists, like they usually are racist. They have a lot of racist connotations with what they're coming with.
No, they don't. Tommy Robinson's not the racist.
Oh, come off it.
He's not.
Uh-oh.
He's not. He uses racialized language, but that doesn't make you a racist.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. But Reggie, I thought you was support. Hello?
Yeah, I have, yeah. All right, go ahead.
Okay. I thought you were supporting Jupiter's views.
Hello. You talking about me?
Yeah, Reggie. Yeah.
Me supporting Jupiter? No. I just don't like I like to hear what people's opinions are. I just couldn't really grasp what she was actually saying because there's a lot
I
of
still don't know nothing about what Jupiter's actually trying to say. I don't think Jupiter knows what she's trying to say. That's the whole point of this. Jupiter herself doesn't know what she's really trying to say.
All my beliefs stem down to is the two principles. Number one, I don't want my country taken over by Islam. Number two, I believe the cultural Marxism needs to, three principles actually. I believe the cultural Marxism needs to stop. All this agenda of pushing the LGBT too far and all the liberalism that's gone too far. And also the fact that I think the country should remain predominantly white. They're the main three things that I agree with.
So let me ask you a question.
You see, hold on before you ask her. Those three things that she's mentioned, I don't find that controversial. Myself as a Christian, I wouldn't want Islam to take over here or anywhere that I am.
All right, that was going to be my question. Do you actually believe, in your heart of hearts here, do you really believe that Islam has any chance ever of taking over this country? Really?
Yeah.
Huh?
Well,
Like, really?
yeah, I do, yeah.
Outside the front, though, yeah.
Are they forcing
that question?
Right.
My question was, really and truly, does anyone in their hearts of hearts truly believe that Islam has any chance ever of taking over this country called Britain, Great Britain, ever?
Yeah.
Really?
There is a possibility, but for me, I don't take it as seriously as some people.
How? Please explain.
What's the possibility?
Yeah, what's the possibility?
Are they
Please
fighting?
explain.
Are the Islamic people in war with the British people?
Yeah, some of them are, but the main thing is childhood. They point to most of the time. A lot of people.
The main thing is what? Sorry.
The main thing that people point to, the people that are really like paranoid about that, is childbirth. That's the obvious
So
one.
they're gonna have so much like Muslim kids, and then
they have five times as many children as most of the other groups. You get what I'm saying? And plus,
and that somehow is gonna make them take over the world or take over Britain. Sorry.
how else will you take over a place? It's not childbirth or war, isn't it? Those are the two primary ways, isn't it?
Bro, like power has a lot to do with things, you know.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Obviously, they can get organized, and they can be more cohesive. They'll be, yeah.
Valley, Ultra is back. Valley, Ultra.
So you think like the 5 kids per family that's being born in Muslim families right now are somehow going to get together, organize themselves, and they're already preparing with weapons somewhere in this country?
No, I don't think it's by warfare. Why are you so stupid? They'll do it politically.
They'll do it where? How? Sorry?
They're not going to do it by warfare. They'll do it politically. In the meantime,
politically. So, like, if we're going to talk politically, like, how much Jewish, Muslim influence do we have in British politics right now?
More than enough.
Nah, man, that's just
In most of the areas where the grooming gangs happened, there was councillors that were Muslim. We've got a Muslim mayor.
Yeah, but
loads of Muslim politicians. Even our Home Secretary is Muslim, I think. Maybe I'm not sure.
Sadiq is a cool brother, you know. Sadiq is cool. He does not have no extremist Muslim ideologies at all whatsoever.
Oh no, of course not. No, we've got to take the bacon out the posters and don't have any bikinis up.
Listen, it's not about like just attacking people's faiths and stuff and just calling Muslim. Sadiq,
hold on.
The mayor of London. Let me finish what I'm saying. Sadiq, the mayor of London, is Muslim, but he's not an extremist, and he's actually a cool guy doing a lot of good things for the people of London. So what are you saying?
No, for me, yeah, it's not
Not
about
my
individual.
time. Did he stop it?
Oh,
It went up
God.
under his care.
It's
Boris
not about the
Johnson
individual.
it, but he
It's
put
not
it
about
up.
it's not about individual people, whether Sadiq Khan or whatever. We're talking about as a
No,
group.
she mentioned she mentioned that our mayor is a Muslim, so you know that means
You
they're
said how much
politics now.
influence does the ideology have in politics? And I've mentioned all the Muslims that obviously follow that ideology.
What ideology is that?
The physical representation of the ideology are the people.
What
Otherwise,
ideology
we wouldn't
specifically
have
are you
had
speaking about?
birthright,
What
would we?
ideology are you speaking about? Because there's faith and there's ideology. If we're talking about faith, yes, we have people of the Muslim faith in prominent positions in power in British
When the
politics.
people, when the
But if
Muslims,
you're
when
talking
the
about
Muslim
extremist
community,
ideologies, we're talking
yeah,
about
I agree with
extremist
you. Yeah.
ideologies. Yeah, I don't believe that those Muslims who are in political positions in the UK are extremists. You think?
Really?
Yeah, really, man.
Okay.
Are you saying Sadiq Khan is an extremist?
Well, he's been known to know some, hasn't he?
I don't know about that. Can you give us some proof of that? Or you just spewing out stuff again
Wasn't his
that you've
close
heard?
friends with someone who was involved in it all?
No, just don't give us someone and whatnot. Like research. Pull up your computer right now. Research the thing and tell us facts. Come on, do that for us.
Sadiq Khan's links to terrorism. Yeah, I'm sure that there'll be some stories come up.
All right, go on, do that.
You know what? Yeah, that's what I was saying. That I don't know about the individuals, even the ones in power. You can't deny that they do have a lot of power. There's some areas. Even on the other day, you might have heard of MSTEC. He was talking about an area in Birmingham that is Muslim. You know, can you imagine like an area that they call it that they say is a Muslim area, which means that it's a no-go zone. Yourself, who claims to be a Christian, or the other people who might be Hebrews, you know, you're not welcome there. You get what I'm saying? It's going to be a hostile environment to you.
Can I tell you something that's more shocking than that, my brother? Because at the end of the day, like, we got Christian communities, we got an area of North London that's, you know, predominantly
Jewish.
We're not going to talk about that. What we're going to say is each to their own. If you don't like being in a certain area, you have the ability to move. You can go and rent somewhere else. But what I want to say is that scary is this. One thing that's very scary, yeah? Someone like Jupiter, yeah, can come on here with this narrative and put their own children in the firing line. That's scary, that there's people out there that would not even protect their own children, just like she did with Sister Finest Wine. She put her son on her baby boy on the phone, not on the phone, on social media at 3 o'clock in the morning with his young little baby boy self to defend his mum. She can't defend herself. She's got to throw her child in the firing line. I think that's a lot more scary.
Right, here we go with the personal insults again. And I didn't
like this
put my son took the phone. I couldn't care less. My 14-year-old conducted himself with more integrity and intelligence than you.
Imagine what you would do to your child, my brother.
The links of Mayor Sadiq Khan, former brother-in-law to one of the UK's most notorious extremist organisations, are revealed today. This was 2016. In the 90s, Mr. Javid took part in events in London with the extremist group, the Al Mujahideen.
And only weeks ago, Jupiter took part
in
abusing her own child, having her own child up at 3 o'clock in the morning. The social services got wind of what Jupiter is doing to her own children. They'd probably be taken away from her.
Please report me. Please report me.
I'm intending to. I'm actually, now you said that, now you've asked me to, I'm actually intending to. I'm going to do what you've asked me to do.
Go and do it. It will happen. Go and do it.
I will happily report. I'll call up child services right now. What's your name? Give me your full name so I can tell them where to go to.
You go and look for it. It's out there. So look for it.
You asked me to report you. Why don't you give me your full name so I can report you?
I'm not going to fucking assist you. Do you think I'm fucking
well, why are you swearing? Exactly. Because the truth hurts.
I'm not scared. I said go and do it. If that's what you want to do, go and do it. If you're as stupid as Finest Wine, that you open your mouth and then back yourself into a corner into doing stuff, then do it.
You're fine as
don't
swine.
ask
If you're out there and you're listening, yeah, Jupiter has specifically requested that we report her to social services. So if you know her name, please get on the panel, give me her name so I can report her to social services. I'll happily do it because this woman is a real terrorist. She's an in-house terrorist. She's terrorizing her own children in their own front room. And I think that's disgusting.
No,
I'm
that's
quite
so ridiculous.
very upset by this. I'm very upset by it.
Right, okay. Who was in the front room at the time? Who was in the front room at the time, according to you? Because you sat in my front room when it happened, didn't you?
Jupiter, you had your child at 3 o'clock in the morning arguing on social networks.
Over the Christmas period, you dopey bitch. How many other British people had their children up at 3 o'clock in the morning over the Christmas period?
Did we come here to discuss topics or to discuss individuals? What is this, man?
Exactly.
Hello?
They can't. They do it as
Well,
soon
my
as
brother,
they
the topic right now is terrorism. So if we're going to discuss terrorism, I'm discussing the terrorists we have right here in this country right now. One of them is called Jupiter, and she don't just go out and terrorize people she don't know. She terrorizes her own family, her own children, and that is real terrorism. Terrorism
Come on.
That's terrorism like you've never seen it before. She's racist to her children. She accepts her children to accept her race.
My children, I love my children. What do you want about?
And then
my kids
own child in the line of fire. I don't think any other human being in this channel would put their own child in the line of fire. What I wasn't saying, if what I was saying wasn't true, Jupiter would not be over talking me. She'd let me finish saying what I'm saying, and then she would rebuttal like any normal human being. But because
Go ahead.
Everyone else, what she's gonna do is she's gonna be racist, just like she's racist to her children. Like been brainwashed into this racism. She thinks she can brainwash the rest of us. Unfortunately, it's not working. You're
I'm not brainwashing anybody.
No terrorist.
How am I brainwashing you?
To do great things for London, to do great things for our communities and for our societies. So the real terrorists are here trying to terrorize Sadiq Khan, terrorizing their own children. I've finished now. So whatever they got to say, I'll let terrorists talk.
Jupiter, did you answer the question for the day though?
What? Am I ever is using violence ever justified in anger? Of course not.
Can you
only in self-defense? Only in self-defense.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm glad to be of service. I'm glad I could educate you today, Jupiter. So keep repeating my narratives, but learn the rest of the narratives too.
What do you mean? That's the fucking British law, you dopey cunt. And let me tell you something else.
No,
yeah?
it's not the British law. Don't call me a dopey.
Let me tell you something else. If you're really concerned about my son,
allow this army to go into other countries, murder people, and kill people.
Interview with the public, and you'll see my son. You'll see how well educated he is, and you'll see that he can fucking outstrip you with intelligence, you dopey git.
Okay, well, either way, allow the person who attacks, because I'm not going to personally attack you. I'm just letting you know what my opinion is.
You're not going to personally attack her. What are you talking about?
You start it, and then you don't like it when I give it back.
Keep shouting. No one's personally attacking you. I'm just letting you know that you've said
you fucking
against your own family.
All right, people. All right. Can we calm down a little bit, Jupiter?
Yeah,
can we calm down?
Please, I'm calm. I'm just letting everyone know that Jupiter has said racist things against her own family, her own children. It's a fact. You've said it on live today. You said your children do not have the same rights as you because they are not full-blooded.
Oh, I said they couldn't call themselves.
Anyway, Jupiter's talking over me.
They're not pure English. They're mixed race English and fucking African.
And that is racist.
They were born here, Jupiter.
Race because they're
born here, Jupiter. Why should they deny their father or their mother?
They're not denying it. They're not denying Jupiter. Were they born here? Jupiter, were they born here?
Yeah, they were born here. Yeah, they're mixed race.
How can you say that they don't have a claim to the land that they were the land that they were born on? How can you say that they do not have a full claim to the land that they were born on? That is ludicrous.
They haven't got no claim. Who said they've got no claim?
You did. You said they don't have a full claim.
No, I never. That's all in your head, you nutcase. So
you did say they don't have a full claim, Jupiter. Let's not get into this. Let's get back onto the topic.
You know how insecure people are. Right
You're now
from
acting
the
like
I walked in Speaker's Corner. I have been the one person saying that mixed race children have got a claim to the fucking Englishness through the English bloodline.
Jupiter, can you please stop
Ever since
swearing?
I walked into Speaker's Corner, I was the one that used to argue with idiots who said that they're born in Britain but they don't think they're British, that they should claim their Britishness. It's not my
Can you
fault they've
stop
got
shouting,
themselves
please?
in the corner they've got themselves into. Listening to fools like you and Raspex, Jiffer.
All right, can you stop shouting, please, and swearing?
No, I
Because
fucking can't. I've had enough of you going on and talking over me like an ignorant pig you are.
all right, if you're finished now, no one's talking over you. There's no need to shout. Like I was saying anyway, Jupiter has already established that she's racist towards her own children. She will throw her own child in the firing line in front of her and make her child take the flak. We've already established this. So, you know, as far as her saying, you know, she doesn't believe that violence is right unless it's in self-defense, she's saying that it's British law, and that is a fallacy. That is fantasy, in fact, because British law allows their governments to go into other people's countries, bomb people, murder people. They murdered Saddam Hussein live on TV, and they broadcasted it. So, anyway,
All right, Jiffer, one second. Let me say something. Let me say something, Jiffer. Let me say something. Jupiter, you actually came up. You were reading something about Sadiq Khan that I missed because I got cut off. And can we get back to that?
Oh, I'll have to look it up again. Hold on.
Yeah, don't worry, lovey. Calm down, calm down. Take a breather, you know what I'm saying? Take a deep breath. It's all good.
Yeah, let's allow the person who attacks you, man. I didn't attack you. I'm just identifying what.
It's stopped now. It's stopped now. It's stopped now, Shifra. Allow it.
Can we not address, like, I don't know, like, if we're gonna keep on arguing each other, it's better you don't address each other.
Yeah, I think both of them.
No, that's not fair. That's not fair. Jupiter can address me if she wants. I just prefer to allow the profanity, allow the person who attacks Jupiter. I'm just going to position clear. I've only identified what you have said yourself. You said yourself that your children are not full-blooded British, that they do not have full rights.
I didn't say they're not full-blooded British. I said they're not full-blooded English. This is
all right. Jupiter. All right. We've already established that.
Open its mouth like someone possessed by an exorcist.
All right, Shifra, allow it.
Shut up, you wonky-eyed bitch.
I'm going to allow Jupiter, but I'm going to finish my sentence, everyone, and which is, at the end of the day, I was only reiterating what Jupiter said. If she doesn't realize that that's what she said, and she doesn't realize that that's what can be gathered by the words she's used, then unfortunately,
it's
Jupiter,
okay. They can play this back. It's a video.
we can play it back, but do you know what? Like I said, you know, I feel quite hurt by what Jupiter said, and I feel sorry for those children. You know, I feel sorry for that child who was thrown in the firing line at 3 o'clock in the morning when he has school the next morning.
No fucking firing line. Do you think anyone, including you, would get to my children without going through me, my fucking husband, and all the adults that are involved with us first, you mug?
Please stop swearing and making personal attack, Jupiter. Please allow it.
Do you honestly think that?
Please refrain from swearing and making personal attacks, Jupiter. I honestly believe you don't love your children, and I honestly believe you don't even love yourself. I honestly believe you don't love your husband.
I'm proud to be right. I'm proud to be right. It's okay to be right. I'm proud to be right.
It doesn't make me right. It doesn't make me right. This is just my opinion of what you said. Many other people may share my opinion, but at this moment, it's just my opinion. So don't just take it with a pinch of salt, Jupiter. There's no need to start foaming at the mouth.
I'm giving you back the negative energy you gave me, you stupid man.
Jupiter, there's no need to make personal attacks. I'm not giving any negative energy.
You started doing insults, mate. You couldn't take it. You're back hurt because you're not English, and all of a sudden you want to attack my son.
Jupiter, I am English. I have a full British passport. I was born in Britain. I was born in.
I don't care. You're not English. Are you English?
I am full English. I am fully English.
How can you be much ethnically English?
Jupiter, you can speak first.
English? Are you ethnically English?
Yes, I'm ethnically English, Jupiter.
You fucking liar.
Jupiter, please don't swear at me and please don't personally attack me.
Please stop lying and please stop pretending that you're something nice.
I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. I am born in Britain, which makes me
an unintelligent prick, please.
You can talk over me again if you like.
I will talk over you again if I want to. Yes, I will. We can all pretend that we're something that we're not, can't we?
Well, if you're finished now, you know, I'm a full British citizen. I have full rights of the same as any other British person, which makes me fully British. You know, no other British person.
At this present time, you do.
Anyway, Jupiter, you have the floor.
Who's
Go ahead.
bothered? Who's bothered? Who's bothered?
Hey, you two need to get a room, man.
At the Belly
No,
Vision,
thanks.
could you
Oh,
ask
I did.
to refrain from the personal attacks and to refrain from talking over people and cutting
Don't
them
start
up?
on my kids, mate, and I won't attack back. Don't
again.
start on my kids, and I won't attack back. You understand me?
You two get a room, please.
You want to talk about
Oh,
ideals? Now, who was the
I
fellow who
understand
asked
the
me
word of
about
what you
Sadiq
said.
Khan? Who was
Well,
the fellow
from
who asked me
Jupiter,
about Sadiq Khan?
from the 3 reasons or 2 reasons why you said you won, you was giving your opinion. I think I'm not trying to disrespect you, but if you look at your relationship with your husband,
Yeah, a wonderful relationship over 20 years. Yeah,
especially when you know the love was on its peak, and you found out that he was going to be deported. Being a Christian, put yourself being a Christian, being a Muslim, being a Jew or
Won't be
whatever.
deported. Why would he be deported? He's not going to break the law, and is legal. Why would he get deported?
For the reasons why you said, you know, you don't want people.
What reason? I've already told you. I've not said that I want to get rid of every person of colour out of the country. What are you talking
Out
about?
to Belly Vision, could you please ask Jupiter to refrain from cutting people off and using profanities and personal attacks?
No.
You're not Belly Vision, so I'm not talking to you. Out to Belly Vision, please, if you could do that, that would be nice.
I'll be right
Okay. That was interesting. 15 minutes of drama.
Come on, my brother. Can I ask you a question? If it's okay for Jupiter to come in here and drop a load of opinions and bombshells to just wind people up and hurt people's feelings, is it okay for me to express my opinions?
I'm not trying to wind you up.
Can I just say though that can I just say though that there's a few of us, a lot of the people in the chat have heard this whole thing like repetitively for multiple different channels, and it just gets a bit tiresome. Sometimes, like me personally, I don't go on panels anymore because I just want to stick to topics and not so much personal. So you know what I'm saying?
I
Like if I
agree.
know it's coming, then I know what to do, you know what I'm saying? But otherwise,
My brother, could you answer the question? Or the question I posed to you.
The thing is, Reggie, I'm quite willing to.
You see, I can't even get my question out to you because Jupiter believes she's better than us, and she believes
No, I
she can
don't.
overthrow
When I ever said that?
Oh, can I ask my brother the question I was asking him? Is that okay, Jupiter? Because no one's speaking to you.
I understand. People, a lot of people.
Can I just ask you the question again? Because I think you may have misheard the question. So can I please get a straight answer to the question as well? If it's okay for people like Jupiter to come on these panels and throw their opinions around like a wild child throwing their toys out of the pram, is it okay for me to express some of my opinions on what they've said? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, my brother. I'll be silent now, so Jupiter, I can spew some more nonsense.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you stick your finger up your ass and sit in the corner?
See, personal attacks. And now, Veli, she's now being more than profanity. She's now using vulgarities and sexualized
This is the
language.
problem when you obviously.
I think she's possessed, but I understand.
But this is what's happening. Can't you see what's happening, Shifa? You're giving your opinion in a way that she finds personal, and therefore she's coming back. You know, it's just a cycle, and I don't think.
Yes, my brother. My brother, you're right. You're right, but my brother, this is the point I'm making. Yeah, like I don't agree with all of these personal opinions, but because people are allowed to come into the room and throw personal opinions around like a wild child throwing their toys out of the pram, and I've been spoken over again by this person who thinks they're better than me. So, like I was said, because other spoken over again.
You're relegating me.
She thinks she's better than her own children. That's why she's got to speak over me.
But,
If she
all right,
didn't-
Shifra, let me say something. Hello, people. Hello,
Can I
people.
finish my point now, people, without being spoken over? Is that okay? So the point I was making for this panel, for everyone on Veli Vision, if it's okay for everyone to come on here and spurt their personal opinions and their emotional opinions and their subjective views, then it should be fine for me to do it, you know, unless it's fine for no one to do it. And I was the person who was against it. I was against it. And I'm going to make this clear for everyone. Let me finish. I was against the personal opinions, the personal views, and the subjective behaviors. But because everyone else has been allowed to do it, and I've been talked down by Veli Vision himself and other people on the panel and told to let people express their opinions, and it's an opinion poll, now I'm going to start adding my opinions. If you don't
All right, say
like
nothing,
it,
Shifra. Say no more, Shifra. All right, Shifra, say no more. It's Bank Boy now. Sorry, I got cut off, and I'm back now. Okay, Jupiter, I really want to get back to what you pulled up about Sadiq Khan being an extremist.
Yeah.
Please, can we get back there? Because
Yeah.
that's where I was before I got cut off.
Right, in 2016, when he was hoping to be mayor,
right?
Okay, let me get the paper for you so you can look it up for yourself. In the Evening Standard, dated the Friday, the 12th of February, 2016.
Right.
Yeah. It says the links of mayoral hopeful Sadiq Khan's former brother-in-law to one of the UK's most notorious extremist organisations are revealed today. Top lawyer Maqbool Javed was married to the Labour Party's candidate sister Farha Khan until 2011. In the 90s, Mr. Javed took part in events in London with the extremist group Al Muhajirun, while he was Mr. Khan's brother-in-law, having married the Labour politician's sister in 1989.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this
can
was
I just say that doesn't prove any links with Sadiq Khan to any type of extremism. Sadiq Khan is not his brother-in-law.
No, that's true. That's true.
In
But
fact,
let me say what I'm saying. Shifty. All right, let me say what I'm saying then. All right. So this was before he became mayor of London, right?
Yeah. It goes on. He appeared alongside some of the country's most notorious hate preachers, including the now banned cleric Omar Bakri in 1997 and 1998.
Okay.
Mr. Javid's name appeared on a fatwa in 1998 calling for a full-scale war of jihad against Britain and the US.
Okay. Apart from
Out to Sadiq Khan, I hope you've heard this fallacious argument, and I hope you bring Jupiter under a lawsuit.
Let me answer this, man, please. Right. So apart from the fact that Sadiq is not his brother-in-law, yeah, this also happened before he became mayor of London. Now, do you think the powers that be in Great Britain would knowingly allow a person who has real direct contacts and actually has those extremist views himself become a mayor of London? That's a direct question to you, Jupiter.
Well, I used to say no, that you shouldn't worry about the things before, but considering that so many people want to go on about what other people have believed in the past and still hold it against them till today, I'm gonna use the same rules with Sadiq Khan. So yeah, I think there is a worry that we shouldn't be, because what I don't understand is Tommy Robinson
really
weren't
answer my question
allowed to run
You
for any
didn't really
kind
answer
of
my question there,
political
Jupiter. You didn't
job.
really answer.
So why should Sadiq Khan?
You didn't really answer my question. He's not an extremist because that
I
was
agree,
Well,
he's
he
not.
was. He was at rallies and he was on
No, he
fatwas and he called for the jihad.
right.
He called
So
for
the
a
same
jihad.
country that
slander.
knows all this about Sadiq Khan then allowed him to become mayor of London because you know what? They just want extremist people to be in power as well. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is if he's allowed, other people can go into politics.
Okay.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, you're not really making sense, but I think I've rest my case. All right?
That was the dumbest answer I've heard all
You
day.
guys carry on. I rest my case on that one.
Question.
Sadiq Khan, I've met him personally. He's not an extremist. He's actually a top guy. He's a top man. Yeah.
How can he be a top man? How can he be a top man? If he called for a jihad against Britain when he was living in here, when he was living in this country.
He never
How
called
can
for
he
no
do it?
jihad.
How can he
I don't think.
no.
I don't think. Sadiq Khan called for jihad. You know, I really
Please stop
dispute
lying.
that. I dispute
Please,
that,
Jupiter.
Jupiter. Really big one.
What do you mean?
You
It
know,
just said in the Independent. There's the story. I gave you the story.
No,
like
Jupiter.
Khan himself called for jihad in England.
It just said that
He
he
did
was
not.
on the fatwa that called for the jihad. His
He was
name
on
was
the.
there.
He was
He
on the
never
fatwa.
personally did anything,
Yeah. What
Jupiter.
paper
You
is this, by the
screwed me.
way? What paper is this?
I just told you the fucking Independent. Was it the Independent? Let me go and have a look again.
Okay.
But Jupiter, you've already disclosed to us that he did not personally say anything. If a group called for something, that's that group that's responsible, not Sadiq Khan.
Right, so he
And
was
ultimately,
saying
no
that
buts, no buts, Jupiter, no buts,
February.
Jupiter, no buts. Your butt is
Can
something
we
you
agree
sit
to
on.
disagree? Can we agree to disagree on Sadiq Khan? I don't think we're going to get anywhere with that, you know.
No,
And
no, we're
there's
not
no.
going to disagree. What we're going to agree on is the facts, and Jupiter cannot prove anything. In fact, her facts
Yes,
are.
no, there's nothing to disagree or agree on. Like Sadiq Khan is not an extremist. I don't think like that.
I'm going to agree on that.
In the British government, yeah, whether they are Muslim, we need to distinguish and separate, you know, faith and ideology. Yeah, if
That's
you're going to
right.
talk about people's faith, you cannot disrespect people's faith. I'm a Christian, I'm not a Muslim, but I do not have problems with people who believe in the Muslim faith. Now, people who are Muslim or Christian or whatever that have extremist ideologies, I do not subscribe to. Do you feel me? And I do not believe that those people in power, those Muslims in power in politics in
I've
Britain
not
are
accused you of being an
extremists.
extremist, so
You
I
are
don't know why you're
calling
getting
Sadiq
upset.
Khan an extremist, and I do not buy that.
Because he's got links to him. He stood in Trafalgar Square
All right.
with his brother-in-law, and it's all filmed footage. There's filmed footage as well.
All right, cool. I've rest my case. Carry on, lads.
Yeah, can I just say, you know, I think no one else in the room wants to have the vote, but me and Bank Boy outvote Jupiter by 2-1. So her view does as far as I'm concerned, it's null and void. You know, but I'm happy to leave it at that.
You can't rest the rest of the country on a group that's predominantly minority.
Just say your cunt tree.
Ain't it your country, cunt?
Yeah, it is my cunt tree, actually. It's my cunt
Well, then
tree.
you're a
not
cunt as
mine.
well, you country.
The world is mine, Jupiter. Haven't you noticed? I am a dictatorship. I do not take no talk from no
But
one. Not from Bank.
where did white
Not
people come from, then, Schiffer? I thought you believed that there was only one human race and that we all came from you according to the Darwinian theory. Therefore, your inheritance is my inheritance.
That's right. That's right. There's one race, the human race, and we all have an equal share. So share the Cheerios.
Fuck all then, did we?
Well, unfortunately, Jupiter, like I said, your people need to share the Cheerios. Stop hogging up the bowl. Stop hogging up the cupboards. Stop trying to eat all of the burgers in the packet. You know, you get 2, I get 2, everyone gets 2. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not against you, Jupiter. You're against me having things. You're against your own children having things. Yeah.
No, I'm not. What about?
You are. You've already said it. You want us
I'm not.
out.
What you want about? Explain to me where you get that from.
From your own words.
Only insecurity that makes you believe that.
No, it's your words that make me believe that. And your words have made me believe that you're a human. All of your words saying that your children are not fully British, I'm not fully British, and you know, Britain.
Do you have to be fully British to get right? Do you have to be fully British to get rights in this country?
Yes.
Do you?
Yep.
But so there's no people in this country.
Shiva, mate, you're such a troll, mate. You're such a troll.
Yes. Because otherwise you get deported and such things. Jupiter, if you didn't know that, then
illegal, illegal should be deported.
Okay. Well, either way, Jupiter, I know you're part of Benefits Britain, so maybe you don't understand the language of educating.
You don't know where I've got my finances. You don't know fuck all,
my
mate.
opinion. That's my opinion, and if you're allowed to spew your opinion,
My opinion is that you're a wonky-eyed git. Here we go again.
okay, I think you smoke crack, but you know that's just my opinion.
opinion is that you're fucking.
come on, look, listen.
Sticking it on your
Listen.
yourself.
I think you're on some hard drugs because the things you say sound like a drug addict.
Really? You're the one who chats shit all day long, verbal diarrhea.
Good afternoon, Jupiter. How are we doing today?
Yeah, fine.
Has your Muslim son sorted himself out now?
I haven't got a Muslim son, so Faz, you're not.
Well, you've got a daughter-in-law that's a Muslim, and according to the Sharia, a Muslim woman cannot marry a kafir. So your son's a Muslim. He's a Muslim. So basically, did your daughter-in-law groom your son then? Come on, Jupiter, you never answered my question. Come on.
That's very
she's a Muslim, isn't she? She's a Muslim, isn't she?
Come on,
yeah, but that's very racist of you, Safaz.
This is how you talk to. This is how you talk to Jupiter. Okay. Jupiter sat there. Jupiter sat there. Listen, 1 minute.
Listen.
So very
Easy. Calm down. Yo, calm down. 1 minute. All I'm going to say.
If you're complaining about Jupiter, you're enticing it. You're enticing.
I'm not enticing it. No, listen.
Yeah,
She sat there. Listen. I am not. No, easy man. Calm down. 1 minute. All I'm going to say. Listen. She just said Sadiq Khan. I don't get on with Sadiq Khan. I don't like him anyway. But the funny thing is, Tommy Robinson was pictured seeing an extremist, a terrorist that got sent down for terrorism charges. Oh, why don't we talk about him? Stephen Flint. Go and check it up. He got done for having Semtex bomb explosives and shit like that. He had 86 knives and shit on him. But the funny thing is, yeah, is that not true, Jupiter? I did a show about it. If you want, I'll do another show about it. Yeah, and guess what? None of you lot said jack shit. Now you're going on about Sadiq Khan. He's a terrorist. Yeah. So what? He's a terrorist. I don't know.
He was a lawyer.
Tommy Robinson was pictured shaking the guy's hand. Who?
Yo. Listen. Yo. Let me jump in quickly. Yeah. Let me jump in quickly in it. Yeah, because obviously it's starting to get out of hand now. But we want to try to stick to a topic, ask questions about questions, and not no personal attacks on Jupiter's got 10 dogs or whatever, man, because
and the cat.
I'm getting bored of it. I'm kind of getting bored of it now still, because
big up, Veli.
Everyone that's been on this YouTube thing for a little while, yeah, probably not Schiffer, yeah, because he don't know anyone, yeah, but anyone else that's been on the YouTube thing, yeah, has heard all these beefs about whatever Jupiter said, whatever flipping Respect said, whatever Zubaydah said, whatever Raja said, whatever whoever else has said. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, it's a bit boring now though. Still, like, and I don't really care.
So Veli, can I ask the question? Yeah, why Tommy Robinson was photographed with a guy that got sent down? Yeah,
Faz, you can ask. Yeah, you can ask them sort of questions.
That's not personal, is it?
Yeah, that's not personal.
That's not personal.
Okay, it's not about questions. Yeah. Wait. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Listen to what I'm saying first of all, because I didn't finish speaking. Yeah. So if we like, okay, that was like. Surf has come up with that question there. Why was Tommy Robinson supporting this guy or whatever? Yeah, that's not a personal insult against anyone's family, where anyone's gonna have to get in their feelings and start to, you know what I'm saying, like all that shit. Yeah, man's tired of all that sort of shit now still. So just try to stick on to actual topics, and then obviously we've got the question of the day for every time. We do the Chinese whisper, and like we're saying, we've gone on to a whole different topic now. Yeah, every time we go into Chinese whisper and the shit gets out of hand, just refer back to the question of the day to whoever's new on the panel, and then you can sort of just try to stay away from all the passer and all them things.
What do you think of the topic? Yeah, it's just a quick one to Veli because he's probably going to go in a minute. But what do you think of people going into like their opinion on individuals? Because we can see with this Sadiq Khan, people's opinion on it is just divided. Like that's why I said agree to disagree, because nobody. Hang
on.
But you know why that's right though, yeah. You see with that, yeah, Reggie. Why that's okay, yeah? Because again, none of us are Sadiq Khan. He's not none of our family members or whatever. He's a public figure in it, like the mayor of London and whatever. So we as we probably are all Londoners or have links to London, and we're on a panel talking about it, it's okay to talk about actual subjects that's not about anyone's inside and outside. Like, bruv, it's like me saying, I've seen Raspek's flipping underwear drawer. Do you know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Who cares about that? No one gives a shit about that. Do you get me? It's some bullshit, fam. You get me? Like,
have you? Veli, have you? Yo, Veli, have you? Have you?
Nah, for the record, I haven't. Though. For the record, I haven't. Yeah.
Veli, can I just say, vote for Winston McKenzie for Mayor of London, please.
And none of us, yeah. But can I ask this question, Veli? If some of us are Muslim, or some of us are certain ethnic minorities, and someone makes an attack on that religion or that so-called race or ethnicity, you know, is that not going to still come across personal?
It sort of will come across as a bit personal, yeah, because obviously you're like, again, when Banksy jumped on and he was talking shit about black people, that means all black people. You get me? Whether he was pissed off with one dude on the panel, all the black people had to hold it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, man's trying to be as balanced as possible with it, but obviously sometimes the lines get skewed, innit?
Not sure
So like,
likes that kind of thing. Even not just more emotionally less than some others, but
it's only because Jupiter has specifically spoken up to Muslims today, and I think, you know, it's gonna get personal because, you know, if someone on the panel is a Muslim, that's personal attack to them.
yeah, but bruv, obviously, if you're like one of the religions, yeah, and there's points in a religion that people can talk about, that's not a personal attack, innit? That's like, say, that's talking about. But wait, listen. It's like if man's making a point about something in the religion, yeah, that's a personal attack. If man's making
I think that's fair.
Man's making a point about something. Say like if someone's saying that, all right, so if she says something like Muslims are all dirty or something like that, yeah, then that's a personal attack on all Muslims, isn't it? Yeah,
that's what she did. What she did, though, Vels.
But Veli, we know with Jupiter, yeah, she kind of she instant things, yeah. So my question is, like I said, I just asked, innit? If Islam is that bad, then, you know, you've got a family member that's that. How does that work? That's all it was.
But even that though, Faz, yeah, check it like this. Like, my mum's a Christian and I don't rate Christianity.
Yep.
So this, you know what I'm saying? Like, does it mean that I have to stand up for listen, finish. Let me finish. So anytime anyone talks about Christianity, do I have to make a point to defend Christianity now?
No.
This is what I'm trying to say, cuz. So it starts to get
no, but Veli, you don't go out of your way.
My cousin's a Muslim.
No, but you don't go out of your way, though, do you?
No, but my cousin is a Muslim, yeah. My cousin is a Muslim, and I'm not Islamic, and I don't want to be a Muslim, and I don't think anyone should join Islam. So, should I have to defend Islam every time it's spoke about because my cousin's a Muslim? I've got cousins that's Muslim, not just one.
No, you don't have to, Veli. Like, no, you don't have to.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so
I'm only speaking for the people that are Muslim.
Yeah, so, but
Veli, listen.
Another Muslim person might want to stand up for a point when anytime we're discussing any points about Islam, I can understand why a Muslim person might feel like it's a personal attack and want to defend the thing. Well, but it's not actually a personal attack because it's not about you per se. So it's not dissing you. So if they're talking about a point in the religion, something that's a ruling or a verse or an action that the people take in the religion, yeah, then that's not a personal attack, really. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if they're talking about the people of the religion and talking about them disparagingly, like I was saying, dirty Christians, dirty Muslims, or dirty atheists, or just whatever, them stupid shits like that, yeah, that's a personal attack here. But really and truly, yeah, we got to be fucking have tough enough skin to let certain things just not affect you as hard, innit, man? But like I beg you, man, like, try to stick on the topics here, because it from the chat, yeah, and when we're listening, it's beneficial for all of us here listening, and on when you man are on the chat, yeah, when we're asking questions about actual points, yeah, when it goes into personal attacks about this one and that one, is just start shouting and blah blah blah. People are laughing and there's a lot of viewers here, but it's bullshit, cuts, man. Man don't really want anyone to come round and just shout off and all that. Cause I want to hear some questions, answers, and try and go like that for me.
Can I ask one favor? Yeah, you see, when it gets to a point, yeah, when like bits and shit. In my honest opinion, I believe Jupiter is only here for her own personal agenda. She didn't want nothing to do with the topic of the day. She hasn't got a topic. When you got people like that in the room that are just spewing hatred and just here for their own personal agenda, like maybe you need to start kicking them out. Then, you know, I'm not saying you should do. I'm just saying that's just, you know, in my opinion, I think that for you to obtain, you know, the type of channel that you want, what you just said. You know, like, I think that that's the only way that it can get to that point, because then the people in the room will be sticking to the subject. You know, it's not going to get personal, because I'll be honest, Jupiter can get as personal as she wants with me. It doesn't affect me. But then when it comes back at her, you know, it's just going to be a back and forth. No one wants to hear that.
Stiff or done, I guarantee if you did a poll here, yeah, that majority of people here would prefer Jupiter here than you, probably.
They can do.
That's all right.
They can do. I don't mind, but I prefer to stick to the topic because I'm not here to get preference.
Speak about the Israelites.
Bro, listen, yeah. Try, alright, you can go back into another topic in a sec here, but like I
Yeah,
said,
we can talk about it.
yeah, everyone's gonna everyone, including me, yeah, is gonna have their own agenda for why they're either on the channel, on YouTube, in the comment section, making a comment or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Whether it's a good, bad, up, down, or whatever, in it, like, so we can't look into every single person's heart and see what they're trying to do, whether it's good, whether it's something we want them to do or whatever. Like, that's not the point, in it. Like, really and truly, we're trying to ask hard questions which have got hard answers, so it takes us a bit of a long breakdown to answer them, and then from there it Chinese whispers into other topics like it has now, where people can go back and forth. But like, as long as man them stay and the goddamn ladies them stay away from the personal attacks and not personally dissing each other, then we can ask the hardest questions all the time. Do you know what I'm saying? But if it's a show where we just start dissing this one and start dissing that one, yeah, then no one's not going to come on, cuz. And no one, do you know what I'm saying? We're not going to get any opposing view. It's going to turn into an echo chamber where it's all the same voice of all of us just agree on this. All of us agree on that, so we're going. Do you know what I'm saying? That's kind of long, fam. Who wants to be? Do you want to really be on a show like that, where we all just sit there and just fucking agree and kiss each other's ass all day, man? Fuck all that, man. That's some batty-old business, bro. We're trying to ask questions, hard questions, to the people them, so we can get the honest answers.
Can we talk about the Israelites you asked me to come on to?
Yeah, all right. So I'm gonna let God of Jacob take my place, because obviously he's an Israelite, and you can have a discussion. You can have a discussion with him about it. But yeah, well, it is what it is, man. Like I say, man, it's like, as long as it's not no fucking personal attacks and this one's this and that one and that one's this and this one, then well, man, it's what it is, man.
I wanted to ask Sir Faz about obviously the immigration policy that's just come up in the news. But it's up to you guys.
Yeah, well, what about
you? Can ask him. You could ask him about that still, and obviously everyone's will have a chance to chat with each other in it. Like, and then
you spoken about that already?
I do hate a panel that's in the echo chamber.
Come on, Ultra.
Ultra, do one.
1, 2, 1.
You're the echo chamber, innit, Ultra?
Right. Can I just start the topic on the Israelites, please?
They're not here, though, man. Easy. They're not here. I'll go to Jacob. There's only two people that. Hey?
I just wanted to ask, why do the Israelites claim to be something they're not? Like, they are getting told you're the real Jews, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't think you are, because some Jews were originated from the Arab countries. And the other thing I wanted to ask is, why are you disowning your own culture, like the African culture or the Caribbean culture, for Judaism?
Just to answer that, like, what you think we really don't care. So that's number one. So what Easy E thinks, we kind of don't really care. As
Yeah, but
far
why are you believing in something you're making up?
we're not making up. If we're coming out, do you believe in the Bible?
I don't believe in anything, mate. Listen, right? I'll tell you where I am at. I'll tell you where I'm at. Yeah, granddad was a Jewish background. He never followed the religion. But what I'm trying to say is, I mean, I don't care two hoots about religion. But what I'm trying to get is, right? You all want for black betterment, but you're willing to disown that for Judaism.
Right, and let me correct you. If you can show me the nation of Judaism in the Bible, we can go from there. And then after that, if you can show me the tribe of Jewish, we can go from there. And the other thing I want to tell you,
Which originated from the Arab countries.
if you can show me the nation of Judaism in the Bible, then we can
Well,
further.
why don't you show me the nation of Judaism from Africa then?
Listen. If you can show me the nation of Judaism in the Bible and the tribe of Jewish, then we can have a conversation, right? And as far as the African culture, what is an African culture? There's 54 countries on the continent. What is an African
Hey, pause.
culture?
One sec, got a Jacob. Yeah, sorry to cut you from. Yo, Ultra, do you mind if I add Schiffer in? I wanted to chat to this.
Yeah, no, add me, bro.
No,
I'm just kinda-
I'll jump off, man. It's okay, sir. I'll jump off. It's right, G. Don't worry.
No, because I'm at work, Billy. I can't really rap right now.
I'll jump off,
Just
man.
put me
It's
in the
good, man.
back chat, yeah?
Stay.
Alright, cool, man. Because Bank Boy wants to jump on as well, anyway. So, and he's a Christian still. But Reggie, I'm gonna add you back in as well, innit? So you man can get into this still. But yeah, carry on, got a Jacob.
So, God of Jacob, I want you to show me then. You're saying to me to show you. Why don't you got the agenda to be in the Judaism? So what? Show me why you claim to be the real Jews.
Again,
Israel's in the building.
Again, I have no aspirations to be Judaism, whatever you call it. It's not biblical. I have no aspirations to be
Why do the Israelites
Judaism.
say that the Jews, the Orthodox Jews, are not the real Jews then?
Now, what you need to do is go in the Bible and show me Orthodox.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when you got a culture you need to in betterment in, you're disowning that for being an Israelite, which I think is a bit mad.
Hold on, brother. We're not disowning anything. We're reclaiming.
That's right.
Reclaiming what?
We're reclaiming our history.
Our heritage.
Our heritage.
Your heritage was in Judaism, though.
No, not
Again,
Judaism.
ask your daddy, your Jewish daddy could show you the nation of Judaism in the Bible.
Dead. You're dead. Don't even come with your silly arguments anymore. There's no point in coming with your silly arguments. We are the tribe and nation of Israel. We are not the tribe of Judaism.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Don't try and troll me, mate. Don't act like a spunk with me, mate. I'm asking some questions. I'm trying to understand it. So don't act like a spunk bubble with me, mate. You know what I mean?
No attacks, bro.
I'm asking. Listen. No. Listen. At the moment, right? I get attacked from the left side, who are anti-Jewish. I get attacked from the right side, anti-Jewish, and now I'm finding with the Israelites, they're anti-Orthodox Jews. You only got to tell about the killings, what happened in America. I'm a person. I'm a person who points out of all wrongs, yeah, but no one doesn't point out what happened with the Israelites, with the Jewish people in that synagogue the other month.
All right, yo, Easy E. Let me ask you a question, yeah? Do you know that Ish actually means likeness of? Did you know that? Do you understand language and linguistics?
Yes. Yeah, look, Shiva, look, I'm trying to understand you. I'm not attacking you. I don't follow fucking religion.
ask you that question. I've got a reason for asking that question.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is there's good and bad in everyone, but I can't understand where you got
my brother,
the Israelites are not fighting for your definition of
all right, my brother,
your people from Africa.
This is what I want you to do. No, I'm going to give you some information yourself. You don't have to just listen to me, or just listen to some Israelites.
Yeah.
No, I'm not making this up. I couldn't make this up. I'm going to give you some real facts that you can go and look up. Yeah. Okay. There's a king called King Hezekiah. Yeah. He's also in the Bible, but he's an actual king who existed, who they can find his artifacts, they can find his kingdom. He was a Babylonian king, or an Assyrian king, if I got that right. Now, look up King Hezekiah. Look up the artifacts and the documents he had pertaining to Israelites. Then look at those people and tell me that they look anything like what you know as Jewish. And then tell me if they look anything like myself. Let me show you myself so you can see my face. Yeah. Let me show you myself. Yeah. So I want you to look at those pictures of those Israelites. Yeah. That King Hezekiah had. I want you to look. Yeah. And I want you to look at like West Indian people, African people, people with, they got the little twist, the little dreads and all of that like going on. Look at those people. Then look at the Israelites. Look at the ones that Hezekiah drew. And he wasn't cool. Listen, he weren't calling them Judaism. He weren't calling them anything along those lines. He was calling them Israelites. So we are the tribe of Israel. Fact. There's no refuting that information. I understand your narrative and I understand where you're coming from. And my brother, let me show you something. Any atrocities towards any people, I condemn it completely. And anything happens to any Jewish people, and if anyone wants to hurt you guys or do you any kind of physical harm, I'm against it. If you guys want to do physical harm to anyone else, I'm against that. All right, just to be clear on that. And I'm an Israelite.
Well, Shiva, why can't we both say we originated for Judaism? Why has it got to be just the one? Do you know what I mean?
You know why, my brother? You can say it as a faith. You can say, as a Jewish person, you can say you originate from the Jewish faith or the Judaism faith, and you are converts. That's what you are. You're converts. You have to understand it that way. Otherwise, what you're doing is you're only lying to yourself, because you won't be able to lie to me. By tribal, right? By tribal heritage, all Israelites are of dark skin. All. Yeah. Maybe there was some of light skin, because they did mix a bit. Don't get me wrong. Some of the Israelites, the Israelites would have mixed with some of the Egyptians and other nations, but most of these nations are also dark nations. And then we have to take into account that, if you look at the ancient indigenous tribes of the Americas, like the Tupinamba, like the Tupi tribe in Brazil, the Tupinamba, what were in the New England region. Now these are similar tribes. They're the same people basically. And the language that they spoke was very, very similar to what your people call Hebrew. Now we don't, but you call it Hebrew, but our languages are almost identical. So there has to be some kind of controversy that's happened there, in the sense of calling it Hebrew because of where you come from, and we're saying it's Israelite we come from. And some of us may call it Native American because of where we come from, but ultimately it's all one language, and the oldest versions of that language, the old are found on the African continent and the American continent. They're not fountains, so we can make the first claim. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm trying to say that you can't be Jewish, and I'm not saying that you can't adopt the Judaism faith and be just as much a person of a man of God as I could be, because I like I said, we're talking about heritage. I'm not talking about my faith or books or the God, because I could be an Israelite by heritage, but then you got some Israelites by heavy atheist, or choose to be Muslim or Islam or Christian or whatever they choose to be. So, to that effect, I'm not discriminating against you and say that you guys can't have that faith. You guys can't be close to God.
So, I mean, I don't know, are you Caribbean or African descent?
We say Caribbean, yeah. I'm actually, by descent, I have some African descent. I have majority Caribbean this indigenous American, because my people were drove out of the Americas into the Caribbean and forced into slavery. And when they couldn't control my people,
Yeah, I know that.
that's when they were bringing in people from Africa, and then we were all amalgamated together. So that's what happened, my brother.
Well,
That's the
can
truth.
I ask you, does your parents believe in what you're into then?
When you say, do my parents believe? Like, the thing is, when you say belief is a very, very wide, it's a wide word. Like, you can use it in so many different diverse ways. When we're dealing with fact is something different. Fact is something that's definite. So if you look up the South American or the American slave trade, any of those, yeah, so look that up. There's a library called the John Carter Brown Library. I've given this information to many people on this platform, and they hold the documents pertaining to so-called American Indian that the Caucasian man tried to invent these Indians. There were no such thing as no Indians on that part of the planet. Yeah, and when the first conquerors came, they documented the people that they saw. And Negros de Terra, which means blacks of this land. They weren't calling them Indians. Now, at no time in history has any Indians ever been referred to as black or Negros or niggers or nothing along those lines. So we know that
I would concur that. I would concur, because those Hawaiians, like they're really Japanese people, man, or like some Mongolians, like, you feel me? Those current like Hawaiians, they're not the original like people who were there. So you just have to look to see that for yourself. Well, go on, Shifty.
I to God of Jacob, my brother. Blessings and guidance, my brother. All powers to the Most High.
Shalom, shalom, brother.
Oh man.
Easy, we done, baby. We good?
Yeah, I'm done. God of Jacob, you can take the floor, my brother.
Nah, I was just asking Easy E, was he good?
But I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm trying to get some more input. Okay. Can
I ask 1 second? Can I just ask? Easy. Can I ask God of Jacob one question? God of Jacob, are you happy with what I put forward?
Oh yeah. That was good info. Like, I appreciate you guys who can go outside the Bible and bring that info, because I'm pretty much a Bible-based guy. And guys like Ezra, Chemo, yourself, you guys can actually go outside
as well, because I don't want to block passing on the information. So I'd love for you to add some of your information.
I mean, just to kind of piggyback on some of the stuff you said, and he keeps talking about Jewish. If you read this book called The End of the Jewish People, it's by George Friedman. And he quotes the president of the late president of Egypt, named Gamal, I think it was Nasser. And he said, you, the Jews, will never be able to live here in peace because you left black but came back white. We cannot accept you. This is not us saying that. This is other people who's familiar with the history in that region as well. So, like I said, we're not disowning, we're
God, fucking hell. Like I said, I just don't get it. In America, yeah, I just don't get it. Right, you've gone through slavery and everything, right? And then you will go and support. Some of you will go and support the Nation of Islam, right? Which is the same country who does enslave black people anyway.
Say that again.
And then Farrakhan will be anti-Semitic towards the Jews.
How can he be anti-Semitic?
The Arabs also enslaved a lot of Caucasians. Let's get that fact straight. The Arabs enslaved.
That Islam originally we created Islam. It wasn't created by Arabs. Just to make that clear to you. So, if we're gonna if you want to talk about Israelites, we can talk about Israelites. If you want to talk about Islam, we can talk about Islam. But please.
Yeah, but Farrakhan says the same things what you're saying, most of the things.
Easy,
doesn't
it?
it?
If you want me to answer your question, direct it to me or direct it to God of Jacob. Jacob, I'm directing it to, because I don't want it to get confused. And then there's three of us trying to speak. Like, so we get everyone together.
God of Jacob. Yeah, sorry, pal. Sorry. Right. God of Jacob, yeah? Don't you think Farrakhan speaks the same as the Israelites?
What, strong and powerful? Yes, I agree.
Yep. So what I'm trying to get at is, yeah, why is it in America where you want to believe in your culture, but you seem to want to go and follow a guy who follows Islam, and I just think it's just disowning your black culture.
I think you don't think it out. You keep saying culture. Tell me, what culture are you referring to?
Well, you're on about what here in America.
Hold on, let's address that. Let's address the culture. You keep putting the culture on me. Can we address?
Well, let me answer then. In America, you want to. They always want to keep the culture, the African culture, whatever.
Time out.
But then they will go and follow Farrakhan and go to a Nation of Islam. I mean, it don't make sense, and I think you're disowning your own culture to go to another one.
All right, let me jump on. Let me ask Easy a question.
Hold on, let me ask him one more time, because he still ain't. Hold on. I just want to know, and I'm a mute. What culture are you talking about? Black is not.
I'm talking. All right, okay then. All right, if you're talking about politics in America, yeah, and you as a black American, okay, would you go? What I find confusing is you want to involve your own African culture, yeah, and rightly so. But why follow the Nation of Islam when it's nothing to do with the slavery of Africa in America?
You would first have to ask somebody in the Nation of Islam. I cannot speak for the Nation of Islam.
That's correct.
Yeah, but the Israelites is following the same rhetoric.
Easy, let me ask you a question. This is Bankboy.
Okay, mate.
All right, so you're talking about why people who is of this culture wants to go and follow this culture. You see, I suspect that you're British, right? Am I right?
Yeah, and I don't care about any colour before you start, mate. I'm not at all.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I would say
I'm
you're
in
white.
betterment for everyone. I'm in betterment for everyone.
That's fine.
And
That's
I
fine.
do
That's
that.
fine. But I would say you're white British, right?
Yeah, I'm an ex-Londoner. Yeah.
Okay, so the white people of Britain originally were pagans. Today they're what? Christians, isn't it?
They're all kinds, aren't they?
They're all kinds, but like you would say, England is like really a Christian country, like really, isn't it? It's a Christian country. Yeah,
so. I
your
mean,
queen,
like I said, I
your
don't.
queen, the queen is the head of the Protestant church, so the Church of England. So it's a
she's not even British. She's German, isn't she? She's not even
okay,
British.
but
She's
exactly.
German.
So what I'm trying to say is white people somehow with their paganism at one point decided that, you know what, we're gonna like follow this Christian stuff. So your question is kind of redundant if that's what you're asking. Why are black people who are supposedly supposed to be African now claiming to be Islam or whatever it is
Mate,
you want
I'm
to talk
not
about?
trying to be disrespectful, mate. I'm trying to get my head around it. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, if
mate.
you can get your head around if you can get your head around how, you know, the whole of the European, you know, continent became Christian after, you know, practicing paganism their whole lives, then you must be able to understand how, you know, people can become whatever they choose to be.
Well, the other thing I want to say is, right, I listen to all these discussions on it, yeah, and I've found over the years now, everybody's fighting each other over things, okay? We done this, we done that. Don't you all realise the government's designed us to all fight each other? Yeah? We have the arguments, the angriness, the hateness towards each other, normal working life people. And guess who's doing the fuckery? The governments.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I hear you on that point, and you know, it is what it is, right?
And yeah, like I said, my granddad never followed the religion. I was brought up to say fuck religion because it's nothing but trouble. Yeah, and I think we need to have a little bit. Firstly, we've got to understand each other's ancestors' plights. Yeah, you know, and we've got to understand
Hold
what's
on, can I
happened in the
interrupt you
past.
for one time because this it's just stuck in my head. Wink. I want you to break down to me the African culture because that I just can't let that one go. When you say African culture,
Well, look, you have to say you have to excuse me. I do word things differently to other people. Okay, was it meant to be a nasty way?
I didn't take it offensive. I just want to know what.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, with the history in America, what happened to black people, yeah. And I gather, and what I'm gathering is a guess. Don't take me on it. I might be wrong. Africa is a Christian country. Am I right?
I'm not sure.
Well,
I've been all
Bro,
over.
Africa is not a country, you know. Africa is a continent, fam. It's a continent.
well, a
It's not a country.
continent. Well, I'd say the continent's mostly Christian, isn't it?
No. Check that one out. Check that one out.
I'm
Check
not
it
sure.
out. Check it out.
Because I got to tell you why. This is where I get a bit confused with the National Islam and that. Yeah, you most probably got parents and that who are Christians, but therefore for the fight for the struggle for the
Let's find some common ground right here. Now, on the continent, we do understand there's like 54 countries, right? Would you agree to that?
Of course, mate. Yeah, it's a big.
So, out of those 54, which culture are you referring to when you say African culture?
Well, Christianity, I suppose.
I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about the culture.
Well,
now you get what I'm saying. You keep saying you blanket.
Yeah, all right, mate. Yes, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm getting what you're saying.
There we go.
Yeah, because there are many different cultures in Africa.
Yeah.
There are many different cultures in Africa.
Well, can you
Just
answer this one thing I want to ask? In Africa, when you got brought over to be enslaved, were you brought over?
When who got brought over to be enslaved? Because I was never enslaved. Go on.
No, I'm on about back in history with African people in America. Yes, we were slaves. Yeah.
Right. Some of them.
What? Yeah. I'm not saying all.
No, I mean some of the black people, like in America, because America was indigenously black people. But go on.
Okay, well, this is what I'm asking a question. Yeah, this is what I'm asking. I'm not chef, mate. Calm down, mate. I'm not attacking. Yeah, I'm trying to get some answers because I'm trying to learn as well. Yeah.
Yeah, go on. Go on.
Well, I'm going to say, what part of the continent of Africa where some were sold off to come to America?
Mostly West Africa. Mostly West Africa.
Okay. That's all I was trying to get to ask, mate. You have to excuse me. I have got a disability where my words do come out wrong sometimes. Yeah, so it's not meant offence. Yeah.
No, I'm not taking any offence. Like, are you asking about the culture of West Africa?
What I'm asking, any part of Africa, I'm asking where they came from. Yeah.
Well, I've just answered that. Most of the slaves that were taken to the Americas were predominantly from West Africa.
Okay, mate. Okay. Cool. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
So easy. You basically came up here to ask me some emotional questions. It really wasn't backed by like facts or nothing, and I understand that. Because now all your life you've been told you are Jewish. No.
My granddad, had a Jewish background. He never followed religion. I was brought up as a London British person. Yeah. Never followed the culture. but I'm since I've come on these panels, I found out I've been listening to a whole lot
Found
of
out you inherited lies, and that hurts, and I understand that. That got to be a hurting feeling. I said you found out you inherited lies, and that got to be a hurting feeling. And I
that's coming from you, mate. I don't think it.
From the Bible.
I'm inheriting lies, mate.
Well,
do you know what?
Easy Jupiter already confirmed today that most white people in England have at least 2% Jewish in them. Like, in fact, she said all white people in Britain have
Said most Britons.
have Jewish in them. So you probably got Jewish in you as well.
Yeah, but they say because it's on my father's side and not on the my grandfather's side, not on my grandmother's side, they reckon it doesn't count. Yeah.
They reckon, but it's in your blood though. Does that count?
Yeah, you try and tell the far left and the far right that, mate.
Now I'm asking you, forget about far left and far right.
Yeah.
Like between like yourself, me and you, like, do you understand that you still have Jewish blood flowing through your veins?
Yes.
Some people argue that there is no Jewish blood, that it's only a religion, so it depends on who you listen to.
But the other thing, most black people have got Irish blood in them.
Easy, I got a question for you. If you are Jewish,
most black people
How
have
can
Irish blood.
most black people have Irish blood in them?
Sorry?
How can most black people have Irish blood in
I
them?
said because there was there's a genetic. I've spoken with someone and they said there's a great big connection with Ireland.
Most black people in Europe, or most black people even on the continent of Africa?
In Europe.
Have Irish blood in them.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but I can understand how Irish might have black blood in them. You see, Irish, they tend to have big back-offs.
Well, vice versa, mate. Vice
understand that,
versa. Yeah. Sorry, God of Jacob, what was you going to ask me, mate?
No, I'm saying if you come from Jewish, right? Who comes from Benjamitish? Who are the Benjamitish people?
Fuck knows, mate. Like I said, mate, I just come and ask you some questions to find out some more and be enlightened, mate. Honestly, I don't care. Did you know what? Deep down, I don't care who the fuck who is, mate. To be honest with you, people are people. If you're polite to me, I'm polite to you. If you want to be friends with me, you can be friends with me. That's the way I've been brought up, mate.
All right, let me just say this quickly. Lady Divine, I beg you, come on, man. I miss your voice, man. I want to hear that beautiful voice. What are you saying, lady? Come on, Lady Divine. Jump on. Yeah, go on.
I just think all this arguing about everything is just all crazy. We're all wasting our time in life. Do you know what I mean? I just me personally think we should all just beg to differ on everything and just get on with our lives and try and get on. And respect.
You want to get on while you on top. Hold on. Everybody want to get on while they winning. Now that we kind of waking up to some new shit, let's just get on But the Jewish people always say never again, right? We shall never.
Here we go. Falcon talk.
The question easy.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you,
y'all can never forget, right?
No, listen, God, Jacob, you just let me finish what I was saying, yeah? What I'm saying is respect people's values and what they got their grievances and have dialogue. I didn't say
that shit easy. Because you ain't interested. Shoot, hold on. Isn't it your motto to say never forget, never forget?
I didn't say never. Did you hear what I just said to you?
Just saying. Did you
hear what I just said to you? Oh, man.
I heard you.
I'm not going to get into this. Look, mate.
No, I'm not even raising my voice, Easy. But look, you trying to copy us all the way. You took our heritage. You're trying to take our rapper. You got to
prove it to me, man. That's only what you're saying.
You done took Easy E.
I mean, what heritage did you get taken first? Your African heritage or your Jewish heritage? This is what I'm fucking mixed up on. I'm sorry, but this is fucking crazy.
Culture votes just enough, Easy. It's time for us to come on back. Why couldn't you come on with Billy Ray Cyrus or something? But you gonna choose a black named Easy E.
What do you mean? I just chose that name.
Y'all just took over our whole.
Oh God, here we go. You're doing the yank nutty mentality.
No, Easy, we having a conversation. It's fun.
No, oh God, we got a Nazi. Come on now. Oh fuck's sake.
But there, Easy E belong to us. It don't belong to Jewish.
Oh, I've got Jupiter. Can you see where I'm coming from now? Listen, can you see where I'm coming from now? I've got a Nazi who hate me because I'm Jewish, and I've got a fucking Israelite's gonna hate me because I'm Jewish. This is fucking nuts. It's all fucking nuts. It's
To
all
be honest,
fucking nuts.
you come on, said you had one question, and then we went down a load of roads.
Well, you knew I was going to respond in my kind of way.
El Rondo, what are you really saying? What are you saying? Let me hear what you're saying, El Rondo.
Oh, can I just say one thing? Just don't mention a war to him. Just don't mention a war to him. Yeah.
Okay. Why? Okay. Let me just ask him. El Rondo,
The Germans don't like that.
What are you saying? I don't know.
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
El Rondo, are you there?
He sounds Spanish. He spells Spanish name. It sounds like
Easy E, fake Easy. I gotta go take a phone call. I'll be right back. You give our goddamn, give us our artists back and quit bullshit. That ain't you. You just took our goddamn heritage. Now you want to rap.
Shalom, mate. Shalom. God bless you.
You get no shalom from me.
May all the hate.
You get a drop dead.
May. Oh, here we go. You're gonna put. Is it bow to you so my head to get it chopped off? Is that's what the Israelites say, don't they?
He's gone, Easy. He's gone. All right. So, have you guys got any questions for me, Jupiter or Easy?
Oh no.
Or Rondo?
Thank you, Bank Boy. Thanks for listening, mate. I'm just disillusioned, mate. Peace and love.
Okay. What solutions are you trying to provide, Rondo? I'm interested to hear.
I was just hopping on so I can talk to Schiffer for a little bit, but unfortunately he's already gone.
No, Schiffer will be back. Don't worry. But
Okay,
Talk
cool.
to me for now.
Because
You can talk to me for now. Go on.
yeah, I have a proposal for him since I found that discussion between Black Hebrew Israelites and the Jews in Israel quite fascinating, and we hadn't had a chance to really have some big discussion. And the Rife retort on D-Live is searching for someone who represents the Black Hebrew Israelite side. And
Yeah, but Schiffer is not a Hebrew Israelite. He's just an Israelite. He's not an Hebrew Israelite. You feel me?
So he believes what? That everyone can be Jewish?
He doesn't believe in Hebrew.
So he's an Israelite.
He's just an Israelite. Yeah.
What's the difference there?
You have to ask Schiffer when he gets here, but basically he does not believe like in the Hebrew thing. He thinks that the Hebrew thing is fabricated.
So the Torah is fabricated then?
No, the Hebrew thing. The Torah is not Hebrew.
Okay. That could be interesting too. I have to admit. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Confused.
No, but he thinks that black people are the Israelites then.
Yes. That's
okay.
right.
Yeah, that will work too, I believe.
I believe black people.
I thought you would agree with that. I thought you would agree with that. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I think the guy he would be up against could be the guy called Duvid. That would be a debate for the ages, in my opinion.
Okay, but I believe the original Jews, like the Igbo people of Nigeria or the Lemba people of South Africa, they are the original Jews and they are clearly black.
God, I'm not being funny. You know, I've claimed a lot of things. You claim Islam, you claim Judaism. Fucking hell, what else are you going to claim?
Mate,
Has
I don't need to
anybody
claim this.
got?
I don't need to claim this. Listen
According
to
to
me.
them,
I don't.
everything's
This
there.
is not my claim. Listen to me, people. This is not my claim. Do your own research. Your own white people and your own white scholars have done their own research and realized that the Igbo people of Nigeria and the Lemba people of South Africa, amongst others, are actually Jewish.
Sorry, my friend. Sorry, my friend. Are you going to claim Hinduism, Sikhism, and that?
No, we're not going to claim that, but we are going to claim that we are the indigenous people of the world. So everything, like, theoretically comes from us. So it's not hard to work out. Is that funny to you?
Yeah, but usually that includes us, so
I
that
stand
means
with the
it's
black
our
people on
inheritance
that.
too.
I didn't hear what any
So,
of you
so
said.
you claiming all the world, but if some white people say they're English, you're going to say they're not English. You're going to say they've got other backgrounds. Right?
No, we're African. According to them, we're African. They're the daddies, so therefore it's our inheritance too.
Hey, easy,
we
easy.
are.
Stole no diamonds
The
because they're our
revolution you
diamonds as
started just bites yourself in the ass right now.
We are the indigenous people of the world. Every
You
land
can
on
be
this
the
planet
indigenous of the world, but we've still got the fucking diamonds.
every land on this planet called planet Earth, yeah, begun with dark-skinned, melanated
I'll
people.
get out of it.
Dark-skinned, melanated peoples.
Sorry,
you
I
can choose
don't-
to agree with that or not. You know, it begun with
Do you know
dark-skinned.
the science? Last week they found that the people of West Africa, yeah,
We're
the
white.
people
Is that what you're
of
gonna
West
tell me?
Africa, that they've got a ghost gene, and what that
They've got-
means is that they've found that there's another gene out there that they don't know where it's come from, and
They've
those
got a ghost
people they
gene.
don't know what color they
Are
were.
you going to claim you're Chinese then, as well?
Mate, if you understand English, yeah, understand clearly what I'm saying. Yeah, the
I am
original
understanding.
people-
I am understanding.
England don't
You're
exist in your world, does it?
Sorry?
You're potty.
English don't exist in your world, does it?
Hey, Jupiter,
No,
can I
sorry,
ask you a
like, he
hypothetical
keeps
question?
laughing, so I can't hear what you're saying, Jupiter.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go on. Jupiter, what did you ask?
I said, how can we speak English if England don't exist in your world?
Oh, you're talking semantics now. I'm not getting involved in that one.
Jupiter, hey, Jupiter,
Right now, innit? We're speaking enough
Jupiter.
politely, clearly, innit? We're
Hey,
all-
Miss Jupiter.
All of us
I'm
on
not
this panel
taking
right
the
now.
piss, mate.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. Excuse me. I'm talking. All of us on this panel right now are communicating
Yeah.
with the English language, aren't we? Are we not? Exactly. So yeah, just keep quiet then.
Hey, easy. What's your point of view? Can only white Anglo-Saxon be British?
Enough about
Or
white people.
English?
Damn. Tired
Easy,
of
I want to have your opinion on that.
All right, enough of you white people. Y'all on top right now. Just enjoy your heaven now. Jupiter, let me ask you a hypothetical question.
Easy, come on, answer me.
Yeah.
What do
Yo,
you
Veli,
think,
Lady Divine
what do
trying
you
to get
think
on.
what do you think the Earth would look like if gunpowder didn't exist? If weapons didn't exist? What color would your queen look like?
If gunpowder didn't exist,
If weapons, guns, if it was just even Steven, what color do you think the queen would look like in your
I
country?
have no clue.
You have a clue.
I have no clue. How would I know?
Just say
You
black.
can still murder with
Say
your hand.
black, Jupiter.
I'm saying
Say
if no
black.
guns were on this earth and it was just mano y mano, what color would your queen look like?
What if everybody just went across the earth, fucking basically?
No guns, just rocks and sticks and hands. What
Probably
color would your
same.
queen look like? Would she look like Queen Latifah?
Hey, God of Jacob,
I
have
don't know
the
what queen
ancient
Latifah
Greeks
is,
and the Romans, have they had gunpowder?
Who is this?
Aaron, has the Roman Empire and the Greeks have gunpowder?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't think so.
Well, cool.
And
Now
have we
I'll ask
conquered
you the same question.
Have we conquered the earth without gunpowder?
Nah, not all the time.
Okay, that's my point, right? We
But
don't need gunpowder to be
God of
dominant.
Jacob, what's the question?
Y'all conquered us through our spirit. We was too nice to y'all. Y'all came in smiling in our faces, And like black people, we took y'all in, we trusted y'all.
Yeah,
and
that's
y'all
what's
did
going
y'all.
on right now with white people. We are too kind to everyone. That's the
Nah,
only reason we
y'all
can get
still evil as
conquered.
hell. Y'all still wicked. Y'all just
Lady
play the
Divine,
wicked game a little bit better.
baby.
So clearly, you would make that
What's up,
argument
big
to
guy?
Europeans, since blacks have fallen because of that too, right?
Make that make sense.
Elron, are you on your Nazi stuff again? What you doing?
Don't call everything. It's just logic. If logic is
No, what are
Nazi,
you
then
doing?
okay. I'm just
What are you
putting
doing?
the same argument God of Jacob is making right down the middle at the stage we are in today. White people
How
are
about
too
this?
kind and get conquered by other tribes and other ethnicities and other races because we are too kind. And according to him, that's what was the downfall of black people.
How about this,
Okay, so
Eleanor?
can you give
How
us
about
examples?
me and you
One second,
fight for the
guys.
right,
One
and then
second.
I fight you, and then Lady Divine fight Jupiter, and whichever color come out on top, we rule the world.
So let's do this. Let's do like this.
It doesn't
Aaron, because
bother
I'm used to
me,
you.
but
These
I
people are not
don't
really
see why
used to
we
you, yeah?
justify it.
So my question to you is this. Can you give us examples of how white people are too nice? That will serve us well.
Well, look where it's got Britain right now. We're the most tolerant country, one of the most tolerant countries in the world.
One second. Ultra, can you let Bank Boy back on, please? You're tolerant, Jupiter. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, our country's one of the most tolerant countries in the world.
Okay, well, I will argue differently. I will argue that Britain has no choice but to open up their things for the shit that they've done.
Yes,
It's
and that's the
basically the
mistake
chickens
that
have
a lot of
come
people
home
that
to.
yeah, that's the mistake that a lot of people that are not Indigenous, English, Scottish, Irish, and Welsh believe. Yeah.
Oh my God! Sorry, I just gotta say this. I could listen to Lady Divine's voice all day long. It's so beautiful. But you guys go
Pick
on.
up my brother. No, but I was just saying to you,
Macaroni.
like I believe personally that that's a false narrative. I believe that the chickens have come home to roost when it comes to Great Britain and the UK, and basically they're now having to deal with the actions of their past history. That's not being kind, not in whatsoever.
Yeah, well, you can say that, but British people ain't stupid, and they'll react to it whatever way they want.
When you say British people, like, can you clarify? Because I'm in Britain. I'm British. What do you mean?
I mean, the majority of British people, they won't allow themselves to be overrun to the point of non-existence.
Do you mean the majority of white Britain?
I mean the majority of Indigenous.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna give up there because we've already dealt with that one. But yeah, Lady Divine, you can carry on with her.
No, it's not even that. It's just a case of Elron made an argument saying that basically he believes that, you know, the white people are too kind. So I just want example of their kindness because I'm yet to see the kindness. I see
I
robbing,
want examples
stealing,
of that as well.
pillaging. Yeah, I see robbing, stealing, pillaging, culture vulturing. I see all of these things going on, but I'm not seeing the kindness. So I want to know where exactly is the kindness.
No, I was just repeating what God of Jacob has said.
Which is what?
He said the Africans can only be conquered by whites because they were too kind.
So you thought your rebuttal would be to like reverse that?
No, I'm just saying I was implementing the same argument for white people, for Europeans right now. We are too kind. That's why we are getting conquered.
Okay, and Lady Divine is simply asking, can you give examples of how you've been so kind?
Europeans or blacks?
Europeans.
Yeah, look around. We are paying in Germany. We are paying 50 billion euros every year for refugees who are illegally here.
Really? That's kind.
I would say that is pretty kind.
So when Germany went around the world and went to Africa as well to do whatever they did, like, did they pay? Did they pay for entry? Did they pay an entry fee there?
I'm talking about right now. We are
I'm
too
talking
kind.
about right now.
I'm not talking about
all
we are
time.
too kind in
I'm
the
talking
past.
about right now. You cannot pick and choose. Like, Germans did
Oh, I
their
can.
things
Watch
around the
me.
world.
Watch
Germans
me.
did their things around the
We
world
don't
as
have to
well.
react the same way as other people did. We
Sorry?
can react as we want to because we are our own indigenous people.
Yeah, but we just want to know how nice you've been, how you've been nice.
I
Because
just
like,
told you 50 billion euros is a large sum of money every year.
yeah. How much do you
Yeah.
take from Africa then?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, you're spewing out numbers, so clearly you must know. If you
No,
know,
I
like,
give you a number. Now you give
no,
me a
you
number.
are spewing out numbers. I'm not the one spewing out numbers. You are spewing out numbers. So I just asked you if you know
No,
what.
you can
No,
check
listen
the
to me, bro.
number.
No, listen to me. If you know and you're telling me right now, like as it stands, that you are paying 50 billion for the
Okay,
black
I
people
say
that are
the number
currently
is
in your
0 we
country,
take from
yeah?
Africa.
Listen,
Okay.
you are paying 50
Bring
billion
up a
for the
number
amount
for
of.
me. It's your
Bro,
it
are you
is
gonna
your
let me talk?
argument that we take from
Are you going
Africa.
to let me talk or not?
Okay.
All right. If you are claiming that you are currently paying 50 billion euros for the black people that currently reside in your country, Germany, my question to you is how much has Germany taken out of the continent of Africa? Can you quantify that in euros?
No,
Please.
you have to count that
No,
number
1 minute.
because it is
Don't forget.
your argument
Don't
that
forget Elron. Don't forget inflation as well. Yeah, in your calculation.
And please
Yes.
also include the Germans that are currently in Tunisia right now, taking over.
Exactly,
And
yeah.
include that while you're calculating, please.
Yeah, give me the number.
Bro, you're talking nonsense, man. Jump off if you're gonna talk
No.
nonsense. Real talk.
It is
Because
your
you can't
argument. You
just
have
pick.
to come up with a
Listen,
number.
listen.
I give you a
Germany
number
was
right
part,
now.
Germany was part of the Europeans who went and pillaged around the world. Now that you have black people in your countries, you cannot cry. You cannot cry about it and start saying, "Oh, we are spending
Oh, I
too much."
can. I
we are-"
just do.
No, you cannot. You cannot.
just
You're
do.
not allowed to. You've been
Oh,
round
I'm
the
not
world.
allowed to.
You're not allowed to in
But you can cry
the
about
least
black people
way.
all day long, right?
No, you could, bro. You're not allowed to cry about black people being in your countries. You're not because you went to their countries and pillaged. Yeah. And if we
Elron, are
to
you
actually
sitting in your own
quantify the
country
amount
right
of
now?
resources and wealth that you stole from these places, 50 billion will not come close. So,
Okay,
like,
every year 50 billion is a lot.
Elron. Everyone's got the opportunity to put their case forward, but let's just draw a distinction between someone who's actually sitting in their country and is part of the majority, and somebody who is a minority living in someone else's country who's complaining about mistreatment of the past.
Well, has
There's
everyone
two
gone quiet
completely
now? What, the Nazis
different
have gone quiet?
cases. Like, if you can't see that, Elron, like,
El Dorado.
you're being grossly
What are you saying?
unfair.
No, I'm not denying anything in the past. I'm talking about
Okay, that's
what is
great. That's
going on
fantastic. Like,
today.
that's a
That
good
is what
starting position.
matters.
Let me ask you, Elron, brother. Let me ask you a
What's
question,
going
yes
on
or no
today is
question.
that you guys
In
are
your
thieving a
opinion,
lot of money from
does
a lot of,
African people
resources
have a
from places.
case
That's what's
for
going on today.
reparation against Germany? Yes or no?
No.
Let's not get into the
So what you're
details.
saying,
No.
you're still
We're
not stealing
giving
and pillaging.
African people so much they don't have a claim of
But
anything.
that's not reparations.
Really?
We're talking
Okay.
about,
I'll let you
do the
finish
Africans have a
if that makes you
case
feel happy.
for reparations directly against Germany? Yes or no?
No. The Syrians would have against America, for
If
example.
I ask Jupiter,
The
she's going to
Syrians are
say
what?
yes.
Yeah, because she's still, I don't know, unlogical.
No, I'm saying
So
you're
Yes.
worse
To
than
be fair,
her.
though, Khan,
She
to be
don't
fair,
she don't
Jupiter
see
speaks
what
for
Europeans
Jupiter would
have
speak for
given
the
the world.
UK,
That's the
not for
problem.
Germany. That's the difference. Jupiter will speak for for the UK, whereas he's speaking for
Yeah,
Germany.
that's
It
what I
doesn't
meant. Like,
matter. I'm talking
His
about the
complaint is basically his complaint is this: he believes there's too many Muslims in Germany, and he wants them out. Whereas Jupiter's not even talking about Germany; she's talking about the UK.
yeah.
no, what I meant
By
by
the
that
by the
comment,
way,
ladies,
the
is that
50
if we ask
billion,
Jupiter,
the
do
50
Africans have a case?
wait.
Sorry, Elron, I'll let you speak because
Okay.
I don't want to talk over you. So go ahead.
Yeah. The 50 billion euros is not just to giving to Africans, right, coming here. It's about all the refugees that come in from 2015 to 2020.
Bro,
Just to
you
make
love
that clear, okay?
you love giving these figures, man. I'd love you to
If
pull up
it
the figure
wasn't for
about how
Africa,
much
you
we
wouldn't
stole
have a
from the world, man.
country to
From
let them
Africa,
into.
especially. Please pull up that figure.
Okay, wait. But please do me a favor, put out your numbers too, because you're just
Yeah,
talking
German.
about something without putting up numbers.
Are you saying
You
to
have,
me that
if you want
okay,
to
let me
have
ask you a question.
reparations, you must know how much the
I'm not
number.
asking about. I did not mention the word reparations, brother. I'm asking you, yeah, directly. Are you saying that you, if you don't know, tell me you don't know. But are you saying that Germany was never in Africa?
Oh, they were.
Basically, that.
They were.
Right.
Are you saying Germany never took resources out of Africa?
Yeah,
Yes.
they weren't there showering
did, right?
Africans with money, were they? They were
Right?
taking money. They weren't putting money into Africa, were they?
Yes.
Okay,
We
so
we
if
have
Right.
you know
giving
that,
we
It's
have giving
logical. It's
African
logical.
countries lots of money, and we have taken resources. Yes.
yes. So the
Okay.
money you've
But
We
what
have
I'm saying is,
taken
I
resources
would
from
contend.
Russia
I would
too.
challenge you. I would challenge you and say that the money you've given back to Africa, whatever you think that is, yeah, it's
drop in the
nowhere.
ocean.
It's nowhere near what you took out of Africa.
Okay, then come up with numbers.
I don't need to. I've just told you that. You're the one who's coming up with numbers.
Yeah, so it's just a claim, and then I claim, yeah, we given you more than we taken.
All
But
right,
that's
if you believe that,
impossible
then I'll
because
leave
you got
you.
the profits of your looting and pillaging strewn all around you. It's like I find you sitting on a hill of money and I'm saying, where did the money come from? And you're like, oh, I had it all the
I
time.
don't know
But
why
you
I can't
never.
hear Carnito
Because
because
there
he
was a
seems to be
time
speaking, but I
where
can't
you
hear
lot
him.
was
So I'm gonna come
hungry.
out and come
You
back
never,
in.
you was walking around with your mouth stinking of hunger. Yeah, you never had 2 pence to rub together, let alone build roads and infrastructure. Where did all the money come from to build your country in the first place? You never had a country, bro. Germany's literally the youngest country in the whole of Europe. England was here before Germany. France was there before Germany. You never had a country.
Here's the link.
What are you lying for?
It's the source for the 50 billion euro claim. And by the way, it's a great claim against leftists for every European watching, or even if we have some honest black people or people of color, Arabs, I don't know, they can surely see that it's not about helping people, because 15 billion euros would be a lot more. It would be like 10 to 50 times more when we would spend that money in their own countries. By the way. So here's the, I don't know if I can put that link in the YouTube chat too. I try. Yes, it works. Here's one of my sources.
Okay, so what's your point of contention, Elron? What is your stance? Like, where do you stand in anything, especially when it comes to the UK?
What you mean? At which topic?
On anyway, like, what is your stance like? Because obviously you're in Germany, you're a German, but you have a lot to say when it comes to UK politics. So, like, what's your stance?
No, I'm an ethno-nationalist. Is also a regionalist. So I'm for regional cultures to exist, like the Bavarian, the Saxony culture within Germany. And then I'm also a German, which is part of my larger family, right? And I'm also part of the European civilization, of the European people. That is why my interest is also in France, in even in Australia or in South Africa with white people living there. So I'm talking to Germans all the time. I have some great projects here in Germany going on. One big project you will hear in the future about. It's an international project that will be started by Germans. Yes, so I'm talking to everyone, to every white people that wants to work together with freeing white people.
Okay, but you say all that, but you stay talking to black people and not actually your fellow white European people. So what is your actual stance when it comes to us?
No, it's not only black people watching that stream, and I think it's also important to okay, I can give you the strategy too, but I also say that talking to black people is necessary so they know where we are coming from, right? We won't back down. We have, for example, I just make the 15 billion euro claim, right? So clearly the money is there, and the politicians right now in power are not spending that money to help people. So this would be an offer, for example, for the Syrians. We are still have sanctions on Syria. If we get in power, the sanction will fall. We will help the Syrians get the knowledge to rebuild their country, even within Germany, if they like to. Or we have some contracts with Bashar al-Assad and working together to rebuild Syria and make it great again. And we
Okay, one
already
second,
have
Elron, one
contacts to
second.
Syria,
Hold on,
by
one
the
second.
way,
Ultra
the
or
AFD.
Veli, can you let on Bank Boy, please? It's in the back chat waiting. Okay, but hear what I'm saying, Elron. All this Syrian talk, guess what? None of us over here are Syrians. So why are you talking to us? Like, we're black people of the Caribs and black people of the Africas. Why are you talking to us about Syria?
Look,
I don't think none of us over here.
I was just jumping on the channel because I had a proposal for Shifa, but then he left when I got the chance to join. And then I stayed because all that talk about, there's no thing as British people or English people and not Jews. And by the way, Easy hasn't answered one question since yesterday to me. Not one single question. He has this double standards. He's complaining that black people are taking away his culture, his being Jewish or an Israelite. But at the same time, he's white guilting people that there's no such thing as British culture and everyone can be British and all that stuff. And I just want to point out that double standard. I want to jump on and help Jupiter on this specific question.
Okay, well, you go ahead and help Jupiter. Jupiter, do you want to speak for yourself, or would you rather Elron help you? Because that's what I guess he's here for.
I don't mind him talking. We both talk.
Okay, so go on. What's the subject matter that you wanted to deal with?
Nothing. We were just going with the flow, really. I think Schiffer's gone now. It was Schiffer that started it all. I think they were
Yes.
trying to find out what you were asking me the other day.
Oh, about the immigration here. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to go back to that then? Is that what you want to deal with?
Yeah, you can if you want. You may as well, seeing as you're here. Ask me what you
Okay.
want.
Yeah, so what it was is that obviously we was talking about it again last night actually, yeah. And I think it was Asketti that jumped on the panel. I can't remember. And he actually was pointing out the amount of immigrants here in the UK, and like, you know, that there's 2 to 3% of Black Africans here. There's something about 1.6, I don't know, Pakistani, basically all the numbers put together did not even come up to 10%. So we wanted to know, what my actual question to you is, why is there so much crying and shedding of tears about British losing their culture and their country and all of this to immigrants when we don't even make up 20% of this country, much less 10?
Okay, my answer might be different to Elron's because I am slightly different to him. But basically, because we have had immigration from outside, mainly the mass immigration of 2015, from a different culture that not only allows more than one wife that can produce loads of children, but they've also got a different mindset. So there's a culture clash, as well as the fact that, and they hold a different belief system, which is different to the mainstay of the British people. Therefore, when they reproduce at the rate that they're reproducing, not only will the ethnicity go, but so will the culture as well. So that's what the British are not happy with.
Okay, so would I be right in assuming then it's more a fear thing? It's not that it's actual happened or it's, you know, about to happen around the corner. It's an actual fear. So basically you lot are trying to prepare before it gets to that point.
Yeah, we're trying to find solutions to halt it because we don't want that to happen.
Okay, but this is the problem I have with it, because and this is what I was trying to pick up with you last night. I'm not understanding how the the people of the UK here are crying about something that their government is wholly responsible for. That's what I'm not understanding. Why is the contention not with the government and less of it being with the people?
We do blame the government. That's why we've been trying to put pressure on the government, and that's why it's good to see that the government might not be going far enough, but they are beginning to listen. Boris Johnson has put out new point system today.
Yeah,
so what would
I
you-
think
Oh,
I
go
think
on.
Jupiter's answers, yeah, it fits right in what I am believing. I would go even farther, but it's a good answer. And also the point that you make, Lady Divine, is I hear that a lot, and I think I've answered that a lot too. And I don't know why people don't hear us talking about that. If I would ask you, what channels do you know of ethno-nationalists?
None, because they're not my interest and I don't
Okay.
frequent them. Yeah.
So if I would link you to some of the channels, you will see the stuff we are talking about. And we have hundreds and hundreds of videos talking about politics, talking about Trump, talking about all this shit, right? So we are addressing politics.
We
We're
don't
not
want to see
just
your far
talking
right
to...
videos, man. We don't want to see your far right videos. Elman.
So,
and you keep screaming about Schiffer. Trust me, if Schiffer was on here right now, you would have run off. That's the
oh
truth.
yeah, I would clearly.
That's the
Yeah.
truth.
I was just making a proposal, nothing more, and I was not shitting to Schiffer in any way or kind of form.
No,
You're
it's
just
not about
hearing what
it's
you
not
hear.
about you shitting Schiffer. It's about some of the things you're coming out with. Yeah, some of the
Yep.
like far right views you're coming out with. Yeah, if Schiffer was here, bro, like you got people who are actually trying to listen to you. Like Schiffer would not have that shit.
What
Just let
you have
know.
to understand is that Schiffer himself is far right.
Exactly.
Aaron,
It's
where would
not
you
only a
consider
white
Would you
thing to
consider
be
me
far
to be
right.
far right, Aaron?
Muslims are far right.
Hold on. Aaron, would you consider me to be far right?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Why not?
From what I've heard.
Well, how so? Like, what is your position on far right? What would you call far right, and what would you call right? What would you deem as left? Like,
I would say far right is believing in traditional families, for example, in hierarchy, but also believing that in ethnocentrism and
In supremacy,
and
supremacist
Schiffer
ideas.
is clearly an ethnocentric
I
guy
don't believe
who
that.
even
I don't
thinks
believe that.
that black people are better than
No,
so it
Schiffer
would
does not
even go in
No.
supremacy
Can I
kind of
stop you
mode.
there? Elron. My brother Schiffer, yeah, he does not promote like supremacy. Whether it be black or white, he does not subscribe to the idea of any race being more supreme than or superior to the other. Far right clearly promotes that, and that's what you stand
No.
for. That's what Jupiter stands for at the same time. But she's trying to hide undercover, but she still stands for the same thing.
No, I don't believe in supremacy. You're talking rubbish.
All right, love. Whatever.
Boy. What do people think of the new point system though that Boris has announced today?
here comes Reggie all twisting up. Look here, Reggie, yo.
I mean, the point system is quite. It's quite an
Was
important
that,
change.
was
It
that a
means that
lowering standard, right? As far as I've
no, it's up in the standards. So it's
up in
it's
the
making
standards.
it's up in
Ah.
it's making sure that more educated people, what they
Okay.
call skilled people, get into come to the UK. And
Yeah,
people
from
that
a
are listening.
from a civic nationalist point of view, that would be the right decision. Yeah.
So that's got nothing to do with your race or ethnicity. That's got to do with your intelligence.
Yeah,
I think
he's
they're
exactly.
gonna be
Yeah,
taking-
these people are like brain drainers. It's like modern day
Yeah.
slavery, I would say.
Yeah, it's not
Well-
going to be a good thing for other countries. I
well,
don't.
well,
I
one thing
don't
to
see-
bear in mind. The thing to bear in mind is that they're going to take an equal amount of people from the EU and outside of the EU. So,
Mm.
No,
you know,
that
Yeah, that's
That-
why I
that's it.
hate Boris Johnson, by the way.
I can't hear Jupiter. Is she talking? I can see her thing moving.
yeah. Can you not hear me?
I can't hear you, Jupiter. Let me come back.
He's not the answer for UK. He's just like he's a globalist, and what he is doing is importing high-skilled people from all over the world. Is just taking resources from Africa. It's the same thing. Just resources on brains, brain
Power.
resources and power. Yes. And it's detrimental to the countries of origin.
Yeah, but
Is there
many people
anything
here,
new about
if they're honest with themselves. Okay, a lot of the people even that don't say that they're English, but they're black and they represent Africa and la-di-da-di. You know, they actually, in some ways, they would want what's best for UK as well. And I don't know, some people are more concerned about the complexion of people that are coming to the UK than actually what might be beneficial to the economy. Or
Yeah, this is this short time thinking. For example, what I hear many black people complaining about is we taking the resources. So now you have to take in us because you have no complaining about it because
No one's asking you
you
to take
take in our resources, and I could make the same example right now in brain draining other countries. Then
Elron,
again,
Elron,
you will create starvation, you will create poverty and all that stuff, and we are in the circle again, in the same circle again.
Elron,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
but,
Can you hear
but
me?
some countries, sorry, go on, but Bank Boy.
What I'm saying is, no one is asking you to take them in. Yeah. If you're saying people are asking to give back resources, yeah, I'll stand by that. But I don't believe people are asking you or begging you to take them in. No.
Are you
I don't buy
joking?
that.
Over during the week.
Sorry.
Well, there's 200. There's 200 people turning up illegally on the shores of Dover in this country.
Yeah, but that's 200 people.
Yeah, so that's 200 people a week begging at least. And then you've got
Okay,
to.
but
Then
do you
you've
know
got
how
to
big,
add in
like,
the ones
do
that
you
are
know
not
how big
local.
the continent of Africa
And
is?
then you've got to add in the ones that are coming in the back of lorries daily,
Are they coming from Africa in the back of lorries?
coming from all over.
And they're coming from Africa in the back of lorries.
Yeah, all over.
Are you sure, Jupiter?
Yes.
About that statement? Can you come from Africa in the back of a lorry? Are you okay?
Yeah, what they do is they go
I
into
think
the
I think
EU.
I think there are some that do come from Africa through
On the back of a
Paris.
lorry.
Yeah.
Huh?
In
Yeah, they come-
Germany,
On the back of a
we
lorry.
still have 10,000 people coming in every month.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know.
Can you test my mic just to see if you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I
We
can
can hear it.
Oh,
By the way,
good.
Reggie, you are very, very kind to let everyone speak out. I just want to mention that.
What do you mean
Okay,
to
but
listen to people?
Reggie, this is the problem. We're familiar with Elron, innit? And this chat here, I'm not sure if they are. I don't think any of them are familiar with his views and his points. So what we're gonna have to do is draw him out a bit. You have to help me so people can get a perception of him. Yeah, we
So
have
you want
to.
to
I'm not gonna
concentrate
lie.
on him, yeah?
No,
Yeah,
not
man.
really.
We're
But I
trying to
want
give people
people to
enough.
hear what goes on and what conversations they have because they're not familiar. Whereas I will go over to reels, you know what I'm saying, and I will sit over there and I will go back and forth with them. A lot of our people don't do that, so I want them to hear his views. You
That's
see what
right.
I'm
That's
saying?
right. We're trying to give them enough rope to hang themselves with. Like we gave Jupiter today, and she already hung
Ooh,
herself.
okay.
You feel me?
I don't know. I think I've heard a few of his views, and I don't
I've heard a
many
lot.
people are
I
gonna like.
don't believe I've hung myself, and
Oh, you
and
fully hung yourself today, Jupiter. Like
I
everyone knows
don't
that
believe
one.
I've hung
So that's
myself.
why
And
you're
she
quiet
just
right
seems to
now. So
think I'm
just stay quiet.
ostracized. I'm not ostracized at all.
Bankboy,
Jupiter.
what you have just said is I come over right now as too good of a guy, and now you try to portray me as something evil. So now you're trying to make a
No, I
better
believe
job.
what she said was she was trying to let you portray yourself as what you really are. She didn't never use the word evil, bruv. So
Who used the word
No,
evil?
you did, Bankboy. You
are you
said
okay? I never
let
talked
him
about
hang
you.
himself.
Yeah.
So
So
I
where did I
was
use the
doing
word
too
evil?
good of a job right now.
So where did I use the word evil, bruv?
Yeah,
Are you okay?
what else does that mean? Hang himself.
Give you enough rope to hang yourself with. So go on.
What do you mean by that?
It's
All right,
quite
let me
clear.
help you out. Let me help you out with what we mean by that. So, Elron, can you tell the chat and the audience that are listening, the panel and the audience, what are your views on immigration and what would you like to implement to help to facilitate what you want for the future of Europe?
So we are again in practical measures, specific political measures, or because I already explained my position, who I am. I'm an ethno-nationalist, and one can say I'm an ethno-pluralist. So I'm not only ethno-nationalist for Europeans or for Germans. I'm an ethno-nationalist. I applaud every nation, every people who want to be with their own, protecting their culture, their identity, to have the same right as I claim for my people.
And when you say protecting your identity, what is your identity be? What are you scared of happening with your identity?
Oh, it's not a matter of scared. It's already has been done by cultural perversion of everything that is German, and I would even go as far as saying what European is, what British is, what American was once. It's all already been so
Let me
much
stop you there
damage.
one
We have
second.
to
Let me stop you there 1 second. 1 second, bro.
Yeah.
Did you just say America? Like, are you saying that America
Yes.
are white people as well?
Yes.
Bro, you're fully
You
like
you ain't heard nothing yet, that boy. Don't get
you're
triggered.
fully
You ain't heard
confused, but go
nothing.
on.
We're just
Basically,
Go on.
warming
Aaron
up.
is
We are just
another
warming
subscriber
up.
to the
Don't get
14.
triggered, chat. Don't
Exactly,
get
yeah,
triggered.
Reggie.
They ain't heard nothing. I've heard it
14
all.
words.
So to me,
Yes.
it's nothing. But
All right, go on.
You're one of Ralph's boys.
No, I love Ralph. I'm in contact with him. I work with him, but I'm not Ralph boy. We are all part of a team. That this is what you have to understand. But I have no problem with bowing my knees to everyone that is brings the ideas we are standing for better than I am. I will
Okay, let
every
me give you
time
an
in the
idea. Let me
week
give you an
bend my
idea
knees
right
to
now.
Laura Tara, to Mark Collette, to Henrik
You seem on
Pargrim
the
from
same
Red Eyes
because
TV,
I don't know
because
none of
they are
these people you're
better
talking
than me.
about, but bro, let me give you an idea right now. You're saying you're fighting for your white identity to remain what it is, and then you dropped America in there. Do you think American identity is white or was white? Even now, I don't even think American identity is white.
Yes, I think so. I
You
think
think so? You
the
think
American
America
Empire.
belongs to the white people, to the white race?
Yes, America was built by whites, invented by whites as a
Are you okay?
melting pot for Europeans, as another empire.
Are you okay? Tell me one thing that white people invented in America. Invented, that is. Go on.
Everything, everything.
Everything. Is that just a
Yes.
general blanket statement?
What?
Is that just a general blanket
The
statement?
Constitution was invented by whites.
Do you know about a guy called Benjamin Banneker?
No, who is that?
Okay, research that right now. You got a computer, innit? Then we can talk about
Put it in the
inventions.
chat how he spelled.
Okay, I'll do that right now for you. And then we can talk about American inventions. But go on, carry on talking.
Yeah, so can you tell me, Aaron, or tell the chat, I should say, what is your biggest concern being an ethno-nationalist? What is the main thing that concerns you?
Yeah, the cultural stuff is just let's say measurement. So they destroyed the culture and the identity of Europeans, so that they can destroy us. But and we can come back from that, reinstall identity, European identity. But what we can't come back from is from a replacement. So this is my
And
biggest
when you say
concern.
replacement, is your biggest concern, I guess, the dominant gene, the black gene?
No, every race mixing. If an Arab mixes with a European, it will won't be a European anymore. It would be another so-called ethnicity, right? So we would. It doesn't matter if a black mixes with a European or a Chinese or someone mixes with a
Bro, let me stop you
European.
there. Quick
We are
one,
not the
quick one.
same
If an
anymore after that.
bro, Elron, if an Arab mixes with a European, it's still
Yes.
white.
No,
Just
but it's not European.
it's still white, bro. Right, let me ask you a question.
Bam
What
boy,
means
hold on, because I got this, and trust and
Alright,
believe
say
me, I
no
got
more,
this.
B.
Yeah, I got this. So, Aaron, what would you say? And I don't even mean to do this and throw you under the bus, Jupiter, but I have to. So you've got a European lady like Jupiter that has white children, and then she's got mixed race children. Yeah, so she's provided and basically donated to both sides. Yeah. What would you say to somebody like her? Because last night you had some very controversial views last night about
Yeah, he would
white
call me a
sellouts.
race traitor.
Yeah. I'm waiting for him to go there. Hold on, Jupiter. Hold it. You know where this is going.
That was funny. You said she donated to both sides. Oh my gosh, that was amazing.
No, for real, she has, and she'll tell you she has. Jupiter doesn't hide that. Go on.
I know,
Aaron, what's
I know
your view?
Elron well. He would call me a race traitor.
Yeah, you
What
can
would
use
you do
that
to the
word.
European women? What do you do to European women that decide to go outbreed outside of
No,
your race?
let me
the
just answer
European?
your first question. I would say
Okay.
stop what Jupiter has done because this will destroy our race. It's
So do
just
you
a
not see
small
that
part.
Jupiter is a benefit to your race because actually she provided 5 other humans of your race?
No,
Or sure, is it 6? Sorry, 6.
it's different people. When her child is not European, it's in between the black race and the white race.
No. Stop. Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. Furthermore, Aaron, how many children have you personally got yourself?
How many children have you sired?
Why
How many
does
children do you have?
why does that matter? That
It
personal
doesn't matter.
question.
It's just a question. You don't have to answer. Have you donated to your own race? Is my question then.
Yeah, I won't answer personal stuff because
No,
of
So
but
you
have
haven't
you
sired any
contributed? All right,
children,
let me
then,
let me
Elron.
I
reword it
want,
so you get
for
it.
example, I
Have you
want
contributed to your own European race? Have you done that?
I won't answer personal questions like this. I won't
Okay, because all right, then you don't have to.
as I
Stop.
would not
Don't worry,
Children.
forget that.
as
Hold
I
on,
would
forget it.
not answer, for example, where I live.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. I said forget it. My
Bro,
thing
we're
is
not
this. I
asking
don't
you
see how
like where your
somebody like
children live, you
yourself.
know. She didn't even ask you where your
Yes.
children live
I
or
The
know. I
nothing.
thing
didn't ask
is,
you that, but it's
Asking
okay. It's
do
okay.
you
We'll
have
get to that now.
I promote white people having more children,
All
but
right,
we
hold on, Aaron. You're going too
but we
far because you're not
shouldn't
answering
have
my
to
question.
compete with
1
outside
second.
groups coming in here and
1
having a
second.
competition
Aaron, can you
on
hear me?
breeding.
Hello, can you hear me? 1 second. You're gone too far. So you didn't want to answer my question. So my thing is this: I would have an argument then for you to say that you really don't have a position, seeing as though you don't want to disclose whether you've contributed or not. Jupiter's actually contributed 5, 6 times. I don't know how.
Very said he ain't got no kids. That's why, and I believe that he ain't got no kids.
That's what I'm saying.
Can you sire children, Elron? Can you
Prove
sire
that.
children? Can you?
Prove that. And even if I
No, that's a
haven't,
question. It's
it
a simple
wouldn't make
question.
my point.
Elron,
There's
hear me out.
people.
Can you sire children? Do you have the ability
You can
to?
contribute to the white race just by getting thoughts out there, working for white people, putting
you're
money
waffling, man.
to white well-being sphere. You
Yeah,
can
right.
help white people on a large scale of measurements
All
by
right.
going
If you
into
start having
politics.
sex with white women instead of white men, you can grow your race. But that's for all of you.
What? I have
Start having sex with white women instead of white men, and you can grow your race, Era.
Yes, I promote that. I already said
No,
that.
stop doing it. You.
And
That's what I'm saying.
what would change? What would change?
Grow your race is because
What
most
would
people,
change if I would say to you, I have white children? What would that? What a difference would
It would
that
just
make?
let us know that you've actually contributed. You're not just talking dribble out of your mouth. That's all
I'm
it will show
already
us.
contributing here. Don't you understand that?
Huh? Listen to my actual question. My question was, I didn't want to know the numbers or the ages. I just wanted to know, had you contributed? You didn't want to answer. So because you didn't, we automatically
No,
took that as a no.
I'm saying that you can contribute to the right race, not only by having children, by promoting white well-being. However,
No, but you
you
was
are
just
doing
promoting.
that.
No.
You
See,
was
that's
just
what you're not gonna
promoting
do.
the idea of people
Yes.
having white babies.
Yes.
You were just promoting that. So
Yes.
she asked you a very simple question: do you have any like white, like Aryan babies yourself?
Why does that matter?
Okay.
Oh
you
my
know
God.
yeah,
I'm
you don't.
If I would
You don't.
promote that, I would like,
Elron,
I would
can
want
If you're
that, right?
impotent, that's fine as well. You
Elron,
know.
can I just point out something
Oh,
to you?
Elron, if you're impotent,
Lady
that's also fine. You
Divine,
know.
Lady Divine actually agrees with you, but from the opposite spectrum.
He already knows my views.
a lot of ethno-nationalists having white babies, and there are more and more having white babies.
Okay.
The
But my
fact
thing
Okay.
is this. My thing is this, though,
We're not
Elron.
talking the talk, we are doing that.
Okay, so hold on, Elron. This is my problem with this. Yeah. See, from my stance, I'm believing in black love. I believe in bringing forth black children. I believe in my people staying together and continuing our legacy. Yeah. Same as you, and I have no problem with anybody wanting to procreate with their children or stick to their own race or stick to their own culture, whatever. Cool, do your thing. I also have no problem with people that want to date outside their race. And this is where me and you part. You will say then, if somebody in my race decides to have a baby with a European, then automatically they're a sellout to my race. I would disagree. I would say that's their own choice. I don't push my views on anybody else, whereas you lot go out of your way to actually push for these things and evict people out of your countries and all of that. Black people have never been that way in nature.
Exactly.
Never.
Yeah.
We've
Exactly.
never,
That's
ever,
one of the
ever
rope.
done
More
that.
rope. More rope. You're hanging yourself already, Elron. But keep going. Keep going.
We are pushing
See, that's where
our
I
views
feel
all the
Elron.
time on other people's. We have laws, for God's sakes. We voting in politicians, so we are clearly putting our world views, our opinions on other people's.
No, you've actually gone as far as to create a group, call yourself ethno-nationalists, and talking about sterilization and white women not being able to go and sleep
No,
outside their.
who
Yeah,
has
you
said
lot have.
something about sterilization?
Yeah, there has been talk of that, Elron. Who was it? Phil?
Yeah, why not? But not me.
No, not you. No.
And we are talking about sterilization. It's not that I'm against sterilization of specific people. For
Groups, meaning black
example,
people.
I
Yeah.
would sterilize rapists. I would
I
sterilize rapists, murderers, and all
See,
this
this
shit.
this is
So
where I
their
start.
genes can't.
That's
Hang
white
on.
people you just described.
Hang on, Elron and
Oh
Lady
no, I would
Divine, you seem to have
sterilize
the
rapists.
same
I would
views, right?
sterilize rapists. I would sterilize pedophiles.
Yes.
So you would
Yeah.
You
sterilize
do sort of seem
rapists
to have
and
the same view, other
pedophiles.
than obviously Lady Divine is saying that Phil
I would
would like to
sterilize
sterilize
pedophiles. Yeah, I would, Lady D.
And what would be the benefits out of sterilizing people? Like, what is it to do to stop them from what? I can understand with the pedophiles, but the rapists, are they raping their own children or they're raping outside? Like,
They're more
Just
likely
the
to.
gene doesn't get passed on because there's some proof that the criminal genetics gets passed on.
Yes.
oh, wow, that one's a new
So,
one.
in that sense, then, can I ask a question? Do racist genetics get passed on as well? Sorry.
Of
I
course.
don't know.
Okay.
Racist,
So you two should not have kids.
racist
believe
Racist
genetics.
genetics
I
get
believe
passed on. If
everybody's
racist
racist
genetics
to
get
some
passed
level.
on, then Jupiter
I
and
think
Elron,
everybody's
you should not have
racist
kids.
to some level. Everybody.
Sorry.
I think
Sorry.
everybody is racist to some level. It's just different levels. I think
Fair enough.
Yeah.
everybody's chauvinistic.
Fair enough.
I'm
But
not going with
Jupiter,
this
there's
racist
there's
slur
been
that shuts down people. I would say
hold
it's
on,
the
hold on.
most natural thing in the world. And if you want to go up against Logos, what God's creation is all about, then you will have consequences. You will face consequences.
No, but
What's
hold
God's
on. This is why I have a
creation? What's
problem,
that God's
Jupiter.
creation
This
all
is where
about?
I got a problem with it, Jupiter. Because it's all about being for your race, wanting your race to do better, wanting your people to do better, wanting the best for your people. So you already know my stance. My stance is I want my people to do for themselves, by themselves, on their own. We don't want the
Am I
outside
right?
help. That's my
Fubu,
stance.
baby.
Yeah,
Fubu.
red, black, and green all day long. That's me all day. But my thing is this, Jupiter, where I have a problem with your lot side of the coin is this. You lot want to do for your people, which is cool, got no problems with that, is when it starts to affect other groups of people. Now, that's where we're going to part ways. Because nothing we do is actually affecting anybody else but ourselves. But everything you guys are trying to do is affecting everybody but you guys. I don't understand that.
Yeah, but I don't agree with Elron on everything, and you made some, and this is why I get annoyed with people, because I constantly point out to them that I can't call myself a full-blooded ethno-nationalist because number one, I don't agree with the high figures that they would like it to get to. They would like it to get to 95%. Number two, I don't agree with doing anything retrospectively, whereas some of them do. Number three, I don't agree with sterilising certain groups, whereas they do. And number four, I think that we can promote white people having more children in this country, but at the same time, I wouldn't have any objections with interracial marriage. So
All right, cool. Let me ask Elron a question. Elron, so Jupiter is partly Jewish. So would you say she's fully white? Will she be accepted in your ethno whatever it is you call it?
Jupiter herself, or
Jupiter.
what is
Jupiter
the
right there right now? She's partly Jewish.
what is the percentage of Jewish DNA she has?
I don't know, but you can ask her. She's right there.
I wouldn't know to be certain because I've not actually broken it down. But realistically, all of my answers.
No. Let me finish what I'm saying. The fact remains, yes, that she has a percentage of Jewish blood in her.
I have one ancestor
Would she be allowed to be part of your ethno whatever, your ethno crap thing, Elron?
Ethno crap thing? So you're saying that
I don't believe it. I don't buy it, so I don't even understand it. So I'm just gonna call it ethno crap in it. Sorry how you take that, but will she be allowed to be?
So you would say that Ethiopia is ethno crap thing?
Bro, like don't tell
me. Just go to the question.
Like, will she be allowed to
Bank boy, answer me that question. Is Ethiopia an ethno crap thing?
No, now answer the question, brother. Go ahead.
No, you have this double standards. I just want to point out.
I've got double standards. I don't have any double standards. I don't have problems with people mixing
but
or
not
not mixing.
for thee, right, Banky?
Sorry?
Bank boy?
Say that again?
Ethno-nationalism for me, but not for thee, right?
Bro, I don't have no problem with people mixing and people being with whoever they choose to be with. So you can't call me no ethno nothing. You know like that. So
you would have a problem in your country of origin with that.
Go ahead. Let him answer that question, man. Rephrase it so he can just get to the answer because he's trying to avoid it.
Yeah, I know he's trying to avoid it.
Everyone,
I'm asking you, Elron, listen to me again. Yes, Jupiter has some percentage of Jewish blood in her. Now, you being an Aryan Nazi German, will she be part?
No, I'm not a Nazi.
Okay, whatever. Will she be accepted to join your crew?
It
Yes
depends. No? I would even say that I would go even as far as saying that her children could be part of the ethno state, because the tragedy. This is the original.
Oh, but her herself, her children can.
You want my answer or not?
Let me speak out. Can, but not
let me speak out. This is what I call race mixing the original sin, because this has consequences for the future. So because their children have to face the consequences their ancestors have done or their parents have done. This is the opposite of blaming white people for what they have done in the past. But clearly, if you race mix, the children of the parents have to face that consequences because it's reality. So I would say for
Just to
raise
correct
these
you, Des,
children,
quickly,
even
like,
which would be 50-50, right? That they have to decide with what line they are going with. If they decide to go with the black line in the case of Jupiter, I would say, yeah, go back to Africa or wherever her girlfriend has coming from. If they decide to be like Jupiter, I would happily grant them that they can stay here. So if Jupiter has some Jewish ancestor in here in her, she looks pretty white, pretty European. Of course, she is European. We
okay,
don't
you've
say,
answered the
for
question. But let me
example,
just correct you there. You said that
20% of the African Americans have 20% European blood in them, but most people would still regard them as black.
okay.
We have no problem deciding if someone is European or black or something. This is just a way to
Yeah,
destroy
Elron,
identity. When is someone white?
Elron, just to correct your English, you said girlfriend. It's actually my husband. I'm a female.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
And just to correct you on the first sin was actually disobedience. But go on.
Yes, I think I have
Original
answered
sin.
your question.
Original sin, you said. Yeah,
Yes.
original sin was actually disobedience. But go on.
Yeah, for me as an ethno-nationalist, I read the Bible from an ethno-perspective point of view, and I think most of what the Bible describes you can only understand if you have the racial key, the ability to think about things in the past and the Bible describes based on race and tribes. You will only understand that, and most black people do it, by the way. The Israelites are doing it, by the way. So
The Israelites are doing what? Sorry.
they are viewing the Bible from an ethno-perspective point of view.
Okay.
Okay. Did I miss something there? What was that last comment, Aaron?
He's talking about how the ethno-nationalists and the Hebrew Israelites view the Bible from an ethnic lens.
Well, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong. Any
No,
Hebrews
it's
out
just
there.
me that
Hold
do
on.
this. It's my personal knowledge. I understand
One second,
the
Aaron,
Bible
sorry.
much better
Aaron, you just
from
cut
this.
me. One
I'm not
second.
even a Christian.
Oh my God, Aaron, you just cut me. 1 second. So what I'm saying is this, Jeff. I don't know if I'm correct in saying this or speaking out of term, but from how I understand it, it's not that they're viewing the Bible from an ethno perspective, is that they are reading from the Old Testament that was delivered to those particular people, i.e. the Hebrew Israelites. So those scriptures was given directly to them. Not everybody, them. So when they're viewing it from their perspective as Hebrew Israelites. That's what I
Yeah,
know.
ethno-perspective point of view. They are thinking they're the real Israelites, and the Ashkenazi Jews thinks they're the real Israelites. So it's an ethno-perspective point of view.
Yeah. They would be your friends, wouldn't they? Because they're all like
Yes,
wanting to be
but they
ethnic.
have these double standards. That's the problem. I have no problem with them thinking they are the real Israelites, but do it in your country. Don't say
Oh, so the problem is that you want them to go back to where? Iran? Because they believe
yes.
that they believe they come from Iran, and Iran currently is not occupied by those people. So where do you want them to go back to?
You have to understand that
Elra.
Germans are not up for that Black History bullshit that says that, for example, black people are the real Europeans. We was kanks and shit, right? We have a problem with that because you're destroying our identity, and your identity is in conflict with ours in our land. You can think about all that stuff in your country, believe you're the kings and all that craziness. And you probably think that I'm crazy for thinking, no, Europeans are the indigenous people of Europe.
Elra, could I ask you a question real quick? That you said,
yes.
You said that we think we are the real Jews or whatever, the Israelites. and Ashkenazi think they are the real
Yes.
Israelites, whatever. And you said you know the Bible, right?
Yes, I know a lot of the Bible. Yes. I'm not a perfect expert because I'm not a Christian and read the Bible every day. I've read the Bible 4 years ago, and also have read some other books that.
Okay, I got it. Right. So according to the Bible that you know about, right? Ashkenaz, right? Came out of which son?
Exactly. Educate, preach, brother.
So, yeah.
Hold on, just answer that question. Ashkenaz came out of which son?
Look, I'm not here describing. I'm not. Why should I take the standpoint of an Ashkenazi right now, defending that the Ashkenazis are the real Israelites, or that black people are the real Israelites? I'm not doing that because this is an argument they have to have themselves.
But you brought them in there. But here's the question, and it's just for edification of everybody else, not just Elron. You said you know the Bible, so you should have been able to answer that. But Ashkenaz come out of who? Japhet. Is that right?
So this would be the Semitic line, right? Japhet.
No, you have to be Shem. It was Noah, Japhet, Shem, and who else? Ham, Shem, and who else?
And the third one, yes. What was it? Hamites. It's another name in English. So
Japhet, Ham, and Shem. Not in that order, but
Shem. Yes.
But my point of the matter is that to be an Israelite, you would have to come from who? Shem. Now, according to the Bible,
say so?
No, that's what the Bible says. According to the Bible, you said you know Ashkenaz don't come from Shem. He comes from Japhet. That is Genesis, the 10th chapter.
Ashkenazi is a new term, man.
Oh, now it's a new term. So we went from biblical to new term.
Yes, because they have race mix.
You know what else is the new term? Jewish and Judaism.
The Jews have race mixed. They have race mixed. For example, this is why genetics is key to understand who are the real Jews or the real Israelites. You have to go find skeletons from that time and look who's the closest.
Now you see how easy you ran out the Bible when the Bible didn't agree with you. Now we want to dig up bones and skeletons.
Of course, you need to do that. Everyone can say
no, but you led with the Bible.
From the
you said, I know the Bible, but the Bible disagreed with you. So now we got to go rent tractors and dig up bones because the Bible called you a liar. The Bible called you a liar, brother.
Why are we all relying on the fucking Bible to give us history?
Because you reject the Bible because you lying on it too.
What do you mean?
I mean, we're going by the Bible.
So do you really think that the Bible that you have in your hands has never been altered through the eons of time by men? Or the passages have never been taken out and hidden in the catacombs of fucking the Vatican?
If the scriptures are taken out, is there changed?
Yes.
Look, this debate is so huge. You can talk for hours about that.
No, we don't. All we got to do is open the book that you said you knew.
For example,
I'll drop the point and move on to another point. Just so we won't argue this out. But you ran to the Bible. The Bible said you are a liar, and now you want to go rent tractors and dig up bones.
No. For example, I'm interested in what the Jews right now, who call themselves the Jews in Israel, think about who are the Canaanites, the Canaanita, the Canaans, I think it's pronounced in English. And they think it's the Europeans.
I think he means the Canaanites to us.
Yeah, the Canaanites. This scholars thinks that the Canaanites are the Europeans. And the Bible teach them to destroy the Canaanites. So this is the stuff I'm interested about right now. And we have I've digged up some of the things. For example, I've researched. You know the story of Goliath, right? That David destroyed Goliath and his tribe. And recently they have found skeletons, and these skeletons in the part of Israel is closely the closest related to Greeks. So this is interesting stuff, right? Because it matters in right now, what we're seeing right now.
I think you should, this is my personal opinion. I think you should stay away from the Bible, because I don't think, and I'm not saying this to be mean, I don't think you know enough in the Bible. Because as soon as I brought it out and showed you where you were wrong, you kind of went somewhere else. And I know if we go into a Bible discussion, you're going to keep doing that.
We can do a Bible discussion in the future, and I can tell you from my ethno perspective point of view what the Bible is all about, but I have to prepare for that.
Cool. No problem.
Okay. As I said before, I was interested in that 4 years ago, and right now I'm only debating some of the stuff that right now is going on in the Ashkenazi discussions with Juvid and all this stuff. And then my focus, for example, is on the Canaanites. Who are the real Canaanites, right? This is the discussion right now I'm focused about. But it's a lot more to the Bible to discuss about. Have they left out something? Where does the Bible come from? Comes it from the Babylonians that the Jews have stole knowledge from and then projected on them to be the chosen people and all this stuff? But I have to prepare for this big discussion. And it's even harder for me to explain it in English because it's so fucking huge, so fucking deep into history and all this shit.
Right. I got a question. You keep saying the Jews, right? The Jews. What about the other tribes? What about the Benjamites, the Levites?
Yes.
What about them?
Yeah, you have to have a deep look in all of these tribes and who are they representing? Are they still living, for example, or have they died out? Have they been erased? All this stuff is quite fascinating, and it's every tribe would be a story to talk about 1 or 2 hours alone. So if you want to talk about the whole Bible, we are sitting there next week.
Well, I'll just leave you on this. You say, is the Bible that you talk about is going to answer that. If you go to Ecclesiastes 4:16, it says there is no end of all people, even of all that have been before them. So like I said, I don't think me and you should have a Bible back and forth yet until you really kind of understand what's going on. I'll mute.
I think the Jews have the biggest who describe themselves as Jews right now. They have the biggest discussion in the Talmud about what the interpretation of the Old Testament, the Torah, is all about.
Excuse me. Was Moses given law, statutes, commandments, and the Talmud?
No, but it's their interpretation.
The Talmud is irrelevant, right? It's interpretation, but we should stick to the Bible, right?
Yeah, I think so. If you're
right, so let's leave the Talmud to the Ish people, right? That's what they put out there.
Yes.
Right.
As I said before, this is.
And you keep saying Jew, right? Jude was one of 12, or either 3.
12 tribes. Yeah. You know what's fascinating? You know how many stars are on the European flag?
I really have no idea and don't care.
It's also 12 stars.
Ooh.
So it's very symbolic.
I have 12 keys on my keychain. I mean, what the fuck that mean?
Schiffer in the house, the person you want to speak to. Big up yourself.
Yeah, Schiffer, I have a proposal for you if you're up for that. The D-Live channel, Ralph Retort, his channel was unfortunately deleted on YouTube. He wants to find someone that takes the Israelite point of view from a black perspective and wants to have a debate with an Ashkenazi.
The Israelite point of view. What are you talking about?
And he wants to have a debate with a Jew.
Yeah, no, well, I'm not a Jew. I'm just
up for that?
Yeah, I'm up for it.
Yeah,
but
I know.
You're gonna have to make that I don't identify as a Jew. If you want to say Judean, then that's a tribe. It's not a nation. At the same time, you can identify me as an Israelite. I don't believe in the Hebrew.
Yeah.
And yeah, anyone, I'm happy to debate. I don't mind.
Cool. Yeah, then we just have to find someone who's who thinks that from the Ashkenazi Sephardim or Mizraim, right? Who thinks they are the real Israelites to take you on. I think Duvid might be the guy you go up against if we want to prepare.
Let me just clear that up for you now. So the Ashkenazi side do not call themselves the real Israelites. They call themselves Jewish. Admitted the faith of Jewish. They have adopted the Judean faith or judicial law or the Torah. They are converts. They openly admit to being converts. So it might be a waste of time, but we can still do it. I don't mind doing it.
Yeah, I think this is fascinating because I know only a small channels who talks about all this stuff, but I don't really. I think I saw 1 or 2 debates between so-called Ashkenazi Jews and it was Black Hebrew Israelites mostly the discussions. And
yeah,
I
those
would love
Hebrew
to see.
Israelites, sometimes they may be a bit confused to the Ashkenazi because the Ashkenazi has a legitimate claim to the name. People have a legitimate claim to the name Hebrew because, as I've explained to all of my brothers and sisters, the term Hebrew comes from a place called the Hibiru Mountains, where a lot of the Ashkenazis lived and the Khazarians and people like that. So we have no claim to anything called Hebrew. Our language is called Israelite, or it would be, you could call it Kemetic. You could call it many other things. You know, you can call it Indigenous American. You can call it many other things, Olmec. But I wouldn't go as far as saying Hebrew. I wouldn't claim Hebrew.
If your position is true and they don't consider themselves Israelites, the Jews right now, it would be quite fascinating how they answer why they named the state Israel.
Well, what it is because they are Jewish converts. They've converted to the laws and to the rules of the Torah, which would, you know, make them converts to the Israelite. Basically the Israelite traditions, which they now identify as a faith, and you know they identify themselves with the Pentateuch and the Torah. So if we was to talk to you know, some of these Zionists or, you know, the non-Zionists, no matter which side we go to, they do openly admit, you can find this information on YouTube, that they openly admit that they are converts to a faith, you know, and they take up
Shiva,
they take Jewish as a faith. Could you
put me some links in there? I would be interested in looking that up.
Wait, Elron.
No, what? I'll be honest with you. Yeah,
Shiva,
these are things.
Elron said that you are part of the far right as well.
Who, me?
Out there, yeah.
Well, when you say the far right, how do you establish this, Elron? How do you say far right? Because I don't. Maybe I am. Please explain.
Yeah, everyone in the left-wing perspective we are now living in, right? And how they describe far right is everyone that thinks of themselves not as individuals but as a group. So if your values are pro-black or something, then you automatically
Elron, let me clear that up for you. Let me clear that up for you. I don't believe in the concept of black and I don't believe in the concept of white. I believe in one race, the human race. I classify myself as an indigenous American and a dark-skinned brother. And I would classify you as a Caucasian, or if you want to be light skin, I could call you light skin, but I don't identify with white and black. I believe we are one race, you know. So if, for instance, you is in hospital and we got the same blood type, you could take blood from me and it could save your life, you know, because we're one race.
So you would denounce the people like, for example, Black Lives Matter. You would say, no, there's no such.
I would say there's no
thing
such thing
as black people.
I would say dark skin lives matter. I'd say there's no such thing as black people.
Okay, so we are into
Elron, you kind of
semantics.
contradicted yourself, Elron, because I asked you earlier before the conversation got flowing, why would you not
I told
consider
you, brother.
me
I told
as
you
a
Shiva
far
ain't gonna
right?
have your shit.
Because okay, now we are into semantics, right? Schiffer now says Dark Lives Matter. So this is just for me. another word
Well,
for
to be honest
black
with you,
or African people.
Elron, can I be honest with you? Because I
Yeah.
made sure I made this clear to everyone in the room earlier. You know, all lives matter. And you see the same way I will defend my dark-skinned brothers. You know, I would defend my African brothers or my indigenous American brothers. I would also defend my Asian brothers. I'd also defend my Caucasian brothers. You know, so if you saw the video with me at the park, I was with one of my Caucasian sisters, and these Hebrew Israelites tried to attack her because she's, you know, fair-skinned, light-skinned, or Caucasian, whatever you want to identify her as. And I'm not having that. I let them know that I am their enemy for that. So they're going to have to go through me to get to her. So I don't take sides. You know, what this is about for me is about balancing out the power and equality. So like I said to Jupiter earlier on, you know, I don't know why you want all of the apples in the apple cart, but can't we just share the apple cart? Can't we have half and you have half? You know,
Okay,
can't we
so,
balance it out?
Let me ask you a specific question.
Let me bring
Yes.
Schiffer up to speed with what you said before. Elron said everyone should stick to their own. Africans should come out of Germany and go back to Africa, and them things there.
Yeah.
So let's talk.
I've got, you know, but no, do you know what? I like Elron. Do you know me? I've been listening, you know. Don't think I ain't been listening. And I like Elron for this reason, because Elron talks the truth about what he's doing and what he means, what the implications of what he's saying are. Yeah. Now, someone like Jupiter, you know, they're just charlatans, they're liars. And I heard Elron clearly say to Jupiter, you know, your kids would not be part of the ethno state. And I did try to tell Jupiter this, but she's not listening because she's not educating herself. Now, I don't agree with Elron's narrative. I don't agree with ethno states. But Elron, can you please clear it up to Jupiter? If her kids have got nationality, would they be part of the ethno state?
Yeah. As I
let
said
Jupiter
before.
respond. Hold on, Elron.
Hello?
Let Jupiter respond. Let her respond.
Okay.
Go on,
Hello?
Jupiter.
Can I have chicken select meal, 3-piece, Fanta no
Jupiter,
ice,
are
please,
you there?
medium,
Yeah.
Fanta no ice,
and 1 apple pie, please. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
So, Elron, sorry about that. I had to order some food quickly. So, are you saying that Jupiter's
Now, hold on,
children could not be part of the ethno state?
Jupiter was going to respond. Jupiter was going to respond. Let her allow her to respond.
Oh.
Hold on.
I
Go
will
on,
listen to you right now. I just want to make me a coffee, okay? But I'm listening and then I come back 2 minutes or something.
Honesty. Really appreciate your honesty, Elron. Big up to you, man.
Yeah. I find it interesting, Lady Divine, that so many people are slick ethno-nationalists, because this is what they do. They go, "Oh, I've got so much respect for you because you're standing by your position, because you're going to chuck me out of the country and I like you." And then somebody like me who says, actually, I'm a bit nuanced like that. I'm not actually stating that. They go, "You're a racist. You want us out of the country." Yeah. It's not me who's confused. I know where I stand.
I can answer that for you, Jupiter. And I can tell you exactly why that happens. And I'll tell you why that happens from my perspective.
Can I switch to this as well, please?
One second.
No more
Let me just
barbecue.
explain this to her. So this is the problem, Jupiter. You see, when I'm dealing, like I love talking to these people. I really do love talking to
Lady D,
the
what you saying, baby?
Nationalists, yeah? Because this is the problem. They're very stance in what they say. They believe in what they say. They actually live by what they say. So therefore, I know what I'm dealing with them. Hence why I can accept that it is what it is.
Yes, sis. Yes, sis.
And they let me know what time it is. Now, you see, with somebody, I guess like yourself, it kind of
can't even hear nothing.
your actions kind of don't deliver with your words, because you'll say that you're for your white people about the preserving of the white race, but then you've got mixed race children. You would say that you're not you don't want it as high as, I guess, the ethnos want it as high as, but you still want it. Do you see what I mean? You kind of contradict yourself, so therefore we can't really take what you say seriously. Like you will say 1 minute you're
you can take
it
it seriously. You can take it seriously.
All right, one second. Hold on, let me finish and then I'll let you respond. Yeah. So my thing is with you is, although I can hear what you're saying, I can't really go by your actions. That's what. All right, that'd be like me. Put it this way, Jupiter. Imagine I'm running up and down, screaming red, black, and green, red, black, and green. At the same time, I'm going home every night, laying down with a white man and procreating, having mixed race children. Do you see my point? It kind of does not align with my actual politics. My actions and my politics are not aligning. So when you've got somebody who lives by what they say and they say what they say, whether they're an extremist or not, they're living by what they stand by. So you know what you're dealing with. When you've got somebody who says one thing but their actions show completely opposite, you really don't know. To me, they're shady because you don't know what you're actually dealing with, and that's what I think.
I totally agree, sis.
Getting from you, yeah.
Right.
You
Can I reply that?
Yeah.
Right. So when I tell you that I'm not advocating for every person of colour to be chucked out of the country, how does that go against me having mixed race kids?
We find you disingenuous for saying it, Jupiter. I don't think you understand what Lady Divine just said. We find you very
disingenuous to have mixed race kids and say you're not advocating for every person of colour to be chucked out of the country.
No, when you're advocating for an ethno state and you've got mixed race kids, or what you call, because I call them light skin, you want to call them mixed race. Like, we find you very disingenuous when you've got light skinned kids who have dual nationality, but when you want to identify them as mixed race. I find you even more than disingenuous. I find you to be a racist to your own child. But at the end of the day, that's for me. I'm not putting that on anyone else. But I personally find that to be racist. And anyone who uses the term mixed race, Jupiter, not just yourself, I will identify them as a racist. That's just for me, though. Everyone else can identify
Lady
however they
Divine's
like.
self-admitted racist now because I use the term mixed race, just so you know.
You see it there. So, Lady Divine, I'm not going to discriminate and say you're not being racist when you use the term mixed race. I'm going to say, Lady Divine, you're being racist by using that too. So, Jupiter, I hope you can see now I'm not discriminating, all right?
I couldn't care less if you are discriminating, because I discriminate. I'd want you out straight away. I think you're mad in the head. The fact of the matter,
Thanks for the personal attack, you bro.
Well, that's all right. You've done it too. Time you do it subliminal, I'll do it back. I don't do the play game.
Look, I'm not naive. I think I would say yes. There's many non-Europeans that came up to me and to other people who said, yeah, we appreciate that you are straightforward with what you're thinking, right? But there are also probably a large portion of them who thinks that my openness and not deceiving people would be beneficial for them, because they think that I'm being dishonest would be good for them, since no one would vote for people like me getting them into power. This is probably, so it's not right, because they think that some Tommy Robinson guy or some or maybe even you, Jupiter, would have a greater chance of by their perspective of deceiving people to get in power. So this is why they are doing that.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I would say the same thing.
Let me respond.
Big up.
Number one, the man's so excitable. Go and eat your dinner. Number one, I have no ambitions to be a leader of anybody or to go into politics at all. Number two, I live by what I believe. It's just that other people can't understand it because they're either on the black side of ethno-nationalism or white side of ethno-nationalism, because being in an interracial relationship is the minority of the minorities in this country. So that's why they can't understand it. And that's probably why. And just to put it in, I'm even in the minority of the minority of the minority because I'm in a successful interracial relationship that's lasted a long time. My man didn't walk out on me. So at the end of the day, I can understand that they don't understand, but that doesn't mean I'm being disingenuous. It means that they have not got the complexities to understand. That's all I can say.
Yeah, it's not
I wouldn't say
consistent.
that, Jupiter. I would
It's
just
not
say-
consistent.
Hold on.
And I have to agree with Shifa. I don't think that Jupiter is doing that because she's dishonest. She's confused herself, in my opinion. But yeah.
Blah, shots fired.
But another, you misquoted me, Shifa. I'm not saying that Jupiter's children would be thrown out of the countries, the European countries, just because they're mixed race and are not European. They're mixed race. They're not. They can never say they're English or something. They are in between. So if Jupiter's kids decide to go with their English identity, which the children have inherent as well as the black side, or as a heritage, right? Then I say, okay, let them have it. But when we are in power in the future, and someone do the same thing again as Jupiter just have done, then we will find solution for this. In the future, we understand why this is happening right now. People can fall in love with all this multicultural bullshit, right? We are forgiving, but we are not forgiving in the future. When we are in power and someone does the same thing
Can we
again,
put Bank Boy back on, please?
it will have consequences.
It's not cut and dry then. It's not cut and dry. And for the future, in the future, you're trying to get rid of this mixing of nations.
Yes.
All right.
Exactly.
So basically, you are against Jupiter mixing with other nations then,
Yes,
really?
of course.
Yeah.
Because
And see, that's where
you also have to
separate. Hold on one second.
Thank you, my brother.
Although,
Yes, please.
although that we would say, okay, we prefer for ours to, reprocreate with our own and produce more of our own black children. We don't actually go out telling other black people, oh, you shouldn't mix race. And that's why I think we have the major difference, because there's no way I would look on one of my black brothers and sisters that choose to date outside their race and say, you can't do that. Now we disown you. No, we don't do that. And I think that's where you don't take it a whole new step too far.
Then Elron would say that you're also in the same position as me, that you don't understand
Yes,
nationalism.
I would say so, yeah. If that is really what she's believing in, yes, she would be in the same position as you. Yes, I agree.
Brother Elron,
And
Elron,
let
can
me
I
make
thank you for your honesty again?
Okay, no problem. But I don't think, as I said before, I'm not naive. I know why you thanking me. It's not because you think that my position is valid or something. You think it benefits your position.
Elron, can I give you a bit of information? You see what you just said, yeah?
Yeah.
Ultimately, you've shown some confusion because you said right now, because some people have children that they call mixed race, you would allow them to stay where they are for now, but for the future, you want to stop all mixing. So you're totally against it. You're against Jupiter having those children, and you wish Jupiter's children were never in existence.
Yes, I would say that. Yes,
So if
but
Jupiter,
I know
then
I'm not cold-hearted. I forgive my people for the sins they have done, and I know why it's happening.
So
right
everyone,
now.
Jupiter having
Because
those
it's being pushed everywhere. My
No,
question
everyone.
would be, for example, if a company decides to put out race mixing propaganda we see now everywhere. By the way, that should matter to black women especially, since black guys are always portraying with the white woman and all that stuff. And I hear more and more black women speaking out about that. That
Elron, can I be
the
clear with
black
you?
man
The black guys don't
wanting
discriminate. Elron, the black guys don't discriminate. We go for white, Chinese, black, dark skin, light skin,
Yes,
whatever you want to call it.
and
We go
black
for
women are
everything.
pissed off more and more about it. I see it on Twitter.
Oh,
I
well.
see some videos on YouTube, and I think
well.
it's a great thing. It's like have you heard to the what Muhammad Ali has said about race mixing?
Yeah. See the
Yeah,
way
but Elron, what about people like myself that ain't black? Because I'm not black. What do we do?
You are black from the profile
I'm not.
picture I see.
Now, Elron, I'm not black. That's racist. I'm dark skinned. I'm not black.
Okay, you're dark skinned. I'm fine with that
Can I
too.
just
If you
say
want to
something
use that
to both
term,
of you
you're dark
gentlemen?
skinned.
I'd like
Thanks,
to say
brother.
something to both of you gentlemen. Women are not trophies, all right? They're not
What?
trophies.
Changing your
And they're
stance
not,
now.
and they're
Anyway,
not pieces.
Elron, is Jupiter living in sin?
And
Yes, she
married.
is.
She's
She
living
is.
in sin.
Yeah,
Just
from my ethno-nationalist religion point of view, she's living in sin. Yes.
Yeah.
Told
Are
you, bro.
you an incel, Elron?
No, I have many girlfriends.
Okay, you sure you're not a MGTOW?
But I would say that I shouldn't have
What you
that
say? Men
many.
go in their own ways, Jupiter. Is that what he's on?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah,
Oh, Trump,
increasingly.
leave that on Black Boy, please. Men should not be going their own way because you need a woman to procreate. Yeah, that doesn't make no sense.
Yes, but you will only see that men going their own way in Europeans. This they are all they are right now
Scared
they
of
are
women. They're scared of women. They are.
they are
Scared of women.
they are losing numbers because they are going to the ethno perspective point of view. They see it was a step. It was a step against feminism, right? Because they are saying, okay, you want the war? We are fine with that. You can't. What is it called in English? Erpressen, blackmail men with sex anymore to have your feminist bullshit putting down our throats. And this was their step of saying no more, no, we don't need you anymore. But for example, Mark Collette, look it up on YouTube. It's a fascinating discussion between.
Yo, Aaron.
Let me make that one last sentence. Mark Collette has had a fascinating discussion with some MGTOW guy. You will still find it on YouTube. Just YouTube Mark Collette versus MGTOW. And yes, and this is why the MGTOWs are wrong. This is exactly what the establishment wants. They want a war between the woman and the man, and they want us die out. So MGTOW isn't the way forward. It was an important step to say no to feminism, but that's it. Now they're over.
I know everyone, they keep talking over you. That's what she does. That's what Jupiter does. She likes to do that.
Yeah, I do like to do that. Yeah. Schiffer likes to do it.
Please,
he likes to do it while he's eating.
There's also these guys. They are not MGTOWs, but these guys, pickup artists, I think they are called, right? So this is some guys are also pickup artists and MGTOW in the same way. So they're just promoting not having relationships, but just sex. So the MGTOWs are there's fractions of saying men going their own way don't ever engage with a woman anymore. And then you have the MGTOWs who said, okay, we're just using women for sex, right? And no relationship, nothing. You have these two different fractions. And one of the biggest guys who was this pickup artist and was promoting it, he has come to our side. He's actually, I think, an Iranian. What is his name? I can Google it, but he's written many books, and now he's become a Christian and an ethno-nationalist.
Elron, let me ask you a question.
I wanted to ask a question quickly, and I'm gonna go because I think that this is a really good conversation, and a lot of people want to contribute, including.
Right, Elron.
She's thought of something to say, people.
Khan, please continue.
I want to hear Jupiter.
Explain to me, Elron, how you think interracial couples that have been going on for years, and race mixing has been going on for years, right? 2% of the population, the children are mixed race. You don't know whether they're going to marry black. You don't know whether they're going to marry white, right? So you can't predict. You can't predict what color they're going to be in 3 or 4 generations. Explain to me how white men are so frightened by that.
Not only white men, white ethno-nationalist women would say the same thing about white men having sex with different races. If you talk about don't make that a man thing. Laura Toro would say the exact same thing, or Lana Lockteff from Red Eyes TV would tell the exact same thing to white men about this shit. So we are consistent with that.
Hey, Elron, you're a blessing, my brother. You're a blessing.
Yeah, but Laura,
I want to ask Elron a question now.
Go on, ask your question.
It's just
first,
a bit of
go
a
on.
misunderstanding. I want him to clear something up because I was a bit confused. Elron, you know when you say Black Lives Matter, yeah?
Yeah.
You said that it was like a right-wing stance, yeah?
Yes.
And you like, to me, in my opinion, you sort of likened it with, you know, the phrase "Britain first," for example, yeah, which I admit is a right-wing stance. But I don't agree with what you said because, forgive me if I'm wrong, but you can correct me. After the words "Black Lives Matter," should it not be Black Lives Matter as well? Whereas you're kind of insinuating that the person who's saying Black Lives Matter is saying Black Lives Matter to me more than any other type of life. And I think you're misconstruing the message that when people say Black Lives Matter, they mean Black Lives Matter as well.
As well,
Black
that's
lives
right.
aren't really being counted.
Oh,
shots
so
fired.
when you're
Shots
saying
fired.
Black Lives Matter and you liken it to something like Britain first, yeah, you're making it sound right wing, but really it's not right wing.
If you look at the interviews, and I've watched quite a lot of them, for example, there's one interview or two videos on Jesse Lee Peterson channel. He was interviewing Black Lives Matter. They are putting their people first. So this is considered when a white guy, when white people do that, it would be considered a far right standpoint.
Elron.
You're saying that Black Lives Matter is a movement that is only being pushed by black people who are then putting themselves first. But Black Lives Matter, there's white people involved as well. So if a white person is saying to you, Black Lives Matter,
Elron.
Yes,
I'm saying you're wrong.
Cultural Marxist. Yes.
No.
Elron, let me explain it to you. Elron, what it is, is that the black lives in America, a lot of these children, a lot of these black people are treated like they don't matter. So because they're treated like they don't matter, they just want equality. That's what they're really
your
the black
perspective, not from
Elron,
right. Elron, hold on.
Give me a second. The Black Lives Matter movement is an equality movement. White Lives Matter too to them. Don't twist it. The White Lives Matter too. To the Black Lives Matter. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
It's also based on lies after lies after lies. All this stuff with police shooting blacks more than anyone else. Completely false. What?
You just said it. That's right. Right.
No.
Shooting black people more than anyone else and treating us like we're less than everyone else. Therefore, Elron, let me finish. Elron, I'm going to listen to you. Just let me finish. Therefore, the Black Lives Matter movement is actually an equality movement. It's not about putting black people first and putting white people to the back.
The end result is equality. They want equality. That's their end. That's their goal. So you can't say that they're right wing. Like Britain first is saying, let's put Britain people above everyone else and have a two-tier system. That's a right wing.
They go even farther than most ethno-nationalists.
No, Elron,
right
can I say something to you? You are the equivalent of an Islamophobe, but you're a blackophobe. 1 minute, let me finish. What you're doing is you're building this enemy, that you can then justify going up against. So you're saying, because black people have got these far right movements, then I can then justify being far right. That's what you're doing. So you're the equivalent of a person overinflating this threat of Islam to kind of like then justify their overreaction to it. That's all you're doing, bro.
I'm saying just listen to what Black Lives Matter leaders tell people in the interviews and not listening to this cultural Marxist media, how they portray them. So they are deflecting, as you has described Black Lives Matter, as an equality movement.
Elron,
it is not.
Elron.
It's the opposite.
Elron.
And let me ask you another question. What would be the media's what would be the media's reaction if I would go and build a movement called White Lives Matter? What
Elron, if you went to Africa,
If you went to
portrayed
Africa or China and then you started a movement called White Lives Matter, it wouldn't be a problem. But if you're doing it in England, that's a different thing. Don't you understand that?
Trust me, if I would do that in Japan, they would throw me out.
No, Elron, who are these leaders? Elron, you just lied. Who are these leaders you're talking about of the Black Lives Matter movement? Please tell us. Give us some names.
Yeah, wait, I look it up. I don't have every name in my brain right now. You tell me what the leaders are. Tell me some
There
names.
are no leaders, Elron. There are no leaders of the Black Lives Matter movement, Elron. Everyone is getting in and doing their part. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. So that was a lie about the leaders. Like, Elron, do you know why I like you, Elron? Because you're telling the truth, and you've identified to the people that you and your ethno state people, you want a race war. I said this to El Carnito. Did I not say this live on air?
Yeah,
They want a race war. Now, hear what I'm going to say.
They need the enemy, though, don't they?
You see me, I'm for the human race. So I want the human race to win. I want to eradicate the whites. I want to eradicate the blacks, and I want to make one race again. Just the human race. I don't want to hear nothing about no mixed race. I don't want to hear nothing about no, I feel like I'm better because I'm light skinned or I'm better because I'm white skinned. Everyone's on the same platform. That's what I want. So I'm fighting for that. And anyone who wants to get on the human race movement and fight for the human race, join up with Schiffer and the dark skin movement, because we're happy to be part of the light skin movement too. And we're happy to be part of the Caucasian, the African, the American, whatever movement, because we're all one race. So we should all be helping each other. Now, as for Elron, he's isolated himself to the ethno state, just like Jupiter isolated herself to these ethno state that don't even want her. Yeah, just like some of us are isolating ourselves to this black every minute. You know, we're not even black. They gave us that title to help divide and conquer. We don't want to be conquered anymore. So, like, you know, all the people of the human rights movement, you know, we're not about that.
For example,
it's a simple thing. One minute, Elron, sorry. There is a movement, there is a drive from the top down, to show that multiculturalism isn't working, and there is an effect of driving people and polarizing them in order to divide the population. So they're busy fighting each other, and no one's realizing that all this austerity, cutbacks, lack of police, all these things that we should actually be joining together on and marching against, and saying, why are black children getting stabbed on the streets? It's because there ain't no police, there's no social services, there's nothing going on. They're cutting back the money, and all the money's going to fight this imaginary war. And they got money for Northern Ireland, they got money for wars, but they ain't got money for youth clubs, they ain't got money for kids. And we're all sitting here arguing about bullshit politics, and that's all it is. It's that we've been divided and polarized.
Oh, come on. You're a pan Turk. You want the Turkish
are you coming down to the park on Sunday?
You are dishonest, and what Schiffer has told me,
if you come down to the
my
park on
honesty,
Sunday, you need
and I like. He likes my honesty, and I also like honesty. I like.
Come on, we want the war, bro.
I
We
like
want the war.
Muslims.
We want it.
I like Muslims who.
No, what you're demonstrating, Elron, is that you're a right winger who doesn't mind allying with right wing people in any camp. If there's a Muslim right winger or a black right winger or a British right winger, you would join with them and push the right wing narrative.
Get him, Carnito, get him.
That's what's happening on this panel right now.
With one I would ally. with who I would ally.
Yeah, who's
somebody on this panel?
Talk.
Anybody who's right wing, anybody who's pushing a divisive polarization
of the. You said it's happening on this panel right now. So talk your things and talk it straight, innit? Let me know.
It must be Jupiter, innit? It must be Jupiter.
Jupiter, innit? What do you think?
Yes, I would ally with everyone that is right wing. But
listen, if Jupiter didn't have 2 mixed race children and a black husband, you'd be all over her like fucking stink on shit right now.
Yeah, but he's not himself with her. That's a contradiction.
I'm not allying.
You clearly heard the man call her a sellout, basically. So that can't be the case.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Kai, you're just dishonest. You're just dishonest. Everyone can see right through you. So,
bruv, this is your problem, Elron. You need people with Jupiter's mentality, but without the the family profile that she's representing for. So that is a problem for you. And when you look right across the board, across England, you're going to have that problem all the way across England. There's too many mixed people. There's too many mixed people in the UK, right? You ain't gonna push that German right-wing narrative over here, bro.
German.
Them days are done with the brown
narrative.
That's all
It's
over.
not a German narrative. It's an
listen, Caucasian woman loves this
Brother,
face. She loves.
I can tell you it's a German narrative because I'm Turkish and I'm your daddy, and I can tell you where you got that narrative from and who
now
sold
the
it to you.
Slips
Yeah.
from Carl,
brother.
from everyone.
I'm your daddy, bro.
Now the next
I'm your
Slips.
daddy.
You're just promoting everyone is equal, humanitarianism, because it fits you. It fits.
For fuck's sake, pause 1 second. Go on, Jupiter.
No, I was just saying that Islam sees itself, it by definition, is far right in its own thing because it's quite fascist.
I don't know why you're speaking for Islam.
Yeah,
That's not true. You're talking shit.
But the white girls love me though.
Because no one want to let me speak out. Look.
Yo, Elron, I'm gonna let you speak out. But Elron, can I say one thing? Elron, the Caucasian girls don't like you. They like me. I don't know why. It's not my fault. Don't blame me. Hey,
believe it.
This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot.
Okay.
This is why you're not. This is why you're not.
Glasses. The other one's got a droopy eye. I don't think so.
Yeah.
What are you on
I
about?
would say
Your husband's a midget. He's sitting on the sofa and his feet weren't touching the floor.
Dark-skinned gentleman wants some piece of that nice European DNA because he knows we are superior.
Oh wow!
No, I want all of it. I want it. I want the whole world in my hands. I want the whole world. I want some Chinese. I want some Guyanese. I want some dark-skinned beauties. I want some light skin. I want some Caucasian skin. I want it all. But the Caucasians love me more than anyone else. I don't know why. The Caucasian girls go mad when I step in the room. It's like they're all over me. They want it. They want it. They just want the chocolate stick.
Okay, fine by me. By the way, ethno-nationalist blacks
Jupiter, anything to say on that?
Would say
subject?
you are a sellout for that. Just mention that.
Sell out for
So
what
I'm
though?
So hold on.
Sell out for who?
They would say.
One second.
They would say.
1 second, Aaron. So according to you, so far on this panel today, you said Jupiter's a sellout, Schiffer's a sellout, and I'm confused. Like, let me know.
I am
where
a
you
sellout.
stand.
Yes, because I'm straight.
He's right. Elron, you're right. I am a sellout. Do you know why? Because I'm selling out for the human race. I'm getting rid of all of this black
You're not.
and
It's
I'm
just
for
a
the human
conquering
race.
strategy
Elron,
for you.
Elron, you're talking over me, so please allow me. Elron, you're right. I'm making you right. So win this war. Yeah, I'm about the human race. I'm not about this black thing. I'm not about this white thing. I'm about the human race. So yes, I'm selling out the blacks. I'm selling out the whites. I'm selling out whatever other races think they're out there. And I'm saying we're all one. And I've sold you out now. How do you feel? What do you want to do about it? What you gonna do?
I will vote in. We get stronger, and then it's bye-bye for you. I would say, tell you this.
No, Elron, I think the chicas, they're gonna be all in for me back. You know, especially your Caucasian sisters. When they get that chocolate once, you know, they can't let that go. That's like letting go of, like, you know, when you got a crack addict, they're hooked to the crack, they're addicted. They are literally.
We should teach. Wait. We should teach the white woman that black people have a higher rate of AIDS. That will do their job. And
I don't know if black people have a higher rate of
that the average black has an IQ of 70. So if they mix with them, she will have low IQ babies. Okay. Let's do
I really believe that. Elron, you're the one asking me questions. Hold on, wait, everyone, wait a second.
Is,
the one asking questions, yeah? And Elron, when it's shown that
you're begging to be an European white country because you can't uplift your country on your own. That's
Yes,
the
we
matter
can.
here.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
And you're all just
Yeah.
promoting
Yeah.
all that humanitarianism, all this, we are all equal, because this is the only way you can conquer Europeans. Because
That's
you're
not
too weak.
true.
You're
That's
too
not
weak
true. I got
to be
another way to
honest.
conquer
If you're
Europeans. Elron,
honest,
I'll tell you how
if
we
you're
can conquer
honest, we
Europeans.
get rid of
All
you
of my
in no
dark
time. That is why.
Make more babies with Caucasian women. We will conquer this land. We will. And Elron is scared. He's so scared right now. You so scared? Come on. Who's winning? Out to Yahweh, out to Yeshua.
Ron, I think you're both disgusting with some of your views, to be honest.
I
Both
think
of
you're
you.
disgusting. But that's an opinion. Let's not do personal attacks. Veli, if
He
this
wants
woman
to
makes
have
one
a fuck jihad. Shiva is a fuck jihad guy. He's a
if
fuck
this woman
jihad
makes one
guy.
more personal attack on me, I'm gonna go so personal on her that, do you know what? No one can't tell me nothing, because Veli, I've been personally attacked too many times. How much can I suffer before I'm allowed to react and defend myself? Yeah, because like I
And when you get the answer, say you don't like
I'm gonna give you 2 more chances. I'll give you 2 more chances, love. All right.
Okay, so
No,
before you told me that there's no leaders of Black Lives Matter, here we have a co-founder, right? She's probably higher than the average guy joins the demonstration.
Oh, get out of it, Elron.
This
Probably,
is
probably, blah, blah, blah. Get out of here.
Patrice Cullas. That's her name. She's all black supremacist here, from what I see on Jesse Lee Peterson's channel. So you're just wrong. You're not listening to what Black Lives Matter says. It's
Ama da koku çıktı be. Çöpten.
A black supremacist, you said, Elron.
Yes, she is definitely. I'm not saying everyone in that movement
No,
is,
I'm not
but
saying.
she
I'm asking a
clearly
question.
is.
Listen, what is a black supremacist in your view?
She believes that black people are superior to white people.
Who does?
And
The lady from the
Who
Black
does?
Lives Matter he's talking about. Go
Oh,
on.
yes, the co-founder.
Hocam neydi? Ya vallahi ben de onu soruyorum. Oh yeah, okulda yer çıktı. Accepted it.
Kai, you're still we can hear you.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry about him. Go on, carry on with your thing, Elron. Go on, tell us.
Sorry, man, that was my pocket. Put the phone in my pocket. Must have turned the mic back on. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, this is just what I say. I say listen to what Black Lives Matter says themselves, and not listening to that narrative the cultural Marxist anti-white try to portray it as. It is not an equality movement. It is black people first movement, and I have no problem with that. When they're putting their people first, but there's also people who are black supremacists, right?
But Aaron, that's a lie, and I'll tell you why that's a lie. Because if you remember to our conversation last night we had on the other panel, you said there's nothing worse. Actually, you said the only thing worse than a black nationalist is a white self-hater. Do you remember those words?
Yes.
Tell the people what you think.
I stand with that.
I know what you really think, but these people still don't know what you really think. Tell them. Jupiter knows what you really think.
For example, Shifa even mentioned it, and I think Bankboy also. You see a lot of white guys marching with the Black Lives Matter movement. By the way, there's also groups that don't allow whites to march with the black guys. I found that very, very funny. To the white guys that want to be so good white people, so virtuous people. And yeah, I would say if you put out a march, White Lives Matter, you won't see black people marching with them for their rights. You won't see that. You only see that on whites. Whites doing all this kind of stuff, having a chip on their shoulders and promoting all that stuff, promoting minorities, pushing them at a higher status, at the higher victim status and all that shit, telling black people and all that they can't be racist. It's coming from white people, and it's that is why I say I hate nothing more but white people doing this, because these are the people in power right now. These are the peoples that got us into this mess. This is our first enemy before all the non-Europeans.
So Jupiter, you're his first enemy, in other words. Are we
No,
clear?
Jupiter is not doing that. Jupiter is
She's
a
already done it.
patriot.
She's already had children with a man outside
Yes,
of your race.
yes,
And she's
but
already living her best life of how long in marriage outside of your race. And as far as Jupiter's concerned, she's winning. So
yes, but
she's an
she's
enemy
not
to you
going
then.
around. She's not going around and says, "Yeah, how wonderful multiculturalism is," and saying black people can't be racist, Muslims can't be racist, and all this shit. Jupiter is not doing that.
Exactly.
Okay, so when you're saying that, then who is you directing it to? Because last night there was nobody on the panel that was actually doing that, and nobody actually had I think there's only Becca there. That was the only person that had mixed race children. So for you to be calling out self-hating, I couldn't understand that.
No, it is about the message, and I'm saying white guilt and all this stuff. For example, this Jewish guy. What is his name again? He was Easy, and I didn't know before that he's Jewish. As I joined the panel,
He's not.
and he
He's
was
got a
doing
Jewish
all this shit.
grandfather. He has a Jewish grandfather. That's all
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, and he was doing all this shit, what I despise, and I told him he's the guy, and then someone enlightened me that he's Jewish, and I said, "Yeah, would you promote multiculturalism in Israel?" And he hasn't answered me. This is this double standards I hear from Jews all the time. They are multiculturalism in the diaspora, promoting it, even the main factor, I would even say, on all this shit. And then they go around in Israel, and you have DNA tests to come to Israel. You have, I also asked him how many Syrians have Israel taken in, and he didn't answer me that. You have to understand that.
You just didn't want to hear his answer. Hold on, Aaron. He answered you. You just didn't want to hear his answer.
No, he didn't answer. What has he said?
That's why you never heard it, because you're too busy talking over people. What he actually said is, Elron, I am not Jewish. My grandfather, he found that his grandfather was Jewish. His parents, he classed himself as English. He's born here. His parents are English. He's a Londoner from South London. That's what he said to you.
Yes, and it was not an answer on my questions. My answer.
You're asking him about Jewish, and he's never been to Jerusalem.
Right. Listen. Today, he was offended by Shifa, who said the real Israelites are blacks or dark-skinned, as he would put it. So clearly, he still has a connection of his Jewish heritage. So he's a hypocrite. He's a shapeshifter. That's what I called him. He's portraying himself as whites to white guilt, white people here. And then just one day later, he's advocating pro-Jewish, pro-Zionist stuff. This is what I call dishonest.
Okay, go on.
Okay, and I see that in almost every group who's ethno-nationalist when they're talking to each other. This is why I agree with Shifa, but he's doing the exact same thing. For example, I would.
1 second.
I love Muslims. I love Muslims on YouTube.
1 second, Aaron, 1 second. And Veli, can you let Raheem please on? He's on the back. Go on, Aaron. Sorry.
Okay, I love Muslims who on YouTube put videos out and say Islam will take over, right? They are putting it straight to our face, just as straight as I am with my positions, telling them what my positions are and what are my politics, right? These Muslims are doing the same thing, right? They are putting it out there, and I'm happy with that. I'm much more happy with them being honest than these lying Muslims who say in private, yeah, we will take over. We do this burst jihad thing. We are ethnocentric, yeah. But when they speak to others, to Europeans or blacks or some other guys, they put on the happy face, the smiling face, the mask of dishonesty. That's Takia face, and I hate that, and I have a problem with these guys.
Oh, no problem. But one thing is, you're firing shots towards Khan. I'm not a Muslim, so I can't defend that, nor am I going to try. Khan, do you want to handle that one? Oh, I don't think Khan's there. Jupiter?
Easy E, I just think Easy E suffers from white guilt. I've seen how he's changed from when he first came on the panels to now, and I feel very sorry for him. I think he gets bullied easily.
No, don't feel sorry for him. He's a lying piece of shit. You're too kind-hearted. That's your problem.
I am kind-hearted, yes.
You're too naive, Jupiter. I have to say you get betrayed by people like this.
Yeah,
they can convince you of being something that they are not. And I'm trying to enlighten you on some of these people. You might have a problem with me because of your children or something, but I'm honest with you. And I'm telling you how people are, because I know their strategies. And I know look, I could do the exact same thing, but it's not in my nature, right? I could lie to people and all this shit. It's not in my nature. But I understand them. I understand. I researched and all of these strategies, right? From this different I mean, they are speaking this you just have to follow them on YouTube or you will find these videos. It's a strategy. It's a conquering strategy, and they have this. Like I said before, this guy. What was his name? He tells you yesterday that he has no connection to his Jewish heritage, nothing at all. And today he's complaining about black people destroying his identity.
Yeah,
the Jewish identity.
I do remember one time when he lost the plot because someone went on at him for having Jewish blood in him, and he got really upset and stuff. So yeah, and he has come on and sort of like gone on about the attacks on the Jewish. So yeah, he must have some.
There was some 4chan action, some troll action about 3 or 4 months ago, where white Europeans portray themselves as Jewish and put out the heinous things about Europeans, right? So white people are bad. We should just die out.
Look at this light-skinned face. Look how beautiful I am. Oh my god. Are you hating on me, Ellen Dore?
What?
Are you hating on me? Look how beautiful I am.
Yeah,
God.
And it's a good thing.
It's another delusion.
Be proud of your color.
All right, look, we saying Lady Divine, Carney, all the panel. Big up, Velly.
Big up.
I'm just coming in briefly to say I'm some handsome motherfucker, man. So anyway, but really, honestly, like Khan was saying, the black, you're saying that black people racist and they're right wing for saying Black Lives Matter. I think they're saying Black Lives Matter equally, but when you're saying they are sort of like a nationalist movement, maybe with economy building wise for because clearly black people are on the bottom when it comes to financially, so that's why they're saying blacks need to it's called joint enterprise, but that's all it means, that's all it's regarding, that's all it's relating to. So why are you trying to change the narrative?
Because as I have explained before, there's video out there from Black Lives Matter activists. There's even groups going as far as saying only black people should police themselves because they mistrust white people and Asian people controlling them. This is clearly ethnocentric, and it's not this wishy-washy euphemistic. They just want equality. No, they're ethnocentric.
I would say in areas where black people were getting killed a lot by white police, I think that would solve any type of, oh, they're being racist. Do you not agree?
No, I would say they can have this standpoint, but what do you think would be the reaction if a white guy says, "Yeah, we don't respect black police officers. We want to be only controlled by white police officers"? Would you then say this is a racist point of view?
Okay, so if it was in Jamaica and there was a town in Jamaica where it was predominantly white, and they asked for that, then I'd say there would be no problem with that. That sounds logical. If there was a lot of Jamaican people.
Okay, so but you understand the depth of this argument. You are saying the mistrust is so big, and we still should live in the same country. You want black police officers, black business, and all this stuff. Basically, what you're promoting is an ethno-state within a white country. You understand that?
No,
Yeah,
but listen, go on, Juba. Did you want to say something to that?
No, I would say that Elron's right, and that's one thing that I object to because it's self-segregation. And we know.
I mean, personally, I don't know if that's
I'm against segregation, even though Elron would probably like it. I'm against it.
Yeah, I love it.
But personally, I really, it's not a clear argument that you can put your finger on and there's a clear solution. So that's still something to speculate over. But what I was going to say, the main reason why I came on here, and I was only going to be on here briefly, was to say your focus on your heart. I've been listening to you for the last couple of months, and your focus is primarily on mixing of races. How many other fucking problems are there in the white race, in the black race on Earth, that is more detrimental to the human race, and more if you want to be more specific, and the nationalities? There's all different problems. Homosexuality is one. Pedophilia is another. The social injustice, racism. Why are you focused on a black man putting his pee-pee inside a white woman or vice versa? What's the point?
This is
what
a straw man from you. This
I'm
is a
saying
straw
it's a
man.
very stupid thing to come in. You've got your.
Yeah,
I come on here to address the most significant problems that plague society. You're coming in with some fucking stupidness.
Look, you're fighting a straw man. I'm not saying that race mixing or something like that is the most important problem. I never said that. And I'm speaking about.
Okay, it's fair enough. It's close to your heart, though. It's close to your heart. It's your niche.
Course.
Yeah, it's
of
your
course,
niche.
that is one of many problems we have to face. And I also advocate. I think
them Turkish brothers are giving you problems out there, yeah.
Yes, of course.
The
they're
Turkish
causing
boys
problems.
are running around with.
His stance on Islam, Khan.
And you love that they're causing problems because you want Turks to take over.
What did you say? I don't want Turks to take over. I want you
Yes,
send our people home.
you stated it yesterday. You want Turkish people to take over. Let me ask you a
I
question.
don't say that. I want to hear Lady Divine. You're being a bit rude. Like there's a lady there.
When I would make that statement,
Elron, listen, keep up.
There's time for everything, Elron. Calm down.
Yeah, can you quickly just repeat to Khan? Because like I said, we can't defend that. We're not Muslims, but Khan is, so he can defend your argument about Islam. Go on.
yeah, yesterday Khan stated that he loves to see that Turkish are taking over big cities. By the way, it's a very silly strategy. Wait,
You say yesterday
It's a
metaphorically, or you specifically mean yesterday? We never spoke yesterday.
That wasn't his argument, Khan.
We never spoke
And
yesterday.
let me ask the panel, when I would say to, for example, Turkish guys or black people,
To him, they're the same.
Look how the white people taking over your countries. Isn't that great? You will say to me, that's a racist statement. That's a supremacist statement. But yet, no one criticized Khan for his statements. In fact, the panel yesterday was laughing their asses off. This is why they are anti-white, and they
1 second, chill, man, chill.
Mistaken
That wasn't the
identity.
actual argument that he made. His actual argument he made was Muslims are far right. You respect them because the ones that talk about they're going to take over are the ones that you love to hear from. Go on, tell him that, Spoo, and let him respond to it.
Yeah, as I said before, I'm for honesty. I'm not saying that I can't ally with Salafists or something because they want to take over my country. But I would ally, for example, with ethno-nationalists or Muslims who say, yeah, we just want the Western world out of our countries. Let us work together on that. Yeah. And respect our religion and all this stuff.
So
then I
Elron,
can
you're a nationalist. You're not a globalist. You're a nationalist. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Now it makes sense. Yeah, your model's not going to work. Because if you you're saying, oh, I'm all for Arabs saying Westerners out of Arabia, and I'm for Africans saying whitey out of Africa. What have you got left? Where do you think your money comes from? This is like the delusion that you have that you can somehow survive.
Do you think that a fair trade?
You're just a joker.
Do you think that there can't be fair trade between nations?
Of course, there can be fair trade. We're not saying that, but I'm saying that at the moment, is it fair?
What is fair?
Trade.
No, it's not.
Right. So if we have a state of fairness, surely problems from the past would need to be addressed to make it fair, right?
No,
we're not going to go from you lot being in charge to, all right, let's wipe the slate clean and start fresh. It's going to be you lot are going to have to make reparations and bring things back to a state of fairness before we can move on, right?
No, I'm not for reparations. And the I would say we all have made mistakes in the past. Let's go over it and do it right
let's
now.
Draw a line under it. Forget the past and move on. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying that because if I would go that far, I would say
it's absurd. What you're saying is literally absurd.
Sorry, hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Who's that bank boy?
Turkish people, for your point of view, Turkish should pay reparations to Germans and Romans for taking over Byzantine.
Elron's like a robot, isn't it? If you want to do
man.
It's a stormtrooper.
For one, Carnito, what's the difference between Elron's ideology and the Islamic notion that everyone will become Muslim? What's the difference? Because that's a nationalistic
when you say something when you say something like that, you have to look at what is the meaning of the word Muslim. And Muslim really means a believer. So you could say Christians are believers. There's no compulsion. Raheem, don't tell me my own religion.
Well,
I'm telling you,
Muslim brother. Like, come on! If you're going to say the
meaning
of Muslim, say the actual meaning.
If you believe in
the will of God Almighty,
yeah, but you have to believe in God to submit to Him. It's a semantical argument.
Correct facts, brother. Don't.
Bob, are you asking me for definitions of words? Did you ask me for the definition?
Not so new, evidently. But go on.
Cut a long story short. There is no compulsion of Muslims to convert Christians to Islam because then we won't be able to marry them as Christians. I can marry a Christian tomorrow.
But only the men can marry non-Muslims.
Irrelevant. I don't have to convert her. She doesn't have to convert.
No, but it's
irrelevant.
Using one
because
half
it's
of
a
an
conquering
argument
strategy.
To your agenda. There's no difference between a white nationalistic or a black nationalistic ideology
there are big
or
differences.
A religious ideology. They are all far right. The same way you try to say that Black Lives Matter is not far right or isn't right wing when it is a right wing ideology. Anything that
you're saying that Black Lives Matter is a right wing ideology, right?
100% it is.
Yeah, of course it is.
100% it is. The whole meaning of the right wing. There's several factors underneath it, and one of which is calling out is anti-capitalist, and the other is anti anti-equality. So when someone is beneath, they want propping up. Everyone has a problem at this moment in time because it's the white people who are saying, oh, do you know what? We want to be back where we were, or we want to be ahead. But black people are saying this, and we've been saying it for years and years and years. So when we have a movement like Black Lives Matter, we are turning around and saying, listen, you matter, but we matter, and you must listen to us. So therefore, it is a right-wing agenda. You can't turn around and say it's not. It's impossible for anyone.
I can. Because if someone's asking for equality, then that's not right-wing.
So what is it?
If someone's saying Britain first, and I think that in this country called Britain, the indigenous population should outrank any immigrants or any soon-to-be immigrants, that's a right-wing policy. That's a right-wing propaganda. That's a right-wing stance.
Raheem,
right.
can I tell you?
What are you on about? Right, far right, it's the same
They're
thing, bro.
different things. They're all different.
Yeah,
things.
they are different things. But in this conversation,
right are the same thing.
Raheem,
in this conversation, I can say right wing, and you know what I mean. Like you're just splitting hairs. I don't understand what you're saying. Yeah, with Islam, back to Islam. Like as a Muslim living in the West, where everything's right wing or left wing, sometimes you're going to stand with the right wing, sometimes you're going to stand with the left wing, because in reality, Islam isn't right or left.
What is it then?
Raheem, should I tell you a funny story right now about Islam? The right wing, right? The ethno-nationalists, what they are now doing is putting out leaflets who says, it's Islam are right about women. Why are we doing this? Because if we as white people stand for only the traditional family, for example, it would be considered right wing because it's traditional and it would be labeled right wing. This is why we putting out these leaflets to mock this double standards of mainstream media and politicians, right? Because right wing right now is they're trying to put the label far right. Can
to your whole nation. Don't give up your day job. You like fight for comedy.
Can I speak out?
You can't manage the comedy.
You don't like what I have to say, right? You're scared of what I have to say.
But what joke's he telling, bro? It's a fucking explanation of a joke. I don't want to hear it. It's long.
Yes, because there's deeper meaning behind it.
It's genocide, man. Your humor's dead, bruv. We all know this.
Yeah, you can't understand memes, right?
Islam has been the result of a part of genocide as well, bro. Don't throw the first stone.
I've got to admit it isn't funny, but we still need to.
Make sure there's none on your hands.
Raheem, am I here representing Islam, waving the flag for Islam? No,
you can't say that his ideology, and this is the problem nowadays. Everybody thinks that their ideology is right.
Raheem,
they must have an argument.
1 minute, you're jumping to defend someone.
And we are trying to
go.
That narrative.
He was saying he understands and forgives his ancestors for what they did. He's offering excuses and reasons for the genocide. What are you talking about, Raheem? That is what he said.
Wrong, car. You're dishonest.
If he wants to do that, that's up to him. It's nothing to do with you.
Yeah, it is, because I'm opposed to that. It's actually nothing to do with you that I'm opposing it.
Raheem,
but let the man speak first, the man. Then you can oppose it.
These Turkish tempers are why we've got the ump with some.
Don't start that. Wow, you're stoking the fire, man. Like, come on, man. Let the man speak.
Come on, let me have a laugh.
I know you've had a bit of Turkish in you, so don't lie.
Raheem, the answer on your previous question about what's the difference between Islam, for example, and my ethno-nationalist point of view is, let me answer it like this. I'm not, I would consider Islam to be a supremacist ideology that wants to take over the world, and I don't want that. I'm ethno-pluralist. I say every people has the right of their own culture, of sovereignty and all this stuff. Islam, on the other hand, wants to dominate. It's the same ideology as liberal democracy we are right now pushing on every country, or trying to push on every country. It's the American model of democracy. They are even right now saying Russia has to be more pro-gay, transgender. They have programs in the United Nations to promote transgenderism and all this stuff. So and if countries are not doing that, they won't get any money. So this is the supremacist ideology of the Western world right now, this liberal democracy model. The same with Christianity to an extent, I would also say. Christians
Not
also
to an
have
extent, it's exactly the same. All religion is
yes,
supremacist.
yes.
They believe that they are the right way.
Yes, yes.
Right.
But I'm not so sure about there's a specific word, so you have to promote Islam and all this stuff, but I don't think that Hindus have the same, or for example Jewish
They got good things
religion
in
is very
Hinduism, like
very
swastikas and that.
inclusive. Judaism is very inclusive right now.
Is
They
it?
are
You
not
know how long you have to study to become a Jew?
You can't just
2
You have to study
years.
about 2 years, bro.
2
Yeah, it's
years,
2
yeah.
years. Yeah.
And
have to do
So I
more
wouldn't
than
call that inclusive.
this is a very very
You're
extreme
yeah.
measurements to convert to Judaism, and even then you have to understand that the Jews right now living in Israel, most of them are ethnocentric, and they think even if you convert to Judaism, they won't consider you a Jew, because they think
Yeah.
Judaism has a
Can
tribal
I
nature. It's a racial.
Elron, I
Yeah.
don't want to. Yeah, I agree. I want to agree with you, but like, let me just say something. Have you seen the Israeli flag?
Yes.
You have, right?
Yes.
Do you know what them 2 blue lines represent?
Yeah. Greater Israel.
Yeah. So for them to get this great Israel, they have to have the numbers, right, to justify it.
And
Right.
they're
So
doing
when you
it.
have a test, when you have a genetic test done, they can't tell you if you're black or if you're white, but they can tell you you're 3% Ashkenazi. So when you look at who owns the labs and who has the, you know, the right to tell you what you are, yeah, we know who owns it. Google owns the firm called 23andMe, yeah,
Yes.
and their agenda is to tell you you have 2% Ashkenazi Jew in you, and you've got the right to go to Israel and stake your claim. And the government will give you a little startup fund to move there if you want to. Yeah?
Yeah.
So we know that this agenda exists, that, you know, but you can't call that inclusive of the of the faith of Judaism. That's a completely different thing.
But it's much more inclusive.
But what I'm
than
saying is, let's not get them mixed
than
up. Like, let's not equate
but you
Judaism
have to
with
admit,
Zionism. They're 2 different things. Like,
But
you can't
you
just
ha-
walk in off the street and become a Jew, or marry a Jew and become a Jew. You have to study. You have to know your shit. Because the definition of a Jew in Judaism is a practicing Jew. If you're not practicing, then you're not a Jew.
yes, they consider you, even if you're not Jewish, they religiously Jewish, they still consider you Jew, because it's more a racial thing than anything
But you're
else. for
talking
them.
about Zionists. You're talking
No.
about the Zionist state of Israel. It's nothing to do with Judaism as a faith. So when you say Jews are inclusive now,
Ron and Elron. If it all else fails, me and Hector and the kids are going to fuck up Israel for you. All right?
There's also you portray it as if I know Jews are talking about how much percentage you have to be Ashkenazi to be a real Jew. They say, for example, that if you only have one grandparents, they are still have problems with them being considered Jews right now. So there's a big discussion going on. What percentage you have to be a full Jew? It's a big discussion. It's not
Elron,
only
how are they
2% or something.
identifying? How are they identifying actual races of people and saying to them, "You are a lost tribe of Israel, and you are within your rights to claim Israeli citizenship"? How are they managing that?
Yeah, with
'Cause that is what they're
DNA
doing.
DNA tests. You're right on that. Definitely, you're right on that. And this is why I think the Ethiopian Jews got dismissed by most of the Jews, and they want them out. Most of the Jews, the Sephardim, Mizraim, and the Ashkenazis don't consider them Jewish, so they want them out.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's definitely a racial component in Judaism, and yeah, this is all. And you would be dishonest if you think that if you compare Islam, which is more exclusive, everyone can become a Muslim, than with Judaism. There's layers there. You definitely have to see that.
I think you got it the wrong way around. I think Islam is more inclusive.
Yeah, he meant to say inclusive.
Inclusive.
Yeah, it's fine. I got them in. I got them in. I got them in.
Yeah.
No, I'm just helping the brother learn his English. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah. That would be my answer. Every ideology which wants to take over the world is supremacist in its nature. It could be it could be based on race. It could be on just ideas, right? On culture, that a culture should dominate a different. A specific political structure, how you manage your society should take over, and we are not that. We are not supremacists. We are ethno-pluralists. We are, of course, you can say we are supremacists in our own countries because we want that, but we are not putting out our thoughts on the world, right? We want people to have their culture. So this is the difference. I think I could make that clear.
Yeah, you made it clear. Like, you're a nationalist, you're not a globalist.
Yes.
And like I said to you, your model, you wouldn't survive in this climate today. Because you're saying let's separate. Everybody go back to where you started from. You go to your nation, I go to my nation, and let's call it quits. Everything what's happened, all the wars, all the robbing, all the pillaging. Let's draw a line under it. Forget all that. And make a fresh start. So what I'm saying is a very idealistic belief. It's not very practical, and in today's current climate, it's actually absurd. So I respect that you're an individual with your own point of view, and you're here sharing with us, and we appreciate you being here. But in reality, your point of view is actually absurd. Like, I'm not saying that to be insultive.
Can I ask why it's absurd?
Don't worry, Khan. You're married to a white lady.
I was gonna ask that myself, but go on.
Yeah, why is it absurd?
Because he's, like I just explained it, he's saying everyone should return to their original nation. So basically, he's saying that if there's white people living in Africa, they should return to Europe. And likewise, if there's any Africans living in Europe, they should return to Africa. And everyone should go to their original starting places and have this kind of like ethno-states where everyone's got this racial purity. But that will infringe upon international trade, would infringe upon how multicultural and mixed and diverse and globalized we are now. He's taken us back a step when really the world's moving in the opposite direction.
Malik, can you mute up? You've got like real bad static coming through.
So like even on Brexit, like David Cameron was saying, oh, I want the population of the UK, like Jamaicans and Turks and whoever, to be a bridge between UK and their homeland and raise up England onto a higher level with international trade. He was saying, I want people to go out and live in Brazil. I want British people to leave Britain, go and live in Brazil and be a bridge and bring economic wealth back to the UK. Like, he was saying this because this is the globalist agenda.
Who was saying that?
And this is the way David Cameron.
And you're pro this globalist agenda.
I'm not saying I'm pro this. I'm saying this is the current situation. This is how.
Yeah, but if you're not up for that, you should fight against that, right? So
I'm saying this is the direction of things that's moving along.
Yeah, but we can
and
change
how we've been
things.
moving along for a long time.
So Carnito, as much as you've explained what Elron wants, you haven't explained what is wrong with everyone going back to where they've come from, which was my original statement. What is
because
wrong with his
because wealth-wise, he's refusing to accept how much wealth.
One second, Khan. So what I'm saying is this: he's not the only one that thinks like that. You've heard the saying Africa for Africans, Europe for the Europeans, Asia for the Asians.
But Africa can be self-sufficient. That's not the point. Africa can survive. They're self-sufficient. Europeans are so dependent on other nations. For them to be the ones saying this shit is absurd. But they're saying it because what they're saying is their message ain't to Africa. Their message ain't to China. Their message is to Africans living in Europe. You have to accept a second-class role. That's what they're saying.
But
it's all
where
a
is
blag.
that?
They
Hold
don't
on.
really want what they,
Carlito,
bro. It's all a blag.
Hold on, so 1 second,
What?
Elron.
Yeah.
Carlito, wherein what has been said affects the economy. If everyone
Okay.
goes back to where they come from, the trade
Yeah.
deals still exist. The policies that are in place at the moment still exist. All you're doing is you're taking the people that aren't indigenous to those lands and moving them back to the lands where they are indigenous. How
Okay.
would that cause?
If what you're saying is true,
Hold on.
if what you're saying is
Hold
true,
on. How would that cause economic instability?
because it would cause bad vibes between those two countries. They won't respect each other. That's literally an act of war. It's like, for example, when Muslims are treated bad in Europe, and then the Pope has to go all the way to Turkey to kiss President Erdogan's ass to make sure everything still runs smooth. These things are real. When Turks hear that Europeans are treating Muslims like shit, and women in the streets of London are having their hijabs snatched off their heads, don't think no one has to answer for that.
All right.
Boris Johnson has to go cup in hands, telling them, we want to increase trade with Turkey. The first thing Erdogan's saying to him, listen, bro, you're treating our people like shit, and you're coming here asking for trade. This is the ideology of the West. They got one story,
you're mixing two different things.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. It's a scam. It's a scam.
Juanito, take a step back. 1 second. You're mixing two different things. You've used a religious narrative and the abhorrent things that happen to a certain religious denomination, and then including it in an ethno-nationalistic ideology. The two things are separate. So again, my question is where would that, if everyone does agree that everyone should be going back to their place of origin, how would that cause economic instability? Not talking religious discrimination and therefore having to get the Pope to come and kiss President Erdogan's ring and all.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying. In the future, when we make trade deals with China or Brazil or whoever, we're gonna have to agree to accept X amount of immigrants from that country as part of the deal.
If everyone went back to where they came from.
What do you mean? Because this is a fact. You see that this Brexit thing ain't what you lot think it is. Brexit's cutting down on immigration from Europe to the UK, but there will be greater immigration from places like Africa and China and wherever. That this whole Brexit thing, trust me, is a Trojan horse. It ain't what you lot are being led to believe.
Can't.
The only difference is how is it getting sold. 1 second, bro.
Wait,
1 second.
Raheem,
Let me just make
let
this
me
point.
make a point now.
The only difference is this: the British population didn't want Polish and French and whoever coming over here and coming in on their rung of the ladder and saying you're white and we're white, so we're equal. British people don't mind immigrants as long as they can identify them and say you're black, you're Portuguese, you're whatever, by looking at them and saying to them, you need to accept a subservient role. Don't think you're coming in on my rung of the ladder. You need to come on a lower rung. And that's how immigration is sold to the indigenous population. Is told you got people coming in on a lower level to you.
You're comparing my...
Listen,
no,
this is why the British population ain't got a problem with...
He's speaking all the time of what I'm thinking. He's projecting what I'm thinking all the time. So now I have to answer, right? So he is comparing the elites that run this country with my ideology, which is completely insane. So let me ask you one thing. To your narrative that if Europe would be ethno-nationalist again, they can't get along with trade and all the stuff because black people who are also ethno-nationalists wouldn't get along with us. So we all know. Can you let me speak out for one time? We know, or it is portrayed that the Nazis were the most racist state that ever existed. Has the Nazis have trade deals with different nations? Yes or no?
Yes.
And why can't we make that in the future too?
Because we want increased deals. We don't want the same amount of deals or less amount of deals. They want to increase in deals. We want increase. We want an increase in international trade. Yeah, we don't want separation.
Look, we have done it in the past, right? We can do it right now. We can have even better deals. And let me tell you this right now. Do you think the Africans are right now satisfied with the trade deals, with this globalist agenda? No, they're not. And we can offer them better trade deals right now. So they would be even more happy with us respecting their religion. We could go along with black people much, much more better than the elites that are right now in control today. So
That's
your
your
narrative
opinion.
is completely wrong. Of course we can have trade.
That's your opinion. You can't substantiate it. You're being optimistic, putting it politely. So, you know, like,
but brother, you're being pessimistic.
I'm not. I'm just saying
You
there's
are,
a reason
because
why
your
things
view
are
is negative
Raheem.
in your in
It's no
one
point you
eye,
saying
and
you
yours
are,
is
I'm not,
positive
you
in
are,
one
I'm
eye.
not. I'm saying to you, bro, the reason why things are moving in the direction that they're moving in is out of necessity. For you to try to put the brakes on or reverse that process, you're not understanding that there is a necessity, a need for things to be moving in that direction. So for you to go against the flow, it's like you're basically being ignorant. You're not really taking everything into consideration.
No. I don't think you are. I think if you really look at it genuinely, if all the Europeans stayed in Europe and all the Africans stayed in Africa and all the Americans stayed in America, Australasians in Australia, Asians in Asia,
yeah,
where is the negative impact towards
all right, let me
this?
just
Because hold on,
let me say in a simplistic way.
Hold on. The Africans would set their own terms and criteria. The Europeans would set their terms and criteria. Asians, Australasians, Americans, everyone would set their criteria. You would have to trade with each other. You would have to barter and come to an understanding as what you will accept. Now, this doesn't mean that your deals will go down. It means your deals will stay the same and increase because you have power in your court. You're able to turn around and say, I believe that because this is my land, you want my resources, you must pay me £1 million per ounce of silver, for example.
All right.
The UK can turn around and say, I'll give you $750,000, and therefore,
are we going to answer this question from the point of view? Are we going to answer this point of view from the Western point of view or from everyone?
Let me land. So, as I said again, because I keep asking you the same question and I'm yet to get an answer. Where is the economic downside? And I'm not, I don't necessarily agree with what I'm saying. I'm playing devil's advocate here. Where is the downside with the nationalistic ideology of everyone going back to where they are and commanding what they want for their resource in their quadrant? What's wrong with that?
Because you're pushing an isolationist agenda. You're saying, I want to isolate my population within my borders. That means that every single outpost you will have to retract. That means England went and fought in Argentina for no reason, because the Falkland Islands would have to go back. That means England fought Spain for no reason. Gibraltar will have to go back. That means that Cyprus will no longer be under British airspace. That means Britain can't control Syria and Iraq and all them places from further afield.
And do you think that
so your global influence will be much less?
Do you think
no,
that
I think it will be detrimental to England
and all of these other places would complain? Do you think that
Doesn't
Nigeria, which is
this
owned
is what I
by
just
England,
asked
literally
you.
owned?
Are we going to answer
England
this question
bought
from
Nigeria? Would
Bro,
they complain
are we
about
answering this question from everyone's point of view, or are we answering it from the West point of view? Because what's detrimental to the West? Yeah,
from everyone's
because
point of view.
nationalism isn't just about one person's ideology.
But
It's
everyone's
about
not in the
every
same
nation
position.
state.
Africa can be self-sufficient. It doesn't matter. They can sit there and not make no deals with no one, and they're still perfectly fine because they've got all the resources.
So this
and in
is
the
his
modern
argument.
era,
This is his argument. It could work, but it could only work for Africans because they have the resources for what he's thinking about. Do you really think that we in Europe and everywhere else don't have resources? We can self-sustain ourselves?
Yeah.
No, it's completely
This is
wrong.
what I'm saying. I don't know if you've lived in England, but you don't see apple trees growing on every corner, bro. We got trees here that nothing grows on that tree. It's just a tree. Yeah, you go to Africa, you can find a bush with a leaf on it that can cure cancer. You don't seem to understand this. Like England has to grow food in Kenya and in the Netherlands, and it can't even support its population.
Hold on.
There's not enough food. You have to buy food.
Hold on.
It's just crazy what you're saying.
No. What you're saying.
Why do you think they're looking into
No, it's
GMO?
crazy.
Why are they going
You're
into
just
GMO for what?
saying. Wait.
One second.
Raheem, one point. He made the point that we can't even. Okay.
Let me just respond to that, because that is like saying England doesn't have its own indigenous plants and vegetation that can do the same thing here.
Yes.
That's wrong.
100%.
Exactly.
You're
Completely
wrong.
wrong. Completely wrong.
Completely wrong.
You're nuts. You're
Brother,
you're
you
nuts,
have,
bro.
You literally
England
have
cannot
no actual
sustain its
investment
own
in Africa.
population
You
in
have
terms
no
of
link
food. Are
to
you nuts,
Africa, but
bro?
you're bigging up Africa to such a
What are
high
you on
extent.
about?
Why are you not bigging up
How do you even know me? I could be
Canito,
sitting
we
here
are
back of you.
exporting
There's black people that live in Turkey. What are you talking about? You're
Africa
black and you're living in
is
England.
complaining about.
You're a black man in England. We think there ain't black people in Turkey. What are you talking
Canito,
about?
No, that's not the point.
Canito,
You ain't understanding. You're bigging up
African
Africa
nations
as this
are-
whole self-sustaining.
Raheem, let me
Everywhere
make that
has
point.
equal things where things do not grow in them.
It's not equal, is what I'm saying, Raheem. Raheem, it's not equal. It's not equal. There's only food is only able to be grown in certain parts of the world. Oil only comes out of certain parts of the world. It's not equal.
You're sounding so silly right now. It's unbelievable,
Yeah.
Khan.
Yeah, it's
Are you
because
listening
he's
to the things you're
dishonest.
saying? Africa will last forever because it has things that grow over there. Brother, there are things that grow in England. There are things that grow in Russia. Russia has more natural plutonium than Africa. Africa has
You can't eat
gold.
plutonium.
Like, what's
You
wrong
can't
with
eat
you?
plutonium. You can't eat plutonium.
Yes, but you can sell it for energy, which means money.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
But
you're
people
being
don't need
really
that much
ignorant,
plutonium.
brother.
Once
Like,
they
be
bought that
honest.
little bit of plutonium, bro, once they bought enough plutonium off you, what you gonna do then?
Oh man, it's just ridiculous.
It's not like they're
because
gonna use the plutonium and need more plutonium and need plutonium.
Do you
Yes,
think?
you do.
That's the plutonium up there.
And let me make another point where he fails to understand. He thinks that because I'm also a nationalist, that I won't trade with Russia. We are also Europeans, my friend. Even if the world despises us and won't trade with us because we are racist and they are also racist,
All right,
and
cool.
we
You
can't
raised another
trade
good
with
point.
each other on that.
Can we
right?
really?
Even
Can we really to forget the history and trade with each other like as if everything's all cool now? Do you really think Russians are going to trade with you, bruv? Are you crazy?
yes,
Are
they're
you not?
begging us
East Africa
at the
trade with
moment.
Turkey after the Arab slave trade and the Ottoman invasion.
What do you
of
mean?
East Africa.
Turkey's investing loads of money in Africa.
Right, because they're forgetting the past and they're moving on and focusing
No.
on now and the future. Like,
No,
listen
no,
to what
no.
you're saying. Countries are constantly saying, "Do you know what? I've had problems with you, but I need money, so let's move on."
But Raheem, you have to understand why he's making that point. He's making that point to say to black people, yeah, you can be sovereign, but if Aaron promotes this idea, he's dishonest because Europeans can't survive without African resources.
Right. So you're being
This is
dishonest.
why-
What you're doing,
This is
what you're
why he's
doing.
doing
Well,
that.
let me just say this message out to people. Yeah, you lot are so dishonest. You have to play the game because you're up against it. This is the situation. You have to make people, black people living in the UK, feel like second-class citizens. Yeah, because that's the game that you're playing. That's the
You
lie
don't
that
know
you're
what it's
selling
like
them.
to feel like a black man in UK. Shut up,
I don't
man.
need
Don't
to.
take
I
the
don't
piss.
need
You're not
to.
black.
Listen to what I'm saying. It's the same with the
You
Americans
cannot talk on black
and
subjects.
Mexicans.
No,
Listen.
I refuse. I refuse.
All right,
You don't
all
have
right,
the
I'll
right.
change it
You
to
have no
Mexicans
right.
then.
You can't
I'll
say
change
how
it to
black people
Mexicans.
feel.
They're saying to Mexicans that we don't need you. We're going to build a wall. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. They can't survive without them. It's the reality.
You have no right. Don't bring Mexicans into this. You
Why
have no
not?
right to tell black people how they feel in the UK.
Are Mexicans black?
None.
No.
You're not black. You don't know what it feels like to be in the UK. In any shape
What are you
or form.
talking about? What are you on about? It's common sense, brother.
No, it ain't common sense because everyone's
common
experience
sense.
is completely different. Everyone's
Bro,
experience
it's
is completely
common
different.
sense. When
Don't
they're
turn
saying
around
to
and say, "Oh, black
bro,
people
listen,
feel like
listen.
a second-class citizen."
Forget black
What are you
people.
talking about?
Forget black people. Look at Islamophobia in the West, right? There's Islamophobia all throughout Europe. How comes Saudi Arabia is their biggest trade partner and their biggest partner in wars and in petrol and everything like that? How come Saudi Arabia don't turn around to Europe and say, "Oh, what's all this Islamophobia all about?" Because they know that it's all bullshit. The message that they're sending out is to their own population. They're not sending out Islamophobic messages
No,
to
because
Muslim
Saudi
countries.
Arabia is a puppet state. That is why.
But they're not sending out Islamophobic messages to Muslim countries. They're talking to their own population.
Oh, stop being butthurt.
I'm just saying, it's a scam. Why fall for it?
Yeah, and who is doing this scam? Are we?
You have to convince
my
people
position,
that
or
they're second-class
is that
citizens. You have to.
The position of the elites you are right now protecting. You're protecting this ideology.
I'm not protecting
Yes,
it. I'm
you're
saying
doing
it's
this.
plain as the nose on your face.
It's just
It's
a
obvious.
natural thing, guys. It
Not
just happens.
natural.
It
It
just
is
happens.
a pagan system, a caste system, a way of manipulating populations where a small percentage of people can rule over masses of people. Yeah? It ain't
So
nothing to do with me
it's
say talking
pagan?
for black people. I'll bring you Harlem, yeah, Perry, yeah. I'll bring you Perry. Perry will tell you. He will say, listen, in
let
America.
him speak. Let him
Yeah,
speak
but
about
one
black
minute.
people in America.
Bro, you don't
Yeah,
own
speak
it, bro.
about black people
My
in
grandmother
America.
was black. What are you talking about, Raheem? My
What?
grandmother
Yeah,
was black. We
yeah,
chatting
your
shit
granddad
for.
brought her So what does to that me. have to do with
We chatting
anything?
shit for, Raheem. We
My
chatting shit
neighbours
for,
are
bro.
Turkish. Does that mean that I'm fucking Turkish?
What? So my grandma, you taking the piss now?
Nah, you're taking the piss. You're saying
No,
you
you're
don't know
taking
how
the
it
piss, you
feels
fucking
to
little
be
prick.
a black
I'm telling you,
person
my
in England.
grandmother was black, and you're telling me about your fucking Turkish neighbours? Are you taking the
Yes,
piss out of my
exactly, because
life?
it's the exact
Oh,
same
fuck
thing.
off.
Your
You little
grandmother
puff.
may be black,
You're
but you're
puff,
not
man.
black.
Fuck off.
You're
I
not
don't need to
black.
be black.
You
I don't
are
need
not
to be
black.
black.
You don't know what
I
it's
don't
like
need
to
to
be
be
black.
black.
You won't ever know
I
what
don't
it's
need
like
to
to
be
be
black.
black.
I
You
don't
only
need to
know
be
what
black.
it's like to be Turkish, and that's it. You only
Turkish
know
ain't
what
a
it's like
colour.
to be
Turkish ain't
95%
a colour.
Asian
Can't you
and
see that there's a
5%
Nazi
European.
on the
That is
panel
what you
telling
only
you
know what
Turks
it's
in my
like. You will
country
never know
and
what it's
black
like to be
people, to
black.
him it's the same thing. No one's claiming that. No one's claiming that. Are you on drugs, bruv?
Then why are you
No one's
bringing your
claiming that.
grandmother into it?
I'm saying to you, the fucking Nazi on the panel is telling you about in my country, I count black people and Turkish people the same. I want them out.
And of course he does. Do you think black people don't turn
Oh,
around
you're
and
on
think
drugs,
that
bruv. You're going
everyone
round
else
in
is the
circles,
same?
bruv. You're going round in circles. You're going
I'm
round in
not going
circles.
round in
What I'm
circles.
saying
I'm
to you
just
is
keeping
the
you
narrative,
on your
these
path where you have
narratives,
no right
such
to
as
speak about.
racism, what are you talking about, bro? You're just talking shit. You know that.
Yeah, it's shit because you don't understand. That's all it is.
Don't play with your fucking sphincter.
My what? Nah, brother.
Your sphincter.
That's what you're into, my friend. Not
No, man, I
myself.
can tell
I'm
from your
black, in
voice.
case you didn't know.
Sounding really gay right now.
Raheem,
Yeah. That's
just
why I'm
one
married.
thing.
That's why I'm married with 4 children.
Just one
What are
thing.
you?
In this
Single
discussion,
with
I'm
none,
married
right?
with
in
I'm
this
married with 2
discussion,
children.
Right?
Actually
Swear down.
divorced. But
in
anyway,
this
whatever, I've got
discussion,
2 children still.
Raheem, in this discussion, you've earned your profile picture. You've earned
I've
the,
already
the
turned around and said that my profile picture is already earned. I know this. There's a reason why it is what it
yeah.
is, and my name is
You
the name that it is.
explained like Morpheus. I love the Matrix movies, and in fact, we have talked about the Matrix movies 2 days ago.
Looks more like his profile picture than Khan does.
Yeah, I think the Matrix movie
Well, you're saying I don't look
explained
like my
the
profile
system
picture?
we are in today
No, you don't.
brilliantly, really.
What?
I would
What are you talking
everyone
about?
advise to go to this guy called Mark Passio, who described what the Matrix movies are all about. It's a great documentary. He has some lectures. He has some big audience he was talking to 4 years ago about this whole thing. He was one of the best. He's by the way, he's an ex-Satanist, and he has a brilliant analysis of the trilogy of Matrix. It's fascinating. It even blows my mind out.
What? And you've got some high intellect? Is that what you're insinuating?
Yeah, Mark Passio is a very clever guy. He's wrong on some things, but yeah, on the Matrix movies, he was completely right. But unfortunately, he's an anarchist, so.
They should have stuck with Matrix 1, innit?
We have to kill him.
Yeah, you just have to go to Gulag. No. No, he just he thinks this everyone should be an individual and enlighten himself and all this stuff. But people are not only individuals. We have this thing called identity group thinking and all this stuff because is based on evolution. We have to form groups. We have also not the time for everyone to go through all this media. We have to trust sometimes people that they putting out the right facts to us. So to a certain degree, we have to trust people, and this is what he missed. But yeah, but I still love his Matrix and analysis.
Yeah, we all love the Matrix, man. Yeah, we all agree with that. But on your other bullshit, like, you can go fuck yourself.
Yeah, you too.
Raheem, sorry
you
for
Turkish Nazi guy, man.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Yeah.
Nah, it's all good, brother. This is the internet. I don't take offense to not a damn thing.
No, I'm lucky you don't, innit?
All good, man. All good.
Alright, cool. Apologies to your sphincter.
Fucking hell, bro. Come on, man. Hey, but yeah, anyways, I'm off because my son's got a tutor coming around, so I'm off, man. Speak to you guys.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, bye.
Raheem. Oh, damn. He's already. I want to link him that video. Should be interesting.
So when you were saying me and you was talking yesterday, Elron, was you serious? Because I never spoke to you yesterday.
You did.
No.
Yesterday or the day before? Yes, you were. You were talking about.
I haven't spoken to you in ages. It's been a while. Are you sure it was me?
Or it was some other guy who said, who told me. It could be another guy who said something like, "Yeah, you have 1.5 million Turks, and they're taking over." Ha.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Okay. Yeah. Could.
Oh, you mean in the chat? Was it in the chat?
No. He was speaking to me on the panel yesterday.
Oh no, it wasn't me.
I thought it was you, but it was a mess. This stream was a mess. I also this Jewish guy who was on the panel here today. I misquote him for some other guy because everyone was speaking over each other, and you can't follow this discussion. So I would apologize if it was not you, but some other guy was making that a comment that the Turks should take over Germany. So yeah, I don't know.
Guess who's back?
Shiva,
Welcome back.
Do you remember who this guy was yesterday?
No, I don't remember. I weren't really on here yesterday when you was on Elron, man. I was on and off yesterday, so I didn't hear that.
Yeah, but yeah, I have to check. So.
But Elron, I got some bad news for you. You know.
Enlighten me.
I got some really bad news for you, Elron. Yeah, like
Matrix.
I got some new white girl. Yeah, she is in love with me. She just said to me, she's got to see me today. She is so excited. She wants some black babies.
Oh.
Well, dark skin. I told her it's dark skin. It's not black. But she's real excited. So Like you're losing the war, Elron, man. You got to do something about your sisters, man.
I would tell her, look at the divorce rate of black and white couples. Get your facts straight.
You might be right because
don't only
my
think
baby mother. My baby mother's white as well, so I got 2 kids with a white woman, and you might be right about the divorce thing still.
Yeah, man. I'm not looking to stay with her though. Not like that, man. Like not unless she treats me real good. She better treat me like a king for me to stay. You know, like that. If she wants a baby,
like what Jupiter does for Hector, you mean?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Again,
you can say what you want about Hector, bro. You can say what you want about Hector, but that's one happy motherfucker.
He seems happy. I'm not gonna take that away from him. Let them live their life.
I love my children alone.
Schiffer, what you don't realize is you trying to trigger me with that, or even be honest. I can't tell. I can't tell if you're honest or not. If this is your position,
he's not trying to trigger you. He'll be triggering you if he said that his children would turn out to be more intelligent than yours. Maybe that would be a trigger.
Yeah, if this is his position, I would grant you a place in the white ethno nationalist movement to speak for us, speak to white people, exactly what you just did.
Whitey, we're upgrading your gene pool, Whitey.
You're the best tool for us.
We're upgrading your gene pool.
Understand? You're losing the war, my brother. That's all I'm letting you know. We're at war, innit?
Yeah.
You're losing, innit? And I'm gonna keep
scoring. Europeans, you're losing the war because black guys going around and try to fuck all the women. And by the way, you know what I find fascinating? What I find fascinating? I can tell you the difference right now. As I was a bit younger, I was in some nightclubs, right? And when I try to choose a girl, I have high values of I choose only the best girls, and I would only speak to one girl a night or something like that. But what I see with what I see with black people and black men, these specific guys like you, Schiffer, they are speaking to every girl just to get pussy.
No, so Elron,
you don't have respect. You don't have high values.
And I'm not gonna stereotype you.
Yes.
What I'm gonna say is this, Elron.
You have no respect of yourself.
In fact, Elron, I'm gonna make it worse.
Wow. Elron, man.
You can't control your sexual desires. That is
my fault.
Wow.
It's not my fault. She chose me, and she said she's got a friend. They want to all have threesomes and shit. Like it's a 2-for-1 offer. I got 2 white girls.
I would call her a degenerate. Okay.
Can I point out?
Don't worry.
Be proud. Wait. You're proud.
Let me tell you what's degenerate.
Degenerate.
You're going against nature. Because in nature, the women pick the men. You're saying, I went up and I picked a woman and I went home with nothing. Yeah, because you don't understand.
He owns
nature.
them.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, you don't understand about nature. You're a barbarian.
You know how nature works in the past.
Hit them over the head with a club.
Pick the men, bro.
Wait.
The women pick the men.
If all these left alone women with their kids, with their black kids and all this stuff, they would starve to death and die out. This is how nature works.
What do you mean left alone?
Now we have this beautiful system. Now we have this
Caucasian
beautiful system.
Elron, hold on. These 2 Caucasian girls, very clear, they do not like Caucasian men. They only want black dick or dark skin dick.
The statistic proves you wrong. What's the fact behind that? A white woman dating more white guys or more black guys? Tell me.
Elron, have you ever heard of the Black Nazi? Elron,
yes,
it's a true life.
I know.
True life story. Did you know about the Black Nazi?
Yes,
no, I mean actually in the war. Actually in the war.
But yes, there were.
So, like, there's an area I'm sure you know called the Black Forest, which is between France and Germany. So sometimes France owned it, sometimes Germany owned it, right? So when France owned it, they brought in guards to guard the perimeter against Germany. They brought them in from Algeria, and some of them were black, yeah? So one of these black guys, he met a woman, married her, and decided to stay. So when in Germany then took over the area, he became a German citizen. He had a child with this German woman. He sent her to school. The child grew up. He went to college. He joined the army with his friends, you know what I mean? And then they got conscripted into the SS. Yeah. So when the Americans invaded Germany, they found a black man in an SS uniform. They thought that he had been a GI that was brainwashed by some German, you know, super scientists. They took him back to America to de-brainwash him. Yeah. They realized he was actually a born German, and they sent him back to Germany. And this guy told his true life story on the BBC.
Please link me the story about that, because I hear this the first time. I know, for example, that
it was a real life guy. He's real life.
Hitler in the Third Reich has the idea of the Übermensch, and he said there are Übermenschen in every race. There can be black Übermenschen who are better than other blacks, and he wants that for everyone. So they're honorable Aryans even. Hitler said to some. This is also
one
what
minute. While I got you here, aren't Europeans predominantly from the Neolithic farmers that came from Arabia into Europe? Like, why are Germans specifically claiming Indo-European lineage? Like, I'm sure the majority of your genealogy would not be from a Turkic Proto-Indo-European bloodline.
Just because
more be from the Arabic
let me enlighten
Neolithic
you.
farmers.
Let me enlighten you. Just
I'm
because
really interested.
it's called now Turkey doesn't mean that these Eastern Neolithic farmers weren't Europeans. Do you understand that? Do you think that
No, they were Arabs.
Europeans?
They were Arabs.
No, they weren't.
Still haven't got an
Are
idea
these
what
are
I
these
said earlier.
people closer related to Arabs or to Europeans?
The Neolithic farmers.
Yes.
You mean Arabs today or the real Arabs?
What
The
is a
original
real
population.
Arab?
Well, the original population of the Arabian Peninsula, like, we can't really call them Arabs because they didn't speak Arabic, but you know, and that's the criteria for being an Arab, is speaking Arabic. So you can't really call them Arabs. But when I say Arab opposed to Turkic, do you understand what I mean, innit?
No, I don't understand it.
Well, people who left Africa and populated the Arabian Peninsula for like 100,000 years, they're what we can refer to them as Arabs, yeah? But they could have been Hebrew, they could have been whatever, innit? Like, they were just the people of that Arabian Peninsula. They went from there to Turkey, from Turkey to all the way to Ireland. They're what you call them, the Neolithic farmers. They spread farming because farming hasn't ever been taught to anyone. Wherever you see farming, you know that there was an influx of people that brought farming with them. So the original inhabitants of the British Isles that lived there, they come from, the original inhabitants of the British Isle came from Spain. So from northern Spain, they crossed over, and basically they were hunter-gatherers. They went all the way up to Scotland. Only after the Neolithic farmers through Germany come from the ice shelf and walked across to England, and they brought farming with them. So that's why even today, the people with the most amount, the people with the most amount of English DNA or Anglo-Saxon DNA, they live in Norfolk. So Norfolk is opposite where the ice shelf would have been. That's where Norfolk is. So that's the reason why.
So
like
tell me,
10% of the
original,
UK population.
you think the Eastern farmers, right? Do you think these are the original Arabs?
No.
So what are they then?
They're the population that came to Europe by way of
and they
Turkey, but they came from.
They mixed with other what you get with the Western hunter-gatherers and with the what is this other group? But
I'm
they
just
mixed
using
with
the
them,
term Arab, so you know what I mean.
yes, and we
I
are
don't really
mixture
know what
of
to call
these
them.
three
Yeah.
groups, and
Yeah.
the people that lived in Turkey and the Levant are more closely related to us Europeans than any
Yes.
other group.
Yeah. So our original
So
language would have
you
been
stole
Hittite,
you
and
stole our
Hittite is
country.
very similar to Germany. If you compare our original language, the Hittite language, is closer to German than it's to Turkish, in actual fact. So that's why Turkish people, they can learn German like very easily, because it's in their subconscious mind anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like genetically, because the oldest Indo-European language that came into Europe was actually Hittite language that was in Europe. It predates all the other Indo-European languages. In fact,
what do you got to say about that? Tell him about the.
No, but I want to know why Germans kind of identify more with Asians than they do with. Why did they take on this identity that we descend from the Proto-Indo-European rather than, you know, the other line? Why them more so?
What do you mean with Proto-Indo-European? Which category would that count for?
So
Which
when I say
hunter-gatherers?
But hold on, Elron. When I'm saying Indo-European, yeah,
Yes.
that refers to all of us, all Europeans, yeah. We have a percentage of Indo-European. So when I say the Proto-Indo-European, I'm taking it back to like the steppe, like northern Russia, Ukraine, going out towards China. So
But
the
the
Tocharians.
Proto-Indo-Europeans are much later in a time in the history than the Western hunter-gatherers and all this stuff. This goes the line of the Western hunter-gatherers as they existed was 10 to 12,000 years ago, and the Proto-Indo-European or the Aryans invading other countries. This is like goes back
much
4
after,
to 6,000.
So So if you listen to my explanation, I said to you the original Western hunter-gatherers that made it all the way through to northern Spain and to England, that was in the Ice Age. That was much before the Indo-Europeans that came in through two directions. They come from Romania into Greece and into Turkey that way, and the other ones that went the other way and came into Turkey the opposite direction, and they met in the middle. And there's always been that line in the middle of Turkey. So one side you have the Greeks, and one side you had the Lydians and the Hittites. Yeah. So there's always been that.
I'm just trying to figure out where
division.
the black great grandfather came into this then, because I'm confused.
Who me?
Yeah, like I'm really confused.
Yeah, this is a very complicated.
No, I'm talking about. I'm talking about Turkish people.
Canitro, you need to understand that if you never
my genetics is a direct result of the Ottoman Empire. So the Ottoman Empire was more in Arabia, North Africa, down to Sudan, like that. Like then they've got really nothing to do with Central Asia, to be honest. You want to know about me?
Oh, I think as far as I remember, the original what they call Turks are more have much more Mongol DNA within them, but over the time doing their imperialism, they mix with other peoples in the Levant and all this stuff.
Here's the problem with that, Elron. When we look at Mongols today, we must recognize that they are a product of a people that lived and conquered China for 600 years.
Yes,
so they have
right.
an element of Chinese DNA, and they look more Chinese now. Even the ones that fled China and went to Korea, they have a very much Chinese look. Whereas the original Indo-European, Turkish Mongols, they look more like North American Indians. They look more like Red Indians. So like Nepalese going up that way.
Talking about Attila and them, man. There.
Yeah,
no. So what I'm saying is the people from that region that moved over the ice shelf into America, you can look at them as them Americans and say, okay, these is what Turkish people would look like if they didn't have that big amount of Chinese DNA mixed in with them. But they will still look like, brown skin. They'll look more like Thai. They'll look more like Thai people. They wouldn't look like Chinese that much.
So
they'll have that red color.
Just looking at them, you two experts, can you tell?
Well, yeah, there's experts that can look at people just by their eye shape and tell them, are they Chinese? Are they Afghan? Are they Turkish? Like, what are they? There are experts that can do that.
Okay, so look, what am I on my photo then?
This is what I'm saying to you. Like, you got that Jewish mixture in with you, but really,
tell you you're Neanderthal. Don't ask, woman.
No. Like, what I'm saying is, if you got that Khazar, we call it Khazar. You lot might call it Khazar, but if you got that Khazar gene mixed in with you, you're more likely got some degree of Turkish anyway in there. because they were Turkish because of the case of. But you got to remember, like after the Romans decimated the Jews and they scattered them to the four winds, they went to places like Baghdad and Turkmenistan, and they set up themselves there. But you got to remember that the Jews that were the elite didn't really mix with the people who they actually converted into becoming Jews. So a lot of Ashkenazi Jews, for example, like they wouldn't have the same DNA as the Sephardic Jews. So the Sephardic Jews would have more of that elite Cohen gene. Like, you know, the Cohen gene, the Cohens are the religious elite.
Yeah, priest.
Yeah. So they wouldn't really mix with the population, but what they did was they converted a lot of people to becoming Jews. But they didn't mix with them in terms of DNA.
Kahan line. I see some Kahan lines partly are very Ashkenazi. For example, we have she's a terrible woman. She's called Aneta Kahane in Germany, and she's leading like an ADL in Germany, which is called Amadeus Antonius Stiftung. This is a internet basically company that censors the German internet on Facebook and all this stuff. She's a Kahani, and she's Ashkenazi. And I think Trump has a president on his speech in 2016. He has a Kahan sitting right next to him on his address to the nation, and he looks very Ashkenazi too. So it's not only the Sephardim. I think what they did is, in my opinion, from what I have observed is that these specific class of Kahan, they have mixed with European royalty, so to get power, to gain power, and all this stuff.
Yeah,
that's what
but
they have done.
But do you know that the Queen of England's got Turkish blood? Shall I tell you how?
Could be, yeah.
So when Mehmet, was it Mehmet the first that or the second that took Istanbul? They had to move the Orthodox capital up to Kiev. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So at that time, you have a lot of mixture between the Mongols and the Russians. So, like for example, Peter the Great? Or no, Ivan the Terrible. Ivan the Terrible had half Turkish blood and half Russian blood, and he was basically one of the patriarchs of Russia, of the Russian race. So when the Russians married into, like through orthodoxy, married into the Western royal families, they passed that bloodline. So that if you see, for example, the outbreaks of thalassemia that was in the Russian royal family, that's a result of the two bloods not mixing correctly. And a lot of the Russian royal family, they had thalassemia, but some of the ones that survived, they married into the English royal family. So the queen would have had some degree of Mongol or Turkish blood in her.
How much?
Me and Jupiter would probably be more related. Me and Jupiter would be more related to the Queen of England than the average English person.
No, I don't think
so. I don't think Jupiter looks like a Mongol. You know, have you seen Jack Nicholson? Like she looks like one of them, like white America kind of people. Like she looks like one of them.
This is the thing, though. This is the thing. When you make assumptions of what people look like, it can get confusing. Because when the Turks went into India and conquered India, there's written accounts of what they look like, and the Indians said that the Turks were blonde with blue eyes.
So what you saying?
They were the original Aryans.
So what you saying? Some of them
like Mongol. Like, you know how with Turkish people we tell the difference between a Mongol baby and a Turkish baby, a Mongol baby and a Chinese baby, is that Mongol babies are born blonde. They're born blondes. Like
I need to check all of that.
I was born
the first time
My sister was born blonde, and your hair turns dark after.
Looking at this woman's face here, and her face looks very similar to Jack Nicholson from the Batman Returns.
Yeah, look, Canito, I don't want to be disrespectful,
no, it's cool.
but I need to check that things up. But it sounds to me like some kind of
all right. Check two things up. Check two things up.
Let me
tell you something. before you go. Listen.
Let me
Let him
The
finish.
blonde gene,
Khan, let him finish.
the blonde gene, was originally in babies, and people used to grow out of their blondness. Yeah, but what happened was, as them people moved into more Western areas, the blondness seemed to last longer and longer, even into adulthood. Number one. Number two, blue eyes originates from Turkey. So if you look at a genetic mutation for blue eyes, that gene started off in Turkey as well. So
yeah, as I said
there you
before,
go.
modern day Turkey is not comparable with Turkey thousands of years ago. So there were different people.
That is
different
no.
people
That's also contested. That's also contested.
Yeah, in my
only
as
10%.
I said before,
Only 10%. No. One sec. Let's get straight. There's only 10% of the population is from outside, from Central Asia. 90% of Turkey is indigenous to Turkey.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what you explained to me today, I need to check the sources. On some degree, I would agree with you on some points you made, because I've looked into that in the past. But let me tell you this: the strengths, the heights you're going with this sounds to me like what the Black History Month guy is doing.
What I'm saying to you,
okay,
Elron. What I'm saying to you, Elron. When I said to you, Elron, when I said to you, I'm your daddy, was I lying? Elron, was I lying?
To be clear today, here and now, yeah, that Khan.
Elron, I'm your daddy.
Jupiter are closely connected to the royals. Khan, I don't want to hear no more black talk coming at your mouth, Khan. I don't want to hear no more black talk on your tongue today. You're done.
I can't. Can I say one thing and ask you one question, my brother? Yeah, because you said that when they were identifying, what was it, Mongols and Aryans or something about blonde. What was the blonde hair, blue eyes business? What was that again? Say that again.
So when the Aryans, went into, because people think Aryans come out of India, they never. The Aryans, they went into India, from outside of India. So when they went into India, the Indian, what they called bibliographers or whatever, the people that write the history, documented this and described them and gave a description and said these invaders, were blonde with blue eyes. Understand?
Can I ask you another question, Cardi?
That's why Northern Indians are lighter and Southern Indians are darker.
Let me ask my question now, Carnio. This is my question, Did you know that Polynesians, some of them have got blonde hair and blue eyes? So are they class?
But no, we all carry that blonde gene from Africa. So when we come out of Africa, we all already had that blonde gene.
Gunshots fired. Gunshot. Machine gun.
It's just laying dormant. It was just laying dormant. It was there the whole time.
Come on.
Because you got to remember, like, there's certain things that's a genetic mutation, like blue eyes or green eyes. But there's certain things that, like, for example, white skin. There's no gene for it. It's not a genetic mutation. It's just a lack of melanin due to the environment. So that's like with the blonde hair as well. That's why blonde hair is more prevalent. Even though that gene was there, you get me? Like, it's because of the environment that you see it more. So that's what you call epigenetics, the relationship between your genes and your environment. That's known as epigenetics.
Yeah, epigenetics is a very special topic. Did you know, for example, that girls getting their period 2 years earlier if they have a single, if they only have the mother and not the father in the household? This is quite fascinating. Yes.
Wow.
It's amazing, right? Yeah. But what I would propose is when we talk about all this very complicated stuff is, and I don't know if Val is up for that, or am I on G blocks here? To have a video, let's watch the source you gathered that information from, and then later discuss these things. This would be best for the viewers and to understand all of this. I think for most of the viewers, what we are talking about goes when you never heard about this stuff, it's hard to follow. So I would propose put on a video where you have where we are talking about a specific topic, and then later discuss it for the future.
So what I wanted to ask you, Elron, is are Germans different from the majority of Europeans? Because the majority of Europeans are the direct descendants of the Neolithic farmers, obviously with a degree of influx from the Indo-Europeans. So there is a mixture of both, yeah? But what I'm saying is, for some reason, Germans seem to identify with the invaders, which when you look at other European nations, they don't seem to do that.
Yeah, we are. You can even see it in the FST scores. If you Google FST and the proportion of Western hunter-gatherers, Eastern hunter-gatherers, yes, most the people most with the most what you would describe coming out from Turkey over to Europe and also bring farming and all this stuff. It would be the Greeks, Southern Italians, Sardinians. These people would have the most DNA of these ancient farmers within them. Germans 100%. Have a lot of this DNA too in them, but they are more having Western hunter-gatherers and this other group. I can't pronounce it in English out of my brain. Yes, so yeah, there are differences, and yeah, but would they describe themselves?
The reason why I'm asking you, Elron, what I'm really asking you is there DNA evidence, which you're suggesting now, there is evidence to back this claim that the lineage comes more from the invaders than the invaded people? So you're saying that there's DNA evidence for that. This is what I wanted to know, because to me, I always assumed that it was some sort of propaganda or some sort of like, not a lie, but basically saying we're not bastards. We haven't been dominated. We are, you know, from the father's side. Do you know what I mean? Like, I thought maybe it was some degree of propaganda involved. But if you're saying that there's actual DNA evidence, then I have to look at that.
Yeah, let me try to Google it right now, but then I have to go buy some groceries.
Yeah, I'm gonna go as well, man. All right, big up to the panel, innit? I'll let Schiffer. Schiffer, you there, bro?
Brother, I'm back.
I'm passing the baton, yeah?
Come
Schiffer,
on,
I'm passing the baton.
Hey,
big
come
up.
on, debunk them, my brother. Debunkings.
You get me? All right, cool. I'm
yes. Yo, Elron, you man are gonna have to jump down off them high horses and bunk beds right now, because we've already debunked your blonde hair, blue eye theory.
Schiffer, don't ever again. Oh, now he's out. I can't link it to him. Next time. Schiffer, don't ever talk and lie to people when you say we are all humans, because as soon as this Turkish gentleman has told you that blonde hairs comes from black people, you were all over the place. So you're definitely blacks, dark skin first. So don't pull that bullshit again with we are all humans, okay?
We are all humans. The only ones who ain't human are the ones who call themselves white people.
Fuck your lying ass.
My brother, are you white? Are you white?
Yes, I am. And
well, then you're not human.
Anyone who identifies as white, you're a liar. You're a black supremacist.
My brother, no, my brother, I'm not. Let me just tell you the truth here. The truth is this. Look up the word human and understand it is an amalgamation of words. The first word in human is hue, which is a reference to color, and the second word is man. When you combine the two, it actually means colored man. So if you're white, you're not actually human, and you're one of Jupiter's aliens. You know that.
Man, your Black History stuff is quite amazing. What was it yesterday you were talking about that the British what British king was it, or Scottish king you were mentioning that was actually black?
It's not a Scottish king. It's an English king. He's called Charles II, and
Charles
he was
II,
he was a Stuart. And Stuart, if you know about languages, my brother, yeah, you need to do root words, and you need to understand that the root word of Stuart is Svart, and it comes from a Nordish word which actually means black. So go and do your history. Like, go and Google it. Like, don't just argue with me about it. Go Google it, my brother. Like, have a good time.
Give me the source for it. Who wrote this?
I'll give you the source. Hold on, I'm gonna give you the source.
If you Google it and you Google where Stuart comes from the word, it is described as something completely else, as you have.
No, it's not.
Yes.
It's not. It really
Should
isn't.
I read it to you? What was the king? Stuart.
It really isn't.
Stuart. Okay.
Charles II and Charles the First.
Stuart.
Yeah, the Stuarts. Google where the word Stuart comes from, the root word of Stuart.
Yeah, I will do it right now. Let me.
Yeah, go and have a good. Like, have a Google, my friend. Have a Google. Like, where's debunkers around here?
Keep in mind,
my brother, my brain's bigger than yours. You thought yours was bigger, but my brain's bigger than yours.
And keep in mind, this was the argument of this black gentleman to destroy ethno-nationalists.
Come
so
on,
you can.
We have this.
You know what? You know how we call that?
Go on.
We call that what is that thing? Oh, I just Googled it. Wait, you can go on.
Nice because you're really right, and then I want you to admit that your brain is not bigger than any black person's, and you know, ignorance will never make you smart. It will never make you intelligent. Like, you know, all people have similar genealogy, so all brains work the same. It's not about the size of your head. If your head's bigger, that just means you got a big head. That don't mean you got a big brain. I should have laughed. Are you guys still there? I'm so glad I've been able to.
Okay, I found it. Okay, let me read it to you. The name Stuart derives from the political position of office similar to governor, known as Stuart with an E. It was originally adopted as family surnames by Walter Stewart, the third High Steward of Scotland, who was the third member of the family, blah, 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 blah. Prior to his family name were not used, but instead they had patronyms defined through the father. For example, High Stewards were known as this is not the right
I know. Do you know what it is? You're dealing with the white man's history, yeah? And the white man's history is contrived. They can never prove it. But when we start debunking you and we can tell you that the word spot is where the word Stuart comes from, and it's a Nordic word, and you know, we can do the history and trace it back, that's when we debunk you. And you're gonna have to, like, you know, you can keep up that science if you want. You can keep up your Willie Lynch theories. We don't mind, but we know the truth.
Okay, so now I have found it. Okay, this is the first thing you will notice if you Google Stuart etymology or however it was pronounced in English. Stuart is a surname which was also adopted as a given name, traditionally for men. It's French. It's the French form of Scottish surname Stuart. The French form of the name was brought to Scotland from France by Mary Stuart in the 16th century.
Mary, yeah, that's right. And Mary was black too. Mary was black too.
Everyone was black. The surname Stuart is an occupational name for the administrative office of an estate. The name is derived from Middle English Stuart Old English Stickward or Stuart. The Old English word composed of the element stick, meaning household, and weird, meaning guardian. So it means a household or guardian. This is what it means. On Wikipedia, you can check that. So what's up with the
lies? Listen, we know Wikipedia lies, my brother. We're not going to do Wikipedia.
Oh yeah, so now it's lies. So an African man has to tell us what's right.
I've heard what you're saying. Wikipedia was made to help the white man to substantiate and keep up his lies. Just like Wikipedia will tell you that the Jews are the Kurds.
You believe in white men.
We don't deal with your Caucasian and your white man lies.
You won't accept it, okay?
We're not going to accept it. No, we won't. We won't accept our African history. We'll accept African science, African knowledge.
Yeah.
We'll accept American, indigenous American knowledge. We'll accept
But you're not a black supremacist, right? You're not a black supremacist. You think
No, I'm not a black
whole
supremacist.
human, you love all humans. And
That's right.
Look,
That's right.
Do anyone believe the bullshit you come up with after
My brother, are
what
you German?
just told me?
Are you German? Are you German?
Yes.
Can I give you a piece of fact? You see my great-grandfather, yeah? He is Dutch Portuguese. He grew up in Germany. And he knows all of your history, knows all of your knowledge. And he was the one who started debunking you first and passed the knowledge on to my grandfather. So we know the white man lies. We know the Caucasian man lies, whatever you want to call yourself. We know that you guys lie. We don't believe you. You need more evidence.
Well, my granddad knew everything, and he said your granddad's a fibber.
Listen, I'm not taking your personal attacks. I'm giving you one more chance, stupid. One more personal attack. I'm going to tear shreds into you. So continue if you like. But either way, we're not listening to your lies anymore. We've got our own African scientists who debunked you. You lot are done. You're done out here. You're finished.
Schiffer has just stated that Wikipedia would be because white people are in power there and white supremacists, right? Okay, let me check it right now.
You don't have any power.
Yes, I debunk you right now. Go on Wikipedia. Can I finish now?
Yeah,
he said that white Wikipedia would be pro-white. It is not. You can simply test it. You can simply test it. Go on Wikipedia and type in white power. Then you type in black power, and then you type in Asian power. And let's see who Wikipedia denounces, demonizes, and who they praise. It's black people they praise, and it's white people they demonize. I have debunked you again. Debunked you again.
If that's how you feel, Elron, let me give you a bit of information. Yeah, like we've debunked you. We don't believe in your white man science. We don't believe in your European science. We only deal with our own scholars now because we've debunked you. We've become too powerful. You can't affect us with your negative energy anymore. We don't care what you've got to say, Elron. All we know is the facts. We're not dealing with your confusion anymore. We're not dealing with it, Elron. I'm sorry, like it's not affecting me, bro. It's not affecting me. Like Elron, can I ask you another question? Elron,
I have to go in 5 minutes, but shoot.
All right, one more question. Who built the greatest structures on the planet?
You tell me.
Well, I'll tell you the greatest structures on this planet right now are the pyramids. They have been for thousands of years. And they were constructed by the dark-skinned people. There was no Caucasians involved. There was no white people involved. Any of these that you've tried to claim to be. No Aryans were involved. So who are the smartest people on the planet? Because you can't build pyramids. Why can't you do it? If you're so damn smart. If you're so bloody smart, why
can black people right now build pyramids?
Elron, you're not answering my question. I'm done.
I said the Europeans built the fucking pyramids,
it's
man.
Debatable
you
that
can claim that black people have built the pyramids.
It's
I said the
debatable
Europeans
that humans
did
even
it.
built the pyramids.
Exactly.
All right, do you know what? I like Dark Magician's argument more. I like his argument more, but I'm going to say to you, debatable does not mean not that it's untrue.
Is anybody aware of the Anunnaki or the?
Yes.
Of course, I'm aware of the Anunnaki. The same way the so-called white man tried to say that they came up with the idea of the DNA strand. The Anunnaki has got the DNA strand on the walls, written in stone carving. The same DNA strand that your scientists say they came up with. So we know your scientists are liars. We've debunked you, and Dark Magician has helped us to debunk you further. Thank you, Dark Magician.
There are many black people saying the Anunnakis are actually the white people because they're aliens. In reality, white people are aliens. So, yeah.
All right, well, if that's what you want to believe.
Yeah, everything that's anti-white, you admit to.
You're saying this,
you know what?
Okay.
I can't even believe that Even my good brethren, Dark Magician, is on this Swado motherfucking talk, man. I talk about blood clot, Anunnaki, and them things there. Yeah.
But I can understand
man around here, sir.
I can't
Man didn't even
understand
say the Africans built the pyramids. Hold that.
Yeah, you can believe that.
Yeah.
Hold that one.
No, listen,
I think
listen. I think, look, if you,
I know. Tell us what you know. Don't tell us what you think, please,
there are
man.
so many open questions that it would be an easy, it would be foolish to
there are
exclude
pyramids.
any explanation.
There are pyramids on every single continent on this earth, right? The Chinese are trying to hide
exactly
pyramids in their own country. There are
we see
places
them
in China where you can't you can't go to these places, and they're just letting forests grow over them, and without
because they don't.
So there is definitely something being tried to be hidden. We also know
that's what they're hiding. Dark
we
magicians.
also know.
Hiding.
All right, can I just finish?
They want to hide them dark skinned
Let them
people. They
finish.
half Chinese people. Listen, my little cousins are half Chinese and half West Indian. Yeah. Now,
Right.
them will tell you that Chinese people, from the Ming Dynasty, they worship the black gods. Explain this.
I don't know about that, but what I
That's
was going
right.
to say is that from the we know from the Sphinx that the Sphinx is much older than Egyptologists will allow, and many archaeologists are pointing this out, because if you see the base of the Sphinx, you can see a water erosion there. Now, even from a geological point of view, in order for there to have been water in that area, it would have had to have been around about, if not before or after, the last ice age, which would have been about 13,000 years ago.
Can they put a
I can't believe that you are saying aliens built the motherfucking pyramids.
I'm not saying aliens. I'm not saying aliens.
Oh,
no, when you say the word,
when you say the word
alien, when you say the word alien, you
Use
make
Anunnaki
a
then.
bit like
Anunnaki
it's such an emotive word. What I'm saying is that in order for these massive megalithic buildings to be built, from classical history as we know it, we're not being told the full story. That's what I'm saying. Because Can I just finish? The tools that were around at the time, there's absolutely no way that they could have cut perfect chiseled lines or even an asymmetrical face of a sphinx. There's no way they could have done that.
Yeah,
because they didn't have the tools to do it.
Who never had the tools? Wait. Let me finish, man. Let me finish, man. Because everyone's kind of. Let me finish.
They didn't have the tools to do it. So when you look at some of the carvings, the asymmetry symmetry of a sphinx's face, it's so perfect on both sides. They just didn't have that kind of technology and that kind of toolship to do those sorts of things. If you look at the pyramid itself, there is a shaft that goes straight down the center. And it is cut perfectly at I think it's a 90-degree angle or something like that. I can't remember, but it's a very tight angle. And there's just no way they had the kind
You're saying a lot. Yeah, all you're saying is there's no way with no evidence. All you're saying is that there's no way.
Based on if we're taking the classical information that's given to us today, the tools and the know-how and the workmanship and the technology that was available to people. That's something's not being told to us. Yeah, something's being withheld.
Or let me tell you like this:
Thank you,
they
Dark
can't
Magician, for
explain it.
debunking them again.
They can't
Thank you, Dark
explain it.
Magician.
I totally agree.
I wouldn't say alien. I wouldn't say alien. I would say other conscious beings. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Shots fired.
I wouldn't say alien. I would say straight. Listen. I don't know why you man don't want to give no credit to the African people that was there originally, that built the stuff.
No, I'm not saying that. Those people could be African.
That's all it was. Weren't no aliens or no.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
spooky so and so's or whatever.
That may okay. Let's say, for instance, that the reason that's been we could hypothesize that one of the reasons is that why why we are not being told the history as it probably was is because it probably was Africans that done that, and there were ancient people back in those times, 13,000 years ago. Yeah, they would have, they had more information and technology, and the history has been hidden from us in that way. Is
Dark Magician, do you know?
Put African people down.
But do you know?
Yeah, you know why I don't go with that storyline, Dark Magician?
Yeah.
Because we see as ethno-nationalists, it is being tried all the time. It's being tried to shove it down our throats that the original Europeans are black with Cheddar Man and all this
Shots
stuff.
fired.
So
Yeah, but
the mainstream media,
Cheddar Man has been
it's debunked. I know.
Yeah.
But they're trying it. So why won't they trying it with the Egyptians
why does it
as
matter?
well?
Why does it matter
Let me
what the
tell
colour
you
of their
what
skin
I
is?
think.
I don't
What I
understand.
think.
They had a brain and a heart.
Yeah. You know what
Magician.
Hitler believes?
He
He believes that
pyramids
the
were built, 'cause I
Aryans
can tell you.
that the Aryans
You wanna
let
learn?
me finish that the Aryans
No.
dominated the world. This is why he sent all his guys into India, into Tibet, into Egypt, and all this stuff to research his theory of Aryans building all this stuff, right? These ancient civilizations, and he wanted to know why this ancient civilization has fallen. So this would be another explanations why they're hiding it, why the Chinese hiding red-haired mummies, blonde-haired mummies, and all this shit, right? This could be another explanation, because if Europeans look at this and say, okay, this was this ancient civilization, very high standard, and they were going down. Why are they going down? And could it happen again? It is.
Elron, you're not proving anything, man. You're just saying things. You're not proving anything. Dark Magician, do you know how the pyramids were built?
I have my own idea, but I can't prove it.
No one can
Do you want me to
explain
tell
it
you?
right
Do you want me to tell you what it says on the walls in Egypt? Do you want me to tell you where it says? It was built by the Great Pyramid was apparently built by Thoth. Do you know who Thoth is?
Yeah, I do
I
know
know.
Thoth is.
No, I said got that wrong. The Sphinx.
And
the
the emerald,
Sphinx
the
was
emerald,
built
the
by
emerald tablets of Thoth are in the British Museum, and the material the material that tablet is made from is not known to this planet.
That's right, my brother. Do you know why? Do you want me to tell you why? Because these so-called Egyptians were originally Atlanteans, and what they were dealing with a higher state of consciousness. Yeah. Now, when we're dealing with the higher state of consciousness, these people were able to think things into existence as well as move things
My
with
man's
their
been
mind.
watching Spirit Science. You've been watching Spirit Science, haven't you?
Wait, is there any proof?
Okay, I have to go now, but I find this a fascinating topic.
Well, let me show you something, my brother. Let me tell you something, my brother. Because the Caucasian man and the so-called white man doesn't believe in the higher state of consciousness, does not mean it doesn't exist. The same way when people say they don't believe in God, that doesn't mean it does not exist.
Yeah, but do you know why I don't believe in that sort of thing? It's not because I don't want to. It's because there's no evidence for it, and I'd follow the evidence. That's all I can ever do. Like I just think that it's wrong to believe in things that just because you wish them into existence. Do you get that? Veli, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm listening.
Do you think that they're right when they're saying that there's pyramids on the moon? Not on the moon, sorry, on Mars.
I've seen these pictures, but I don't know for sure. There's pictures of a face on the moon, isn't there? Like a megalithic structure that was probably fell, and I don't know for sure. I really don't know.
It matches up. It matches up in correlation to the way that the three pyramids at Giza were set out.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you take what we do know, which is the pyramids, the three pyramids, they are like they're magnetic north. And how did those people know how to do that? So they're built. So Washington, the White House is built to be magnetic north. Yeah, but even that's off by a certain degree because even the builders at the time couldn't get it exactly magnetic north. But the pyramids absolutely are within like 100s, like so precise. And then not only that, but they are lined up specifically with Orion's belt.
Yeah.
And
on,
you know, it's just a madness. Like, how is that even possible?
Perfect our science
it is
was.
interesting.
Because you see, and
the
Olmecs scientists, they were perfect. Look at the ones the Olmecs built. They're perfect. And we can clearly see by the stone statues that were left of the Olmecs, which were made in reference to themselves, that these people were dark-skinned people. Just like the ones in Egypt. You look at the Sphinx, you look at all of the faces, they're all dark-skinned people, they're all us. And then what it is that your governments, you know, they want to take all of our glory and put it on themselves, you know. And, you know, you've got some people that are just racist. Not magician, I don't think you're a racist. I think you're just a person who's a knowledge seeker. And I really appreciate you, my brother.
When the racists come out, let me tell you something. When the racists come out and they march, I am one of the first people there marching against them. Always.
Come on, my brother.
I always will, and I always will be. Always will be. And that's why when I get called an anti-Semite, when I get called an Islamophobe by certain people, it does hurt, and it does get my back up, and I do get upset about that, because I will be the first person to be fighting and to be marching against fascists, against racists.
Well, you're for the human race, so I'm for you.
I'm a humanist.
Humanist too. Me and you, we're brothers in this, brothers in arms, my brother. So let's fight this war. They will never win.
Yeah. I'm saying that.
Because I know Vels has got stuff to drop, you know.
You better funny still, fam, Charles.
You don't believe in aliens, Biggs?
You know, I don't believe no fucking aliens built no pyramids, bro.
I never said they did, but maybe they gave humanity technology.
Life outside.
I don't know about that. So.
Because
maybe
they
gave us the technology. Why are there pyramids on every single continent on the planet?
Yeah. Have you heard of the Sun Pyramid is it Bosnia that's still active?
No.
Yeah, there's one in Europe that's still active.
See, from my understanding is,
but look how long the world or the Earth has been here, innit? Yeah, it's like you gotta try and think of it on them levels. How long and how many different times have the people tried to do you know what I'm saying? Like try to rebuild or create or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know, fam. So
no, it's real. I know.
We're only at this stage here where we're rebuilding different things of this, that.
When it comes to these issues, I'm just in the dark as anybody else. You know, I'm in the dark as anybody else, and I can only follow, you know, what the experts are talking about on these sorts of things, because you're really not the expert, so you're not involved in the conversation. You have to listen to the conversation that they're having with each other. Because you're not, you know, we can't, unless, you know, we're into archaeology, we're into geology, we're into that sort of, you know, Egyptology, that sort of thing, then we know how to read hieroglyphs, we know how to read ancient Sanskrits and stuff like that. We really just basically taken an interpretation and a translation from other people, i.e. we're listening to their conversations.
Dark, hold on a sec, because you did say, Jupiter, you said something that I was a little bit confused on as well. Like, I just wanted to ask, like, what's an active pyramid?
Yeah, that lit me up as well, for real.
Yeah, you said active pyramid. I was like, what's an active pyramid? Like you Dark Magician was talking, so I didn't want to cut you.
Well, while she's off,
there's a pyramid in Europe. Let me look it up. I think it's called the Sun Pyramid, but it's still got energy in it. Apparently, people have reported, the scientists have reported that when you go in, you go to a certain area of it, and people who've got ailments have come out with their ailments improved, and they've done this under infrared. They've checked the body heat and stuff. And apparently something actually seems to be happening. Let me see if I can look it up, what the name of it is.
The only thing I found is the Pyramid of the Sun, and that's in
European Pyramid. Type in European Pyramid.
European. Yeah, that got me thinking, because the understanding that I have from the pyramids is that they're one of the most believable arguments is that it was used as a power station.
Yeah, it's in Bosnia.
The Bosnian ancient pyramid. Okay, let's have a look.
What, the Bosnian pyramid?
Yeah, and this is from the Smithsonian magazine, so this is a reputable source from the Smithsonians, which are very reputable. It's in Bosnia-Herzegovina, 15 miles northwest of Sarajevo.
Yeah, apparently at its entrance, it's got
Yeah.
stones that have got a message written on it. They've deciphered some of it, but they can't decipher the rest. Yeah, it's really interesting.
It's not just any pyramid, but a moon pyramid, the world's largest and oldest step pyramid. Oh yeah, and there's a picture of it here. So the guy that's uncovering this, his name is Sam Samangelic. He is scientist from Houston, Texas. Wow, this is really yeah. So like, why is it like we're finding pyramids all over the place in every continent, in every culture?
It's obvious that there was some kind of ancient being here before. It's obvious. Did you read last week that the West Africans?
Wait! Before you move on to that one, yeah, I swear I still didn't find what's the active pyramid though.
It doesn't say anything here about it being active.
Right,
Yeah,
but
what's the difference between
the
that?
pyramid still active?
Depends on what you believe what the pyramid is used for.
Yeah, they claim that it's still giving off vibrations and stuff.
Like, was it true, right? Was it true that these ancients that were building pyramids, and if they were building them for energy purposes, that they had uncovered the same technology that Tesla had uncovered?
Well, they say Nikola Tesla did it on the
Yeah, because if I remember rightly, Tesla built a huge structure, like a tower with a massive dish on top, but he was actually using water to conduct the electricity.
Yeah.
Right. So the idea goes is that there was water running underneath and around the time of the pyramids when they were built. So there was water around in that area, especially you can see from the Sphinx. The Sphinx must be older than the pyramids because there's water erosion there in the stone at the bottom of the base of the Sphinx, and it's well documented that is water erosion. Now, in order for there to be water in such a deserted area, it had to have been around. It's projected to have been around about 13,000 years, if not before or after the last ice age.
Yeah, no.
So if there was water in that area, were they using those pyramids to conduct electricity and use that because the top of the pyramid is gone, right? So that's a good piece of information.
They had electricity anyway because they had the Baghdad battery. Have you ever looked up the Baghdad battery?
Yeah, I've looked at. I know about that, but
electricity in the inscriptions in the Egyptian writings.
Well, there you go. That now we're putting pieces together, and we're seeing they possibly had more technology than we're led to believe. But if you speak to Egyptologists and you go and find out what the kinds of stuff and the tools that they had, the technology they had, the know-how that they had, there's absolutely no way that they could have quarried stones and put them there. They didn't have the technology to do it. There's so many different
the people before us have got to have been taller than us anyway. They've got to have been giants. If you look at Petra,
what's telling you that they never had the technology to do it? How do you? What's telling you that they never?
I just said that the Egyptologists, if you go by what they're saying, classic. All I can do is go by classical history. That doesn't mean to say that I believe it. Yeah, I go by what the people in the main in that genre are talking about, what they're saying, and the technology and the know-how from the classical sense of history. They shouldn't have been able to do these things, and yet they did, and yet they're there.
Yeah. Well, they reckon that the lasers that you would need to cut those bricks, we don't have lasers for it at the moment. Even with crystal lasers, we don't have them for the same precision.
I heard of a theory,
but it's because this is the issue that I'm saying. It's like because there's something that's obviously there. That there's no explanation on the intricate details on how it was made. It's like now it's being assigned to anyone and everyone. Even man from not even from the earth is now going to say, "Oh, these people come from the stars and fucking built the pyramids down there." It's like, bruh, the hell? I cannot.
Well, look, I mean, I'm open. I don't.
The people.
I don't particularly
in that local region. It's got to be. Who else could it be like that? Obviously, the pyramids in China have got to be built by whoever was the settlers at that time.
But the same way as we can't say, the same way as we can't give it credit to any Tom, Dick, and Harry, nor can you give it to any Tom, Dick, and Harry either. We can't. We all we can do is just theorize and throw out theories. That's all that people are doing because we don't have enough information to be able to settle upon anything. Unless you're an Egyptologist and you just believe that it was built by the Egyptians.
But then what about all the pyramids in Nubia? There are more pyramids in Nubia than in Egypt.
Is there?
Are we seeing that those pyramids were built by aliens as well?
I honestly didn't know that, no.
Yeah, they're all over the world. It's amazing.
And obviously there's the stuff that is happening in South Africa, Great Zimbabwe, and all them sort of bits.
Yeah. Right,
so you have the megalith in South Africa, which is called Adam's Calendar.
Right, and have you heard of the there is these circles that were made, right, and they were made from this ringing stone.
Yeah, that's where they reckon mankind.
And when you tap this stone, it rings like a bell. Right, and there's a guy I can't remember his name. I used to follow him and I used to listen to it. He's an archaeologist from South Africa, and he's been looking into this. What he's done is he's mapped from the air. He's been able to do mapping of the ground, and he's been able to show you these huge rings made from these stone. And what his idea is that they were basically mining gold. So they were using the vibration to mine gold that was underneath the earth, and they found tunnels and things like that. Tellinger, yeah. Do you know about this guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I don't know whether it's true or not, but the guy is really into it, and he seems to be, he knows what he's talking about. But he again is of the persuasion that it was the Anunnaki that were doing this.
And Great Zimbabwe, who was that built by? The Anunnaki as well.
I don't know who. What was that?
Great Zimbabwe.
Well,
the Nubian pyramids are before the Egyptian pyramids.
Yeah, exactly. There are more pyramids in Nubia. Then we've mentioned Adam's Calendar in southern Africa. Then there's Great Zimbabwe, which is in the Zimbabwe region.
What about what's it called in the churches in?
Sorry, I got cut off. I don't know. Did anyone else get cut off there?
Are you talking? You're talking about Lalibela in Ethiopia.
Lalibela and that. Yeah.
Lalibela.
Well,
and then you had the Great Wall of Benin, which was bigger than the Great Wall of China, which was in Edo State, in southwest Nigeria.
We know from anthropology, right? We know from archaeology that we came from Africa, every single one of us. So if any of this stuff came from anywhere, it came from Africa. I'm not going to dispute that. No one would be hard pressed to dispute that.
No, we're not talking about that. It's the part about the
Yeah.
extraterrestrials that he kept on saying.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like,
been built
are
by.
you going to claim that the
Anunnaki? What's the Anunnaki?
The Anunnaki were gods that the Sumerians used to worship?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Inky
that's what I'm saying, man.
Inky and Anki were two gods, and they
Anunnaki
took the
thing, yeah, that means
hominids from this planet and they genetically engineered them to be workers. But
that's alien. That's like a religion sort of belief, though, bro.
I'm just
like,
I'm just saying, like, you know what, the book of Enoch has parallels to that. So from the
where the
you know,
Bible
the Dead Sea,
from.
the Enoch and the Book of Enoch and the Dead Sea Scrolls, it's like striking similarities to this Anunnaki tale. And then, you know, you take the tablets of Thoth and the Sumerian tablets and stuff like that, and you know, you can't just discount that. You can't. It's a mystery, but you can't just throw it away in the dustbin and say no. You know, no, yeah, because we don't know ourselves.
No, but what we're trying to understand is the correlation where you're saying the pyramids in Egypt, you're saying they're opening up the possibility that they're extraterrestrial. Then I'm asking, are you saying the same thing for the pyramids in Nubia? You think they're
Well, I mean,
extraterrestrial?
the only thing I would say is if
if you're going to say they're extraterrestrial, then are you saying that the pyramids in Mexico,
I wouldn't necessarily say.
Aztecs,
I wouldn't necessarily say that, because they have their own, you know, issues with, you know, extraterrestrial gods and things like that. Yeah. So there's stuff in the, you know, the Mexican and the Aztecs that have their issues with these things. But all I would say is, if we are, you know, to even, you know, entertain the thought that it might be some other conscious beings that have given us the technology to do this, then it would make sense, because then they would have been able to travel across continents where we wouldn't have been.
Exactly.
Well, you'd have to give evidence for that.
Well, I don't have evidence.
Exactly.
I'm just theorizing.
Okay, that's fine. If you're theorizing, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm not. Look. Honestly, please, I'm not saying that I know anything. I'm just. You know. I'm just
If you look
talking.
in there are Egyptian scriptures and the Hindus that talk about flying vehicles. There's also
Bhagavad Gita does, yeah.
There's also in Iraq and Iran depictions of them. Besides that, the last week they found that there's actually the West Africans have got a genome that they never knew existed. They've got a ghost ancestor that's only been found out released last week. That there's a
I'm
ghost
just
ancestor.
asking in regards to the pyramids of Nubia.
You know what Jupiter's saying there, Witness. Remember we was talking about the Bantu expansion a couple weeks ago or whatever,
Yeah.
and he was talking about the previous tribes that was before that made up. So when you think, obviously the genes could be from obviously the tribes that came before that made up some of these different tribes of speaking people that was there before.
Yeah, I think it's possible with those, but they're human. They're not extraterrestrial.
Yeah. But I'm saying that's with the DNA thing in it that Jupiter was talking about.
Yeah.
Not with that. Not with dark magic.
All I'm saying, right, is this: you would have to be supremely arrogant to say, and to even try and say that you know that there is no other conscious beings in our universe. Given
That's a different argument.
the multiple. Wait, let me finish. Yeah, given the multiple planets that are, you know, there are more planets, there are more suns in our universe than there are grains of sand on every beach on this planet. Yeah. So, for you to say that, or to even, you know, try to argue that we are the only life that's ever evolved on any planet, that's just incredible. Something supremely arrogant to say. And so, you know, it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Now you're just arguing with yourself, because nobody was talking about whether or not extraterrestrials exist in space. That was not what the discussion was
wasn't
about.
just about to finish my point, but, you know, what I'm saying is it's not beyond the realms of possibility, yeah, that you know, we have been visited by other more advanced civilizations than ourselves, you know, other conscious beings than ourselves, and have given us technology to help us along the way. It's not, you know, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. There's people telling me that they know there's a God, they know what his mind is, and they know what it needs, how many times you need to pray, what you need to eat, what sex positions you can use, what you can say, what you can do, you know. And then when I come and say, well, we have a massive universe and there could be other beings, and everyone goes, oh, you're crazy.
No.
You're strawmanning the argument there.
That's not what the discussion was about. The discussion was about architectural design of things, buildings on planet Earth being created by extraterrestrials. It was not about whether extraterrestrials existed on planets in other galaxies. That was not what the discussion was about. You've just brought that in.
Okay. I don't see how you can say that, because that's incredible.
No, I was talking about the pyramids in Nubia. Nubia is on
tell us about the pyramids.
Wait. This is why it's true what we were saying, yeah? Because obviously when we were talking about the why I jumped on, yeah, is because I heard you say something about the Anunnaki in it. You heard about Anunnaki may have built the pyramids, yeah. So that's what we were talking about, and aliens building structures on Earth,
right?
So
you should tell Witness this then.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's obviously, it's not that there was aliens existing. It was that did aliens build structures on Earth? So that
I have no idea. There's no evidence to prove that at all. It doesn't even lend like it does. It's just it's, you know, if there was possibly, it's possible something you can overlap onto to give a possible answer to questions that we're not able to answer at the moment.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's just fun to do. But by no means am I going to start telling people this needs to be taught in school. I want to have tax breaks for my beliefs. You know, yeah. Do you see what I mean? It's just having fun. Just having fun. Like, yeah.
Interesting. But did you also know that the Mayan cities they've now discovered with the infrared just how big it is, and it was a lot bigger than they thought, and they've got to take a new look at it and new studies and work out whether the Mayans really did disappear because of what they thought previously. Yeah.
Oh.
Because the Mayans didn't disappear because of disease. The Mayan civilization declined, and then the Aztec civilization came. Actually,
is that true?
What I'm saying.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
The Mayan civilization existed before the Aztecs.
Right.
So the Aztecs inherited the buildings.
Did they genocide them out? Did they kill them out of existence?
They didn't kill them out. Mayans still existed by the time of the Europeans coming over to meet the Aztecs. It's just that they were no longer a powerhouse in Guatemala. So you could still see their buildings, but those areas had been deserted.
Right.
And then later on in Mexico, the Aztecs inherited what was there and then built new structures.
Okay. We're talking about all the pyramids around. Do you know the Snake Pyramid where the Mayans were? We're talking about that area there. There's a great big forest, tropical forest, and they've discovered that underneath it is more and more pyramids and a much larger city, much larger than they ever believed. So they're saying that the population was a much bigger and much wider than what they first previously thought.
So what do you guys think of the hollow Earth theory, or that conspiracy?
I believe it's probably true.
That the Earth is hollow and that there's an Earth within an Earth.
Well, ask yourself this: don't you find it strange, yeah, that a few years ago, when Barack Obama was still in power, that all of a sudden we had a load of politicians and royals and people suddenly wanting to make this sort of like trip to the poles?
I didn't know nothing about that.
Yeah, one after the other, they all went. You've got to rush yourself away.
Wow.
So, I definitely think there's something in it. Got to be.
Did I just hear that right? Did you not just say something about a hollow earth?
Yeah.
No. I'm free from that. I didn't say anything about that. That was
man. That's like a flat earth. That's like flat earth talk, man.
Yeah.
Hollow earth, yeah.
That's why I muted. I didn't want to be a part of that, but I'm associated with that.
They call it a golfer, don't they? But you know, oh gosh.
No, bro.
There used to be these old tales, right? Myths that there was people that used to live in the hollow earth that had blue skin. Yeah. In Kentucky, there used to be myths and legends, old myths and legends, that there used to be people that lived in the center of the earth that had blue skin, right? They were just myths and legends, or so we thought. But in Kentucky, in America, there's a family that can be traced back to Scotland. And there's photographs of them, and they've got blue skin. They're born with blue skin. Let me look up the name for them for you, so you can look it up. Hold on.
What does Jamal mean by my kind? My money's on dark magicians sabotaging G Block from within. Totally out of character for his kind. What, for an atheist?
He's tracking it, man.
Right. Look up the Fugates. Look up the Fugates. Blue Fugates in Kentucky. Look it up.
What's it?
If you Google it, and you'll see the family of blue, that they have blue skin when they're born.
What, like Mongolian blue spots? Is that what you're talking about?
No, they're actually blue skinned.
Oh, God. This is mad still. Why, have you on your laptop?
Me? I am.
No, yeah, you or Jupiter. Yeah,
what do you want me to look
Jupiter
at?
is, yeah. You could share that blue skin thing that you're talking about.
Yeah, it talks about a family in Kentucky that had it. They said it's a disease, methylglobemia, which gives sufferers blue-tinged skin. So,
yeah, so there's a medical explanation for it. It's not like
yeah. Doesn't mean I was born in the middle of the earth, where there's no sun and no photosynthesis.
It says methylglobemia is a condition of elevated methylglobin in the blood. Symptoms may include headache, dizziness, shortness of breath, nausea, poor muscle coordination, and blue-colored skin. Complications may include seizures and heart arrhythmias.
Witness, tell us about these Nubian pyramids. Why are they so exciting?
Well, there are more pyramids there in the Kushite kingdoms in Sudan than up in Egypt. The dates they have for them, the first capital was Kerma, which was like 2,500 to 1,500 BC. That was the first grand capital. Then they had another city, which was Napata, that was 1,000 to 300 BC. So you had like a period where they were just building. The period is known as the 25th dynasty in Egyptology, where you had Nubian kings who eventually conquered Egypt, and they ruled over Egypt for.
So they moved north and started building north.
No, they were already building in their area, and they had to give tribute to the north for years, slaves and other things, and then they waged war.
Wait. So did the conquerors go south or did they go north into Egypt?
Sudan. I can't. Let me get the map up to see where Sudan is.
Sudan's below Egypt.
Yeah. So from Sudan, they then went up and defeated.
So so they moved into Egypt and started building there.
Yeah. So they then had their kingdom was both in Sudan and in Egypt.
Sudan's quite a big country.
Yeah.
And there's how many is there in Sudan?
How many is what? Sorry.
How many pyramids? 100. Lower than that, in 50s.
Are they dated before Adam's calendar or after?
I don't even know Adam's calendars off head.
Yeah.
Oh no, Adam's calendar's date off head. I don't know that. I'll have to check that later.
I had no idea.
Some people claim 200.
Wow.
But they're not on the same size as the pyramids of Giza. They're smaller.
Yeah.
They're smaller.
Well, you have to ask yourself, like, if you're building on that scale, they can't be for death chambers. You know, because there just wouldn't be that many important people. If you're building on that scale, and are they dotted kind of? Do you know what their geographical sort of orientation is? Are they all over the map of Sudan, or are they like localized in one cluster?
Let me see.
Because that would be interesting to know, because then that would lend towards the argument that they were power stations, because they're all over the place in different areas. But no, it wouldn't.
Why would they bury the things in there?
Why would they spend so much time and effort to build these things just to use them as a tomb?
Because there's the great Khufu ship. They've got this huge ship which was found in one of the pyramids.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Yeah, I don't know if I can. Belly, are
you
there?
What do you mean by a ship?
Are you there?
A spaceship?
No, it was a big boat, big ship traveling on the sea ocean. They had it in one of the pyramids. They managed to get it out of the pyramid. It's called Khufu, Khufu, Khufu ship. I was going to show you. Belly was there. I was going to screen share and show you.
Yeah, you can share screen when you're ready, bro. Share screen when you're ready.
Okay, I'll just go for it.
I was just fighting with one of our boys.
So this sort of thing is not in the main at all.
There it is.
Yeah,
the Khufu ship is an intact, full-size vessel from ancient Egypt that was sealed into a pit in the Giza pyramid complex at the foot of the Great Pyramid of Giza around 2500 BC. The ship is now preserved in the Giza Solar Boat Museum.
Oh, this was taken from the Giza pyramid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, have we been able to date? Have they been able to date this at all?
Let's see the claim here. Yeah, they put it to. They said at the foot of the Great Pyramid of Giza around 2500 BC.
Right. So when were the pyramids built?
He doesn't mention when the pyramids were built.
Yeah. So what my argument then would be to counter that, by no means believing that this is true, but perhaps the later generations that came started to use the pyramid as for this sort of to preserve things to as a tomb to go into the afterlife, because when they opened up the pyramids, it was clearly being used for that purpose. But that by no means means that was the actual purpose for why it was actually built in the first place.
So they came later on and started putting
because once the technology's lost, once the technology's lost, what else is there to use it for?
Have you heard, Dark Magician? Have you heard about the room that was found under the lake?
Right. Yeah. So the secret chamber. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. They haven't even allowed for the Sphinx to be excavated either.
Yeah, but did
So
you
there's stuff under the Sphinx. No, I don't know. I haven't looked into this stuff for years.
I don't know how true it is, but they reckon that they went down into the secret chamber, and there was like it was like rectangular, and there was a liquid in there, and there was a preserved body in there.
Wow.
Yeah, I was just highlighting, showing some of those pyramids in Nubia.
So those are the ones, yeah? That's amazing. Look at them. They're fantastic.
They're smaller in size than the ones in Egypt, but they have lots of them about.
That's just amazing.
What's interesting is look at the H. Look at the H, right? The entrance, the doorways, yeah? They're the same as what you find over in Mexico, and what they built, what they rebuilt part of Machu Picchu. What's it called? That's got Gobekli with.
Machu Picchu.
Yeah, you know when they used they reused the stone. Same sort of thing.
Yeah, that's one place I'd like to go. Look at that. That is awesome.
It's the last hiding place of the Inca aristocracy before they were killed off by the Spanish.
Really?
Yeah, they had to, as they lost their power, the aristocracy, who didn't really have any legitimacy anymore, weren't wiped out, but eventually they were, but then they went to this city, built it, and then they stayed up there till the Spanish finally made their way up there and then got rid of them.
Conquistadors.
Yeah, the conquistadors, yeah. Francisco Pizarro and his...
You know your shit with this, man.
Oh, just know a bit. There was something that you guys mentioned that I'll try and get the images. It's it's the stones. The shape of the stones, yes.
Yeah, oh my god. And they built snakes into them and stuff like that, isn't it? Yeah. But it's like, how did they cut that rock to fit together like that?
Yeah, that's a very good question. How did they do
and
that?
even the people in that you know, the archaeologists in that area now, they're still asking that question. How did they get these blocks to be cut and fit? You couldn't get a piece of paper between these. That is like unbelievable. How did they do that? There's even there's other rocks as well with like clear holes drilled through the holes, through the rocks, like a clear circle, and and there's no like a chisel. It's just completely, you know, one big hole going through the rock, like a pure.
Have you seen the
unbelievable?
Oh, they reckon that they found a nuclear site, an ancient nuclear site, didn't they?
I don't know.
Probably it was now.
I mean, I've got friends that are like deeply into this stuff, and they travel the world looking into this stuff, and they're, you know, and even when I speak to them about this stuff, they can't say for sure because we just don't know.
Like these ones by the Nazca in Peru, they've always wondered how they created it and who did they create it for.
Yep.
All these things. You have to go up in the air and then look down and you'd see all these. They wondered, why did they do it? All these lines. Some people were guessing, was it for the extraterrestrials to land or on all this stuff? But
well, I mean,
why would they draw this
They
on the ground?
definitely had flight before, definitely, because the Egyptians have got.
Yeah, but what if it was aliens? Why comes no aliens ever come back and no one's making no sign to do this shit now?
They were supposed to.
Yeah, man, that's why I always say it's spooky.
Yeah, but have you watched the podcast? Have you watched the podcast, the Joe Rogan podcast with a military? He's like Top Gun. This guy, He's got every single badge. He's got. Look, trust me, go and look at it. Yeah, this guy doesn't look like Top Gun, but he's obviously an ex-military fighter pilot, and he's saying that I have seen UFOs for myself with my own bare eye. Right, and they're types of tubes. They're like tube-like vehicles, and he's saying that they can. So on the front of these F fighters now, they have these long cameras, and it sticks out like a tube. And what these cameras can do is they can do multiple things at once. Not only can they see with a normal camera, they can see infrared, they can see thermal, so they can see these objects, any objects in front of it, in various different ways, right? And he was going bit by bit on the camera to show you what he saw. Yeah. I saw it on thermal, I saw it in infrared, I saw it on radar, and he's saying this thing could move from static to, gone, like completely gone. And we just don't have that type of technology. He doesn't know how that happened, but it did happen. It happened in front of him.
Well, they reckon that's what Hitler was doing, isn't it? That he sent that
reverse engineering UFO technology.
Well, they reckon that he sent that woman. Well,
there's a famous rocket scientist who was one of Hitler's youth. I'm going to try and find his name, but he was also in league with Aleister Crowley.
Yeah.
And if you know who Aleister Crowley is, they were part of it. They were like devil worshippers, and they were part of the occult.
Is Belly? Are you still there? Oh, he's probably gone.
I'm still here.
What he thought about?
He's like, I can't believe magician is talking
shit, man.
You believe in the mystery of the Phoenix Lights in Arizona?
I'll be sick in a minute.
That happened.
You disowned me, yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be sick, man. I was feeling all queasy and shit. And that fucking all this suede hair is fucking me up, bro. God, what's them lights?
The Phoenix Lights that were captured in 1997 over in Phoenix in the state of Arizona, and people all over the city were captured in their camcorders. These huge, it was like these lights, which were basically like they figured it was on the lights were like on the outskirts of an aircraft in the sky, which was like overwhelmingly huge, massive.
There's a guy who he doesn't believe in aliens, doesn't believe in that sort of thing, and he's gone on Joe Rogan's podcast. Yeah, he's like a top military fighter pilot. Yeah, and he's saying I've seen UFOs for my own eye. Yeah, I don't know who they are, what they are, but I've seen them.
Yeah, one of the
so
members of Parliament.
Dark Magician, you just mentioned something very interesting. You notice something when you or anyone starts talking about extraterrestrials or aliens, you get people. And I remember I was having this discussion with a Christian, and he said that's all nonsense. They don't exist. And I was like, well, hold on a minute. You're not willing to entertain that extraterrestrials exist, right? But you believe a guy died and came to life 3 days later.
I was just saying that. I was just literally.
I remember you were saying that. Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Right, there are people that are telling me there's this sky wizard, yeah, and he's built everything. But not only did he do that, but I know his mind. I know what he wants, and I'm going to make you do exactly what he wants. Oh, I'm going to kill you if you don't do exactly what he wants. There are people having these arguments, and then when I say, well, we live in a universe, we know that there is more planets in this universe than there are grains of sand on every beach on this planet, but we're the only things that have ever evolved. Like that, like what? And people would say to me, "You're crazy. You're crazy." Like,
have you heard about Rendlesham Woods and the digital message that was left behind that they deciphered?
So what's that?
Rendlesham Woods.
No, I don't know anything about that.
They've got a big underground thing.
Yeah, I know about Rendlesham Woods. Rendlesham was near air base, military air base that was shared by the British and the Americans in the UK. And there was a particular night where there were a lot of sightings of strange crafts and lights and there was a talk that it was kept. They tried to keep it top secret, but there were people there, witnesses, usually soldiers, some of who managed to release the info on what they actually witnessed. So it's one of the big. It's like in America they had the Roswell incident. In the UK they have Rendlesham incident, which was on a military base, Air Force base, shared by the British and Americans, and they were visited by extraterrestrials. That's Rendlesham. Yeah.
But they reckon they got left a binary code, didn't they? So they didn't understand at the time, but years later they've been able to translate it.
Yo, listen, yeah. You see, obviously, we was talking about the pyramids, innit? Yeah.
Yes.
And then it slipped into aliens. Now it's gone over to aliens. Now. Shit, yeah.
If you say pyramids,
yeah, but obviously we're saying. I'm not saying that there's no chance that there could be aliens. Yeah, I'm just saying that there's no chance that no fucking aliens built the pyramids. That's all that. That's
no, and I would agree with that, but I would say that also that if there are aliens, it's possible that they gave the technology to humans to be able to do that. Unless you're able to show me, how they found any kind of evidence of how they knew how to do these things, because we know they're there, we just don't know how they had that technology to do it.
But they reckon they found similar structures on Mars now.
Right, so I've seen these pictures, but I don't know the validity of them. I've seen the pictures of the man on the face of the man on the moon, and these supposed pictures of.
What is interesting, though,
I don't know,
is that the Sumerians, the ancient Sumerian tablets talk of they talk of going to Mars, don't they? And they talk about having structures on Mars. They've also found that there used to be water on Mars, and they've also found what's it called? Oh, what's it when you what are they called? Microorganisms. They talk about Mars, don't they? They talk about having structures in the background.
Hey, Doc, hear me? Hey, Doc.
Why are you doing an alley, James? Why are you doing an alley, James? That's what Ali does. What you're doing now, James.
They found a microorganism.
Hear me? Did anyone else hear me?
Yeah, yo, James, let Jupiter finish and then jump in after it. Yeah, talking.
Can you do me a favor?
Go on.
No, I was gonna joke.
What's up?
Yeah, just relax. Relax.
Jim, what's up?
No, go on. Let this chat book speak and then I'll go.
Did you go finish?
There's no microorganisms on Mars. But apparently,
what's that noise?
if you've got Mars, they do get rainfall.
Alien.
But just not a lot. And what happens is when the rainfall comes, they come to life, and then they dry out, and they can dry out for ages, and they go into recess, and then they come back to life when it rainfalls again. It's really interesting. I was watching a documentary today, actually. Early this morning.
What was that? What is that dries out and comes back?
A microorganism that they found on Mars.
Okay.
Yeah, Doc, yeah. Oh.
He's a mute still. I muted him because I think he was talking to his missus, man. I'm gonna bait up his wife's name.
I was actually, I was just asking if she wants a cup of tea.
One thing, yeah, I really line up. I wanted to hang out, didn't it?
Yeah, Dark Magician. At me on Hangouts, innit, man, so I can get you to chat to James on Hangouts still, man. I want to chat to you on Hangouts.
But on this,
how do I do that?
I'll WhatsApp you after, innit?
Oh, sure, go. Yeah, so am I going to talk to him now or later?
No.
Later on. Whenever you're free, innit?
Yeah, when you're free, whatever. Quickly, I've only got a couple of minutes. What? Oh, sorry. I'm in and out. Yeah. What are you? Do you believe in aliens? Because that's what the chat thinks.
I think that there's a high high possibility that there are other conscious beings in this universe. Sure, yeah, definitely.
Is that based on the pyramid? Like you said?
No, not at all. I'm just saying that, you know, the fact that there is life that has evolved on this planet, given the expanse of the universe, going, who's the?
It's Issa's, for some reason his thing always makes that noise.
Right, he always does that. That's his intro noise. You get me?
Doing the dishes,
Isatron, you know.
I don't know. I don't know.
Isatron. He's mad still, but carry on to do.
I reckon he's just unsteady from the beating he took the other day. But I was gonna say that. So you believe that? Why?
I said that given the amount of planets that are in our universe, yeah. Do you know how many planets there are in our universe?
I know there's like 400 billion galaxies and there's 100 billion.
Right. So, they say that there's an old saying that, you know, there are more planets in our universe than there are grains of sand on every beach on this planet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Would you be willing to accept that?
Yeah, but even with our planet, it's like, I swear there's like a fine tuning theory where it's like it was like it was high.
I don't think that's based in science. I just think that
but it is. No, I'm saying it's improbable based. Like one of the arguments against
there are plenty of planets, even in our own solar system, that can bear life or have possibly bared life.
No, they have produced life is the argument. So science. Right. I'm only regurgitating. This isn't. I'm not a physicist. They say that. Anyway, you're getting bogged down by it. So I'm saying, why do you? So you just believe that like probability wise, there must be
probability,
and they would be intelligent enough to come to Earth. That's what you believe on.
But even more intelligent than us, yeah, because they'd be much older than us. Now the difficulty with that is that them coming to us is that would they have the technology to be able to come to us, because they would be, you know, like so. There's a difficulty with the travel issue there that I don't fully understand, but from what I've been told by other scientists is that they would have to be able to have light speed.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong here, yeah. But I remember you saying that you agreed with Rob on being an anti-theist, or am I making it up? Did I make that jump?
Yeah, I am an anti-theist. Yeah, of course.
But okay, how can I? So if I was to say to you, yeah, aliens didn't exist, what would you say to me?
What? So can I just like step over that for a second and say, are you trying to use that as an argument to say that why don't I believe in God?
No. But I'm saying the fact that we like all that negative affirmation stuff that theists use against atheists, like, you know, you can't disprove my God, therefore.
I've never said that I can disprove God. I can't disprove God. Yeah, I don't know whether there's a God or not.
Right.
I'm saying if I'm using probability to say whether there's a God or not, it's possible. Just like it's possible that there's aliens, but I would say it's more likely that there is other conscious beings in our universe than there is that a being that's omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Created all things.
Right. That's fine. I know, but you didn't let me finish. I'm saying.
Sorry.
That negative affirmation that we say is illogical from their part is ultimately the only thing you have to cling on to, other than it being probable. And then when you sort of expound upon it even more and say like, that these aliens have actually they've left some kind of fingerprint or footprint in our universe / in our planet. Yeah, so if you like believe there's like other universes that interact somehow with our universes, maybe there's even more life and whatever. So if it's just other galaxies and they've come into our galaxy and onto our planet, like what evidence do you have for that? Because arguably then you will literally be making.
I don't have any evidence for that.
Why do you?
I've never said that I do, but the negativity that I bear. The negativity.
Nah, I think he just said it's possible, innit? But I was saying that obviously I want to give my disclaimer here as well, innit? Like.
He said believe that.
No time I said that I believe in no fucking aliens, man. So I don't know what these brothers in the chat are even talking about.
I'm not trying to chat you up. A minute ago. Am I lying? If I'm wrong, because that's the false premise then. Because I thought you said.
Say that again, fam.
No, I thought Dark said that he believed there was aliens in the universe because of probability, and he also believed that they've come to our planet, or is that not Is that not a belief you
No,
hold?
I'm saying it's possible.
Oh, okay. So
it's possible.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Possibility.
I
don't think he was saying it was
possible. And then if we agree that it's possible,
yeah,
we can use that as a possible hypothesis to say, oh, is that the reason why these people had because if you take some of the other evidence that they talk, like, so for instance, in the Anunnaki, in the Sumerian tablets, in the tablets of Thoth, and the Bhagavad Gita as well, they're talking about extraterrestrials. They're talking about people that could fly in spaceships. They're talking about lasers and powerful weapons that should not be classified known to have been. Why am I having to even explain that to you, James?
No, but I didn't say it's impossible. But I thought you said you believed it. And
yeah, exactly. Because like you've put that into your own mind. Yeah, you've not listened to what I've said. You've not listened to what I've said. Yeah, I'm very careful about what I say. I'm very careful about what I say, and I'm very careful to use the word specifically because I know that people want to trip me up and prove me wrong. That's absolutely fine. That's perfect. But I'm very careful about what I say and the words that I use, so that I can, have a coherent argument. All I'm saying is that.
So I thought I came on and was specific in that. I said people think that you believe in aliens. Do you? And I thought at some.
I'm not.
I thought none about. If I'm wrong,
if you want to pin down, yeah, I would say it's more likely that aliens exist, or whatever connotation you want to put on that, other conscious being, other evolved people, things, whatever. Yeah, it's more likely that they exist than there is a God. I'm happy to now, Michael.
No, that's not the contention. The contention is that life no one disputes. Yeah, even if there's an infinite universe, then there's an infinite set of possibilities anyway, right?
Right, so, and then there's an infinite reality. Right?
Anything that we think is possible can happen, right? So not an issue. But for you to say that I believe in something without the requisite evidence,
I never did.
I know. Wait, brother. I know. I'm not trying to trap you. I'm just explaining why it is fair to criticize someone who is an anti-theist, essentially discrediting someone's belief, even though there is that understanding that we will never be able to absolutely disprove it, and then holding a
see, this is the point I've always liked to try to make with you, James. Yeah, is that when we first met, I took you as a deist. Right, because one of the arguments that you try to put towards me is that, well, okay, what if the God doesn't give you a text, yeah, and the text is not from God, it's from man, yeah, but God did create human beings, did create the universe, whatever, yeah, there's still an issue with that. That being is not moral, it's not ethical, and you shouldn't follow it. So when I say I'm an anti-theist, I'm not talking about deists. Yeah, I have an issue with that anyway.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I was just saying.
I can quite easily say that there are other beings in this. There is
I know, but I've got a full stop at the end of mine. Trust me, I'm not. It's not going to even warrant a response. All I was saying is if you said, but I believe that they've had some kind of impact on Earth, right? So it's like, yeah, we can accept that life exists. We can also even accept, dependent on the origins of the universe, even that they could have had footprints on Earth. But the reality is, based on the understanding we have, it would be a pure belief to say that aliens have affected our planet in it, for example.
Absolutely. And do you know what?
That's what I was going to say. It's unfair to criticize the theist. That's all I was going to say. So
and I think you're wrong in saying that as well.
More likely.
I think you're wrong in saying that.
Sumerians even have an interstellar map of showing how they entered into our planetary system.
Yeah, fat lady, don't talk to me. But yeah, like that's literally all I'll come on to say, because based on what, if you was reading the chat, it seemed like you was some Eddie Bravo, Joe Rogan.
No, but no, it's like
they weren't listening. The people in the chat aren't listening. They have ears, but they're not listening. They didn't listen.
Exactly. Like I was very careful to say what I was saying from the beginning. I said, that anything I'm saying here is pure hyperbole. It's a hypothesis. It's nothing but conjecture and speculation. and it's just a thought that I'm just having that I'm juggling around with. I don't know.
Like, I'll agree with you. It is more like if there was two.
Oh, so now we're finding common ground.
No, I don't. I swear to God, I don't. I'm saying if I were to say now, if someone said, do you believe there was aliens? And I was like, yes. And then I'm criticizing religious people all day long. Well, that's a tenuously held belief, right?
But I think even you're wrong there as well. I think that there is room for people to say, I believe in aliens and still be anti-theist.
Yeah, I just think it's inconsistent.
Not really, because you're talking about a God that created everything, yeah? And even from a logical, moral, and ethical point of view, there are questions to be had about this being.
No, but you're saying
but you're saying I can be anti. Just because I'm anti something doesn't mean I don't believe in it.
Yeah, no, but I'm not. Wait, what? Say that again.
Just because I'm anti, there are anti-theists. Yeah. Do you understand this? There are anti-theists that believe that God exists. Do you understand?
So how are you defining theism as in to say like they believe
because they're against the theist. They're against the idea of the theist. They're against the text, and they're against the idea that this is a benevolent being and we should be anti it. That doesn't necessarily mean that they don't believe that it exists.
From my understanding,
exactly.
Yeah, but from my understanding, unless you're some
the majority of anti-theists don't believe that God exists.
But this but if you're a polemicist, for example, and you've got your religion and you're against somebody else's religion, that I understand. Because then fundamentally, you're not anti-theist, you are anti-Islamic or anti-Islam or anti-Christianity or what have you. But if you're
I get it. Yeah, and that would be the classical.
How can you be anti-theist?
Because I get it. I get that why you haven't tried to think outside the box. There are people that believe that God exists. Yeah, I know them personally, but they believe that this God is not benevolent. It's evil. So they're anti towards that, but because they still can't get their head over the answer. Where did we come from? Why are we here? How come? Who started the Big Bang? Blah blah blah. But they've come through logic, reason, and deduction. They've come to a standpoint in their own ideology, in their own standpoint. They've come to a determination that even though they can't, they're not beyond agnostic. They do believe that there's possibly a deist. They believe that such a thing is not good, and they are anti it. Especially when somebody starts to say, "I've got this text, and this text is telling you this, that, and the other."
But hold on,
they're even more anti-theist.
I get your point, but no. But I just quickly googled a thing. I literally have to go in like 10 seconds. A person who believes in the existence of God or God, specifically a creator who intervenes in the universe. So, arguably, a theist is someone that believes that their God. So we have to rule out pantheists. We have to rule out deists. Yeah. So we're accepting that the general conceptualization of Abrahamic gods
definitely general
it's consistent with theism. So if someone is a Christian, for example, and is Muslim, they wouldn't be considered an anti-theist. If someone is anti-theist, they're anti the principle of a god or creator who intervenes in the universe. How could they be a theist and an anti-theist at the same time? I mean, linguistically,
because let me explain. Yeah. Because just because I believe that you believe there's a God doesn't mean to believe that I actually believe that there's a God, right? So you can believe that there are people who they absolutely believe that there is a God, right? And we know that because we know that there is a text, and this text is telling people what to do. And for centuries, it has been telling people what to do. So that in that sense, an anti-theist can be agnostic on the side of deism, but not when it comes to theism. That's completely separate, because the deist and the theist are two separate people. They might believe that there's a God. They both believe that there's a God, but they don't believe in this intervening but so the anti-theist can have an argument against both people, right? And I would admit to you that in a general sense of view, they shouldn't really believe in any kind of God. But I do know people that are anti-theist, but they do believe that there's possible that there is a being that created all things. And they have an issue.
That's different. That doesn't make them a theist. That's what I'm saying. That's not the criteria. But listen, I'm gonna.
What are they going to call themselves then?
See, I don't know. They can call them deists. They can call themselves deists, pantheists. They can just say, "I believe there's something out there." I don't know. But listen, we'll pick this up another time. And,
agnostic.
Yeah. And give Belly your thing because completely unrelated to any of this bullshit. I wanted to ask you a question. Innit? So, safe. Big up, lads. Big up everyone on the panel. That bitch. You don't know.
Oh God.
Oh, just ignore him. He's the biggest bitch around. So the fact of the matter is that going back to these things that we've heard that might be true and might not be true. So that they also have the map of the planetary system as if you were approaching from outside.
Who's this has this map?
Sumerian. There's a Sumerian map.
Do they really?
Yeah.
I have to be honest. I don't really know much about.
Yeah, they have, and they show how that. Let me see if I can.
It's been a long time since I've looked into this stuff. A long time, you know. So most of my knowledge on this sort of stuff is very old and sketchy. Is that Rob?
Hello, mate. Good evening to
How are we
everybody.
doing, man? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you and Witness and Jupiter.
Hiya.
You were picking up my points yesterday on the free will issue.
Yeah, part of it, I think. Remind me. I mean, I have so many conversations. I think the straightforward understanding of free will is, is a paradox.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to say, yesterday I was putting forward just like a thought experiment, and this guy called M.A. Brown, he got a little upset with me, and we had a few words. But what do you think of this, right? Are you aware of the scientific idea that there's no such thing as matter because all atoms are space between atoms, space between atoms, space between atoms?
I mean, I suppose you could take that view. Different philosophers have different ideas. I would accept the idea of matter being something that we can, but you could have that reductionist view, I guess, and say that. But at some level, I still think that something exists. And if you're going to say that something isn't matter, then I don't know what we're talking about.
All right. So are you at all able or willing to accept that something is nothing more than love and fear?
I don't know what those labels mean in that context.
In the metaphysical sense, so the feeling of love, the thought, the idea inside the conscious brain. The two ultimate polemics is love and fear in a philosophical sense, right?
Well, I think those are the two root emotions, if you want to use that term, but I'm not sure how that relates to matter or particles or bosons or whatever the case is.
I haven't really thought about that, but the point I was trying to make is that if it's true that there's nothing physical, then is there only just feelings? Is there only just the thought, the idea?
No, I wouldn't take an idealistic view. That's kind of seems a bit like idealism, almost in a sense, where there's no external physical world and everything is a product of the mind. That's kind of the idealism.
I mean, if I believed that to be true, then that would certainly be idealism. But I mean, I don't believe it to be true. I'm just having a thought experiment.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't go down that.
That the world is created by emotion, which is basically waves.
Yeah. So I mean, the idea.
I can that. Yeah, it probably would make
sense. What is consciousness?
I mean, that's a difficult question, right?
Yeah,
exactly. The string theory, that would fit it completely.
No, because what the point I was trying to make, is that we were having a conversation about, when somebody prays, I was saying that when they pray, they're not actually praying to a God, they're praying to themselves and they're answering their own prayers as and when needed. So, like confirmation bias, if the prayer is answered, then, thank you.
Yeah.
If the prayer is not answered, God moves in a mysterious way. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
What I was trying to point out is that if it's true, even from a metaphysical, philosophical point of view, if there's nothing but consciousness, and we found out what consciousness is, and we agree that it is nothing but love and hate, then really all God and the devil is the personification of those two polemic feelings. All we've done is just we've
those feelings that we have had from ancient man, we have personificated them, because that's exactly what the human mind does with everything. It personificates it.
Yeah. When humans can't explain something, we don't like gaps, or at least many people don't like gaps. Some of us are okay with it. We understand we have a limitation in our ability to, certainly at the moment, gather knowledge, but some people don't like that, right? So they want to fill in that gap. And what better way? And there was somebody in the chat saying God better explains things than not. And I said, well, is that God of the gaps? And they said, well, yeah, you could say that, but and that's the sort of thought process that some people in go down, right? Because if God can do everything, then he's an answer to everything. But if he's an answer to everything, he's an answer to nothing. He doesn't explain anything.
Exactly.
Sam Harris makes this argument, doesn't he? If God is all powerful, then he's either not willing or not able. And that in one of those scenarios, he's either not benevolent or he's not all powerful. Which one is it?
Yeah. Now, I guess depending on which version of a theist you are, if you're some sort of a Christian, then you're going to accept that Adam and Eve, there was original sin. That has massive problems in my view. That is a terribly immoral view to hold. And then you're going to say, well, humans are the first two humans were the consequence of all the negative evil we see. And if you're Muslim, you're going to deny, original sin and just say everything's a test. So whichever way, with the two major monotheistic religions, at least, they kind of want to have an answer to this sort of thing. But neither of those, I think, works in any sense. And as you say, the question I always ask, and I never really get a substantive response from a theist, is what argument would you put forward to suggest that the God is all good as opposed to all evil? Because what they would have to do is put forward an argument that is immune to my critique, which is that's exactly what an evil God would want you to think. Now, if they could put forward something like that was substantial, or at least got me to think about it, I'd be okay. So you've now presented something that is immune to that critique. Otherwise, you don't have because everything I could just say, hey, well, that's exactly what an evil God or a malicious God or a trickster God would want you to believe. And I don't see a way out of that for people. Because if they're going to claim that God is all good, well, how do they know that? Because of the book. Well, how do they know the book's good? Because the good God told you the book is good, and that's just a circular argument, right? So that doesn't get us anywhere.
It does really. I hear a lot of this. There's an esoteric sort of logic to God, and unless you are in our inner circle, you're not going to know what that, even be able to glimpse that special logic that God has that's beyond us. And I just think that in itself, this argument of this special logic that this being has, that in itself is an argument for me to say that this being is not moral or ethical, because it has.
What's interesting, Dark Magician. I know it's taken it back a few levels down from what you two are speaking at, but the Bible, the Kabbalah, all the other stuff, it all goes back to ancient Sumerian anyway, and that ties in with the Anunnaki again. It's really interesting.
Right. Yeah, and I think this is why it's this idea of the Anunnaki and the Sumerians is still around and hasn't just been completely, forgotten about. Is because there are. Okay, sorry, go on.
Please, my brother. So basically, those Sumerians,
of course, that's
what they were dealing with. You see, like for instance, like test that there were giants in the world. These Anunnakis, these Egyptians, a lot of them, they were dealing with things like that. They were dealing with scientific experiments on different types of beings, including human beings. Hence the DNA strand next to the Anunnaki with the symbol of a fish. Now, what you have to understand is, my brother, like when we're dealing with consciousness, we're dealing with higher levels of learning, the higher learnings, the highest heights, the overstanding. We're not dealing with understanding anymore. In Western society, we're taught to be underneath them. So we're taught to understand. When we get to the point of overstanding and we elevate our consciousness and we alleviate ourselves of the vanity, we alleviate ourselves of certain things, we become all powerful. That's what happens upon this planet. Outside of that, there's only one thing that is more powerful than us as men, as, dominant creatures on this planet, and that is the Most High. But a lot of us don't believe in the Most High. But what I always say to those people is not believing does not mean it doesn't exist. And, like I said, we'll all be judged.
But what I would say, the only thing I would answer to that is that I don't believe that this connotation, the Most High, is moral or ethical. Yeah, when you say the most High, yeah, to me that's another form of tyranny. That's just literally saying to me, my argument trumped yours because God.
All right, so let me give you an example now. Yeah,
I can't accept that. I'm sorry.
I'm going to give you an example. Man was made in God's image, but we weren't given all the attributes of the Most High. You know, we were given certain attributes like to look similar. You know, we were made in his image, but that doesn't mean we were given all of the powers of the Most High. So we can only, with our consciousness, no matter how high we elevate, there are levels of consciousness that we can get to. So if you look at some of these beings that, you know, lived in ancient Egypt, like Thoth, like Osiris, like Isis, they got to a state of consciousness where their being became eternal. This is why they were mummifying their bodies, because they found ways of going in and out of their bodies and such things. Now, all I'm going to say to you is, like I said, I don't want to change anyone's belief. I don't want to change your belief. I want you to keep studying, keep learning, you know, because one day you may find yourself where I am at. You know, someone else said that to me, that, you know, I'm going to study and find myself where they're at. You know,
I was where you were
at. You think you was where I'm at, but I'm going to tell you now, you've never been where I'm at. You've never been where I'm at, because you're only now learning about the higher states of consciousness, the higher learning. You know.
Did you ever learn that the ego is all in the mind?
Anyway, I'm going to ignore that last comment, but you think you're not, but I'm telling you now, brother, like, I'm still learning about the higher states of consciousness. We all are. We'll never get to the higher state of consciousness with the planet in the condition that it's in now. So no one has got there.
I will let you into a little secret. Yeah, I used to be part. I've still got friends that dabble with DMT, and they're still spiritual, and they're trying to find the higher states of consciousness. They're still trying to learn how to astral project and
I thought you was a Jehovah's Witness though.
I was a Jehovah's Witness, but I've gone on a long journey in my life, you know.
Okay. Well, when you talk about astral projection and stuff like this now, yeah, what we're going to have to do is we need to start debunking these people, because you see, when they start talking about astral projection, we can go into all of these programs like X-Men, Professor Xavier, and all this astral projection and stuff. But I'm going to tell you now, my brother, what this guy's really dealing with is shamanism. Now, if you look at shamanism and you do a real study into shamanism, what you're going to find is the real lengths of...
They call themselves shamans anyway. They call themselves shamans. They call themselves shamans.
But that's where they're getting it from. And what they've done is like what the Christians do. They take something that is original, they put their own name to it and put their own moniker on it and try and act like it was theirs, when really that's where it's coming from. It's coming from shamanism. It's coming from the witch doctor. It's coming from... And, you know, even when this guy was on it the other day talking about voodoo, who wants to talk about, he didn't realize that, you know what, I might know a thing or two, but because he feels like he knows it all and, you know, he doesn't want to demonize it. I'm not into demonizing people's religions for them. You know, I could debunk a few Muslims and let them know, like, I could give them some information that would show them that you don't need to be a Muslim to get to the Most High, to get to the promised land, to the paradise, to the everlasting life, whatever it is. But I don't need to destroy their religion to make myself feel better. All I need to do is project truth.
I mean, some people might have listened to me and think that, you know, I take pleasure in doing that sort of thing. But I mean, for many, many years, I did take pleasure in doing that sort of thing. But I've come to the realization that, you know, everybody you meet, without exception, has something to teach you. And if you don't listen, you're not willing to listen, you won't find that. You won't find your teacher for the day. Yeah. And so I'm much more interested in... So I'm an anti-theist to the point where I really only want to have one combatant, and that is somebody who is a theocrat. If you want to come into my society and say, I want my ideology to be above everybody else's, and I want it to be taught in schools, and I want it to be beyond critique, and I want it to be tax exempt, and I want, you know, and you know, I want to have my own society, my own insular community, then I'm gonna have a problem with that. And that's the only time I really have a problem. Other than that, I'm never gonna argue for the banning of people's ideas. And, you know, and I really don't take any pleasure in belittling anybody, because, you know, like, even when I'm arguing with Muslims, many arguments that I can make that would be very insulting to them. And I just don't pursue that anymore, because I don't, That's not the kind of relationship.
I can see you're a genuine guy, but I just want to say one thing to you, Dark Magician, that I also said to my brother Ultra, because he's a funky ass dude as well. Like, only because he's called Ultra Funky. I'm just taking the mic. But ultimately, really and truthfully, this is the truth, my brother. The only thing you've got to gain from the path that you're going down is knowledge. Now, you've got everything. I
love knowledge. I love knowledge.
I got you, but that's all there is to gain in the path you're going down. The path that I'm trying to send you on, and the path the Most High, the path that Yeshua or Jesus, if you want to call him that, was trying to send you on, is the path to eternal life, to everlasting. Now, I get that you don't believe in it. I'm just saying that, by not believing in it, you may be missing out on a lot. I know you'll be missing out because I know what I know in it, but you don't know what I know, so I can't expect you to believe in it or to know it.
Aliens.
When you say aliens, it depends on what you mean by aliens.
Extraterrestrials on other planets in other galaxies.
Other conscious beings.
I honestly believe, there's a guy called Malachi Z. York. Look at his teachings. Look at the things he's taught us. Look at this planet that's coming into our solar system. It's called Nibiru. I'd say there's
Nubianism.
All right, but if you look into these things, I'd say there's a large chance that there is some type of aliens. And if you look into any ancient cultures, like my ancient American brothers, what they was dealing with, they were dealing with stargates. They weren't dealing with rocket ships flying into outer space. They were dealing with walking on beams of light to other planets. So when you say this now, when I say this, sorry, it gives me a perspective that, to an extent, there could be aliens out there. We might even be alien to this planet. Originally, we might have come here from somewhere else, or the creator might have come here from somewhere else and then created us in their image or his image or her image, however you want to look at it. But I don't really want to go any much further into it because I'm kind of hell-bent on my belief. I'm not switching, I'm not swaying. But for all of the anti-theists and the people who are trying to build on their knowledge, these are the kind of roads that you need to walk down. And I know, Dark Magician, you're a guy who's walking already, which is why you say you've been where I'm at. But I'll be honest, my brother. I'm saying, honestly, round and back.
I'm being honest. I'm being not. We are going in different directions, but I very much, you do sound a lot like me, probably about 8-9 years ago.
Yeah, but that's because what I done the knowledge thing, and then I realized that all that matters is
that I've evolved or enlightened more than you have. Absolutely.
No, you're not saying that. I'm not taking it that way. I'm just trying to show you that I went down this knowledge route and I came back to being just Legion, and I got rid of the religion and I just decided to be Legion because I realized that the truth lies in the allegiance to the Most High. And before that, I was kind of a bit like you. I was kind of, anti-theist or whatever you want to call it, or seeking knowledge. I just call it seeking knowledge. I won't call it anti-theist because I still believed in God, but I was seeking knowledge. I wanted proof. I wanted verification. I didn't want to just deal with belief. But now that I've seen with my own two eyes, and I know I no longer need to, my brother, like God willing, you'll find your path that you want to be on. And
what exactly have you seen with your own two eyes?
I'll be honest with you. I don't honestly feel that I can divulge that to you because, like I said to people in this group before, maybe the Most High doesn't want everyone following him. Maybe he doesn't want to draw everyone close. Maybe not all people are meant for that eternal life. That's the honest truth. So, if I know I've been blessed for a reason. If you haven't been blessed, then you've got to find your blessing, or unfortunately, I can't.
I have an issue with that. Because
I'd imagine you do.
Because number one, you're not willing to divulge it, so I can't falsify what you're saying. Number two,
I know I wouldn't want you to though. I wouldn't want you to. The same way when Ezekiel in the Bible was taken off the planet and taken through the stars, and he like, don't get me wrong, he came back and divulged it. But I'm not Ezekiel. I wasn't given that privilege to divulge the information I know, to divulge the things that I've seen. Some of these things I was made to keep them to myself, and it was.
So fair enough. My teacher. You'd like to keep it to yourself, but also saying
not like to. I have no choice. I have no choice but to keep it to myself.
All right, so that's fine. Let's agree that let's put that behind us. But also, you seem to be saying that that this special logic or this higher consciousness is only given to certain people.
Yeah, it is.
Right. Now, that to me is also the same kind of language when I hear
favoritism.
When a Muslim say to me, "You're going to burn in hell for all eternity."
I wouldn't say that to anyone. I just say that God is God.
Do you understand why I don't like that kind of,
I've got you. No, I totally get you because it's favoritism, and I don't like favoritism any more than you. But I acknowledge that that's what the Most High is dealing with.
From a basic perspective, the reason why I'm a humanist is because we are ultimately all on the same level. Yeah.
To an extent.
We are, because if we're being honest, you really don't know what happens after death, and no one does. If we're being completely honest, you have a belief based on what you think you've seen and heard. Yeah. But
have you ever died and come back? Have you ever died and come back, Dark Magician?
Nobody has ever died and come back.
All right, you don't believe that people can die and be brought back to life. You don't believe that.
From a technical medical point of view, yeah, your heart can stop.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You can be brought back to life. But if you are, there's no such thing as resurrection. And
no, I'm not talking about resurrection. I'm just talking about dying and coming back to life. Like your heart stopping, you're not breathing, and then being brought back to life. That's all I'm asking you. Have you ever been in that situation? Have you ever experienced that?
Have you? So I think you might as well just come at me now, because I think that's what you're alluding to, isn't it? That you've had a near-death experience.
I'm alluding to at all. No, that's not what I'm alluding to at all. When I had that death experience, when I died and I came back, that's when I started going on a spirit quest. That's when I started asking questions.
You died and came back, because I'm interested in this. I am.
I'll be honest with you, yeah. When I was a child, yeah, I was in Jamaica. I was in the ocean, yeah, and I actually drowned, yeah. And then someone pulled me out of the water and they brought me back to life, and I was alive again. And from that point onwards, I've been on that spirit quest. I've been on it, and you know what? I was then shown amazing things and seen some things that just changed my whole thought pattern and made me start to realize that. Do you know what? Knowledge isn't everything. There are higher states of consciousness. You got to say, my brother.
Okay. And I mean, I'm much closer to that than you think I am, or have been in the past.
Well, I will pray for you. Like, I'll pray for everyone. I'm even going to pray for Jupiter. And I hope that I see in the promised land. I hope I do.
But my consciousness is about humanity. So the path that I'm going on is that I find if ever there is a time when you can use the word holy or sacred, it is for human beings. Other than that, you can't use that word for anything else, because to do that
see what you just said there.
Is to take away our sacredness and our holiness.
All right, my brother, you see what you just said there, yeah? That's exactly what I've done. I've taken away my sacredness and my holiness, and I've given all praise to the Most High. Do you know why? Because you see, you make decisions about your life. And you're in control. You see me, I don't even make decisions anymore. I just let the Most High put whatever he wants to put in my way. And I just take the decisions that he makes. People think that I plan things. I don't plan nothing. I've never planned anything in my life. That's the worst thing about me. I don't plan anything. Things just fall into my path. Like fruit falls off of a tree. And some people, they hate on me because of it. I'll be honest with you, but I know you're not a hater, so I know you wouldn't hate me for that. But you'd have to know me properly to see.
I don't hate anyone. I love people. That's my problem.
And that's why I love you, my brother. That's why I love you. And that's why I'm going to pray for you.
Anyone who knows me knows if you're in my anyone, my love is not exclusive. If you come to me, even if you're my enemy, I'll help you. And if you're in need, I'll help you. Even if you were like a Nazi, I would help you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not about who you are; it's about who I am.
And I believe you, my brother, because we're just men. We're just men, so we can make our own decisions. We can. Don't get me wrong, but
I'm not going to be held by somebody else's standards. My standard is my standard, and it will never relinquish.
Dark Magician, can I ask you a question?
Keep doing what you do, my brother.
Yeah, go Jupiter.
Do you believe it's possible that when you die, everybody goes to what they have believed because they've created it? So when they die, they're going to see what they believed they would see anyway.
Blessings, you guys. Have a blessed evening, everyone, including you, Jupiter. Have a blessed evening.
Big up, Schiff. No, what I believe is that, what the evidence shows is that when we die, that's it. The consciousness cannot survive the body's death, the body's destruction. There's no evidence to prove that at all. Nothing that I've ever seen.
Actually, there's evidence against it. So, I'd agree with you.
Is there really?
Yeah. So what's the evidence against it, please?
Okay, so what the evidence against it is that consciousness is tied to a brain, and when a brain is either damaged or it ceases to function, either consciousness is changed, i.e., that it doesn't function in the same way, or it ceases to exist in any way that we can detect. Now, you could still argue that it becomes immaterial or it's something beyond detection. Well, that's just a claim, right? At this stage, we'd have to say that that's just a claim that doesn't have any supporting evidence behind it. And at this stage, I think the rational position is to suggest that consciousness is A, tied to some sort of a brain, and B, once the brain stops functioning, that there's no evidence that consciousness carries on. And as for this whole thing about death, I think you were talking about a Dark Magician. It's near-death experience. It's not actually death, right? Most people, or virtually everybody that's died, quote unquote, has had a near-death experience, not an actual death experience. That would require the breakdown of cells such that you wouldn't be able to revive somebody. And if somebody came back from that sort of position and we could verify it, then you could claim that it was in fact some sort of reanimation of the body. But there's never credible evidence for that. It's always been near death, some short period of time.
You're obviously aware. Born, let me ask you this then. When you're born, what is the spark of life? What gives you life?
That's not an easy question, right? When you say that, I mean, some people say it's the coming together of the male and female